Chapter 1. The Start of a Grim Bargain. Boss, I wish to sell a kidney. Oh, and ill part with my corneas as well. In the underbelly of Qingsheng, within the clandestine black market, Ye Lin entered a narrow passage, his face partially obscured by a mask. He adeptly reclined upon the filthy, makeshift operating table. The unscrupulous proprietor of this organ trafficking den cast a complex glance at him. Young man, are you truly certain? In the past 6 months, you have already sacrificed a kidney, a spleen, a gallbladder, a pair of testicles, a segment of your coronary artery, a third of your liver, a piece of small intestine, and half of your large intestine. Should you part with another kidney, you shall have but a few days left to live, despite his years of unscrupulous dealings. The boss found it bewildering to witness someone so reckless as to sell their own organs. I am certain. Everything I do is worth it to save my gravely ill sister, Ye Lin replied, tears welling in his eyes. Very well. The villainous boss nodded. He was no paragon of virtue. A young man's kidney, if matched properly, could fetch a fortune of hundreds of thousands. Yet, he merely needed to part with 30,000 for Ye Lin and as for the corneas. They were akin to treasures for the blind. Before long, without any anesthesia or sanitation, Ye Lin's last kidney was extracted, and his corneas were removed. Enduring the excruciating pain radiating from his waist, he staggered out with the 30,000 the boss had provided, vanishing into the shadows. Though blinded, Ye Lin had memorized every path within the black market. After winding through the narrow alleys and ensuring he was not being followed, he finally exhaled in relief. Then, a thought crossed his mind astonishingly. The organs he had lost began to regenerate. Even his murky eyes now gleamed with vitality. With the money from the sale of my organs, combined with this 30,000, I should have sufficient fund for the job transition ceremony, Ye Lin murmured, fabricating the tale of his ailing sister to deceive the unscrupulous boss. He was a transmigrator, the quintessential protagonist archetypian orphan. This world bore a striking resemblance to Blue Star, yet it was infinitely larger, teeming with demons and monsters, and riddled with countless perilous dungeons where one could easily meet their demise. Initially, Ye Lin feared that as an orphan, he might perish in this treacherous realm, until he discovered that he possessed an immortal body. As long as he concentrated, no matter how grievous his injuries, he could fully recover within minutes, and lost organs and limbs would regrow. However, upon realizing his immortality, Ye Lin chose to remain discreet. Apart from attending school, he ventured nowhere, for in this world, humans could ascend to become formidable job changers at the transition altar. Though he possessed immortality, he lacked any means of self-defense, akin to a monk without the protection of Sun Wukong. Should anyone learn of his immortal nature, he would undoubtedly be captured and subjected to dissection for research. Everyone would covet the secret of immortality, and his fate would be dire in this world. Those who seek to change their profession find the process to be exceedingly costly. To participate in the transfer ceremony alone, one must pay a registration fee of 100,000. Tomorrow marks the day of the awakening ceremony in Qingsheng. Were it not for the necessity of gathering this sum, Ye Lin would never have ventured into the perilous act of selling his own organs, for as an orphan, this was the quickest means available for him to acquire funds. Fortunately, he managed to secure the money. The black market does not require identity registration, thus he need not fear the exposure of his secrets. Early the next morning, Ye Lin arrived at the school to participate in the transfer ceremony. He understood the urgency of becoming a powerful transferee, for only then could he ensure his own safety. After settling the fees, he quietly positioned himself at the back of the crowd to conceal the secret of his immortality. He had always maintained a silent and low-key demeanor, and as a student from a disadvantaged background, he had no friends. Ye Lin, what brings you here? The homeroom teacher looked at him in astonishment from her place in the line. It seemed entirely inappropriate for someone of his financial standing to be present. She then remarked somewhat peculiarly, "You're not considering taking out a loan for the transfer, are you?" Ye Lin nodded silently. Since the teacher had surmised the source of his funds, he found no need to elaborate further. Upon hearing this, several classmates cast sympathetic glances in his direction. The exorbitant costs associated with the transfer ceremony had naturally led to the emergence of specialized loans, known as transfer loans. Engaging in a loan for a transfer was evidently a gamble. Should one succeed in acquiring a formidable profession, it would be advantageous. Yet if one ended up with an inferior vocation, the burdensome interest could bind them to a life of servitude in repayment. Well, good luck, the homeroom teacher sighed, recognizing that the decision was already made and feeling it unnecessary to voice further concerns. In her opinion, it would be wiser for a student from a humble background to simply take the regular college entrance examination and lead an ordinary life. Even with a successful transfer, the resources required for a transferee were beyond the means of an orphan, and she clearly did not hold high hopes for Ye Lin. As the transfer ceremony commenced, the crowd's attention shifted away from Ye Lin in their eyes. He was merely a fool with grand aspirations, foolishly dreaming of instant success. The principal of Qingcheng High School presided over the ceremony. Life profession: A-class poultry breeder. A student on the transfer altar turned pale. Initially, he had felt exhilaration upon seeing the black light indicating an A-class, only to find it was a life profession. Professions are ranked from F to SSS, with combat roles being the most esteemed, followed by support roles, and life professions regarded as the least desirable. Do not be disheartened by a life profession. There are only incompetent individuals, not incompetent professions. Remember, there once was a poultry breeder who raised the Chaos Chicken King, instilling fear in countless combat professionals. The principal of Qingcheng comforted him. The student's once-dimmed eyes rekindled with a flame of hope upon hearing those words. "Thank you, principal." As the awakening ceremony progressed fervently, the principal's brow began to furrow with concern. This cohort of students appears to lack capability even after awakening. There are already over 100, yet the highest rank achieved is merely that of a grade, while combat-oriented classes are lamentably scarce. Next, the principal's expression betrays a hint of impatience. For if this continues, he is bound to be held accountable. In the next moment, a resplendent crimson phoenix erupted from the transcendent altar. The terrifying heat wave singed the hair of the students in the front row, emanating a charred aroma reminiscent of burnt protein. This is an SS-grade profession. The principal's breath quickened abruptly. A grade emits a shadowy glow. S-grade radiates red. S-grade shines golden, while SS-grade manifests an otherworldly presence. Regardless of whether it pertains to combat, support, or livelihood, attaining SS-grade signifies a transformative leap. Take, for instance, the esteemed individual who cultivated the Chaos Chicken King. They are an SS-grade avian husbandry expert. It seems that Qingcheng High School is destined to give rise to a true dragon. All eyes at Qingcheng High School were irresistibly drawn to the altar. There stood a tall figure, her loose school uniform failing to conceal her alluring physique. With a magnificent fire phoenix soaring above her head, Zhuge and I, a combat class profession, SSS-grade fire mage. The principal was beside himself with excitement. The emergence of an SSS-grade fire mage rendered any other student's awakening F-grade life professions inconsequential. One Zhuge and I was worth 1,000 troops. The eyes of many students brimmed with envy. A combat class profession at the SSS level, such prodigious talent that even if Zhuge and I were to strike the principal, he would likely smile and praise her for her remarkable prowess in both martial and academic disciplines. "Student Zhuge, please follow me. I have matters to discuss with you," the principal said, his aged face blooming with delight. "Teacher Wang, please oversee the class transfer ceremony." The principal led Zhuge and I away, viewing the remaining students as scarcely worth a fraction of her value. "Let the transfer ceremony continue. Next up, Ye Lin," Teacher Wang announced, stepping to the side of the altar to call out the next name. Ye Lin quietly emerged from the crowd, the gazes of onlookers landing upon him with a blend of amusement and pity. It was one thing to undergo a loan transfer. It was quite another to be positioned right after the SSS-grade prodigy Zhuge and I. Was he merely destined to serve as a backdrop? Even if Ye Lin were to awaken an A-grade or even S-grade profession, he would still pale in comparison to Zhuge and I. Disregarding the hushed whispers surrounding him, Ye Lin stepped onto the transfer altar, curiosity stirring within him about what profession he might awaken. As Teacher Wang activated the altar, a peculiar energy coursed through Ye Lin's body, enveloping him in warmth. In the next moment, the once bright and clear sky darkened instantaneously. Countless ominous clouds gathered densely, as if the apocalypse had descended. Thunder, celestial fire, gales, and torrents of water surged forth from the clouds, resembling cataclysmic disasters. Everyone was rendered speechless by this sudden turn of events, some paling in terror. Another anomaly. Teacher Wang felt as though his heart might cease at that moment. 2 consecutive SSS grade professions. Was the world going mad, or was he? The principal, who had initially turned to leave with Zhuge and I, halted abruptly and rushed back. His gaze fixed fervently upon Ye Lin at the transfer altar. An SSS profession with a bonus. What divine favor bestowed upon Qingqing? Beside him, Zhuge and I's beautiful eyes could not help but glance at Ye Lin, for she was only intrigued by those who surpassed her. What luck does this guy have? A poverty-stricken student, awakening an SSS grade profession through a loan? Damn, many have taken loans for transfers, but Ye Lin is the first ever to awaken an SSS grade profession, right? Why am I stuck with a C grade? Is it because I didn't take a loan? Or perhaps because I'm not an orphan? Faced with the awakening of Zhuge and I to an SSS level profession, the crowd could only express envy. Yet when Ye Lin awakened to the same level, they were filled with righteous indignation. To put it plainly, Zhuge and I hailed from a prestigious background, possessed striking beauty, and boasted an admirable physique. She was undoubtedly the epitome of a model student. In stark contrast, Ye Lin, a student from a disadvantaged background, seemed unworthy of such a distinction. The most intolerable situation for any individual is witnessing someone who previously struggled suddenly surpass them in fortune. As the saying goes, one fears not only for a brother's hardship, but also for his potential success. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, the principal's gaze grew increasingly fervent. An orphan in dire straits, yet awakening to an SSS-level profession, he was undeniably a promising investment. As the adage states, it is far easier to adorn a flourishing individual than to provide assistance in their time of need. By aiding Ye Lin at his most vulnerable moment, the principal would become his great benefactor once he ascended to greatness. Quickly, Teacher Wang, find out what profession this student Ye Lin possesses. The principal's tone softened significantly. Given the terrifying anomaly, he could surmise that Ye Lin's awakening must be a combat-oriented profession. All right. Teacher Wang, having regained his composure from the excitement, began to investigate Ye Lin's profession. Ye Lin, combat profession, SSS level, a forbidden spellcaster? Teacher Wang's mouth fell agape in astonishment, utterly dumbfounded. An SSS level forbidden spellcaster, marvelous. Truly, a student of Qingqing High School. Today, you bring honor to our school, and tomorrow, Qinghai shall take pride in you. Wait. Hold on, a forbidden spellcaster? The principal finally grasped the situation, and his expression darkened instantly, akin to someone who had been force-fed a foul concoction. Any profession that reaches SSS level is immensely powerful. However, among these, there exists one that is universally scorned, the forbidden spellcaster. It is not that the forbidden spellcaster lacks strength. On the contrary, the skills they wield are terrifyingly potent, allowing them to challenge foes of higher tiers with ease. In terms of combat prowess, a forbidden spellcaster can easily dominate any profession of equal standing, effortlessly overpowering others. Take Zhuge and I, for instance, despite both her and Ye Lin being SSS-level professionals. For Ye Lin to engage her would be as simple as playing with a child. The disdain for the forbidden spellcaster arises from the grave cost associated with their skills. Casting them exacts a toll on their very existence. Though the might of their abilities is formidable, they come at a price, either sacrificing years of their life or relinquishing vital organs, fingers, or limbs. Some exceptionally powerful skills demand the complete surrender of life itself to unleash, earning the forbidden spellcaster the rather grim moniker of self-destructing truck. To date, not a single individual who transitioned to the role of forbidden spellcaster has lived beyond the age of 25. If your adversary happens to be a forbidden spellcaster, there is no need to confront them. They might very well bring about their own demise through reckless casting. The principal had originally intended to invest significantly in Ye Lin, but upon learning of his designation as a forbidden spellcaster, he abandoned the notion entirely. To speak bluntly, an 18-year-old forbidden spellcaster might not outlive a 61-year-old like himself. Zhuge and I withdrew her gaze, initially intrigued by Ye Lin, who had also awakened an SSS-class profession. However, her interest waned upon discovering that Ye Lin's vocation was notoriously short-lived. The crowd, once filled with righteous indignation, now beamed with delight. Ah, an SSS-class forbidden spellcaster. What a pity, utterly wasted. This profession can render oneself incapacitated with just 2 skills. Let us not be so harsh. Perhaps Ye Lin will successfully transition and choose to live as an ordinary person for his safety. A transitioning SSS-class professional opting to be an ordinary citizen could at least make headlines. Taking out a loan for profession change, sacrificing life for skills, one must admit. This vocation seems fitting for him. Ha ha ha. Good news. SSS class profession. Bad news. Forbidden spellcaster. I told you. A student like him from a humble background shouldn't dabble in profession changes. Now he plummeted from paradise to the depths of despair. The gazes of the crowd were a complex tapestry of pity, mockery, derision, and schadenfreude, piercing through Ye Lin like arrows. He, in turn, played his part well. His face paling, head bowed, and his steps unsteady, embodying a state of utter desolation. Yet, only he knew that should he not lower his head, laughter would escape his lips. The life-costing skills of the forbidden spellcaster had no bearing on his immortal existence. Ye Lin silently examined his attribute panel. Name: Ye Lin. Profession: forbidden spellcaster. Level: 1, 0, 0, 0. Strength: 10. Agility: 15. Spirit: 30. Professional talent: endless incantation, with each level gained. The forbidden spellcaster unlocks a new forbidden spell. Skill: Forbidden Spell Annihilation Thunder. Forbidden Spell Annihilation Thunder. The forbidden spellcaster sacrifices a part of their body to summon annihilating thunder from the heavens. The more vital the sacrificed part, the higher the level of thunder summoned, with the peak being the chaotic divine thunder, the power of which is contingent upon the spellcaster's level and spirit. Note: the forbidden spellcaster casts forbidden spells with no cost or cooldown. Typically, skills are categorized into ordinary, rare, epic, and legendary, with legendary skills being exceptionally powerful. However, beyond the legendary tier lies the taboo-level skills, known as forbidden spells. The strength of a forbidden spellcaster derives from the fact that all their skills are forbidden spells, while others resort to forbidden spells only in dire circumstances. For the forbidden spellcaster, even their basic attacks are forbidden spells. The Annihilation Thunder ignited a fervor within Ye Lin. The chaotic divine thunder was the king among thunders. No wonder the forbidden spellcaster is deemed invincible within their tier. One strike of chaotic divine thunder could obliterate even a divine being of the same level. Moreover, the forbidden spellcaster casts forbidden spells without any cooldown and consumes no mana. This implies that, as long as one possesses sufficient life, the chaotic divine thunder can be unleashed without limit, something those with an abundance of life should well understand. With the combination of the forbidden spellcaster profession and his immortal existence, Ye Lin could scarcely imagine the horrors that awaited should he elevate his level. For him, this vocation bore no adverse effects whatsoever. A sorcerer wielding forbidden spells, devoid of any side effects and capable of overwhelming all other professions, caused Ye Lin to chuckle in his dreams at night, despite the elation bubbling within him. Ye Lin was acutely aware that this was not the time for arrogance. No matter how formidable the forbidden spells might be, he needed to elevate his level first. Thus, he had to play the humble role for now. Even a 3-year-old child, no matter how mighty the fire Ye Lin bestowed upon him, would still be powerless against the world. With clenched fists and trembling limbs, panting like a bull, his eyes burning with a crimson hue, Ye Lin embodied the essence of a genius destined for meteoric rise followed by a swift fall, reflecting the bitterness of his predicament. Observing Ye Lin's reaction, the principal could not suppress a sigh, his expression tinged with regret. What a fine child, yet tragically born a sorcerer of forbidden spells. Ye Lin, do not be overly agitated. As the saying goes, success is determined by human effort. The profession of a forbidden spell sorcerer is indeed powerful. Having once shone brightly is far superior to leading an inconsequential life. Would you not agree? Ye Lin gradually lifted his head, his voice raspy. Principal, is it truly the case that forbidden spell sorcerers do not live beyond 25? The principal was momentarily taken aback, then reluctantly nodded. He did not wish to deceive Ye Lin. Although forbidden spell sorcerers wield immense power, such strength comes at a steep price. However, soon enough, a glimmer of hope ignited in the principal's eyes. While the short lifespan of forbidden spell sorcerers was a reality, an SSS-ranked forbidden spell sorcerer paired with an SSS-ranked fire mage would surely secure Qingqing High School's triumph in the upcoming college entrance examination. There would be no need for Zhuge and I to intervene if Ye Lin were to unleash his full potential. Even sacrificing a kidney to cast a forbidden spell could easily vanquish all other high schools. Marvelous. The principal envisioned himself standing on the podium, delivering a speech for having secured first place, and he couldn't help but clap in delight. It had been 5 years since Qingqing High School had claimed the top spot. And throughout those years, he had endured incessant ridicule from the principals of rival schools. Ye Lin, good lad, come with me. Quickly, the principal, brimming with excitement, ushered Ye Lin and Zhuge and I to his office. Ye Lin, Zhuge and I trust you understand why I have summoned you both individually, the principal said, his gaze fixed intently upon them. You two are the hopes of Qingqing High School in this forthcoming college entrance examination. Thus, the Novice Secret Realm tomorrow holds immense significance for you. I expect both of you to elevate your levels to at least 10. Rest assured, I will not assign any auxiliary class students to accompany you. This will be your chance to conquer the challenges alone. Therefore, I implore you not to let my expectations down, the principal spoke earnestly. Typically, when entering the Novice Secret Realm, combat professions must form teams with auxiliary professions, as the latter lack the capability to fight independently. Allowing Ye Lin and Zhuge and I to tackle it solo meant they would advance in levels much faster than their peers. Principal, I have no objections, however, regarding Ye Lin. Zhuge and I furrowed her brow slightly. To send a forbidden spellcaster into the novice dungeon alone? Isn't that akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito? Encountering a level 1 monster, one casts a forbidden spell, facing a level 5 creature. The same spell is invoked. By the time one finishes soloing, they would likely be left with half their life intact. What do you imply? The principal inquired. I propose that I team up with Ye Lin. Together, we would have a far greater assurance of delving deeper into the dungeon. I will handle the lower-level monsters, while he can take on the higher-level ones. This approach should expedite our leveling process, Zhuge and I suggested, although teaming up would yield only half the experience points. The time saved in locating monsters within the dungeon could, upon reflection, make it not necessarily slower than soloing. Oh, that is indeed a sound strategy. What say you? Ye Lin? The principal's eyes brightened. Principal, I prefer to solo. I am accustomed to working alone, Ye Lin replied with a simple scratch of his head. Teaming up with Zhuge and I would only serve to hinder his freedom, and he was reluctant to expose the secret of his immortality. Such a failure to recognize goodwill. Zhuge Ni's gaze turned slightly frosty. She had initially intended to assist Ye Lin out of camaraderie. Considering the unfortunate fate of transitioning into the short-lived profession of a forbidden spellcaster, yet she did not anticipate his outright rejection. Very well, let him solo. Zhuge, your approach, while commendable, remains too perilous for delving into the dungeon, the principal declared, unperturbed by the potential consequences of Ye Lin's solo endeavor or his fate. What he valued was the graduation rate and the attainment of the top spot, even if Ye Lin emerged from the novice dungeon severely injured. As long as he excelled in the upcoming examinations, that sufficed. Whether he lived or perished thereafter was of no concern to him. The principal then produced 2 rings, presenting one to Zhuge and I, and the other to Ye Lin. Tianji ring level, unranked attribute, spirit 10, upgradable, skill, none devoid of any skill enhancements. This ordinary ring nonetheless offered a modest increase of 10 points to one's spirit. Better than nothing, Ye Lin accepted it quietly. Despite the ring's seemingly mundane attributes, its market value could range between 5 to 8,000 coins, nearly equivalent to a third of his kidney, illustrating the exorbitant costs associated with transitioning professions. Just gathering a basic set of low-tier equipment could be quite costly, let alone the rare, epic, or legendary gear that followed. This is a personal investment from my own funds for your support. Strive to elevate yourselves to level 10 or beyond. The principal regarded Ye Lin and Zhuge and I with hopeful anticipation. Thank you, principal. I will do my utmost. Ye Lin expressed his gratitude before rising and exiting the office. At that moment, the transition ceremony had concluded, eliciting a spectrum of emotions among the attendees. Upon seeing Ye Lin, smiles spread across their faces. Indeed, regardless of the profession one transitioned into, whether the change was a success or failure, at least they were alive, were they not? Surely, that was preferable to Ye Lin's fate, transforming into a forbidden spellcaster, an immediate harbinger of his short-lived existence. The human sense of happiness often arises from comparison. In juxtaposing their circumstances with Ye Lin's, they suddenly felt that life was not so dire after all. Ye Lin, just as Ye Lin was preparing to return home, Zhuge and I called out to him, striding gracefully with her long legs to stand above him on the steps, casting a condescending gaze. I advise you to reconsider, she said, her tone laced with profound sympathy. The more frequently a forbidden spellcaster engages in battle, the quicker their demise. I harbor no malice. I merely wish to spare you from an early grave, given our shared camaraderie. Thank you for your concern, but I must decline the offer to team up. Ye Lin replied, resolutely refusing. You, Zhuge and I glared at him, her frustration mounting. Despite her repeated entreaties, Ye Lin remained obstinate, proving to be impervious to reason, a truly infuriating challenge. She sighed, resolving to abandon her inclination to assist and to respect his fate instead. In her heart, she silently admonished herself, deciding to disregard Ye Lin's well-being. Well, Well, who do we have here? Oh, it's our illustrious SSS class professional, Ye Lin. A mocking voice interrupted, as Ji Lingyu and his entourage positioned themselves between Ye Lin and Zhuge and I. Ji Lingyu, the scion of the Qingqing family, was notorious for his dominion over Qingchang High School, having pursued Zhuge and I with great fanfare for quite some time. In this institution, it was common knowledge that Zhuge and I was Ji Lingyu's Achilles heel. Did this fool, having transitioned to a forbidden spell caster, truly believe he could rise above his station? Zhuge and I initially contemplated driving Ji Lingyu away, but upon witnessing Ye Lin's defiance, she reconsidered her stance. Perhaps it would be beneficial for Ji Lingyu to teach Ye Lin a lesson, as it might persuade him to abandon his delusions of grandeur that a forbidden spellcaster could rival other SSS class professions, which demanded a hefty price in lives. As Ji Lingyu's icy gaze fell upon him, Ye Lin felt exasperated. Women, indeed, are often the source of trouble. He had spent 3 years at Qingqing High without provoking anyone, yet Zhuge Ni's mere words had summoned adversity to his doorstep. Excuse me, I need to return home. Ye Lin insisted, wishing to avoid confrontation. Home? You mean that squalid slum of yours? Ji Lingyu scoffed. Now that you hold an SSS class profession, why not plead with me? I could arrange a position for you as a security guard at my Ji family group, complete with room and board. Wouldn't that be a generous offer? Ji Lingyu's sycophants immediately chimed in with derisive laughter. Ye Lin, you've struck gold. You could join Ji's family group as a bodyguard. Shouldn't you thank young Master Ji and bow before him? Faced with their mockery, Ye Lin clenched his fists, panting heavily, his face a mask of humiliation. Do not put your luck, he roared. Ji Lingyu was momentarily taken aback. After all, Ye Lin was indeed a legitimate forbidden spellcaster. Yet, he quickly donned a smug smile, for casting forbidden spells came at a dire cost. Did Ye Lin truly intend to risk everything over mere words? My dear Ye Lin, I am merely acting out of goodwill. How could this be construed as bullying? Ji Lingyu extended his hand, lightly patting Ye Lin's cheek. The gesture was not physically harmful, yet it was laden with profound insult. This incited an immense thrill within Ji Lingyu's heart. What of an SSS-level profession? How dare one approach Zhuge and I? For they would inevitably face humiliation at the hands of Ji Lingyu. Ye Lin narrowed his eyes slightly, fully aware that in the presence of someone like Ji Lingyu, any sign of retreat would only invite further, more severe ridicule. To ensure Ji Lingyu would never dare to provoke him again, Ye Lin needed to make it abundantly clear that he was not a mere lamb, but a lion, fierce and formidable. With this thought, Ye Lin's eyes instantly turned blood red. Ji Lingyu, you have gone too far. You have pushed me to this. Forbidden spell, annihilating world thunder. Ye Lin roared, raising a hand, as dark clouds gathered ominously, a tempest brewing, with silver arcs of lightning dancing amidst the clouds. Boom! A thunderous bolt, as thick as a thigh, descended from the heavens, connecting with Ye Lin's palm. At that moment, he resembled a deity wielding the very essence of thunder, radiating an unparalleled brilliance. Countless onlookers gazed in terror at Ye Lin. Was this truly a level 1 class changer? As Ye Lin's raised hand fell, the terrifying lightning struck beside Ji Lingyu, sending him hurtling away, leaving a massive crater in the ground. Ye Lin, have you lost your mind? Ji Lingyu, having narrowly escaped death, was nearly paralyzed with fear. He had merely intended to humiliate Ye Lin, hoping to dissuade him from approaching Zhuge and I, but this fool was willing to unleash a forbidden spell? Was he insane? Had Ye Lin's aim been slightly more precise, Ji Lingyu would have been reduced to nothing but charred remains. Yet, in response to Ji Lingyu's inquiry, Ye Lin remained silent, lifting his hand once more. Forbidden spell, annihilating world thunder. Get away. Ye Lin has truly lost it. Help. Somebody save me. Ji Lingyu was utterly terrified. The prospect of annihilation for a mere verbal insult was unfathomable. He struggled to rise, but his legs quaked with fright. Pull me up. He called out to his subordinates for assistance, yet they were too preoccupied with their own escape to heed his plea. You worthless scoundrels. Ji Lingyu seethed, when suddenly, with a resounding crash, an even more terrifying bolt of lightning struck nearby. Frozen in place, Ji Lingyu felt a noxious liquid trickle down his pants. The harrowing sensation of teetering on the brink of life and death, testing the very limits of human endurance. Fortunately, this bolt missed its mark, and at long last, it seemed to be over. A solitary tear of warmth slipped from Ji Lingyu's eye. As these thoughts crossed his mind, an enraged voice pierced the air once more. Like a death-seeking demon. Forbidden spell, annihilating world thunder. Ji Lingyu turned in horror, an overwhelming dread grasping his throat, rendering him voiceless. Beholding Ye Lin, enshrouded in violet lightning, a singular thought consumed his mind. Madman. This individual was undeniably insane. to suffer a couple of insults. And he retaliates with 3 forbidden spells. Was this not the very definition of madness? At this moment, he was filled with immense regret for provoking Ye Lin. If life offered a remedy for remorse, he would surely guarantee that upon seeing Ye Lin, he would automatically retreat 800 meters away. A curse master was not terrifying, but a reckless curse master was the most fearsome entity in existence. Ye Lin, stop at once. An anxious voice echoed, as the principal dashed out of his office as if his seat were aflame. Upon hearing the principal's voice, Ye Lin's gaze flickered momentarily before he retracted the curse. He certainly would not be foolish enough to attempt to slay the young master of the Ji family in front of a crowd. Principal Ye Lin silently clenched his fists, wearing an expression of profound grievance. His complexion was pale, clearly a result of the backlash from continuously casting curses. Do not worry. You need not explain. I will ensure this matter is resolved. The principal was seething with anger. He had heard whispers about Ji Lingyu's pursuit of Zhuge and I. In the past, when Ji Lingyu bullied his classmates, the principal had often turned a blind eye for the sake of the boy's father. Yet this time, Ji Lingyu had gone too far. To provoke a curse master to the point of casting 3 curses without regard for his own life demonstrated the extent of Ye Lin's suffering. The principal had hoped that Ye Lin would shine brilliantly in the upcoming college entrance examination, and if anything were to happen to him, he would surely take Ji Lingyu's life on the spot. Ji Lingyu, stand up this instant. The principal bellowed. Now, immediately apologize to classmate Ye Lin. The principal had anticipated that, given Ji Lingyu's rebellious nature, coaxing an apology from him would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. He was ready to admonish Ji Lingyu loudly when, to his surprise, Ji Lingyu suddenly knelt before Ye Lin. Ye Lin, I was wrong. I truly realize my mistake. I apologize. Zhuge and I will be yours from now on. I will not contest with you any longer. When it came to his life, Ji Lingyu was genuinely frightened. As the sole heir of the Ji group, he had a bright future ahead. Those who wear shoes fear those who walk barefoot. He had no desire to perish alongside a madman, especially one capable of killing him. Ji Lingyu's rapid and sincere apology left even the principal momentarily stunned. He began to suspect that this Ji Lingyu might be an impostor. Wasn't he this the same Ji Lingyu who usually carried himself with such arrogance? Ye Lin, look at this. Ji Lingyu's decisive apology had completely thrown the principal off balance. Principal, I accept his apology. Ji Lingyu, remember this. A gentleman may be killed, but must not be humiliated. Ye Lin said, his lips pressed tightly together, his words resonating with gravity. Yes, yes, yes. I truly understand my mistake. I will never casually insult anyone again. Ji Lingyu nodded vigorously, genuinely fearful that Ye Lin might suddenly cast another curse. Principal, I shall take my leave now. Ye Lin spoke politely. If all went well, this incident would likely deter anyone from troubling him at Qingqing High School for quite some time. After all, he had established his reputation as a mad and who might engage in mutual destruction at any moment. Who would be foolish enough to provoke a crazed curse master? Zhuge Ni's expression was exceedingly intricate as she gazed at the retreating figure of Ye Lin, slowly shaking her head and murmuring to herself, such a lack of intellect. To risk one's life over a mere slide is the hallmark of a brute. A person like him, even if not a forbidden spellcaster by profession, is destined for a fleeting existence. Historically, those who have proudly traversed the world as transmuters have invariably possessed both strength and wisdom. In her mind, Ye Lin had already been irrevocably sentenced to death. Their coincidental awakening of an SSS-class profession on the same day at the same school was merely a trivial detail, for they ultimately belonged to disparate realms. If one were to cast their gaze further into the future, she would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable figure in 5 years. While with Ye Lin's impulsive nature and the inherent flaws of a forbidden spellcaster, one could surmise he would likely be nothing more than a pile of bones by then. Upon pushing open the door to his modest abode in the slums, Ye Lin returned to the most impoverished area of Qingqing. Here, the streets flowed with sewage and a mix of people thrived, yet it served as the ideal refuge for Ye Lin, the immortal. By sacrificing a segment of the duodenum, one can summon ordinary thunder. By sacrificing a bladder, one can invoke the infernal thunder. And by offering a heart, the cataclysmic purple thunder can be called forth. Ye Lin silently calculated the organs required for summoning different levels of thunder with the forbidden spell of annihilation, data gleaned from his recent experimentation on Ji Lingyu. To avoid drawing suspicion, he had sacrificed only internal organs. By this reckoning, to summon the supreme chaotic divine thunder, it seems I would have to sacrifice my very being. No wonder this is classified as a forbidden spell. Ye Lin rubbed his nose, unable to suppress a wry smile. Only someone like him, endowed with immortality, would dare to play such a perilous game. Had a normal person attempted to wield this forbidden spell, they would likely be left incapacitated after just a few attempts. Nevertheless, he was immensely satisfied with the spell's power, despite currently being only level 1, should he unleash the full force of Annihilation Thunder. He estimated that no transmuter below level 5 would survive. With a mere thought, the organs he had sacrificed for the spell reformed, and his complexion returned to a healthy hue. He then surrendered himself to slumber, as tranquil as a corpse. While some rejoiced, others lamented. Ye Lin slept soundly. But Jilin Yu found no solace. "Father, you must avenge me. That wretch must be eliminated. He humiliated me before the entire school, and I had to bow and apologize. This indignity I cannot bear." Jilin Yu sat across from his father, tears streaming down his face in a torrent of grief. His apology earlier had been earnest, and his desire to eliminate Ye Lin now was equally sincere. The Ji family conglomerate harbored numerous powerful transmuters, and dispatching someone to eliminate a mere level 1 Ye Lin would be a trivial endeavor. His father, puffing on a cigar, was shrouded in a haze of smoke that obscured his features. Listening to Jilin Yu's lamentations, his father remained unperturbed. "Ling Yu, you are my only son, and I have instilled in you countless lessons since childhood. A businessman must not act impulsively. One must learn to weigh the advantages and disadvantages. I ask you, if I heed your words and send someone to kill him, what benefit would we derive from such an action?" Jilin Yu was taken aback. What benefit could be gained from killing Ye Lin? It appeared there was none. It would merely serve to vent his frustrations. Ji's father flicked the ash from his cigar onto the table. "What if we fail? We would have irrevocably offended an SSS-level forbidden spell master. If he were to grow stronger, he could easily drag our Ji group to ruin before his demise." Jilin Yu's heart raced at the thought. Thus, seeking vengeance against Ye Lin is a perilous endeavor with no tangible rewards. The individuals you previously clashed with were merely ordinary people. Their deaths held little consequence. This time, however, it is different. Do you understand? Jilin Yu nodded obediently, having grasped the nuances of the situation. "Father, I will certainly avoid Ye Lin in the future." "No." Ji's father shook his head, a glint of cunning in his eyes. "Rather than distancing yourself from Ye Lin, you should, in fact, align yourself with him. Follow his lead." "Huh? Father, why?" Jilin Yu queried, perplexed. "Because a person who can unleash forbidden spells in a fit of humiliation clearly lacks intellect and is exceedingly vain." A knowing smile graced Ji's father's lips. For the young master of the Ji group to serve as a subordinate would be a significant boon to his pride. A true gentleman knows when to yield. As long as you play your part as Ye Lin's attendant, he will become your shield. After all, to bully his subordinate is to slap his face in public. By sacrificing a modicum of inconsequential pride, you could acquire an SSS-level forbidden spell master as a free bodyguard. Why not seize the opportunity? While it is said that forbidden spell masters have short lifespans, none dare question their might. Jilin Yu's eyes sparkled with newfound understanding, as if a veil had been lifted. "Father, I comprehend." Ji's father nodded, continuing with profound significance. "Remember, he is vain and a scholarship student. If you maneuver skillfully, you will gain a free enforcer in the form of a forbidden spell master. The Ji family has no shortage of wealth." The next morning, as Ye Lin appeared at the school gate, numerous students recoiled in fear upon seeing him, evidently having heard of his recent outburst. Ye Lin relished the solitude. By eliminating Jilin Yu, he had intended to instill fear among the onlookers. The less he engaged with others, the deeper he could conceal his secret of immortality. Ye Lin, just as he was contentedly awaiting the school's guidance to the novice secret realm, someone abruptly called out to him from behind. "Jilin Yu?" Ye Lin turned to find Jilin Yu approaching him. A flicker of coldness flashed in Ye Lin's eyes. Had this scion not learned his lesson yesterday? Should Jilin Yu persist in his pursuit, Ye Lin would not hesitate to orchestrate a minor mishap during their entry into the novice secret realm, sending him to his end. "Ye Lin, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? This is a meal I brought for you," Jilin Yu offered, presenting a beautifully crafted lunchbox and a bottle of fresh milk. "Are you trying to poison me because you can't win?" Ye Lin gazed at Jilin Yu with suspicion, perplexed by the man's intentions. "How could that be, Ye Lin? I truly haven't poisoned anything." Jilin Yu, eager to prove his innocence, hastily opened his lunchbox. Inside lay a colossal sandwich, which he promptly tore a piece from and devoured, washing it down with a splash of milk. "Well, Ye Lin, do you believe now that I haven't poisoned it?" Jilin Yu wiped his mouth and inquired. Ye Lin accepted the lunchbox, the sandwich emanating an irresistible aroma. Upon lifting the first layer of bread, he discovered a layer of beef, which indeed seemed devoid of any toxic qualities. Yet, Ye Lin remained baffled. Could it be that Ye Lin was a masochist, who after being bested by him yesterday had developed a strange addiction? Having a free breakfast presented before him, Ye Lin indulged heartily. After all, he was a destitute soul who had to sell his kidney to gather enough funds for a job transition ceremony, and thus could not turn down such an opportunity. Observing Ye Lin relish the breakfast he had provided, Ye Lin's face lit up with joy. His father had once imparted to him that once the ice had been broken in human relationships, the progression thereafter would be swift. This principle applied to women and men alike. His father's words rang true. Ye Lin seemed rather simple-minded, and with a little flattery. It wouldn't be long before Ye Lin could secure a free henchman with an SSS-level profession. Ye Lin, Ye Lin, have spent my life in a daze. But your arrival has struck me like a bolt from the blue, Ye Lin expressed with fervor, while Ye Lin swallowed his sandwich and corrected him. It wasn't like a bolt, it was indeed a lightning strike. Just tell me what you want. Ye Lin hesitated for a moment. Well, I would like to acknowledge you as my elder brother. Recognize me as your elder brother? Ye Lin was taken aback. Could this fellow truly be a masochist? After his outburst yesterday meant to ward others away, he had inadvertently gained a younger brother instead? Exactly. After you bested me yesterday, I underwent profound reflection and realized that in order to better myself, I must find a worthy mentor. Ye Lin nodded earnestly. I see. Since it's for learning, isn't it reasonable to pay some tuition? Ye Lin stroked his chin thoughtfully. Absolutely reasonable. What is your account number, big brother? Ye Lin immediately pulled a card reader from his back pocket. 6216. Please transfer 2 million into that account first. Ye Lin recited the number with practiced ease. All right. Wait, hold on, 2 million. Ye Lin was taken aback. Even if the Ji family enterprise was wealthy, such extravagance was unwarranted at the outset. No money? Well, in that case, forget it. Ye Lin regarded Ye Lin with a peculiar gaze, assessing him from head to toe. Ye Lin felt that gaze was oddly familiar. And after some contemplation, he realized it was the very expression he had worn when appraising the impoverished in the past. He, the illustrious heir of the Ji family conglomerate, was absurdly perceived as a pauper? It was utterly preposterous. Ye Lin's face flushed crimson. Being mistaken for a destitute was a humiliation far more unbearable than the fright he had endured at the hands of Ye Lin the previous day. You wait here. I shall have my father wire the funds. Ye Lin exclaimed, exasperated, as he moved aside to make a phone call. Once Ye Lin was preoccupied, Ye Lin turned and boarded the bus en route to the novice secret realm, fearing that prolonged exposure to Ye Lin might diminish his own intellect. Amidst the roar of the engine, the bus journeyed towards the entrance of the novice secret realm, where a multitude of lines had already formed, consisting of job changers from various schools in Qingqing. With only one suitable secret realm for novices in the entire Qingqing High School, and with the looming college entrance examinations, the place was naturally overcrowded. Zhuge Ni and Ye Lin, both of SSS rank, stood at the forefront of Qingqing High's line. Zhuge Ni maintained a frosty demeanor, refusing to acknowledge Ye Lin, who was content to enjoy the solitude. In the distance, the principal of Qingqing High wore a beaming smile that could rival the brilliance of a blooming chrysanthemum. He clung to several other high school principals, preventing their departure, while boasting, "Oh, how tiresome. I've told them to keep a low profile. Simply achieving one SSS rank would suffice. Yet, look at these children. So troublesome. They've managed to produce 2 SSS ranks upon their first job change. Isn't that infuriating? Ha. The faces of the other principals darkened. Resembling the bottom of a pot, they had encountered arrogance before, but never in such an off-putting manner. Why are you all silent? Are you naturally taciturn? The principal of Qingqing High inquired, his face glowing with excitement. I excel in martial combat, not in eloquence. Farewell, declared the first principal, departing with a flourish. I must leave. I forgot to turn off the gas at home, muttered the second principal, his countenance grim. The third principal turned and walked away, seemingly resolved. Old fool. I expect you to produce 2 SSS rank students next year as well. Umph. The final principal stormed off in anger. Next year? I shall retire then. Haha. The principal of Qingqing High chuckled, causing the last principal to stumble slightly in his indignation. As the principals exchanged barbs, the line continued to advance. Soon reaching the entrance for Qingqing High, Zhuge and I cast a cold glance at Ye Lin. It is not too late for you to join my team. Despite her resolution to ignore Ye Lin, her innate kindness compelled her to extend the offer once more. No, thank you, Ye Lin replied. stepping past Juga and I and boldly entering the novice secret realm. Arrogant fool. If you wish for an early demise, then no one can save you. Juga and I shook her head, clearly convinced of Ye Lin's folly. In a flash of white light, the scene before Ye Lin transformed dramatically. He found himself amidst a lush forest, where the leaves fractured sunlight into dappled shadows that danced upon him. Is it a random teleportation? That's quite convenient. I was concerned about needing to distance myself from others. Ye Lin stretched lazily before embarking on his monster hunting journey. Not long after venturing out, he encountered a creature reminiscent of a round, adorable cat, its body covered in pink fur, resembling a moving plush toy that could easily charm many a girl. Is this a level 1 pink leopard cat? Ye Lin was not deceived by its cuteness. This little creature, though seemingly harmless, was indeed a formidable magical beast capable of easily severing an adult's throat. The pink leopard cat rolled on the ground, purring softly, attempting to entice Ye Lin to draw closer, ready to launch a deadly strike. Ye Lin's response was straightforward. He extended his right hand. Forbidden spell, cataclysmic thunder. Boom. Thunder rumbled down, and the pink leopard cat let out a sharp meow, instantly petrified with fear. What was happening? It merely sought food, not to be struck by lightning. Faced with Ye Lin's immediate casting of a forbidden spell, the pink leopard cat had no chance to escape, reduced to charred remains by the descending thunder. You have slain a level 1 pink leopard cat, earning 10 experience points. Only 10 experience points for slaying a level 1 beast? It would take 100 such creatures to reach level 2. This is far too slow. Since all my skills are forbidden spells, perhaps I should delve deeper into this forest. With that, Ye Lin vanished into the dense woods. Forbidden spell, cataclysmic thunder. You have slain a level 2 killer bee, earning 20 experience points. Forbidden spell, cataclysmic thunder. You have slain a level 3 howling wolf, earning 30 experience points. Forbidden spell, cataclysmic thunder. You have slain a level 5 jungle harpy, earning 50 experience points. In the ensuing time, the once peaceful forest teeming with magical beasts was disrupted, ushering in a thunderous cleansing, with bolts of lightning cascading from the distant sky. Ye Lin forged ahead, responding to both level 1 and level 5 beasts with the same approach, casting a forbidden spell without hesitation, embodying the principle of equality among all living beings. As he continued to cast spells, he grew increasingly adept at the cataclysmic thunder, even mastering the ability to unleash it instantaneously without a casting delay. With such an almost monstrous efficiency in hunting, Ye Lin swiftly ascended to level 2. It is noteworthy that he had only been in the novice realm for about an hour, averaging a level up every hour. Such a rapid ascent would undoubtedly leave many astounded. Upon leveling up, Ye Lin unlocked a brand new forbidden spell. Name: Ye Lin. Class: Forbidden Spellcaster. Level: 2, 13. 14. Strength: 20. Agility: 30. Mentality: 60. Class talent: Endless incantations. Each time a forbidden spellcaster levels up, they unlock a new forbidden spell. Skills: Forbidden spell, cataclysmic thunder. Forbidden spell, rebirth of flames. Forbidden spell, cataclysmic thunder. The forbidden spellcaster sacrifices their own essence to summon apocalyptic thunder from the heavens. The more significant the sacrificed body part, the higher the summoned thunder's rank, potentially culminating in the chaotic divine thunder, with its power contingent upon the spellcaster's own level and mental fortitude. Forbidden spell, cycle of flames. The forbidden spellcaster ignites their life force, significantly enhancing their strength, agility, and mental attributes. Note: the release of forbidden spells incurs no cost and possesses no cooldown. Behind this newly unlocked forbidden spell, a thoughtful note is appended. Note: the cycle of flame skill is exceedingly taxing on life force, and once expended, life force cannot be restored. Please exercise caution in employing this skill. Exercise caution in using this skill? Ye Lin obediently nodded, followed by a resounding declaration. Forbidden spell, cycle of flames. At that moment, crimson flames enveloped Ye Lin, a manifestation of his life force being relentlessly consumed, causing his very blood to evaporate into fiery essence. Simultaneously, his strength, agility, and mental prowess surged, with his mental capacity soaring to a staggering 120 points. What a terrifying forbidden spell! In the state of cycle of flames, even a level 10 monster would likely struggle to withstand the full force of my cataclysmic thunder. Ye Lin reveled in exhilaration, oblivious to the alarming transformation occurring within him. His hair was turning gray at a frightening pace, his skin loosening, and his once clear eyes becoming clouded. In a mere 5 minutes, Ye Lin had transformed from a youthful 18-year-old into an aged figure, frail and white-haired. He lifted his hand to inspect his palm, resembling the bark of a withered tree, murmuring to himself, Is it possible to age so drastically in just 5 minutes? If I wish to remain inconspicuous, I must limit the cycle of flames to no more than a minute. Ye Lin did not deactivate the cycle of flames. Instead, he allowed his life force to continue its fervent blaze. Then, a bizarre scene unfolded. The aged Ye Lin began to rejuvenate, shedding his frail appearance and returning to youth. Possessing an immortal form, he inherently held boundless life force, rendering the side effects of the cycle of flames negligible. While the flaws of immortality are apparent, the deficiencies of the forbidden spellcaster profession are even more pronounced. However, when a forbidden spellcaster amalgamates their powers with immortality, the world shall witness the terrifying spectacle of rampant forbidden spells. Ye Lin unleashed the cycle of flames, embarking on a new wave of carnage. With a mental power of 120 points, augmented by the apocalyptic ring bestowed by the principal, his mental prowess escalated to a terrifying 130 points. Even summoning the most mundane thunder would yield devastating results, akin to a cataclysmic thunder dragon descending upon his foes. Ye Lin was now wholly confident in his ability to penetrate the novice secret realm before him. Slay a level 5 two-headed serpent. Reward: 50 experience points. Slay a level 6 armored scorpion. Reward: 60 experience points. Slay a level 6 centaur. Reward: 60 experience points. As the journey deepened, the magical creatures that appeared before Ye Lin grew increasingly formidable, with even the weakest being of level 5. However, these powerful entities seemed as fragile as paper when confronted by Ye Lin, who possessed merely a level 2 status, often falling victim to his might almost instantaneously. A bolt of heavenly lightning would descend, rendering any creature, regardless of its level, nothing but charred remains. In the wake of Ye Lin's passage, a faint aroma of roasted meat lingered in the air, the scent emanating from the magical beasts that had been incinerated by the intense heat of the lightning. Ye Lin became increasingly adept at his slaughter, akin to a thunder god descending upon the earth, effortlessly unleashing thunderous spells with a mere flick of his hand. Indeed, the novice realm is fraught with peril. It is a most exhilarating trial. Forbidden spell, infernal fire. Ye Lin bellowed, and a flame of deep purple and crimson erupted from his hand, burning with the grace of an otherworldly lotus. This inferno soon engulfed a pile of dry timber, igniting it instantly. Should an outsider witness this spectacle of using a forbidden spell to kindle a fire, their eyes would surely bulge in disbelief, akin to employing a nuclear device to light a cigarette. A whole day passed amidst Ye Lin's relentless carnage, and by its end, his level had ascended to 3. Upon reaching this milestone, he unlocked the forbidden spell known as Infernal Fire, a skill akin to the cataclysmic thunder, which allowed him to summon boundless flames from the depths of the netherworld at the cost of his own vitality. As he progressed, the challenges of leveling up grew more arduous. For instance, advancing from level 1 to 2 required merely 1,000 experience points, while the leap from 2 to 3 demanded 2,000, and from 3 to 4, 3,000. Achieving level 3 within a single day left Ye Lin immensely satisfied. He surmised that most individuals likely had yet to reach level 2. At this rate, attaining level 10 before the novice realm's closure seemed a trivial matter. With practiced ease, Ye Lin dragged a slain three-eyed magic boar, skinning it, and placing the meat over the crackling fire. The succulent hind leg sizzled under the intense heat of the infernal flames, its fat bubbling enticingly, stirring Ye Lin's appetite. Although he possessed immortality and could not succumb to starvation, the sensation of hunger was still unpleasant. He was no masochist and would not deprive his own palate. The infernal flames, with their superior temperature, rendered cooking remarkably efficient, and soon the entire boar's hind leg was roasted to perfection. Ye Lin tore off a piece of meat, the juices flowing freely, releasing a plume of steam. As the savory aroma burst forth in his mouth, Ye Lin found himself momentarily overwhelmed with emotion. The flesh of the three-eyed magic boar was exceptionally tender, far surpassing that of ordinary pork. Having previously lived in the slums, where poverty reigned and he was forced to conceal the secret of his immortality, he had never savored such delicacies. Fortunately, he was now a transferee, and once he acquired the strength to protect himself, he would no longer need to live in the shadows. As Ye Lin indulged in his feast, not far away, Juga and I suddenly paused, her gaze filled with surprise and uncertainty as she looked in Ye Lin's direction. Being a fire elementalist, she was acutely sensitive to fire, and she immediately sensed the presence of the infernal flames. In Qingsheng, aside from myself, there cannot possibly be another individual of SSS rank associated with the fire element. How could such a formidable wave of fire element arise? Could it be that some treasure of the fire element has surfaced? A flicker of curiosity glimmered in Zhuge Ni's beautiful eyes as she hurried towards the direction of Ye Lin. Meanwhile, after satisfying his hunger and thirst, Ye Lin extinguished the campfire and, rather nonchalantly, relieved himself upon it before turning to continue his monster hunting escapade. He firmly held on to the belief that setting fire to the mountains would lead to an eternity of confinement. By the time Zhuge and I arrived, Ye Lin had already vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a pile of smoldering embers still emitting wisps of smoke. Surprisingly, this commotion is the handiwork of a human. The fluctuations of the fire element are likely on par with my own. Zhuge Ni's eyes widened in astonishment as she crouched down, grasping a half-burned log and bringing it to her delicate nose for a sniff. Upon inhalation, her exquisite brows knitted together in confusion. There is indeed the scent of the legendary karma fire, but there is also an odd aroma mingled within. Perplexed, Zhuge and I chose not to delve deeper into the mystery. Instead, she rose to her feet, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Qingqing truly conceals hidden talents. Just wait, Zhuge and I, will surely uncover your identity. In contrast to Ye Lin, who was stubborn and foolish, this individual who possessed both strength and the wisdom to conceal their capabilities piqued Zhuge Ni's interest significantly. After discerning her surroundings, she swiftly pursued the direction in which Ye Lin had departed. Forbidden spell. Burning rebirth. Forbidden spell. World annihilation thunder. At this moment, Ye Lin was rampaging through the depths of the forest, akin to a locust swarm, obliterating every monstrous entity in sight. Having grown accustomed to the world annihilation thunder, even with a new offensive forbidden spell at his disposal, Ye Lin continued to favor the former for his monster hunting endeavors. After all, a single strike from thunder would result in the instant demise of the monsters without any suffering, whereas employing the karma fire would require several seconds of burning to achieve the same end. Ye Lin was no devil, hence, he would not engage in such merciless acts. He considered himself to possess a relatively kind heart, after all. This relentless hunting continued until deep into the night. And just as Ye Lin was on the verge of leveling up to level 4, he intended to press on and achieve that goal in one go when a sudden commotion arose behind him. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he swiftly halted the forbidden spell, burning rebirth, and the blood flames enveloping him vanished in an instant. He was well aware of the sounds made by monstrous creatures. What approached from behind could not possibly be a monster, but rather a human. Before he could see the person, he first caught sight of a pair of long, fair legs. Following that, Zhuge Ni's cool visage came into view, her long, ebony hair cascading like a celestial waterfall under the moonlight. Even Ye Lin had to concede that, despite her single-mindedness, this woman possessed a remarkable figure and striking features. Yet, in such an expansive novice secret realm, how could he possibly encounter her? Ye Lin? How could it be you? The moment Zhuge and I laid eyes on Ye Lin, her brows furrowed, and her previously cheerful demeanor vanished in an instant. She sought the nameless genius who wielded the karma fire, not Ye Lin. How could this fellow possibly be here? However, it was not long before Zhuge and I comprehended the underlying reason. It seemed that after entering the novice secret realm, Ye Lin realized how perilous it was to solo as a forbidden spellcaster, leading him to regret his choice. It was likely he had come specifically to seek her out. I have told you time and again that the profession of a forbidden spellcaster is formidable, yet it is utterly unsuitable for solo endeavors. It is too late for regrets now. Your persistent entreaties are of no avail. I am currently preoccupied and cannot join your party. Step aside. I have matters to attend to. Zhuge Ni's delicate face bore no warmth whatsoever. Had Ye Lin demonstrated perseverance, she might have respected him as a man. However, his current behavior only served to diminish her regard for him. She had offered him numerous opportunities, which he had squandered. Now, faced with adversity, he returned to cling to her. A duplicitous man was the last type she appreciated. If he could not even uphold a promise once made, how could he be considered a man? Particularly since Ye Lin now obstructed her path to seek out the genius who mastered the infernal fire. Her disdain for him only deepened. Ye Lin, bewildered by Zhuge Ni's illogical reasoning, found it absurd that he was now perceived as the one clinging on, when it was she who had pursued him inexplicably. Please, feel free to leave, Ye Lin said, stepping aside to grant her passage. Unwilling to engage in further entanglements with Zhuge and I. A crucial secret to living a joyful life is to avoid disputes with fools, and to refrain from attempting to communicate with them. Ye Lin had always adhered to this principle. Zhuge and I cast a glance at him, and seeing his compliance, she chose not to utter another word and strode past. Just as Ye Lin thought he had successfully dispensed with this nuisance, Zhuge and I suddenly halted in our tracks. By the way, I must ask you, Have you seen anyone pass by this way? That individual is exceedingly powerful and possesses remarkable proficiency with fire elements, likely mastering the infernal fire. Zhuge and I exclaimed, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in her eyes. Infernal fire. Ye Lin was both amused and exasperated. Now he understood why Zhuge and I had sought him out. It was because he had recently ignited a campfire with infernal fire. This implied that the person she was looking for could very well be him. I did see someone, a rather striking man, who headed in that direction. Ye Lin quickly pointed in a random direction, eager to dismiss her. He certainly did not wish to be ensnared by this foolish woman. It appeared he would have to refrain from using the forbidden spell, infernal fire, in the future. Thank you. Seeing that Ye Lin truly did not pursue her further, Zhuge Ni's impression of him shifted slightly. She followed the direction he indicated, but as she traversed the woods, the sky suddenly revealed 2 additional moons. 3 moons hung ominously in the sky, creating an eerie spectacle. In the next moment, Zhuge Ni's delicate face turned ashen. There were not 3 moons, the extra 2 were. In fact, the eyes of a colossal beast. With a terrifying roar, a massive claw descended directly towards Zhuge Ni's location. Zhuge and I swiftly sidestepped, distancing herself from the colossal beast, finally revealing its true form. 8th level magical creature, blood dragon beast. She pondered, perplexed as to why such a formidable entity would appear in this location, far from the heart of the forest. Her level had just barely surpassed the 3rd tier, rendering her utterly inadequate against the 8th level blood dragon beast. Unable to restrain herself, Zhuge and I glanced towards Ye Lin. If only he would join forces with her. They could not only confront this 8th level beast, but surely escape unscathed. However, when she turned back, Ye Lin was nowhere to be found. He had vanished without a trace. What a coward! Zhuge and I clenched her silver teeth, her fleeting positive impression of Ye Lin plummeting to the depths. It was evident that he had fled the moment the blood dragon beast materialized, abandoning her in fear. The blood dragon beast charged toward Zhuge and I, clearly regarding her as its prey, its massive form imposing like a mountain, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. Explosive phoenix fire. Zhuge and I dared not underestimate the situation and immediately unleashed her skill. Several spheres of intense heat coalesced beside her, hurling themselves at the beast. Upon impact, the fireballs erupted, scorching patches of the creature's hide. Yet, this degree of injury was insufficient to diminish the beast's ferocity. Instead, it incited its wrath. Its moon-like eyes turned a deep crimson as it struck down once more. Zhuge and I lifted her jade leg to evade the blow, promptly casting her skill again, sending a barrage of phoenix fire towards the blood dragon beast. This time, the creature did not remain passive. It opened its gaping maw and unleashed a roar reminiscent of a dragon's, a terrifying sound wave that seemed to materialize, halting Zhuge Ni's flames midair before sending them hurtling back towards her. What? Zhuge and I was taken aback, unable to evade in time as her own fireballs struck her, scorching her garments and exposing vast swathes of alabaster skin, nearly leaving her in a state of undress. Yet, she had no time to dwell on her appearance. Her gaze transfixed in horror upon the blood dragon beast. A singular word echoed in her mind: death. She would perish. If this continued, she would surely be devoured by the beast. It was far too powerful, far beyond what her level 2 self could contend with. In this life and death moment, her usual composure ebbed away, panic etched across her features. As the beast's massive paw reached for her, Zhuge and I, resigned to her fate, closed her beautiful eyes. In this desolate place, no one could rescue her. Having just begun her novice journey, this 8th level beast was an insurmountable obstacle for anyone. Zhuge and I was engulfed in despair, never anticipating that as a prestigious SSS level job changer, she would meet her end at the hands of an 8th level magical creature. Yet, upon closing her eyes, the anticipated excruciating pain of being grasped by the dragon-blooded behemoth failed to materialize. Instead, a deep and resonant voice from beside her resonated. Fiery cataclysm. As Zhuge and I kept her eyes shut, she felt a terrifying wave of heat surge past her. The instant she opened her enchanting eyes, they brimmed with astonishment. For the scene before her was destined to be etched in her memory forever. Before her stood the formidable dragon-blooded beast, seemingly invincible in her eyes, now entirely engulfed in crimson and violet flames, reduced to mere ash without a single cry of despair. Instant annihilation. This level 8 monstrosity was effortlessly dispatched. Before Zhuge and I, a man stood with his back turned towards her, his entire form ablaze with blood-red flames. This figure was indelibly seared into Zhuge Ni's vision and imprinted upon her heart. As she gazed, A look of enchantment spread across her beautiful countenance, her cheeks tinged with an unusual flush. The flames of karma. Once again, the flames of karma. Could this man be the unnamed genius she had endlessly sought? Which maiden does not harbor romantic dreams? Which young girl does not yearn for a gallant youth to emerge in her time of peril, rescuing her from the jaws of danger? With a single strike, he had effortlessly vanquished a level 8 creature, a stark contrast to Ye Lin, that coward, who fled without a second thought. Zhuge and I could not help but reflect on the chasm between individuals. Sometimes, it dwarfed even the divide between humans and monsters. Thank you for saving my life, esteemed classmate. May I inquire your name? Zhuge and I stepped closer, her voice softening, causing Ye Lin to shiver with discomfort. How had he not noticed her alluring charm before? Noticing Ye Lin's silence, Zhuge and I took another step forward, eager to discern the appearance of the man who had so effortlessly dispatched the level 8 creature and captured her thoughts. Disappointment washed over her as she found Ye Lin's face concealed by a cloth, revealing only his eyes. After a moment's contemplation, Ye Lin spoke. Call me Ling Yi, Ling as in dawn, and Yi as in night. Ling Yi, Ling Yi. Zhuge and I murmured this name, her eyes sparkling with intrigue as she felt an unprecedented curiosity towards a male figure. She could distinctly hear the rapid thumping sound. It was the cadence of her own quickening heartbeat. Classmate Ling Yi, which school do you belong to? I owe you my gratitude. Seeing Ye Lin preparing to depart, Zhuge and I hastily pursued him, but alas, Ye Lin had no intention of responding, merely waving his hand as he ventured deeper into the forest. There's no need for thanks. It was a trivial act. Classmate Ling Yi. Zhuge and I lifted her leg to follow, but at that moment, Ye Lin halted, his voice cold and commanding. Do not follow me. There are far more powerful beasts ahead, places beyond your strength. Furthermore, I suggest you dress appropriately. Zhuge and I glanced down, only to realize that much of her clothing had been consumed by flames, exposing large swathes of her alabaster skin. She gasped, her face instantly flushed with embarrassment as she hurriedly covered the remaining scraps of fabric and crouched down. At that moment, Ye Lin had already disappeared into the depths of the night. Ling Yi, just wait. I will surely catch up to your pace. One day, I will stand proudly by your side. Zhuge Ni's voice echoed in the forest, yet no one responded to her, gritting her silver teeth. Fierce determination ignited in her beautiful eyes, while simultaneously, a wave of frustration washed over her heart. She had always prided herself as a child of destiny. Yet when it came to talent, she could not compete with the dragon blood giant beast. In just one encounter, she was vanquished by Ling Yi, and when she attempted to follow him, she was merely seen as a burden. In terms of appearance and figure, her garments had been so severely burnt. Yet Ling Yi barely cast her a glance, as if she held no allure whatsoever, intensifying her feelings of defeat. Women are peculiar beings when you gaze at them. You are labeled a rogue, and when you look away, you begin to doubt your own charm. Zhuge and I possessed unwavering confidence in her looks and figure. She had always been surrounded by suitors who expressed their admiration, all of whom she had coldly rejected. However, her first bold advance had met with Ling Yi's indifference. An outcome she found exceedingly hard to accept, for he was the first man to stir her heart. Ye Lin's apathetic demeanor evidently provoked the pride within Zhuge and I, and she silently resolved that when they next met, she would compel Ling Yi to see her in a new light. Ling Yi, I will remember you. We shall meet again when the novice secret realm concludes, and I will not be bested by you. Zhuge and I donned a fresh set of clothes and resolutely embarked on her journey to defeat monsters. Ling Yi's figure had become an obsession in her heart, a target to pursue, and a source of motivation for her to grow stronger. She aimed to reach level 10 or above before the novice realm closed, determined to show Ling Yi that she was no mere burden. Phew, with this, I need not worry about that foolish girl clinging to me any longer. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, Ye Lin sighed in relief, shedding the facade he had worn. Having enacted such a performance, Zhuge Ni's attention would undoubtedly be diverted to the fictitious Ling Yi. As for him, the coward who had fled the scene, Zhuge and I would surely turn away in disdain upon seeing him again, choosing not to utter a single word. Ye Lin welcomed this outcome, as he had no desire to become entangled with Zhuge and I. The reason he intervened to save her was that, despite her apparent lack of sense, Zhuge and I was an SSS-Rank professional. If such a talent were to perish within the novice realm, it would undoubtedly trigger a thorough investigation by the officials of Qingqing, scrutinizing all within the realm. Should they uncover his immortality, it would lead to grave consequences. To avert such a scenario, Ye Lin chose to act. Another reason being that he bore no deep-seated grudge against Zhuge and I. They were merely there to hunt monsters. Defeating the dragon-blood giant beast was just a matter of convenience. However, this meant that he could no longer easily employ the forbidden spells of fiery destruction and burning reincarnation in the future. However, it mattered little. The recently slain dragon blood behemoth had bestowed upon Ye Lin the final fragment of experience points, elevating him to level 4 and unlocking new forbidden spells. Name: Ye Lin. Profession: Forbidden Spellcaster. Level 4:0:02. Strength: 40. Agility: 60. Spirit: 120. Skills: Forbidden Spell Cataclysmic Thunder, Forbidden Spell Cycle of Flames, Forbidden Spell Infernal Fire, Forbidden Spell Immortality, Forbidden Spell Cataclysmic Thunder. The Forbidden Spellcaster sacrifices a part of themselves to summon the thunder of annihilation from the heavens. The more vital the sacrificed body part, the higher the level of the summoned thunder, potentially culminating in the summoning of Chaos Divine Thunder, the power of which depends on the caster's level and spirit. Forbidden Spell Cycle of Flames. The Forbidden Spellcaster consumes their own vitality, significantly enhancing their strength, agility, and spirit attributes. Forbidden Spell Infernal Fire. The Forbidden Spellcaster sacrifices their own blood to summon boundless infernal flames from the abyss, which incinerate all. Once an enemy is touched by these flames, they will never extinguish. Forbidden Spell Immortality. The Forbidden Spellcaster sacrifices 2.5 years of their lifespan to become immune to a single fatal injury. Note: the Forbidden Spellcaster expends no resources or cooldowns when casting forbidden spells. Eagerly, Ye Lin examined his newly acquired forbidden spells, but his countenance instantly paled. What a scam! This forbidden spell was utterly useless to him. He already possessed an immortal body devoid of side effects. What purpose did a spell requiring the sacrifice of his lifespan serve? Was this not a sheerly futile skill? Ye Lin felt a deep sense of frustration. He had hoped that reaching level 4 would grant him a more formidable combat skill. Yet, in the next moment, Ye Lin suddenly halted in his tracks. No, this is not a useless skill. This is clearly a divine technique. His dark eyes gradually brightened, and his thoughts began to flow freely, giving rise to an audacious notion. Although the practical effect of the forbidden spell immortality was nearly negligible, it could serve as an excellent cover. For instance, during a battle, if he were to be stabbed through the heart or decapitated yet remained alive, his secret of immortality would be exposed. However, with the existence of the forbidden spell immortality, there would be a plausible explanation for his survival against fatal attacks. As a forbidden spellcaster, it would be entirely reasonable to say that I cast a forbidden spell, sacrificing 2.5 years of my lifespan to become immune to a fatal injury. Time passes like the youthful boy experiencing his first foot bath. With innocence and shyness, the days fleeting all too swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had elapsed. Today marked the final day of the Novice Secret Realm. Each participant could enter only once and remain for a mere 7 days. Once the time was up, the Secret Realm would expel those within. The principals and teachers from various high schools had gathered early at the exit of the Secret Realm, with some parents arriving as well, awaiting the emergence of their children from the realm. Ah, esteemed gentlemen, good morning. It has been far too long. I have missed you dearly, ha 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 ha. Before the figure even arrived, his exuberant voice resonated from afar. The principal of Qingcheng High School had not yet made his appearance. Yet his enthusiastic tone had already reached the ears of the other principals, darkening their expressions as if they had been scalded. For several days, the principal of Qingcheng High School had persistently invited them out for meals and tea, only to boast incessantly about the emergence of 2 SSS-level professionals at his institution, leaving them utterly fatigued by his incessant prattle. Staying indoors proved futile as well. Even in seclusion, he would create a group chat to showcase his latest triumphs, which was exceedingly vexatious. Now, seeing this man, they were thoroughly exasperated. Do not presume familiarity, we are not well acquainted. We only met a few days ago. What nonsense is this about missing each other? One principal could not restrain himself from retorting. Such an assertion is misguided. As the ancients said, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. By that reckoning, we have not seen one another in over a decade. The principal of Qingcheng High School chuckled as he approached, rubbing his hands together, and asked with an air of mystery, by the way, how did you all come to know that Qingcheng High School has 2 SSS-level class changers this time? The other principals fell silent. And what of having 2 SSS-level class changers? Let us not forget that sometimes, level can outweigh class. A level difference of 3 or more can allow even an A-level changer to triumph over an SSS level 1. A principal responded with a hint of envy, and his words immediately resonated with the others. Indeed, if we were to solely regard class levels, would it not be better for those without SSS-level professions to simply resign themselves to their fate? throughout the years. There have been instances where SSS level changers were subdued by those of lower levels upon exiting the novice secret realm. Quite right. The highest record from Qi stands at level 11, achieved by an S-level changer, and it remains unbroken to this day. Principal Su, if I recall correctly. That student hails from your Yutsai High School, does he not? All eyes turned towards the dignified Principal Su. Indeed, he replied with a faint smile. While talent is undeniably vital, the importance of diligent effort cannot be overlooked. That child is now a level 65 changer. The other principals nodded in agreement, their eyes betraying a hint of envy. A level 65 changer is indeed a formidable presence. In Qingqing, few could rival such a talent. To nurture such a student is a true accomplishment, one that leaves no room for regrets. I wonder if this year's record will be broken? It has been tied on numerous occasions, yet never surpassed. I have faith in my student. The principal of Qingqing High School's eyes sparkled with determination. Oh, but it is not only Qingqing High School that boasts SSS-level changers, Principal Su stated calmly. Humph, we shall see, the principal of Qingqing High School replied defiantly, prideful as ever, unwilling to concede. At that moment, a figure silently approached the group of principals. How delightful it is to see several esteemed principals gathered here. Might I join in the merriment? Who? The principals turned in surprise, astonished that someone could appear beside them so silently. It was nothing short of astonishing. The newcomer, draped in a trench coat, exuded an air of sophistication, adorned with golden-rimmed spectacles and a gentle, benign smile upon his face. Ah, it is Mr. Zhuge. Please, take a seat. The principals hastily shifted aside, creating room for Zhuge Qianqing, their eyes betraying a hint of reverence. Qingqing is a quaint locale, devoid of notable figures. Yet Zhuge Qianqing is undoubtedly an exception. His profession is that of an SSS-level astrologer. With a mere glance at the stars, he can discern the affairs of the world. It is said that if Zhuge Qianqing were to exert his utmost, he could even predict significant events a century hence. Many prominent individuals have journeyed to Qingqing solely to seek his divination. To claim that Zhuge Qianqing is the most distinguished personage in all of Qingqing would not be an exaggeration. You are too kind, esteemed principals. I merely came to visit my daughter, and I, Zhuge Qianqing said with a warm smile. Indeed, what father does not worry for his daughter? You truly are a devoted parent, Mr. Zhuge, the principal of Qicheng High, Old Gao, remarked with a chuckle. Principal Gao, you jest. And I has not been a bother to you, has she? Zhuge Qianqing inquired. Not at all. She is the pride of Qicheng High. The principal's face flushed with excitement. Initially, it was unclear why Zhuge Ni's academic performance, which could have secured her admission to a more prestigious school, prompted Zhuge Qianqing to insist she apply to Qicheng High. Some speculated he had foreseen something. But such matters were trivial. What mattered was that Zhuge was a student of his esteemed institution. Someone is emerging. A flash of light at the exit indicated that someone had exited the secret realm. Wait a moment. Even the first student to enter the secret realm should not emerge until noon. Why is someone appearing now? Could it be an injury? Every year, there are students who exit prematurely due to injuries. Some unfortunate souls, overestimating their abilities, challenge monsters far beyond their level and meet grim fates. From the white light emerged a tall figure. Zhuge stepped out with an air of nonchalance, her complexion radiant, revealing no signs of injury. Daddy. Upon seeing Zhuge Qianqing, Zhuge beamed with joy and promptly leaped into his embrace. Zhuge Qianqing affectionately ruffled her hair. Isn't it too early for you to be back? How did you emerge so soon? It was simply too dull inside, so I decided to come out early, Zhuge replied, her tone playful. Too dull, and you exited? At her words, not only Zhuge Qianqing, but even Principal Su and the other principals were left in stunned silence. The novice secret realm is an opportunity one can enter only once in a lifetime. It is filled with numerous low-level monsters that allow for rapid leveling up. Yet, Zhuge claimed she exited early due to boredom? What level are you now? Zhuge Qianqing adjusted his glasses. Higi, level 12. Zhuge wore a sly smile, voluntarily revealing her level. For those who deliberately conceal their status, others would be unable to discern their exact rank. Zhuge Fire Mage. Level 12. The heads of several academies gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with shock. The highest record from Qingqing had only been level 11, and here was Zhuge shattering that record by achieving level 12, and she had emerged ahead of schedule. Truly a remarkable feat. The other academy heads cast envious glances at the principal of Qingqing High School, as if he had struck gold. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. Zhuge you've done exceptionally well, the principal exclaimed, his face aglow with excitement. However, Upon noticing the impassive expression of Zhuge Qianxing, the principal wisely fell silent. And I, had you chosen to remain until the designated time, you might have even reached level 13. Why did you choose to emerge early? Zhuge Qianxing inquired calmly. I told you. It was exceedingly dull, Zhuge and I replied, a hint of guilt in her tone. Is that truly the case? Zhuge Qianxing's lips curled into a subtle smile, leaving Zhuge and I feeling increasingly uneasy. Oh dear, father, do you really think I could deceive you? Zhuge and I pouted, clinging to Zhuge Qianxing's arm. She certainly wouldn't disclose to Zhuge Qianxing that she had emerged early to confront a certain individual named Ling Yi. That fellow could eliminate a dragon blood behemoth in a single strike. His level must be considerable, although he had previously concealed his face. Zhuge and I was confident that should she encounter him again, she would certainly recognize him. Ah, Chiu. In the novice realm, Ye Lin sneezed, unable to resist rubbing his nose. How strange. It's not even cold here. Why did I suddenly sneeze? Never mind, the task at hand is more important. Shaking his head, Ye Lin pressed onward into the depths of the novice realm. After 7 days of battling monsters, he had astonishingly reached level 15. Capable of wielding a remarkable 15 forbidden spells. For Ye Lin, there was no distinction between level 1 and level 10 monsters. They were all merely a matter of unleashing a lightning strike, and he had swept through the realm with ease, encountering no resistance from the creatures within the novice realm. Regrettably, as he progressed further, the experience points required for leveling up increased, making advancement increasingly arduous. On the first day, he gained 4 levels, the second day, 3 levels. The third day, 3 levels, the fourth day, 2 levels, the fifth day, 2 levels, the sixth day, 1 level, and by the 7th day, he had not gained a single level. Moreover, Ye Lin harbored a peculiar sensation that the monsters within the novice realm seemed to be evading him. For nearly 2.5 hours, he had encountered not a single creature, an astonishing occurrence given that he had ventured into the deepest part of the novice realm. An area teeming with level 10 monsters. Had he truly been too relentless in his slaughter? Could it be that they are genuinely avoiding me? But they must be able to evade me. A glint sparked in Ye Lin's eyes. Forbidden spell, burning rebirth. Forbidden spell, dance of the instant. Ye Lin unleashed 2 forbidden spells in rapid succession. Burning rebirth significantly enhanced his strength, agility, and mental capacity, while the sole purpose of Dance of the Instant was to grant him unparalleled speed. Forbidden spell, Dance of the Instant. The forbidden spellcaster sacrifices their own organs, exchanging their significance for agility attributes with the potential to attain an astonishing tenfold increase in base agility for a duration of 1 hour. Clearly, this is a desperate spell for moments of life and death. However, in the hands of Ye Lin, who possesses an immortal body, the Dance of the Instant has transformed into a mere acceleration skill. Without hesitation, he offered up his brain, exchanging it for a remarkable tenfold boost in agility. For what could be more vital than the brain itself? Upon reaching level 15, Ye Lin's inherent agility stood at 225 points. With the enhancements from the spells Burning Rebirth and Dance of the Instant, his agility surged to a staggering 2,475 points. Even the most seasoned assassin classes could scarcely match such terrifying agility. A smile graced Ye Lin's face as he lightly stepped forward, and in what seemed like a spatial leap, he vanished and reappeared a kilometer away in the blink of an eye. As his array of forbidden spells increased, Ye Lin's combat capabilities and adaptability underwent a dramatic transformation. Upon teleporting to a distance of 100 meters, he finally discerned the peculiarities of his surroundings, his eyes widening in astonishment at the sight before him. 3 storm manuses soared through the air, each carrying a 3-eyed demon boar. Ye Lin immediately grasped the situation. The storm manuses possessed incredible flight speed but poor vision, while the 3-eyed demon boars, though slow, could see great distances and detect prey movements from a kilometer away. The combination of the storm manuses carrying the 3-eyed demon boars thus created the simplest form of a surveillance system. No wonder he had not encountered any monsters for 2.5 hours. Something was watching him, alerting other creatures to flee in advance. Ye Lin's expression turned peculiar as he marveled at the wonders of nature. Low-level monsters typically lack the intelligence for collaboration. Yet, under the pressure of life and death, even these primitive beings could learn to cooperate, a notion that evoked a sense of melancholy. In light of their remarkable ingenuity, the benevolent Ye Lin decided to reward them with a performance of Thunderous Third Concerto. Forbidden spell, Annihilating World Thunder. With a thunderous boom, a colossal bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, sending the 3 storm mantises and 3-eyed demon boars to their eternal rest. With the absence of the surveillance provided by the three-eyed demon boars and storm manuses, Ye Lin's monster-slaying journey swiftly returned to normalcy, and a massacre commenced anew. Outside the novice realm, students were continuously being teleported out. After spending 7 days and nights within, many students bore the marks of exhaustion, their clothing tattered, resembling vagabonds. Yet, each pair of eyes sparkled with an unmistakable brightness. The first-hand experience of battling monsters was something that could not be conveyed through mere words. Only by experiencing it could one truly appreciate the beauty of becoming a transferee. A teacher approached with a notebook, beginning to tally the number of students and record their levels, all of which would be documented for archival purposes. Zhugani's enchanting eyes widened as she meticulously observed each young man emerging from the novice realm. She had just inquired with the various principals, and none had ever heard of a person named Ling Ye. This left Zhuge and I perplexed. With Ling Ye's prodigious talent, how could he possibly be an unknown figure? Could it be that he concealed his brilliance, fearing that the tall tree attracts the wind, such that even those close to him were oblivious to his extraordinary gifts? In her frustration, Zhuge and I resorted to the simplest method. She would rely solely on her own eyes to seek him out. She firmly believed that the moment Ling Ye appeared, she would undoubtedly recognize him. Yet, as students continued to be transported out of the novice realm one after another, she still could not find that familiar figure, causing her heart to flutter with anxiety. Zhuge and I fixated on the exit of the novice realm, her face adorned with anticipation. Ling Ye, oh Ling Ye, where could you possibly be? As time passed, the majority of the students had already emerged from the novice realm, with some even having registered their levels and been picked up by their parents. Yet, Zhuge and I still had not spotted that familiar silhouette. Her heart grew increasingly restless. Why had Ling Ye still not appeared despite most students having exited the novice realm? When she first encountered him, his level was evidently higher than hers, suggesting he must have entered the novice realm before her. If they had entered simultaneously, Zhuge and I was confident her level would not be inferior to anyone's. However, many students from Qingqing High had already begun to emerge, so why had Ling Ye not yet appeared? Just as Zhuge and I pondered this, a figure she recognized all too well suddenly emerged from the distant white portal. Her beautiful eyes instantly widened. She was certain that the person before her was none other than the one she had been longing for, Ling Ye. She would never forget him. It was this very figure that had stood before her in her moment of despair against the dragon blood behemoth, bringing her a glimmer of hope and leaving a profound mark on her heart. However, as the white light dissipated and the identity of the newcomer became clear, Zhuge Ni's expression shifted from excitement to astonishment. Ye Lin, how could it be you? Her demeanor instantly cooled, and memories of Ye Lin abandoning her to flee alone resurfaced, filling her with disdain. Had he not left her behind, she would not have been cornered by the dragon blood behemoth. This man was hardly worthy of even being compared to Ling Ye, yet their physiques bore a striking resemblance, which felt like an affront to Ling Ye. With this thought, a hint of aversion crept into Zhuge Ni's gaze as she looked at Ye Lin. I came out when the time was up. Is there a problem? Ye Lin frowned at Zhuge and I, perplexed by her sudden coldness. Do not speak to me. Keep your distance, for you repulse me. Zhuge and I gazed down at Ye Lin with a disdainful expression, as if she were regarding a foul piece of refuse. Insane. Ye Lin had no desire to engage in a futile argument with her and attempted to walk away. The principal, perceiving the tension between the two, hurriedly approached to mediate. Ah, Ye Lin, you have finally emerged. What level are you now? As one of the two SSS-Rank transmuters at Qingqing High School, he naturally held high hopes for Ye Lin. Without elaborating, Ye Lin revealed his level. Ye Lin, Forbidden Spell Master, level 16, having resolved the issue of surveillance. Ye Lin seized the final moments to attain another level. Level 16? Quite impressive. Wait a moment. The principal stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Level 16? His incredulous cry reverberated around them, drawing the attention of onlookers who regarded Ye Lin as though he were a marvel. It is worth noting that prior to Zhuge Ni's emergence, the highest record at Qicheng had been a mere level 11. To ascend to level 16 within a mere 7 days in the novice realm was nothing short of astounding. Such a pace of advancement would be considered monstrous on a global scale. This record may remain unbroken in Qingqing for many years to come. To progress from level 1 to level 16 requires a total of 120,000 experience points. The highest level of monsters within the novice realm is level 10. Let us assume you exclusively hunted level 10 monsters. Defeating one yields 100 experience points. This implies that you have slain 200 level 10 monsters in the novice realm. The principal began counting on his fingers, But as the calculations unfolded, darkness enveloped his vision, and cold sweat beaded upon his forehead. In other words, you would have had to defeat an average of 172 level 10 monsters daily, without food, drink, or rest. You would need to slay over 7 level 10 monsters each hour. The revelation left everyone around them aghast. The data calculated by the principal was enough to make their scalps tingle with disbelief. These were level 10 monsters, the strongest entities within the novice realm, even in collaboration. It took several of them half an hour to hunt a single level 10 monster, yet Ye Lin managed to eliminate over 7 in just 1 hour. Was this individual truly human? Even Zhuge Qianxing could not help but cast a lingering glance at Ye Lin, intrigue flickering in his eyes. Ye Lin scratched his nose, remaining silent. In truth, the scarcity of monsters in the novice realm meant that he spent a considerable amount of time searching for them. As for combat, it was merely a matter of casting a forbidden spell, hardly time-consuming. The crowd remained ensnared in their astonishment, witnessing the birth of a miracle. Well done, Ye Lin. You are the pride of Qingxing High School, the principal exclaimed, enthusiastically patting Ye Lin on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with admiration. With the presence of such a gifted individual and the addition of Zhuge and I, does Qingxing High School still need to worry about the college entrance examination? They are bound to triumph effortlessly. 2 SSS tier class changers, one at level 12 and the other at level 16, what could other high schools possibly use to contend against them? It is indeed astonishing that Gao Zhentian, in his final year before retirement, could cultivate 2 prodigious students, marking a grand finale to his career. The principal beamed with joy. His smile as radiant as a blooming chrysanthemum, while the other principals cast envious glances in his direction. Yet, at that moment, a cold female voice pierced the air. What is so remarkable about being level 16? Do not forget, he is a forbidden spellcaster. If he chooses to recklessly unleash forbidden spells, it is only natural for his level to rise rapidly. Zhuge and I could not restrain herself, her discomfort evident as she regarded the adoration showered upon Ye Lin. What gives him the right? Only a man like Ling Yi deserves such accolades. Upon Zhuge and I's remark, many faces shifted subtly, their astonishment replaced by scrutiny and a hint of mockery directed at Ye Lin. So he is a forbidden spellcaster. That explains everything. The profession itself is extraordinarily unique. Trading life for power. Is Ye Lin out of his mind? Recklessly casting forbidden spells in the novice dungeon. Other forbidden spellcasters seldom live past 25, at this rate. He might not even see his 20th birthday. Trading one's life for a hollow title. What a foolish endeavor. Let us not be so harsh. He seeks our envy by risking his life to level up. If he has chosen this path, let him bask in the glory for a few days. The elevation Ye Lin once enjoyed crumbled as swiftly as it had risen. His rapid ascent to level 16 in just 7 days had become a mere jest. It is akin to discovering that a friend has suddenly come into wealth, only to learn that their time is limited. Would you still be envious? In a mere utterance, Zhuge and I transformed Ye Lin from a figure of adoration into a target of ridicule. Oh, Ye Lin, why must you endure this? Principal Su of Yucai High School sighed deeply, expressing his heartfelt concern. If I am not mistaken, it was your principal, Gao Zhentian, who urged you into the novice dungeon to level up swiftly, was it not? You have been deceived, Ye Lin. He is sacrificing your life for the school's honor. The principal's countenance shifted dramatically upon being exposed. His inner thoughts laid bare. He bellowed defensively. Su, cease your nonsense. As an educator, how could I possibly jest with the lives of my students? Whether it is truth or falsehood can be clarified by asking Ye Lin himself. I refuse to believe that a young man, full of life, would gamble with his own existence without provocation. Upon Su's declaration, a glimmer of suspicion flickered in many eyes, scrutinizing the principal, who began to sweat profusely. Slander. This is slander. He is defaming me. The principal hastily protested. Yet Su paid him no mind, his gaze fixed intently upon Ye Lin. Ye Lin, come now, reveal the truth. Rest assured, I guarantee that no one will dare to retaliate against you. Did your principal indeed induce you to level up in the novice secret realm? He had long harbored disdain for the old coot, Gao Zhentian. If Ye Lin were to expose the truth before everyone today, it would spell the ruin of Gao Zhentian's reputation. The principal's demeanor shifted instantaneously to one of anxiety. For he had indeed permitted Ye Lin and his companions to level up, and had even bestowed a ring of equipment upon Ye Lin and Zhuge and I. Should Ye Lin disclose this matter publicly, a glint of malice subtly flickered in the principal's gaze as he regarded Ye Lin. In that fleeting moment when Ye Lin lifted his head, the principal felt as though his heart had ceased to beat. The eyes of the crowd converged on Ye Lin. each individual eager to uncover the truth. Principal Su, no one has coerced me. My actions within the novice secret realm were entirely voluntary. As soon as Ye Lin's words fell, the principal's heart, which had lodged in his throat, finally settled back into his chest, greatly relieved. The principal was satisfied. But Principal Su was not. Ye Lin, do you truly believe what you just said? Principal Su. Ye Lin raised his gaze, locking eyes with him. If you were to transition into the class of a forbidden spellcaster, what choice would you make? Would you opt to live your life as a timid coward, forever fearful? Or would you choose to unleash your potential and strive for greatness, even if it means fading away at the pinnacle of your glory? I would choose the latter. Ye Lin clenched his fists tightly. I, Ye Lin, would rather be a hero for a single minute than a coward for a lifetime. His words reverberated throughout the hall, casting a profound silence over the crowd. Among those who had mocked him, several gazes now reflected a hint of admiration. They had not anticipated such ambition from Ye Lin. Yet, many remained scornful, thinking that death is death, and a grand demise is still a demise. Principal Su opened his mouth, seemingly poised to say something, but found himself at a loss for words. Clap, clap, clap. A sound of applause echoed as Zhuge Qianqing regarded Ye Lin with intrigue. Young Ye Lin indeed harbors lofty aspirations. Regardless, it is undeniable that Ye Lin's level has reached 16, making him the highest-ranked student within this novice secret realm. He is, without question, first. Seeing Zhuge Qianqing stand in support of Ye Lin, others dared not voice further objections. They might dismiss Ye Lin, but they could not afford to disregard Mr. Zhuge. However, upon witnessing her father advocate for Ye Lin, Zhuge Ni was immediately displeased. Dad, who told you he is first? Once Ling Yi emerges, his level will surely exceed that of this fellow. Oh, is that so? And who, pray tell, is this Ling Yi? Zhuge Qianqing inquired. Turning to the various principals, all the principals shook their heads in confusion. They had never heard of Ling Yi. Oh, never mind that. You'll know once he appears. He is the true prodigy. Zhuge Ni declared with unwavering conviction. Someone you hold in such high regard? I must admit, I am quite interested to meet him. Zhuge Qianqing wore a gentle smile as he produced a business card and handed it to Ye Lin. Ye Lin, allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhuge Qianqing, the father of Zhuge Ni. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. In that fleeting moment of eye contact with Zhuge Qianqing, Ye Lin felt a tightening in his chest, as if the profound gaze behind the man's glasses could penetrate the depths of his secrets. Thank you, Mr. Zhuge. I shall take my leave now. Ye Lin accepted the card, unable to meet Zhuge Qianqing's eyes any longer. Very well, do take care and rest well. We shall likely meet again soon, Zhuge Qianqing said with a smile. Ye Lin, too apprehensive to respond, hurriedly departed, feeling an inexplicable sense that this enigmatic Mr. Zhuge seemed to know everything. Ye Lin, do not forget to return to school for your college entrance examination in 3 days. The principal called out after him. 3 days after the novice realm concluded would mark the day of the crucial examination, far more significant than the novice experience. After Ye Lin left, others also contemplated departing. Yet the mention of a genius even more formidable than Ye Lin, as stated by Zhuge Ni, compelled them to stay. After all, disregarding other aspects, Ye Lin's remarkable level of 16 was enough to leave everyone in awe. Zhuge Ni trailed a full 4 levels behind him. What caliber of genius could overshadow Ye Lin? Might they already have reached level 20? The crowd waited in silence, while Zhuge Ni fixated intently on the entrance of the novice realm. As twilight descended, the sun cast its last rays before sinking below the horizon. The entrance to the novice realm slowly closed, signifying that all newcomers had been teleported out. After a prolonged wait, the assembled onlookers could no longer resist glancing at Zhuge Ni. Wasn't there supposed to be a genius even greater than Ye Lin? Where were they? Zhuge Ni's face turned pale. It was inconceivable. She had kept vigil from start to finish, observing each person. Where was Ling Yi? Suddenly, realization struck Zhuge Ni. During Ye Lin's emergence, she had been preoccupied with her emotions regarding him and failed to heed the commotion at the exit. Could it be that Ling Yi had slipped out during that moment? That infuriating Ye Lin. He was the cause of this. With this understanding, Zhuge Ni was filled with rage. Seeing her irate expression, no one dared to approach her. After all, she was the beloved daughter of Mr. Zhuge. Feeling deceived, the crowd could only disperse in disappointment. What troubles you, I? What of the genius you spoke of? On the way back, Zhuge Qianqing gently patted Zhuge Ni's head. Dad, even you do not believe me. That genius named Ling Yi truly exists. He even saved your daughter's life. Zhuge Ni exclaimed passionately. Recounting the entire sequence of events to Zhuge Qianqing, who was both amused and perplexed. So, you left the novice realm early to identify him? Well, Zhuge Ni's voice was barely audible as she cautiously lifted her gaze to meet Zhuge Qianqing's. Despite his affection for her, he was still a man of strong principles. Zhuge Qianqing adjusted his glasses, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes as he spoke with a faint smile, "Ni. Have you ever considered the possibility that Ye Lin could be the Ling Yi you have been searching for all along?" Zhuge and I burst into laughter at Zhuge Qianqing's speculation. "Dad, please do not insult Ling Yi like that. How could that guy Ye Lin even be compared to him? He wouldn't even be worthy of carrying Ling Yi's shoes." That fellow fled in terror at the sight of a dragon blood beast. Moreover, Ling Yi possesses exceptional mastery over fire elements, even able to manipulate the flames of hell, skills that Ye Lin does not have. If they were truly the same person, Zhuge and I, would be willing to serve him as a humble servant. Zhuge and I scoffed. One was the object of her infatuation, while the other was a person she loathed. How could they possibly be the same? Such a notion was utterly preposterous. She would rather believe that she had merely imagined Ling Yi, who was, in fact, a figment of her imagination, than accept that they were one and the same. Is that so? Perhaps, Zhuge Qianqing replied with a smile, pushing his glasses up. Choosing not to argue further with Zhuge and I, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. A full moon hung high in the night sky, its silvery light flowing like mercury over the streets. Exhaling deeply, Ye Lin returned home. Although this dwelling was situated in a squalid slum, it was the one place where he felt the most secure. Sitting in a chair, he concealed the excitement in his eyes with a veneer of satisfaction. A level 16 transmigrator, an SSS-ranked forbidden spellcaster, possessing 16 forbidden spells. From this moment on, he would no longer be an ordinary person, powerless and meek. Even if others discovered his immortality, he could easily escape to the outskirts of the city. If necessary, he could retreat into the remote mountains. Finding him would be no simple task. The mere possession of self-defense was the greatest source of comfort for Ye Lin. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a knock at the door startled him. This was a slum after all. Even thieves would think twice before visiting such a place. For those who lived here were often poorer than the thieves themselves. Who would come knocking at this hour? Ye Lin steeled himself for a potential confrontation, then rose to open the door. Standing outside was a middle-aged man in a tailored suit, holding a briefcase. His expensive attire was in stark contrast to the filthy surroundings. "Who are you?" Ye Lin inquired, puzzled. "You must be Ye Lin, my dear student. I have finally found you," the middle-aged man said, wiping the sweat from his brow and extending his hand towards Ye Lin. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Manager Wang from Qingqing Brain Overlord Oral Liquid Company Limited." Ye Lin. Looking at the damp hand extended towards him, Ye Lin felt no desire to shake it. My apologies. But your vehicle cannot access this area, and walking in is rather far. I've worked up a bit of a sweat," Manager Wang said with an awkward smile, wiping his hands on his trousers. "Do you have something to discuss?" Ye Lin inquired directly. "Indeed. You have transitioned to an SSS tier profession and have astonishingly broken the highest level record in the Qingqing Novice Dungeon, correct? I was wondering if you might be interested in filming a commercial?" Manager Wang raised 3 fingers. "I can offer you 300,000 for the advertisement." Ye Lin was somewhat swayed by this. It dawned on him what Manager Wang's intentions were, and he couldn't help but reflect on how inexpensive ordinary lives truly are. Previously, he had nearly sold off all his organs just to earn a mere 100,000, yet now, having risen to fame as an SSS tier class changer, a single advertisement fetches a staggering 300,000. If it were before, he would have had to sell 10 kidneys to earn such a sum. Noticing Ye Lin's hesitation, Manager Wang quickly seized the opportunity. 300,000 is merely the initial offer. If you become the spokesperson for our Brain Emperor oral solution and achieve commendable results in the college entrance examination, we can provide you with even greater compensation. The company has assured me that my authority allows for up to 3 million. Ye Lin squinted. He was indeed in dire need of funds. Being a class changer is inherently expensive, and while he need not worry about skills, thanks to the endless spell, he would have endless forbidden spells as long as he levels up. His equipment could only be procured with real money. Currently, the only piece of equipment he possessed was a ring given to him by Gao Zhangtian, the principal of Qicheng High School, which merely augmented his mental strength by 10 points and lacked any level of its own. Seeing Ye Lin's interest, Manager Wang stepped aside. "Ye Lin, standing here is hardly conducive. Shall we find a place to dine and discuss further?" "That sounds agreeable." Ye Lin nodded and followed Manager Wang outside. A sleek black luxury car awaited at the entrance of the slum. Although Ye Lin was not particularly familiar with automobiles, He could tell this one was not inexpensive. Manager Wong opened the door and they settled into the back seat. After about 10 minutes of driving, the car halted in front of a somewhat secluded farmhouse. Come. Ye Lin, do step out. Manager Wong warmly beckoned. Do not be deceived by this unassuming farmhouse. The cuisine here is exceptional. The chickens are true free range. And the vegetables are grown by the proprietor himself, nourished with chicken manure, completely organic and harmless. The fish are freshly caught. You shall know once you have tasted it. The chicken has a distinct flavor, the fish has its own essence, and the vegetables have a manure taste, Ye Lin interjected. Manager Wong's expression froze momentarily. Ye Lin, you are rather humorous, it seems. Let us proceed inside. Manager Wong escorted Ye Lin into the farmhouse, which appeared remarkably new, as though it had recently opened, with a faint scent of fresh paint lingering in the air. Once seated in a private room, they were promptly served by the staff, and Ye Lin began to indulge in the feast. Manager Wong did not deceive him. The dishes here were indeed a feast for the senses. The chicken was tender and succulent, melting in the mouth with a delightful fragrance. And Ye Lin savored every bite with great joy. Despite the unremarkable environment of the farm, the fare was far from inexpensive. Previously, Ye Lin had never had the opportunity to indulge in such exquisite cuisine. Ye Lin, my friend, do take your time, there is no rush. If it's insufficient, we can always order more, Manager Wong said cheerfully, serving him more food. Thank you. You truly are a good person, Ye Lin replied, his mouth full. Ye Lin was thoroughly enjoying his meal, while Manager Wong's expression grew increasingly sinister. Of course, I am a good person. Is it delicious, Ye Lin? Delicious. Ye Lin nodded vigorously, swallowing a piece of chicken leg. Don't you feel dizzy at all? Manager Wong asked with a cold smirk. Perhaps, just a little, Ye Lin murmured. No sooner had he spoken than his head tilted, and with a thud, he collapsed onto the dining table. So easily deceived, what a fool. I had prepared so many contingency plans, Manager Wong said, wiping his hands and gazing coldly at the unconscious Ye Lin. He kicked Ye Lin, who fell to the ground. Unresponsive. Manager Wong then lifted his foot and pressed his hard-soled shoe forcefully onto Ye Lin's palm, grinding it until the flesh was mangled, yet Ye Lin showed no reaction. Confirming that Ye Lin was indeed unconscious, Manager Wong took out a phone. Hello, boss, it's done. This kid is now as good as a dead pig. After hanging up, a few minutes passed before the door to the private room swung open, and a shrewd-looking middle-aged man entered. Had Ye Lin not been drugged? He would have recognized this man as the unscrupulous boss from the black market where he had sold his kidney. Good job, the boss said, nodding in satisfaction at Manager Wong. However, boss, I don't quite understand why you are going through all this trouble for a college entrance examinee. If others find out, we could land ourselves in serious trouble, Manager Wong could not help but voice. A college student, and an SSS grade transferee at that. Such a person would surely attract the attention of the higher-ups in Qingqing. If Ye Lin were not an orphan with no connections, Manager Wong would never have dared to take on this job. Don't ask so many questions. The more one knows, the sooner one meets their end. The unscrupulous boss replied coldly, casting a glare at Manager Wong. Leave. No one is to approach this room without my command. Those who disobey will be killed. Yes. Boss, Manager Wong nodded, retreating from the room and shutting the door behind him. Once Manager Wong departed, the unscrupulous boss squatted down, fixated on the unconscious Ye Lin. Much like an old professor who had spent a lifetime studying aliens suddenly coming face to face with a genuine extraterrestrial, he extended his rough hand, beginning to caress Ye Lin's body. Kidneys, spleen, liver, gallbladder, bladder, corneas, coronary arteries, liver, large intestine, small intestine. The expression on the boss's face grew increasingly grotesque. The excitement in his eyes indescribable. It's back. I can feel it. All of it has returned. This lad previously sold me those organs, and they have astonishingly regrown. Incredible. It is simply unbelievable. The unscrupulous boss gently caressed Ye Lin, as if he were carefully nurturing a rare treasure. If I could grasp the secret of organ regeneration. A glimmer of ambition sparkled in the depths of the boss's eyes. If you were to master the secret of organ regeneration, even the most formidable figures would kneel before you. A voice whispered in the unscrupulous boss's ear. Indeed. At that point, countless individuals would be begging at my feet. The boss nodded vigorously, excitement bubbling within him at the very thought. However, he soon realized something was amiss. In this room, aside from the unconscious Ye Lin and himself, where could a third person be? Who? He swiftly turned around, only to meet Ye Lin's expressionless face. You've awakened? How is that possible? You consumed a dish laced with 3 times the dosage of the drug. Even an elephant would not awaken within 6 hours. The unscrupulous boss gasped in shock. That is not a question for you to ponder. I am more curious about how you tracked me down. Ye Lin's face was cold. He distinctly remembered that upon leaving the underground black market, he had deliberately taken several detours to ensure he was not being followed before returning home. How had this unscrupulous boss managed to locate him? Humph, that inquiry will be addressed once I have subdued you. I merely drugged you to avoid complications. Do you truly believe you stand a chance against me? The unscrupulous boss sneered, revealing a sharp, long knife in his hand. Ye Lin then realized that this unscrupulous boss was also a class changer, and his level was a remarkable 20. Ji Yang, Phantom Blade Master. Level 20, the Phantom Blade Master excelled not only in speed but also in the art of concealment, appearing and disappearing without a trace, hence the name. Ye Lin suddenly understood. It was no wonder he had been unable to detect a class changer tailing an ordinary person. Kid, surrender quietly. If I make a move, I cannot guarantee you won't lose an arm or a leg. The unscrupulous boss licked the blade of his knife with his tongue. Ye Lin's expression turned peculiar. It felt akin to a first grader threatening him by saying, "Be careful. My punches are quite strong." Forbidden spell. Burning rebirth. Crimson flames erupted around Ye Lin. He had intended to unleash a cataclysmic strike to conclude the battle swiftly, but considering their indoor surroundings, he opted for a less conspicuous forbidden spell. Forbidden spell. Eternal frozen gaze. Forbidden spell. Eternal frozen gaze. The forbidden spell caster sacrifices their own eyes, freezing everything within sight before blindness takes hold. Since the monsters encountered in the novice realm had been dispatched with a single blow, Ye Lin had yet to find an opportunity to employ this forbidden spell. At the moment the eternal frozen gaze activated, Ye Lin's black eyes transformed into a pure white, crystalline and resplendent. He evaded the sinister boss's gaze, directing his attention to the area below the opponent's neck. Before the wicked proprietor could react, ice crystals began to form upon his body. What is happening? What is this? The black-hearted boss exclaimed in alarm. He raised his knife, attempting to shatter the ice crystals, but as he struck down, sparks flew, and the knife clattered to the ground. The ice remained unscathed, while his hands were torn, blood flowing freely, the ice crystals on his body as hard as stone. Soon, the portion of the boss's body below the neck was entirely encased in an icy sculpture, and at that moment, Ye Lin found himself enveloped in darkness. The Eye of Eternal Frost was indeed effective, albeit taxing on the eyes. However, this posed no issue for Ye Lin. With a mere thought, his eyeballs regenerated. It's impossible. This cannot be. You are only level 16, while I am a full 20. Even if you are a forbidden sorcerer, you shouldn't be able to defeat me in one strike. What manner of monster are you? The boss's face was etched with disbelief. He struggled. But the forbidden spell that Ye Lin had cast at the cost of his own eyeballs was not so easily escaped. Very well. Now we can engage in a proper conversation, Ye Lin stated, adjusting his newly formed eyeballs. Tell me, how many people are aware of my organ regeneration? The black-hearted boss pursed his lips, reluctant to respond, as the chill emanating from the ice crystals turned his complexion a ghastly blue. If you refuse to speak, that's fine, but at this rate, the entirety of your lower body will be frozen. Should that occur, you will be reduced from a noble level 20 class holder to a paralyzed wretch. Ye Lin leisurely approached the table, pouring himself a cup of hot tea. Don't drink that. It contains a narcotic. The wicked boss exclaimed hastily, not out of concern for Ye Lin's well-being, but fearing that if Ye Lin succumbed, he would truly be left frozen and incapacitated. Yet, Ye Lin remained unfazed by the warning, swallowing the entire cup of tea laden with a potent narcotic. The black-hearted boss, his face ashen, watched in stunned silence as Ye Lin consumed the tea and casually wiped his mouth. Shock was written all over the boss's face. Why? Why does the narcotic have no effect on you? Curious to know? Ye Lin inquired with a smile. The boss nodded. Then first tell me, how many people are aware of my organ regeneration? Ye Lin countered. The boss's lips were already turning purple from the cold. Only myself. That day, I saw you sell 2 kidneys and a cornea. I thought you wouldn't last long, so I intended to make use of your remains, retrieve the useful organs, and reclaim some money in the process. However, I did not anticipate that despite your blindness, you would navigate the black market with such agility. This piqued my interest. And after some investigation, I discovered you were an orphan. Hence, I orchestrated a trap to bring you here. Ye Lin slowly approached the black-hearted boss. Is it truly just you who knows? I can't shake the feeling that you are deceiving me. Because I wish to monopolize the secret of organ regeneration, I have not disclosed this matter to anyone, not even to my subordinates, who only know to abduct you but remain oblivious to the purpose behind it. The unscrupulous boss confessed candidly. Well, I have shared everything I know, so you ought to reveal why you are unafraid of the drug. The unscrupulous boss pressed further. Oh? Do you wish for me to share this with you? Or would you prefer I relay it to those behind you? With that, Ye Lin seized the unscrupulous boss's knife and severed his left hand, the frozen limb crashing to the ground and shattering into a multitude of icy shards. At that moment, a small black camera he had gripped slipped from his grasp. Ye Lin bent down and retrieved the camera from the boss's pallid visage, then invoked a forbidden spell, unleashing a conflagration of crimson and violet flames that reduced the device to ashes. Who are the ones behind you? Ye Lin inquired, placing the blade against the boss's neck. Heh, just kill me. The unscrupulous boss resignedly closed his eyes. If I do not tell you, only I will perish. If I reveal it, my family will. As you wish. Before he could complete his sentence, Ye Lin's hand struck down decisively, and the unscrupulous boss's head rolled away like a melon, his face etched with disbelief, as if he had never anticipated such a swift and clean execution. After dispatching the unscrupulous boss, Ye Lin turned the blade upon his own abdomen and performed a flawless seppuku, extracting his stomach. Inside, several layers of plastic bags were revealed, containing the drug-laced food he had consumed, which had never truly entered his stomach for digestion. Though he was immortal, toxins still affected him. They merely did not kill him. When he had encased his stomach, he had feared leakage, thus he had layered it with 5 bags. As for the reason behind using plastic bags, first, because plastic is a high molecular compound that does not degrade in nature nor succumb to gastric acid. Second, it is inexpensive. After extracting the drug-laden food from his stomach, Ye Lin haphazardly stuffed his organs back inside, allowing for their healing. For added assurance, he intended to leave no one from the farm alive. Ye Lin directly activated the forbidden spell. Forbidden spell, the return of the undead. Forbidden spell, the return of the undead. The brain cells of the spellcaster perish at a rate of 100 million per second, creating an impenetrable barrier sealed by countless undead beings. This barrier cannot be breached until the spellcaster's demise. Note, should the barrier be attacked, the death of the spellcaster's brain cells will accelerate. At the moment the return of the undead was initiated, countless skeletal warriors emerged from the earth, their hollow eye sockets ablaze with eerie azure flames. Following them were headless horsemen, bone dragons, liches, and a myriad of other undead creatures surrounding the entire farm. Unless Ye Lin was slain, no one could escape from this domain. The inhabitants of the farm were utterly petrified, having never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle. It resembled a calamity from the heavens. Fortunately, the undead creatures appeared to harbor no intent to attack, merely standing vigil around the perimeter of the farmstead. Ye Lin emerged from the private room, one hand gripping a knife while the other held the severed head of the unscrupulous boss. Ah, the boss? Manager Wang, stationed at the door, was struck dumb with shock, though he had just heard some peculiar noises. He recalled the boss's stern directive that no one was to enter without his command, so he had remained at his post. However, he never anticipated that his watch would result in the discovery of the boss's lifeless body. Seize him. Capture this brat, Manager Wang bellowed, and the surrounding bodyguards sprang into action. Though all were transferees, their levels were rather low. Forbidden spell, infernal flames. Ye Lin unleashed a devastating spell, obliterating nearly all those who approached him. Why you? How are you awake? Manager Wang, paralyzed with fear, collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. He distinctly remembered confirming that Ye Lin had been unconscious. Thanks to you, I've awakened. By the way, I have a question for you, Ye Lin said with a smile as he approached Manager Wang. Who are the masterminds behind this? Manager Wang's pupils constricted sharply, his throat bobbing in silence. Yet he refrained from responding. Choosing not to speak, are we? A cruel smile crept across Ye Lin's face as he swiftly plunged his knife into the chest of a nearby bodyguard who was still gasping for breath. The bodyguard's expression was one of disbelief, staring vacantly at Ye Lin, as if to say, "You're not supposed to stab me." "I'm not the one who is silent. You are a devil." The terror in Manager Wang's eyes intensified. This 18-year-old youth before him was the very embodiment of a demon, dispatching lies with such dispassionate ease. Little did he know, Ye Lin had been far more ruthless when testing his immortality prior to this moment. "Now can we speak?" Ye Lin withdrew his knife and approached another severely injured bodyguard. Casting a glance toward Manager Wang, "The masterminds are beyond your reach. I advise you to leave." Manager Wang gritted his teeth. In response, Ye Lin, with a stoic expression, delivered another fatal strike, adding yet another corpse to the ground. After dispatching this individual, Ye Lin chose not to torment the remaining bodyguards, but instead stood before Manager Wang. Whether or not I can confront the masterminds is irrelevant. If you refuse to speak, you shall die. Think carefully. With that, Ye Lin raised his knife. The terror in Manager Wang reached its zenith. I'll tell you. The boss's mastermind is the underground king of Qingqing, Kinsen. Kinsen? Ye Lin furrowed his brow. That name sounds eerily familiar. He was just named one of Qingqing's top 10 outstanding philanthropists and has appeared on television, Manager Wang whispered. Ye Lin. Now it made sense. Ostensibly a top philanthropist in Qingqing, behind the scenes he was the kingpin of all underground forces. Quite the game we're playing. Simultaneously, Ye Lin felt a twinge of headache. Being targeted by such a powerful figure would undoubtedly complicate his forthcoming days. He could only hope that the unscrupulous boss was truthful and had not relayed the information to the elusive Kinsen. Otherwise, if Kinsen discovered his ability for organ regeneration, it would not be difficult for him to deduce that Ye Lin was immortal, which would lead to considerable trouble. Ye Lin had yet to cultivate enough confidence to believe he could stand against the underground king of Qingqing. That would be sheer folly. Who could fathom the number of formidable class changers under Kinsen's command? Ultimately, it boiled down to strength. If he were at least at level 50 or 60, Kinsen would merely be a matter of a forbidden spell. Brother, I have shared all that I know. Will you spare me? Manager Wang trembled as he implored. Ye Lin shot him a cold glance. Scram. A blade of mine does not cleave cowards. Thank you. Manager Wang hastily scrambled to his feet, eager to flee. Stop. Ye Lin's voice rang out suddenly, startling Manager Wang to the point where he nearly lost control of his bodily functions. What is it, brother? He stuttered. Do you have any cash on you? Hand it over, Ye Lin commanded. Yes. The near escape sent cold sweat cascading down Manager Wang's brow as he tremblingly produced a few thousand in cash and offered it to Ye Lin. All right, now go. Why are you so frightened? I already told you, a blade of mine does not cleave cowards. Could I possibly deceive you? Ye Lin rolled his eyes in exasperation. Yes, my apologies, brother. I underestimated you. I shall take my leave. Manager Wang hurriedly departed, but as he took a few steps, he felt an overwhelming wave of searing heat approaching from behind. A purplish-red inferno instantly engulfed Manager Wang, and he screamed in agony. Within a few breaths, he was reduced to ashes. Indeed, my blade does not cleave cowards, but coincidentally, I possess some knowledge of forbidden spells. Observing the flames before him, Ye Lin benevolently took it upon himself to explain to Manager Wang, then slowly raised one hand. Forbidden spell, cycle of incineration. Forbidden spell, hellfire. Ye Lin's complexion paled visibly as a magnificent yet terrifying fire lotus brewed in his palm. The moment the fire lotus blossomed, the entire farm was enveloped in boundless hellfire, blazing fiercely. Perhaps some within this farm were innocent, yet Ye Lin could not afford to discern. For his life was at stake. He could only ensure that these souls met a less agonizing end. At such a terrifying temperature, the human body could be vaporized instantly, which could be considered a painless death. After erasing all traces, Ye Lin summoned the spirits back to their realm and vanished into the night, leaving behind a patch of charred earth. Upon returning home, Ye Lin washed his face and took several deep breaths, yet he could not quell the tumultuous emotions within. He had taken a life. Unlike the previous encounters with various monsters and other chaotic entities, this time he had slain a living human. More unsettling than this act was the looming threat of Kinsen's retribution. Fortunately, in just 3 days, I shall partake in the college entrance examination. And once I embark on this arduous journey, I shall be safe. By that time, even Kinsen would not be able to lay a finger on me. The dilemma, however, lies in where I should go during these 3 days. Remaining at home would undoubtedly amount to waiting for my doom. As Ye Lin pondered his predicament, a knock echoed at his door once more. A chill ran down his spine. Could it be that Kinsen's retaliation had come so swiftly? He refrained from opening the door directly, opting instead to leap out of the window and stealthily approach the entrance, gripping a forbidden spell in his hand. Should Kinsen's men be waiting outside, he would throw the spell and flee, hoping to eliminate a few in the process. Just as Ye Lin prepared to act, the moonlight illuminated the figure at his door, revealing none other than Ye Lin. What business could this fellow have with him? Nevertheless, it appeared that the question of his whereabouts had found an answer. Seeing Ye Lin relaxed his grip on the forbidden spell, returning through the window to open the door. Boss, you finally returned. Ye Lin exclaimed with evident excitement, blissfully unaware that Ye Lin had narrowly escaped death moments ago. I spoke to my father, and we have 2 million, but enough with the details. Money is but a trifle. I accept you as my subordinate. Now let us go to your home. Since you called me boss, I must protect you closely from now on, Ye Lin declared, wrapping an arm around Jilingyu as they made their way outside. The Ji family conglomerate stood as one of the foremost enterprises in Qiqing. Surely, Qinsen could not dare to infiltrate the Ji group to capture him. Really? Is that true? Jilingyu could hardly believe his ears. Yet a swell of pride surged within him. His father had indeed been correct. Ye Lin, with his vanity and lack of wealth, had been easily persuaded into becoming a free bodyguard. Indeed, you are my boss. Let us head to your home. The two ambled away. Shoulders intertwined like comrades in perfect synchrony, each harboring ulterior motives yet momentarily united in thought, both feeling as though they had struck a grand bargain. As Ye Lin boarded Jilingyu's vehicle and departed, a shadow flitted away into the darkness from a shadowy corner. In the underground black market of Qiqing, a man with a large cigar reclined in an armchair, while a voluptuous beauty knelt before him, also clutching a cigar. This man, with his slicked-back hair and slightly portly figure, bore a benevolent smile that concealed his true identity as Qinsen, the notorious leader of the Qiqing underworld. Qinsen took a drag from his cigar, his brow momentarily furrowing before relaxing once more. His gaze drifted off to the ceiling, lost in thought, before refocusing after a considerable pause. What has become of Jihu? Why is there no news? Has it truly taken this long to capture a mere high school student? The beauty rose, retrieving a damp tissue to wipe her mouth as she responded. He became unreachable half an hour ago. When our men arrived, the farmhouse was reduced to ruins, clearly the work of a transcendent. Meanwhile, that high school student, Ye Lin, was taken away 5 minutes ago by Jilingyu of the Ji family. Ji clan? Is there a shadow of them behind this? Qinsen's expression fluctuated between dark and light. Today, Su Jihua, his subordinate responsible for the illicit trade of human organs, informed him that he had discovered something unusual about a high school student who might be concealing a significant secret. When Qinsen inquired further, Su Jihua merely stated that he would report back immediately upon apprehending the student. Shortly thereafter, Su Jihua vanished without a trace. What secrets lie within that high school student? Ye Lin, that even the Ji clan has intervened? Qinsen leaned back slowly, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. It appears I have been inactive for far too long. Even the Ji clan dares to provoke me. It is high time for everyone in Qiqing to recognize who the eternal king of the underground world truly is. The vehicle made its way toward Qiqing's affluent district. Halting at the entrance of a standalone villa, Ye Lin couldn't help but marvel at the stark contrast between the rich district and the slums. After stepping out to use a public restroom, he noted that even the facilities here exuded an air of luxury. It was no wonder so many people coveted wealth. Having money truly is advantageous. Upon entering the Ji residence, Jilingyu had already made all the arrangements for Ye Lin. Before him stood 2 neat rows of strikingly beautiful maids, bowing in his direction. Good evening, young Master Yi. The maid's attire was already loose-fitting, and as they bowed, their exquisite features were laid bare. Ye Lin found himself mesmerized. Is this what the joy of the wealthy entails? It was infuriating. Before his transmigration, he had been impoverished, and after, he found himself dwelling in slums. If not for his immortality, he would have likely perished from hunger. While he faced starvation, what was Jilingyu doing? Enjoying the company of so many maids in this villa? With this thought, Ye Lin cast a resentful glance at Jilingyu, feeling a twinge of envy for the first time. If only he had transmigrated as a second-generation rich heir. He wouldn't need to struggle so hard to enhance his abilities. Boss, do you like them? If you fancy any of those, just let me know, and I'll have them attend to you in your room tonight. Jilingyu chuckled, his smile revealing an understanding familiar to all men. Rest assured, they undergo regular health checkups every week, ensuring they are very clean. Well, this one, and this one, and this one, Ye Lin indicated 3 of the maids. Are 3 sufficient? Jilingyu asked, somewhat surprised. No, I mean, I don't want these 3. Send all the others to my room. Ye Lin replied. Jilingyu, all right. I was just teasing you. Just provide me with a place to sleep. Ye Lin shook his head, still hesitant to indulge in such pleasures, as he remained a virgin. The thought of sharing his first experience with women he felt no emotional connection to was something he found difficult to accept. However, a little harmless flirtation was certainly within reason. All right, I'll make the arrangements, Jilingyu said, astonished that Ye Lin could resist the allure of so many beautiful women. Jilingyu led Ye Lin into the Ji family villa, where Ye Lin encountered Jilingyu's father, an unremarkable middle-aged man with a slightly receding hairline. Yet, a glimmer of shrewdness occasionally flickered in his eyes, hinting at his extraordinary nature. Before long, Ye Lin was provided with his own room within the Ji residence. As he lay upon the plush, 3 by 3 meter bed. A sense of tranquility enveloped him, lulling him into a deep slumber. Having sought refuge in the Ji household, he felt reassured. Could Kinson truly venture into the Ji family estate to pursue him? With this thought, he succumbed to sleep. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, the underworld factions of Qiqing were mobilizing under Kinson's command, all too aware that he was poised for something monumental. The following morning, as Ye Lin opened his eyes, a maid stood by his bedside, gently tucking his bangs behind his ear with utmost tenderness. "Young Master Ye, you are awake. Please wash your face," she said, presenting him with a steaming towel. The unexpected scene prompted Ye Lin to pinch himself, questioning whether he was still ensnared in a dream. Having lived in the slums for so many years, he had never experienced the luxury of waking to a beautiful maid offering him a warm towel. "Young Master Yi, are you all right? Did you have a nightmare?" The maid quickly grasped his hand, preventing him from inflicting further harm upon himself. As the blinding headlights caused a wave of dizziness, in a daze, Ye Lin washed his face, only to find 2 more maids arriving to assist him with brushing his teeth. He hastily declined their help. "No, thank you. I can manage on my own." He remained unaccustomed to such pampering. By the time he finished brushing his teeth, Ji Lingyu was already waiting for him at the door. "How is it, boss? Are you comfortable here?" "Quite." Ye Lin nodded in response. "Great. Then let's eat," Ji Lingyu said, guiding Ye Lin to the dining room, where a lavish spread of over 20 dishes awaited them, despite it being just the 2 of them. 8 beautiful young women were already present. And upon seeing Ye Lin and Ji Lingyu, they immediately bowed in unison. "Good afternoon, young Master Ji and young Master Yi. Please, take a seat," Ji Lingyu urged, effortlessly plopping down into a chair. One of the young women promptly presented him with a bowl of perfectly warmed soup. After a sip, another girl swiftly offered him a peeled shrimp, deftly removing the shell and vein. Ji Lingyu opened his mouth slightly, savoring the most delectable third of the shrimp, thus concluding the dish. No sooner had he finished the shrimp than another young woman presented him with cherries, 2 red and 2 green. Following the cherries, 2 young women flanked him, one feeding him shrimp while the other served him crab, meticulously prepared with the meat extracted. Ye Lin sat across, utterly astounded by the spectacle. While the wealthy of his previous world indulged in extravagance, it paled in comparison to this display. It appeared that in this realm, due to the presence of transmigrators, the status of ordinary individuals was alarmingly diminished, akin to that of servants. "Boss, please take a seat. Do these dishes not suit your taste? What would you like to eat?" "I can have it prepared immediately," Ji Lingyu inquired, noticing Ye Lin still standing. "No need. These are quite satisfactory. I am merely unaccustomed to dining in such a manner. My curiosity is piqued," Ye Lin replied candidly. "Ha ha ha. You'll get used to it in due time. I pay, and they serve me. It's only natural," Ji Lingyu laughed heartily. After satisfying their appetites, Ji Lingyu clapped his hands, and 2 rows of young women approached Ye Lin, each bearing a tray adorned with an array of garments, shirts, trousers, ties, and more. "What is this?" Ye Lin questioned, perplexed. "Boss, allow them to assist you in changing your attire. This evening, we shall attend an auction gala, where many prominent figures from Qiqing will be present," Ji Lingyu explained. This was a lesson imparted by his father. Once one acknowledges a leader, one must follow through. Before the esteemed individuals of Qiqing, he publicly declared Ye Lin as his boss, alleviating any concerns about future troubles requiring Ye Lin's assistance. Ji Lingyu even began to envision himself as Gao Qiqiang. With Ye Lin as Lao Mo, all it would take was a simple request for fish, and Ye Lin would be at his service. A gala? Absolutely not. Ye Lin shook his head, preferring to remain hidden in the Ji household until the college entrance examination commenced. As he turned to enter the restroom, he was startled to discover 4 maids awaiting him inside. One held dry tissues, another wet ones, while the remaining 2 stood empty-handed. Upon his entrance, the 2 unoccupied maids approached him closely. "Young Master Yi, may I assist you with your trousers?" "Young Master Yi, allow me to support you." Ye Lin's countenance darkened instantaneously, and he fled the restroom. His initial urgency completely vanished. "Boss, what happened?" Ji Lingyu asked, puzzled. "Nothing. I've reconsidered. Attending the gala seems necessary." Ye Lin suddenly changed his mind, suspecting that remaining at the Ji residence might lead to unfortunate circumstances. "Boss, it's splendid that you've had a change of heart. This evening's auction gala promises a plethora of exquisite items, including equipment and skills," Ji Lingyu remarked. "Really? Such treasures await?" Ye Lin was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Qiqing hosts an auction gala each year before the college entrance examinations, but the common folk remain oblivious, Ji Lingyu explained. Ye Lin fell into contemplation. He could scarcely be regarded as common, more accurately described as impoverished. Though he resolved to attend the gala, he ultimately opted not to don the formal attire Ye Lin had prepared for him, finding it overly uncomfortable. He preferred the familiarity of his own clothing. As evening approached, Ji's father escorted Ye Lin to the opulent Yunsheng Hotel in Qiqing. Numerous luxury vehicles lined the entrance, and upon sighting Ji's father, the security personnel promptly bowed and ushered him inside, for the Ji Group was undoubtedly a prominent enterprise within the entirety of Qiqing. 3 individuals ascended to the pinnacle of the Yunsheng Hotel via the elevator, where a world of splendor awaited them. 2 elongated tables were laden with an array of exquisite delicacies, inviting guests to indulge at their leisure. Elegantly attired individuals congregated in small groups, engaged in lively conversation and laughter. Among them were titans of the business realm, highly skilled transfigurers, and influential political magnates, with nearly every prominent figure from Qingsheng gathered in one place. As soon as Ji Fu arrived, he reunited with old acquaintances, a sight that Ye Lin had long since grown accustomed to. The older generation has their circle, we, the younger ones, have ours. Come. Let us move to that table over there, Ye Lin suggested, gesturing towards a nearby table occupied solely by youths. Not a problem, you carry on. I'll manage on my own, Ye Lin replied, his hunger palpable. After a meager lunch amidst the throngs of several maidens, he was eager to indulge. Disregarding Ye Lin's concerns, Ye Lin approached the table and began to feast ravenously. The guests around him maintained an air of refined elegance, clad in costly bespoke attire, which made Ye Lin's gluttonous display draw considerable attention. Ye Lin felt his toes begin to tap anxiously against the ground. Boss, how about we wait to eat? Allow me to introduce you to some of my friends first? No rush. I need to fill my stomach first, Ye Lin insisted. Boss, when we get home. What would you like to eat? I can have it prepared for you. Just hold off for now, Ye Lin urged. His voice tinged with urgency as he sensed the growing scrutiny from the surrounding guests. Yet, Ye Lin remained unfazed, blissfully showcasing his dinner. In a moment of desperation, Ye Lin considered seizing the lobster from Ye Lin's grasp, causing Ye Lin's gaze to sharpen instantly. Forbidden spell. Ye Lin found himself frozen in place. An awkward smile plastered across his face. It's all right, boss. Go ahead and eat, Ye Lin reassured him, while Ye Lin, feeling utterly dejected, covered his face and distanced himself from Ye Lin. His intention in bringing Ye Lin to the banquet was to introduce him to his friends, to elevate Ye Lin's standing. However, given Ye Lin's gluttonous demeanor, Ye Lin could scarcely bear the thought of presenting him. Should he claim Ye Lin as a superior, he would undoubtedly become a laughingstock within the elite circles of Qiqing. With Ye Lin gone, Ye Lin joyfully resumed his feast. The opinions of those around him were of no consequence. Satiating his hunger was his utmost priority. Yet, just as he was relishing his meal, a cool, feminine voice pierced through the ambience. Ye Lin? Chewing on a morsel of lobster, Ye Lin turned to find the astonished face of Zhuge and. Accompanying her was a petite girl clad in a white dress, who was significantly shorter than Zhuge and, yet her beauty was in no way diminished. It's truly you. What brings you here? Upon recognizing Ye Lin, Zhuge Ni's expression shifted to one of clear disdain. You didn't sneak in to gorge yourself, did you? Ye Lin wished to dismiss Zhuge and, feeling vexed at encountering this capricious woman yet again. However, he reconsidered, given Mr. Zhuge's status. It was hardly surprising that Zhuge and would appear at such a gala. And who is he? The girl in the white dress asked curiously, as it was the first time she had witnessed such overt disdain on Zhuge's face. Even when those suitors relentlessly pursued Zhuge and, she had never displayed this kind of expression. Who is he? Humph, just a coward who fears death. Do you remember me telling you about Ling Yi? The one who saved me? Zhuge and turned to the girl in the white dress. I remember. You mentioned he wields the power of Inferno and possesses tremendous strength. Having slain an 8th-level monster with a single blow on the very first night, he entered the novice secret realm, the girl nodded. Before encountering Ling Yi, I had already met this fellow. His strength is considerable. Had he been willing to join me in confronting that 8th-level blood dragon beast, I would never have been cornered to the brink of death. But this coward abandoned me and ran away. Upon mentioning this, Zhuge and glared at Ye Lin with gritted teeth, but Ye Lin was preoccupied with his meal, not sparing her a glance. Ah? The girl in the white dress tilted her head. But avoiding danger is a natural instinct, though he may indeed be a coward. Isn't your anger a bit excessive? Lu Yanwei, Zhuge and shouted, clearly exasperated. Whose side are you on? Yours, of course, Lu Yanwei replied, sticking out her tongue playfully. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been forced into such a dire situation by the blood dragon beast. And I wouldn't have had to meet Ling Yi in such a disheveled state. Ling Yi views me as a burden, which directly led to my inability to find any news about him. Do you think I have no right to be angry? Zhuge and I retorted. Indeed. You have every right to be angry. I would be too, Lu Yanwei nodded. Fully aware of how frantically Zhuge and I had been searching for Ling Yi over the past few days, nearly turning the entire Qingqing upside down in her quest. All right, let us not dwell on it. If it bothers you, let us look away. Out of sight, out of mind. Come, let us go over there. Lu Yanwei led Zhuge and I to another spot, steering her away from any further conflict with Ye Lin. However, as they departed, Zhuge and I shot Ye Lin a fierce glare. While Ye Lin enjoyed his meal, a mischievous thought flickered in his mind. Was it possible that his impersonation of Ling Yi had left such a profound impression on Zhuge and I? He felt a sudden curiosity about how Zhuge and I would react upon discovering that Ling Yi was merely a guise he had adopted. Yet, this thought was fleeting. He had no desire to be entangled with Zhuge and I. In fact, he preferred to distance himself as much as possible. After satisfying his hunger, Ye Lin found a quiet corner to await the commencement of the auction banquet. He was somewhat intrigued by the equipment and skills mentioned by Ji Lingyu that were to be featured at the auction. While he lacked for skills, he was essentially a blank slate when it came to equipment, possessing only a ring that granted 10 to mental power, which would certainly put him at a disadvantage during the upcoming high-stakes trials. The Gaokao trial is conducted under the watchful eyes of many, hence, he cannot simply cast a forbidden spell as he would in the novice realm without raising suspicions. Yet, a dilemma arises. He lacks the funds. He desires the equipment. Yet his purse does not allow for such luxuries. Is there any way out of this predicament? Ye Lin turned his gaze towards Ji Lingyu, pondering whether he could entice Ji with some grand vision, perhaps to obtain something for nothing. As if reading his thoughts, Ji Lingyu approached with a large entourage. Everyone, allow me to introduce you to my esteemed leader, Ye Lin. After much anticipation, Ji finally brought his group over once Ye Lin had finished his meal. Upon this introduction, expressions of skepticism appeared on the faces of those behind Ji, their gazes reflecting disbelief. Ji Xiao, are you jesting? He may consider you his leader, but do you truly regard him as yours? They scrutinized Ye Lin, their eyes filled with confusion. He donned inexpensive attire that starkly contrasted with the grandeur of the banquet. What was Ji thinking? With a mysterious smile, Ji, belonging to the second generation of Qingqing's elite, was accustomed to wealth and privilege. Thus it was natural for them to dismiss Ye Lin. Then, with a conspiratorial tone, Ji continued, one must not judge by appearances. The ocean cannot be measured by a mere jug. While an ordinary person lacks the standing to be my leader, he is different. Do you know what level my leader has attained? What level? Level 16. And his professional rank is SSS. A collective gasp filled the air as the attendees regarded Ye Lin with newfound respect. In any setting, a strong individual effortlessly commands admiration. I thought the name Ye Lin sounded familiar. He is the one who achieved first place in this novice realm and even set a record in Qingqing. An awestruck voice exclaimed. Emerging from the novice realm, attaining levels of 8 or 9 is already a mark of exceptional talent. Yet here stood Ye Lin at a staggering level 16, a feat utterly astonishing. Observing the crowd's reaction, Ji Lingyu clasped his hands behind his back, wearing a look of pride. Was this not the effect he desired? Who would dare question his choice of leader now? Once Ji had basked in the spotlight long enough, Ye Lin prepared to present his vision. Ji Lingyu, do you feel confident about achieving a commendable result in this Gaokao trial? Ye Lin inquired. Not particularly. I'm only at level 7. Achieving a standard first-tier result would be quite remarkable, Ji replied candidly. If only we could venture outside the city. I could assist you in leveling up, enabling you to secure a better outcome, Ye Lin sighed wistfully. How could that be possible? To prevent strong players from aiding others in leveling, it is strictly forbidden to leave the city during the 3 days following the novice trial. Ji shook his head vigorously. Is that so? Yet, I have heard that the passage to the Gaokao trial lies just beyond the city, Ye Lin hinted suggestively. Do you mean to imply? Ji's breath quickened, realization dawning upon him. As the examination for the college entrance begins, the 4 city gates of Qingqing swing open, and the candidates must traverse a short distance outside the city to reach the entrance of the examination passage. This marks the first challenge of the college entrance examination. While the monsters near the city walls are few, they are certainly not absent. Every year, all candidates rush through this checkpoint at their swiftest pace. Yet Ye Lin seems intent on guiding him to level up outside. However, that is outside the city. It cannot be compared to the novice realm. The monsters in the novice realm are at most level 10, and they only appear in the deepest parts of the realm. In contrast, the monsters outside have a minimum level of 10, making it a perilous area where one could easily lose their life. Countless adventurers perish at the jaws of monsters each year. Do not forget, I am already level 16. It's only a short distance outside the city walls. I should not encounter any monsters I cannot handle. It is unfortunate, though, that I lack equipment. Otherwise, I might indeed be able to help you level up before entering the examination. Ye Lin sighed, seemingly resigned. Equipment? That's easily arranged. Ye Lin, you brushed it off. But, boss, I am mainly concerned about our safety. After all, that's outside the city. Ye Lin, you felt a flicker of worry. If the Ji family could dispatch a formidable protector, he would not fear, but merely having a level 16 Ye Lin. Call me boss, and I shall always be your boss. Ye Lin's voice rang with conviction. Rest assured, my willingness to act signifies my confidence. Even if we encounter monsters that overpower me, I assure you, I will perish before you. Do you not wish to elevate your level further, to gain admission into a superior institution? You must understand, such opportunities cannot be purchased with money. Boss. A hint of guilt flashed in Ye Lin's eyes. Ye Lin was being so considerate for his sake. Yet he merely intended to exploit Ye Lin for a free bodyguard as a spellcaster. But soon, his gaze solidified with determination. Principles over profit. This was a lesson taught to him long ago by his father. Spellcasters have a short lifespan. But did he not allow Ye Lin to experience a more lavish existence before his inevitable demise? By this reckoning, he had not truly wronged Ye Lin, after all. A merchant must prioritize profit. Ye Lin was correct. Money could procure many things, yet it could not buy entry into prestigious institutions. The sole path to gain admission into a higher learning establishment in the Great Xia Empire is through the college entrance examination. There are no alternatives. Boss, worry not. Whatever catches your eye at tonight's auction, just let me know, and I shall ensure it is secured. Ye Lin, you declared resolutely. Excellent. That is precisely what I wish to hear. Oh, no, you need not worry. With equipment in hand, I promise to help you reach level 10 and beyond. Ye Lin assured him in return. Once the level surpasses 10, with some effort in the college entrance examination, a reservation at any top-tier institution in the Great Xia Empire would be nearly guaranteed. As the two exchanged smiles, an unspoken sense of fortune blossomed within them. At this moment, the eyes of Ye Lin's circle of affluent friends were filled with envy as they regarded him. What an extraordinary stroke of luck it was for a level 16 SSS grade forbidden spellcaster to risk his life to assist Ye Lin in leveling up. Their initial skepticism about Ye Lin's intellect had transformed into genuine admiration. They now recognized the immense value of having such a leader. If not for their reluctance to humble themselves, they might have dared to inquire if Ye Lin was in need of any additional subordinates. Who wouldn't relish the opportunity to ascend from level 7 to level 10 merely by aligning with a capable leader? Boss, please wait for me. I need to discuss this with my father first. Ye Lin approached his father, as the auction gala was teeming with influential figures. And he knew he could not secure any valuable items on his own. With his father's approval, Ye Lin felt a surge of confidence. Boss, rest assured. I've got it covered. Tonight, I will ensure you acquire the equipment you desire. Ye Lin nodded in agreement. There were only 6 pieces of equipment that could be utilized simultaneously for those who had undergone a class transition, without any restrictions on type. If one so desired, they could don 6 rings or wield 6 swords at once. The choice was entirely theirs. For the average person, gathering 6 suitable pieces of equipment was akin to scaling a daunting mountain, making the financial demands of class transitioners exceedingly high. Those without wealth often found themselves working for their affluent counterparts. Though they remained a cut above the ordinary, their situation had not fundamentally changed. They had merely shifted from being common laborers to elevated ones. However, with Ye Lin as their benefactor, Ye Lin could momentarily set aside his worries regarding equipment. Suddenly, with a sharp click, all the lights in the venue extinguished, plunging the gala into darkness. Yet, the attendees remained composed, accustomed to such occurrences, and awaited the next turn of events in silence. A beam of light illuminated the center stage, revealing a stunning woman clad in a classical qipao. Her alluring figure captivating all. With a touch of makeup enhancing her beauty, she possessed an enchanting presence that seemed to ensnare the hearts of many, evoking glimmers of desire in the eyes of several men. Good evening, everyone. I am Ching, the auctioneer for tonight's gala. On behalf of the Treasure Pavilion Auction House, I warmly welcome you and wish you all success in securing your coveted items this evening. With a slight bow, her presence was mesmerizing. Yet no one dared to make a move, not even a single lewd remark. After all, the Treasure Pavilion was not a trivial establishment. It stood as the largest auction house in the ancient nation of Daxia, with branches in nearly every city. Each year, the auction gala was spearheaded by the Treasure Pavilion, and any attempt to disrupt the decorum would be seen as an affront to the institution. The prominent figures present would not jeopardize their status for the sake of a mere woman. Acquiring a woman was as simple as a beckoning gesture for individuals of their stature. Without further ado, just like in previous years, this year we will present 100 items for auction. The first 50 are skill scrolls, and the latter 50 are equipment. Now, let us unveil our first item. With a light smile, Qingqing clapped her hands, and soon, a bundle of skill scrolls was brought forth on a tray. Our first item is an epic skill scroll, a fire-based skill, suitable for mage professions. The starting bid is 500,000, with increments of no less than 10,000. As Qingqing's words echoed in the hall, a wave of astonishment swept through the audience. Skill levels are categorized into 4 tiers: common, rare, epic, and legendary. Epic skills are exceedingly rare. To commence with an epic skill scroll indicates that this year's treasure auction is indeed well prepared. A class changer may only possess 6 pieces of equipment simultaneously. Yet the number of skills is limitless. This is a significant reason why class changers often spend lavishly. Those with wealth can equip themselves with multiple high-level skills, thereby significantly enhancing their combat prowess. Experts have conducted experiments demonstrating that, at the same level, a well-equipped class changer can easily dominate 10 unadorned counterparts of the same rank. This is not mere bravado. 510,000. 550,000. The influential figures present swiftly began to bid. The price of the epic skill scroll surged, soon surpassing the million mark, leaving Ye Lin astounded. Here, money seemed to be nothing more than a number. Fortunately, his profession is that of a forbidden spellcaster, requiring no skill scrolls. He simply unlocks new abilities through leveling up. Otherwise, as a pauper, he would undoubtedly be in a more difficult position. Of course, his profession does not utilize skill scrolls. A forbidden spellcaster can only cast forbidden spells. Ultimately, when Zhuge Qianqing called out a bid of 3 million, the epic scroll was secured by him, with no one daring to raise their bid further. 3 million is already a considerable sum, and in Qingcheng, unless absolutely necessary, no one wishes to offend Mr. Zhuge. Congratulations to Mr. Zhuge for acquiring the epic skill scroll. Now, let us present our second item, a rare skill scroll containing a sword technique, suitable for sword-related professions. The starting bid is 100,000, with increments of no less than 10,000. Qingqing first congratulated Zhuge Qianqing skillfully before introducing the second item. Although the second skill scroll is of a lower tier than the first, its sword technique instantly piqued the interest of many, ultimately reaching a price of 800,000. After observing several items, Ye Lin lost interest and leaned back in his chair, feigning sleep. The first 50 items were all skill scrolls, and even the appearance of a legendary skill would not concern him. Meanwhile, Ji Lingyu successfully bid for 2 desirable skills. His profession is an A-grade shadow swordsman, and he acquired the second rare skill scroll. Well, we have now completed the auction of our 50 skill scrolls. For those who did not secure a skill scroll, do not be disheartened, as we will now proceed to the auction of equipment. Qingqing smiled alluringly, and as she clapped her hands, the first item of the evening was brought forth, covered by a crimson cloth. Its shape remained obscured, but judging by its size, it was likely a ring, necklace, or bracelet. The crowd craned their necks in anticipation of Qingqing's introduction. She, however, did not keep them in suspense for long. With a radiant smile, she swiftly pulled away the red cloth. The 51st item for tonight's auction is a rare-grade piece of equipment, the Imperial Dragon's auspicious ring. Its attribute effect amplifies mental attributes by 30 and includes a passive skill, Dragon Aura. The starting bid is 8 million. Each subsequent bid must not be less than 100,000. As soon as Qingqing's words echoed in the room, a wave of astonishment swept through the audience. Unlike the classification of skills, equipment is categorized into 7 tiers: low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, rare, epic, legendary, and divine. Moreover, the rarity of equipment far surpasses that of skills. Only those who have transitioned to S-grade or higher in forging-related professions possess the ability to craft such items. The progression of life-based professions cannot be compared to that of combat professions. For combat professions, as long as one perseveres and avoids death, while continuously battling monsters, their level naturally increases. However, the same cannot be said for life professions. Take the blacksmith profession as an example. It is divided into low-grade blacksmiths, mid-grade blacksmiths, high-grade blacksmiths. master blacksmiths, grandmasters, and the legendary divine craftsmen. To elevate their level, one must invest substantial resources, engaging in relentless forging practice. The more one forges, the more proficient they become. The average individual cannot bear the enormous costs required for a blacksmith's advancement. Even in the entirety of Qiqing, the highest level blacksmiths only reach high grade, which implies that the best equipment produced in Qiqing is also limited to high grade, and even then, success in forging is not guaranteed even once in 100 attempts. Rare grade equipment can only be crafted by master blacksmiths. This indicates that the Imperial Dragon's auspicious ring before them must have been created by a master craftsman. At this moment, Ye Lin could not help but twitch his lips. A ring that could enhance mental power by 30. The impact of such equipment on a class changer is truly immense. It is essential to note that while his forbidden spell, the Wheel of Burning Rebirth, could double his mental power, it comes at the cost of his life force. If a wealthy heir donned 6 Imperial Dragon's auspicious rings, the mental power enhancement would astonishingly reach 180, far surpassing his own life force expenditure. No wonder a class changer with divine equipment can effortlessly overpower 10 novices. However, the price of the Imperial Dragon's auspicious ring is equally daunting, 8 million as a starting bid. And based on previous experiences with the auction of skill scrolls, the final price is sure to exceed 20 million. 20 million. Ye Lin calculated in his head. He would need to sell off 666 kidneys to amass such a sum. Even for someone with his immortal status, that figure seemed ludicrous. Fortunately, he had Ye Lin 9 million. Ji's father immediately announced his bid, raising the price of the Imperial Dragon's auspicious ring by 1 million. Yet, this amount was evidently insufficient to deter other bidders, as numerous voices began to call out their offers. 9.2 million, 10 million, 12 million. It is well known how precious a piece of rare-grade equipment is. In Qiqing, it is a treasure that money cannot buy, as the city lacks any master blacksmiths. At this moment, Ji's father announced a new price. 15 million. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd as the price surged by 3 million, revealing the Ji group's determination to acquire the Imperial Dragon Ring. While there were still some bids, the number of participants dwindled significantly. When Ji's father raised the bid to 18 million, silence enveloped the room. 18 million for a rare-grade piece of equipment was a reasonable price. Further bidding seemed unnecessary. A faint smile graced Ji's father's lips. 18 million secured his son a spot in a prestigious academy, a worthy investment. After all, he had only this one son. Where else would he spend his money? Though the Imperial Dragon Ring was intended as a gift for Ye Lin, the profession of a forbidden spell master was notoriously short-lived. In a few years, should Ye Lin pass, wouldn't the equipment ultimately belong to his son, Ye Lin? 18 million once, 18 million twice, 18 million thrice. Let us congratulate the Ji group. Just as the auctioneer of the treasure pavilion prepared to announce Ji's father's successful acquisition of the Imperial Dragon Ring, a languid yet audacious voice interrupted. 20 million. The crowd turned in surprise at the sudden bid. Competitive bidding was expected. But making a final bid at the last moment was a blatant provocation towards the Ji group. Who possessed such audacity? Ji's father's expression darkened instantly, his gaze sharp as an eagle. However, upon recognizing the bidder, everyone was taken aback. It was a man with slicked-back hair, slightly plump, wearing a benevolent smile. The king of the underworld, Qinsen. Was it intentional or an accident? The Ji group and Qinsen are worlds apart. Hard to say, yet it seems there may be some past grievances. The crowd buzzed with speculation, sensing an unusual tension. Although Qinsen had not made significant moves in recent years, everyone recognized that there was only one eternal king of Qiqing's underground world, Qinsen. Ji's father, perplexed, had never wronged Qinsen, having barely crossed paths with him. What could this mean? Mr. Qinsen, I wonder if I have inadvertently offended you? Adhering to the principle of amicable dealings, Ji's father maintained a cordial demeanor. Mr. Ji, what are you saying? In an auction, the highest bidder prevails. Is it wrong for me, Qinsen, to desire the Imperial Dragon Ring? Qinsen smiled warmly, devoid of any pretense, his eyes subtly glancing at Ye Lin, while internally he mused, Ji group, still playing the fool, are we? That Ye Lin has already positioned himself behind you. At that moment, Ye Lin was also scrutinizing Qinsen. Had he not spoken, he would never have guessed that the man before him was indeed the king of Qiqing's underground realm. The gazes of the two individuals intersected across the space, each harboring a trace of coldness in their eyes, while Uncle Ji found himself perplexedly caught in the middle. Could it be that Qinsen had merely taken a liking to the royal dragon Rui ring? 21 million. Uncle Ji tentatively offered a price. Yet, the scene unfolded in a manner all too familiar. The moment Qingqing announced the price, Kinson immediately countered with 22 million. A chill ran through Uncle Ji's heart. He could now ascertain that Kinson was indeed targeting the G group, a decidedly ominous sign. Mr. Kinson, may I inquire where my G group has wronged you? Please. Enlighten me, Uncle Ji said with utmost respect. It was not that he feared Kinson. Rather, it was illogical to needlessly offend such an individual, as it was not in his best interest. Enlighten you? Kinson's gaze turned icy upon hearing those words. He leaned closer to Uncle Ji's ear and whispered, You dare ask for clarification after having killed my men? You are quite the bold one. I, Kinson, accept your challenge. I assure you, I shall bring your family to ruin. Ye Lin had just incinerated his numerous subordinates along with their estate, and now he was being personally escorted away by Ji Lingyu, the eldest son of the G group. It was utterly implausible for Kinson to believe that the G group was not manipulating events from behind the scenes. Uncle G's feigned madness was, in Kinson's eyes, nothing short of a blatant provocation. Uncle Ji felt utterly bewildered. What? A challenge? How had he issued a challenge to Kinson? Yet, he comprehended the meaning behind those last 4 words. Family to ruin. A coldness enveloped Uncle Ji's face. He had repeatedly yielded to Kinson, but now Kinson threatened his family's lives. Should he continue to back down, he would be reduced to utter humiliation. The G group was not a soft persimmon to be easily squeezed. Since Mr. Kinson is unwilling to clarify, let us proceed according to the auction's rules. 30 million. 30 million. Upon the utterance of this price, the audience erupted in shock. A piece of rare-grade equipment had astonishingly fetched 30 million, an unfathomable sum. With this price, one could even procure a lesser-quality epic-grade item. However, there was not a flicker of emotion on Uncle Ji's face, in terms of financial power. The G group had never feared anyone in Qiqing. What of Kinson, the king of the underground? In matters of wealth, even 2 Kinsons would pale in comparison to the G group. Very well, 30 million. Kinson's expression grew grim. Even for him, spending 30 million on a piece of rare-grade equipment stung painfully. This was the auction held by the Treasure Pavilion, and even Kinson would not dare to make reckless bids here. With Uncle Ji's move, the feud between the G group and Kinson was irrevocably sealed. Ultimately, Uncle Ji succeeded in acquiring the Royal Dragon Rui ring. Damn it, is Kinson out of his mind? When did I ever kill his men? Though he had successfully bid for the Royal Dragon Rui ring, there was no hint of joy in Uncle Ji's eyes. Offending Kinson in Qiqing was undoubtedly a grave predicament. The crux of the matter was that he had never intended to cross Kinson. It was Kinson who had come at him like a rabid dog from the very start. Uncle Ji, we must look beyond the surface to discern the essence. When others intend to harm you, even a lost soldier can serve as an excuse. Whether or not Kinson has perished is ultimately at his discretion. Ye Lin spoke with conviction as he analyzed the situation for G's father. Acutely aware that revealing Kinson's targeting of the G group due to his involvement would lead to his own expulsion. When one's strength is too feeble to resolve conflicts, one might opt to magnify the discord. Kinson has long sought to cleanse his reputation and become a legitimate businessman, yet the market in Qingcheng is already saturated, leaving no room for his entry. However, should he seize the G group, he would inherit a thriving enterprise. Ye Lin's words plunged G's father into contemplation, his eyes shimmering with uncertain brilliance. The implications were chilling. Cold sweat cascaded down G's father's forehead in an instant. He had initially presumed Kinson was merely lashing out in madness, but if Kinson's apparent insanity masked a calculated ambition towards the G group, then any action he took would be nothing short of cataclysmic. If G's father failed to prepare adequately, he would undoubtedly be caught off guard by Kinson. After all, in terms of formidable subordinates, the G group could not compete with Kinson's numbers. Ye Lin, thank you. The one embroiled in the situation often lacks clarity, while the observer sees clearly. Had it not been for your reminder, I would have overlooked this critical layer. G's father gazed at Ye Lin with immense gratitude. It's nothing, uncle. You are the father of Ji Lingyu, and as brothers with Lingyu, I naturally regard you as a father as well. Ye Lin beamed, revealing a dazzling smile. G's father was taken aback, and as he looked at the sincere Ye Lin, a twinge of guilt stirred within him. You are also a child of misfortune. If you do not mind, stay with the Ji family from now on. Certainly, uncle. Ye Lin nodded affirmatively. At that moment, the waiter presented the Emperor Dragon ring before G's father. The ring lay quietly on the tray, adorned with intricate dragon engravings, emanating a faint glow, as if it contained boundless secrets. Take it. See if you like it. G's father cheerfully handed the Emperor Dragon ring to Ye Lin. Ye Lin slipped the ring onto his finger, a peculiar surge of energy emanating from the purple ring, enveloping him in a profound sense of comfort. Akin to soaking in a hot bath on a frigid winter day. Emperor Dragon Ring Rarity, Rare Attribute, Mental Power Amplification 30, can be refined. Skill, Dragon Aura Manifestation. Dragon Aura Manifestation. The wearer of the Emperor Dragon Ring is blessed by the Dragon Aura, enhancing their luck value by 10. Ye Lin's heart skipped a beat. The concept of luck was enigmatic. With good fortune, one might stumble upon an extraordinary treasure even after falling from a cliff, while misfortune could lead to wrongful accusations in a subway. Although luck is intangible, possessing it is preferable to lacking it altogether. Moreover, the mental power amplification of the Emperor Dragon Ring alone justifies its rare classification, as it offers a percentage increase. Thank you, Uncle. Rest assured, even if I must carry him, I will ensure Ling Yu gains admission to a top-tier institution, Ye Lin declared earnestly. A family does not speak as if they were strangers. Discussing such matters feels too formal. If there is anything you desire, simply let me know, Uncle Ji chuckled heartily, feeling a profound sense of relief. After all the money he had spent, he was waiting for nothing less than this affirmation from Ye Lin. Observing the jovial interaction between Ye Lin and Uncle Ji, Kenson's eyes glinted with a cold intensity, solidifying his conviction that the demise of his subordinate was undoubtedly orchestrated by the Ji group. During the subsequent auction, no rare-grade equipment was presented. The majority consisted of high-grade items, with a minor selection of mid-grade pieces. Regardless of the type of equipment, whenever Uncle Ji placed a bid, Kenson would inevitably counter. Uncle Ji often had to exceed the previous bid by more than 50% to secure an item. Kenson's malicious tactics of inflating prices incensed Uncle Ji, yet the auctioneer, Ching, showed no inclination to intervene. After all, the higher the bids, the greater the profits for their treasure house. Naturally, they had no desire to meddle in the affairs. Throughout the event, Uncle Ji procured a ring, 2 bracelets, and a necklace for Ye Lin, all of which were high-grade equipment. Azure Thunder Ring Grade, High Attribute, Mental Power Enhancement 15, can be refined. Skill, Thunder Empowerment. Thunder Empowerment increases the power of lightning-based skills cast by the wearer by 20. Dual Yin-Yang Bracelets Grade, High Attribute, Mental Power Enhancement 40, can be refined. Skill, Yin-Yang Duality. Yin-Yang Duality, when both the Yin and Yang bracelets are worn simultaneously, they harmonize, allowing for rapid healing of the wearer's injuries. Lunar Ember Necklace Grade, High Attribute, Mental Power 200, can be refined. Skill, none each of these 4 pieces of equipment enhances mental power. And with the addition of the Imperial Dragon Ring, Ye Lin's mental power boost had now astonishingly reached 85, along with a fixed enhancement of 200 points. This implies that at level 16, even without activating the Rebirth of Flame, Ye Lin's mental power could soar to an impressive 1088 points. Gently caressing the dual Yin-Yang bracelets, Ye Lin found them particularly satisfying, despite occupying 2 equipment slots, as they provided a legitimate remedy for his injuries. Ye Lin, for your final piece of equipment, you should consider something for your survival, Shun Tiyu. Among the last 3 auction items, there is a soft armor with formidable defense, which I believe would suit you well, Uncle Ji remarked with a chuckle. Ye Lin's first 5 pieces of equipment were all focused on enhancing combat prowess. Neglecting to choose a protective item as his last piece would render him vulnerable to ambush. After all, survival is paramount for one to deal damage, an immutable truth throughout the ages. Ye Lin raised his gaze to the last 3 prominent auction items on the stage, a dagger, a piece of soft armor, and a bracelet, each a rare-grade treasure, and the final offerings of this auction. Uncle Ji, please give the armor to Ling Yu. I do not require it. Ye Lin shook his head, setting aside the fact that he possessed an immortal body. His own forbidden spell endowed him with an immunity to fatal damage, rendering the acquisition of protective gear superfluous. Ling Yu has already acquired one. If you do not desire the armor, are you perhaps interested in that bracelet? Uncle Ji inquired with a hint of confusion. Not quite, Uncle Ji. What I truly wish for is that knife. Ye Lin's gaze was fixed intently on the blade displayed on the platform. Ah, the knife? Uncle Ji was taken aback. His bewilderment mirrored in Ling Yu's expression as he queried, Boss, are you not a forbidden spell master? What use do you have for a knife? I possess a forbidden spell that requires a knife for its execution. Ye Lin refrained from elaborating further to the Ji family. Upon reaching level 10 in the Novice Secret Realm, he had unlocked his first forbidden spell that necessitated a weapon, the Lifespan Blade Technique. Forbidden Spell, Lifespan Blade Technique. For each strike delivered by the Forbidden Spell Master, 1 year of life is consumed, with each strike's power doubling that of the previous. stacking up to a maximum of 99 layers. Only Ye Lin understood the sheer magnitude of this spell, though his strength attribute was modest at a mere 160 points. If he activated the Rebirth of Flames and stacked the Lifespan Blade technique to its 99th layer, he could inflict an astonishing 680 points of damage. Moreover, each strike would yield 680 points of damage. Inflicting 999 damage with a single blow was entirely within the realm of possibility. With the protection of his immortal body, Ye Lin was untroubled by concerns regarding the depletion of his lifespan. There was no need to cast any skills, no skill wind-up, no cooldown, no casting time. Every ordinary attack could deliver nearly 32,000 points of damage. If he were to wield 2 watermelon knives within the novice secret realm, he would likely decimate all the monsters within. The sole drawback of this skill was the necessity of wielding a knife. Ordinary knives could not withstand the power of the Lifespan Blade technique. Ye Lin had previously experimented with a kitchen knife, only to have it break after a couple of strikes. This although Uncle G did not comprehend why a forbidden spell master would desire a knife. He chose to respect Ye Lin's wishes. Neither the armor nor the bracelet was pursued by Uncle G, and ultimately, the armor was claimed by another eminent figure from Qi, while the rare bracelet was secured by Zhuge Qianqing. When the bidding for the knife commenced, Uncle G exerted all his efforts. Despite the presence of Qin's son driving up the price, Uncle G ultimately acquired the rare blade for 28 million. Starfall Celestial Scar Rarity. Rare attributes. Strength 300 can be refined. Skill. Radiance of the stars. Radiance of the stars. Under the illumination of starlight. The power augmentation of Starfall Celestial Scar can continuously increase, with a maximum enhancement of 100. The Starfall Celestial Scar lay quietly before Ye Lin, its blade measuring approximately 3 feet in length, suffused with a profound starlight that resembled the Milky Way cascading from the cosmos. Intricate patterns were etched along its blade, each seemingly imbued with the infinite mysteries of the universe. The back of the blade was robust, while the edge was exceptionally sharp, emanating a fierce aura. As Ye Lin grasped the hilt of the blade, the starlight upon its surface seemed to glow even more brilliantly, as if conversing with the celestial bodies. The light reflecting off the edge resembled a shooting star streaking across the horizon, leaving a dazzling trail in its wake. At that moment, the Starfall Celestial Blade appeared to resonate with the cosmos, emanating an intoxicating aura. What a magnificent weapon! Ye Lin's eyes sparkled with delight. This auction soiree was truly worthwhile. In an instant, he transformed from a mere novice into a formidable presence, acquiring a total of 6 pieces of equipment, thereby doubling his combat prowess. Though his level remained at a mere 16, with 6 pieces of gear at his disposal, Ye Lin felt entirely confident in sweeping aside anyone below level 20. If he were to unleash his full potential without the fear of revealing his immortality, he would not hesitate to challenge even a level 30 class changer. As the final item, the Starfall Celestial Blade was secured by Ji Fu amidst the auctioneer's suite. Melodic laughter, the grand auction soiree officially came to a close. As he departed, Kinson coldly turned to Ji Fu, making a throat-slitting gesture before striding away with purpose. Ji Fu narrowed his eyes slightly. The enmity between him and Kinson was now irrevocably established, necessitating his early preparations. Lingyu, you should head back with Ye Lin. I have a few matters to attend to, Ji Fu instructed. Understood, father, Ji Lingyu replied obediently. Though he was a privileged heir in public, he dared not act out in front of Ji Fu, fully aware of his father's stern nature. Let us go, boss, Ji Lingyu beckoned to Ye Lin, who quickly followed suit. Despite his ongoing schemes against the Ji family duo, he understood the importance of gratitude and reciprocity. Given the generosity that Ji's family had shown him, he felt compelled to reciprocate. With his newfound equipment, he was confident in swiftly assisting Ji Lingyu in leveling up to 10 or even higher upon exiting the city. Although the monsters outside the city were indeed stronger, they also offered greater experience and the potential to yield various materials and skill gear. As she observed Ye Lin's departing figure, Zhuge and I let out a disdainful huff. Her eyes filled with contempt. I truly do not comprehend why the Ji family has taken a liking to this coward. They squandered so much money on equipping him. The Ji group had spent nearly 100 million this evening solely on purchasing gear, a sum that was certainly not insignificant, even considered a substantial loss. The thought of Ye Lin, whom she despised, benefiting from this situation gnawed at her. At that moment, Lu Yinwei, standing nearby, suddenly received a phone call. Her expression shifting to one of bewilderment. NI, the person you've been investigating, Ling Yi, has news, but it's not good news. What? Ling Yi has been located? Where is he? Tell me at once. Zhuge and I exclaimed, her concern for her beloved overshadowing her disdain for Ye Lin. As she urgently pulled Lu Yanwei along for answers. The Investigation Bureau has received word that a farm in Qicheng has been engulfed in flames, resulting in the tragic loss of dozens of lives. Residual traces of the inferno suggest the involvement of the individual you mentioned, Ling Yi. The Bureau requests your cooperation in the investigation, Lu Yanwei remarked cautiously, observing the subtle shifts in Zhuge Ni's expression. Ling Yi? A murderer? Why on earth? Zhuge Ni's beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. Impossible. If he were a killer, he would never have saved me back then. Wei, take me to the scene. In swift succession, Zhuge and I and Lu Yewei drove to the farmhouse previously visited by Ye Lin. The site lay desolate, reduced to ashes. The ground itself bearing a charred brown hue. This, indeed, carries the scent of the inferno. Zhuge Ni's countenance reflected uncertainty. Her sensitivity to fire elements heightened her awareness. The essence of this destructive force mirrored that of Ling Yi during their time in the Namas realm. It was undeniable that he had torched this place, but the question lingered, why would he do such a thing? Within the city, there existed stringent regulations. Even those who had undergone class transitions were bound by these laws. Indiscriminate killing would lead to arrest, and in severe cases, immediate execution. The Investigation Bureau was tasked with upholding these rules, and the area had already been cordoned off. Shortly after their arrival, a middle-aged investigator approached them. Miss Zhuge, Miss Lu. Good evening. I apologize for summoning you at such a late hour. My surname is Huang. You may refer to me as Investigator Huang. After his introduction, Investigator Huang deftly produced paper and pen. I shall be direct. Miss Zhuge, you previously mentioned encountering a person named Ling Yi in the Namas realm, who could wield the inferno and single-handedly slay an 8th-level monster, correct? Indeed, Zhuge and I confirmed. Can you locate him? Investigator Huang inquired further. I am searching for him as well, but he seems to have vanished into thin air. He is utterly untraceable, Zhuge and I replied. Very well, let me pose another question. Are you acquainted with Ye Lin? Investigator Huang gazed intently into Zhuge Ni's eyes, his unwavering gaze imbued with a sense of resolute authority, as if he could penetrate her mental defenses. I know him, a cowardly individual. Zhuge and I's face briefly betrayed her disdain. Thus far, our Bureau's findings indicate a high probability that this Ye Lin is, in fact, Ling Yi, Investigator Huang asserted, maintaining his penetrating gaze on Zhuge and I. Seeking a chink in her armor. Given that Ye Lin was a college entrance examination candidate currently within the G group, making an arrest without substantial evidence could lead to dire consequences should they apprehend the wrong person. Ye Lin and Ling Yi are the same person? Investigator Huang. You must be jesting, Zhuge and I scoffed coldly. That fellow fled before my very eyes. He could never be Ling Yi. Nor does he possess the ability to wield the inferno. Are you so certain? Investigator Huang furrowed his brow, clearly at odds with their investigative conclusions. Certainly. I am the sole witness to have seen Ling Yi with my own eyes. He could never be that cowardly fellow Ye Lin, Zhuge and I declared with unwavering conviction. After a moment of silence, Officer Huang marked next to Ye Lin's name. He too was a transferee, serving as a lie detector specialist. With his extensive experience, interrogating someone like Zhuge and I was child's play, and he could confidently affirm that every statement she had made thus far was indeed truthful. If Ye Lin was not Ling Yi, pursuing this lead would merely be a waste of time, devoid of any necessity. Officer Huang rubbed his temples in frustration. If Ling Yi was not Ye Lin, this lead would be entirely severed, leaving no trace behind. Moreover, the incident had occurred on Kinsen's territory, with Kinsen's own men among the deceased. Kinsen was utterly uncooperative with their investigation, leaving them incapable of even identifying the victims. It seemed this case would remain an unsolved mystery. The capabilities of transferees were diverse and peculiar, resulting in several headless cases each year that remained unsolvable. A reality to which Officer Huang had grown accustomed. Miss Zhuge, thank you for your cooperation. Do you have any other leads to provide? Officer Huang inquired politely. None. Zhuge and I replied, shaking her head. A pang of concern struck Officer Huang, for he sensed an emotional fluctuation in Zhuge Ni's response. She was lying. It was evident she possessed additional information about Ling Yi that she had withheld. Very well, thank you. You may leave now, Officer Huang said, igniting a cigarette with a snap. Though he knew Zhuge and I was deceiving him, he felt powerless. After all, she was the beloved daughter of Mr. Zhuge. Sometimes, the world did not necessitate the truth. Even if their investigation bureau successfully apprehended Ling Yi, if Zhuge and I were to summon Zhuge Qianqing to protect him, they would likely have no choice but to compromise. Vivi, hurry. I might soon locate Ling Yi. Zhuge and I exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement. What? Then why didn't you inform Officer Huang earlier? Ling Yi has killed dozens. Lu Yanwei gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. He must have his reasons. I need to find him first and clarify things. Rest assured, if Ling Yi truly is a cold-blooded killer, I will not shield him. Zhuge and I asserted, her gaze resolute. Ni, you are absolutely infatuated. You're already considering his feelings before even being together, Lu Yanwei remarked, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. Don't say such things. How could I possibly be infatuated? Zhuge and I retorted, following a path that would undoubtedly lead Ye Lin to recognize it as the route he took after eliminating the unscrupulous boss and manager Wang. Ni, how exactly do you plan to find him? Lu Yanwei could not help but ask, trailing behind. I possess an acute sensitivity to the essence of fire. Although a day or two has elapsed, I can still perceive the faint remnants of the inferno. Excitement shimmered in Zhuge Ni's eyes, for she alone among the denizens of Qiqing, as an SSS-ranked fire mage, could discern it. Fortuitously, the rains had spared the region in recent days. Had they come, Zhuge and I would have been rendered powerless. She felt a profound sense of gratitude, convinced that this was destiny's design. Zhuge and I diligently traced the lingering essence of the inferno left by Ye Lin, ultimately leading her to the slums. Amidst the flowing sewage and scattered refuse, the two elegantly dressed girls, Zhuge and I and Lu Yanwei, appeared starkly out of place. Their brows furrowed in dismay as they beheld the filth and chaos surrounding them. This was their first encounter with such squalor. During their passage, a greedy figure emerged, eyeing them with sinister intent, but after Zhuge and I hurled a fireball in warning, no one dared to cast their gaze upon them again. The transcenders were not to be trifled with. As they ambled forth, Zhuge and I soon found herself halting at the doorstep of Ye Lin's abode. The essence of the inferno has dissipated within this very house. It appears this is Lin Ye's home. Her heart raced with exhilaration as she gazed at the door before her. The one she had longed for, Lin Yi, was just behind it. She yearned to knock, but paused to compose herself, arranging her attire and hair before turning to Lu Yanwei. Wei, is my makeup intact? Yes, it's quite lovely. Lu Yanwei replied, her tone somewhat exasperated. That's a relief. Zhuge and I took several deep breaths, summoning her courage before stepping forward, her heart fluttering as she knocked on Ye Lin's door. Knock, knock, knock. The crisp sound resonated in the night air. A minute passed. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. Time trickled by, yet the door showed no sign of opening. Unwilling to accept defeat, Zhuge and I raised her hand once more to knock forcefully, and to her surprise, the door swung open of its own accord. Ye Lin had never been one to lock his door, for there was little within to steal. Even a thief would weep if it left behind a mere 200. Lin Yi, are you home? Startled by the door's sudden opening, Zhuge and I lowered her voice to inquire, but silence enveloped the empty room. Lin Yi, I am entering, she declared, mustering the courage to step into Ye Lin's home. The furnishings were sparse, a darkened table, a stool with but 3 legs, an iron-framed bed, and a set of faded bedding and pillows. Beyond that, the house held nothing. Zhuge and I surveyed her surroundings, taking in the starkness of Ye Lin's abode, and could not suppress a pout, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. So, Lin Yi has grown up in such an environment? No wonder he harbors that distant coldness, keeping others at bay. He must have endured much hardship in his formative years. Yet, even so, when I was in peril, he acted without hesitation. Despite dwelling in darkness, his heart remained steadfastly oriented towards the light. Zhuge and I could not help but feel a pang of compassion, her conviction deepening that Ling Ye's acts of violence must have been compelled by dire circumstances. Such a benevolent soul, one so pure and untainted, could hardly be driven to murder without just cause. Unbeknownst to Ye Lin, Zhuge and I had inadvertently shielded him from a significant calamity, nor was he aware that his connection to Ling Yi had nearly been exposed. Had it not been for his fortuitous relocation to the Ji family, he would have certainly encountered Zhuge and I head-on. At this moment, Ye Lin was immersed in the joy of acquiring a new set of equipment, which had undoubtedly doubled, if not more, his combat prowess. He was eager to find a suitable venue to test the capabilities of his new gear. However, the city's lockdown rendered both the secret realms and the outskirts inaccessible. Hey, boss, I know a place where you can try out your new gear. Jiling Yu exclaimed upon hearing Ye Lin's longing. Where? Ye Lin inquired eagerly. The Class Change Association. They have specialized training rooms for practical combat training. Ye Lin replied, with Ye Lin's enlightening explanation. Ye Lin finally understood the essence of the Class Change Association. Established by the official government of the ancient Daxia Empire, these associations existed in every human city, serving as a hub for material trading, equipment sales, task acceptance, and practical training, all tailored for those undergoing class changes. Upon learning that the Class Change Association offered practical training, Ye Lin could hardly contain his excitement and promptly urged Ye Lin to lead him there. Situated at the city gate of Qingqing. As soon as Ye Lin and Ye Lin entered the Class Change Association, a young lady dressed in black stockings approached them to offer assistance. "Good evening, gentlemen. May I inquire if you are here for practical training?" she asked. "I'm not. It's mainly for my boss," Ye Lin quickly interjected. "Understood. May I ask your level?" The young lady turned her attention to Ye Lin. Upon revealing his level, the young lady's demeanor brightened upon discovering he was level 16. "Very well. I will arrange a training room suitable for those below level 20. The fee is 200,000 per hour," she stated with a sweet smile. Ye Lin was taken aback by the price, 200,000 for just 1 hour? Being a class changer was indeed a costly endeavor. Fortunately, he had Ye Lin. Could you arrange a room suitable for those below level 40? Ye Lin asked. The young lady's expression flickered with surprise before she nodded enthusiastically. Of course, however. The price for a room suitable for those below level 40 is 800,000 per hour. That's fine. I'll take the one for below level 40, Ye Lin affirmed. Though the young lady was uncertain why Ye Lin required a room for higher level training, she proceeded to make the necessary arrangements, her heels clicking as she walked away. "Your training room is ready. Please follow me," she returned shortly, holding a card. "Wait for me outside, will you? I'm concerned about accidentally harming you," Ye Lin advised Ye Lin. Ye Lin recalled the scene where Ye Lin was struck by the world-ending thunder, and he couldn't help but shiver. "Boss, it's fine. You can practice on your own. I'll wait for you outside." "All right." Ye Lin nodded and followed the young lady into the training room. The training room was spacious, approximately the size of a basketball court, with a row of dummies set up in the center. As the young lady guiding him explained, this training room was constructed from specially designed materials by an SS-grade builder, capable of withstanding the full force attacks of any class transitioner below level 40. This also applied to the dummies, as it was no easy feat for a level 40 transitioner to leave a mark on them. "Do you require a sparring partner?" the young lady inquired. "No need. I prefer to be alone." Ye Lin did not wish for anyone to witness his full power. "Very well. I wish you an enjoyable training session." As she left, the young lady kindly closed the door behind her. Ye Lin stepped forward, locked the door, and meticulously scanned the training room to ensure there were no surveillance cameras or similar devices. Only after confirming his privacy did he exhale in relief and draw his Starfall blade. The lifespan blade technique consumes a year of life for each strike. Let's start with 100 blows to test the waters. Forbidden spell, burning reincarnation. Forbidden spell, lifespan blade technique. Taking a deep breath, Ye Lin gripped the Starfall blade tightly, instantly entering a profound state of focus. His gaze became resolute and profound. He swung the blade. The first strike resonated throughout the training room with a deafening roar, as if something had been utterly torn apart. A brilliant glow flickered along the edge of the Starfall blade, a testament to the life force Ye Lin was expending. After the initial strike, the second blow followed with even greater ferocity and might, slicing through the air as if it were being cleaved apart by an invisible force. Then came the third, fourth, and fifth strikes. Ye Lin's speed in wielding the blade escalated, each strike more powerful than the last. By the time he reached his 99th strike, the entire training room seemed to tremble, a palpable energy pulsating in the air. In that fleeting moment, a cataclysmic eruption occurred. The blade of the Starfall blade radiated an unprecedented brilliance, illuminating the entire training room. An invisible wave of blade energy surged forth from the edge, instantly cleaving toward the dummy, leaving a delicate cut upon its neck. If anyone had been present at that moment, they would have been left in utter disbelief. For this was a dummy capable of withstanding the full force assaults of transitioners below level 40. Yet here was Ye Lin, a mere level 16 transitioner, leaving a mark upon it. However, the spectacle did not end there. The 100th, 101st, 102nd strikes followed. Ye Lin continued to unleash blow after blow, each one a culmination of the lifespan blade technique stacked to 99 layers, rendering each strike terrifyingly potent. In that moment, Ye Lin resembled a battle deity. after delivering several hundred strikes with a resounding clamor. The head of the dummy, renowned for its ability to withstand the full force of transitioners below level 40, was cleaved cleanly in two, rolling away with a thud. What a magnificent blade! Ye Lin wiped the sweat from his forehead, his gaze towards the starfall blade growing increasingly fond. With this weapon, combined with the forbidden spells of burning reincarnation and the lifespan blade technique, he could effortlessly embody Lu Huaqiang, slicing his way from Pinglai East Road to the southern gate. In the ensuing moments, Ye Lin conducted an experiment with the Huanglong Rui Ring, the Tianqing Shenlei Ring, the Yin Yang Twinborn Bracelet, and the Burning Moon Necklace, demonstrating the terrifying might of his fully unleashed forbidden spells. As he executed a sacrificial spell that consumed his entire organ system, the dummy before him, cleaved in twain, shattered into a myriad of fragments. The sheer magnitude of this fearsome power left even Ye Lin gasping in astonishment. It appeared he had miscalculated his own strength. If he were to unleash his full potential without the fear of exposing his immortality, he could even contend with a level 35 transcendent. Subsequently, Ye Lin tested his forbidden spells successively on these dummies. With a clearer estimation of his current prowess, he exited the training room, satisfied. You're out so soon? If it's not even an hour, we count it as a full hour, you know. The lovely attendant kindly reminded him. I'm aware of that. By the way, I won't have to compensate for any damage to your training room, will I? Ye Lin inquired. Sir, you jest. This training room is designed for transcendent individuals below level 40. If a level 16 transcendent like you were to destroy anything inside, it would merely indicate inferior quality. How could we possibly expect you to pay? She replied with a smile. That's a relief, then. I'll take my leave. Ye Lin exhaled in relief and quickly beckoned Jiling Yu to depart. After Ye Lin left, the attendant entered the training room to conduct a check, only to discover that nearly everything remained intact. She couldn't help but chuckle. I told you. How could a level 16 transcendent damage a training room meant for those below level 40? As she turned to close the door and leave, a nagging sensation crept over her, as though something were amiss. Wait a moment. What on earth? Where have all the dummies gone? While Ye Lin was testing his strength, a startling event unfolded at the Ji family estate. BRR, it's freezing out here. Brother, care for a smoke? At the entrance of the Ji family, two transcendent individuals, one portly and the other slender, were shivering as they smoked. Though they were transcendent, their levels barely reached the teens, lacking the courage to face the fierce monsters outside the city. The guards stationed at the Ji family gate were their ideal positions, safe, well-paying, with the occasional opportunity to slack off. The only hassle was enduring the cold during night shifts in winter, but overall, it was quite satisfactory. Damn it. I can't help but feel the urge to relieve myself when I smoke. Hold the fort for a moment. I'll go take care of it, the stout transcendent said, frowning as he made his way toward the distant bushes. You fool. You won't use a public restroom and insist on going out in the wild, will you? The slender transcendent replied, disdain etched across his face. What do you know? Enjoying nature is a form of passion, scoffed the corpulent transferee as he ambled away, squatting down in the distance. However, the moment he settled, his complexion turned ashen. It is universally acknowledged that no matter how formidable a man may be, he is rendered vulnerable during such natural calls. In that instant of squatting, he was horrified to discover that the dense greenery was teeming with people. Just as he intended to alert his companions, a large hand clamped over his mouth, stifling any sound. In quick succession, a knife plunged into his lower back, and he felt his vitality ebbing away. Meanwhile, the lean transferee noticed the cigarette but in the grass extinguished, prompting him to realize something was amiss. Hey, fatso? What's wrong? Why can't I see you while you're... At that moment, the figures in black also froze. Their plan to launch a surprise attack was thwarted by this unexpected interruption. Damn it, this fat fool. Why the hell is he doing this? The black-clad assailants were nearly choked with frustration. With no recourse, they forced their way toward the entrance. Enemy attack. The lean transferee, aghast, immediately sounded the alarm. He could not fathom how anyone would dare to assault the Ji family conglomerate. Who in Qingqing possessed such audacity? After triggering the alarm, he turned to flee. He had no intention of remaining to confront them. Earning a mere few thousand a month, why would he risk his life? Yet, this was sufficient. The once dark Ji family villa was abruptly illuminated, rousing everyone from their slumber. Amidst the shrill sound of the alarm, Ji father was jolted awake. A speedster transferee rushed into his bedroom, breathless. Mr. Ji, the outside is swarming with transferees. They initially intended to infiltrate, but upon discovery, they opted for a full-on assault. They are overwhelming. We cannot hold them off. You must come with me. What? Ji father was both alarmed and enraged. Kinsen's retaliation was swifter and more brutal than he had anticipated. Just as he had laid out plans within the Ji conglomerate to counter Kinsen's impending moves, the retaliation had arrived. How could this man dare to launch an assault on his villa without fearing a united front from all of Qicheng? It was utterly outrageous. Mr. Ji, we must leave now. It will be too late otherwise, urged the swift transferee. Yet in the next moment, a glimmer of cold steel flashed as a sharp knife erupted from his heart. Kinsen had appeared behind him, cigar in mouth, unbeknownst to anyone. Shaoli. Ji father's eyes blazed with fury. Once, a frail child lay abandoned on the road, starving to the bone, on the verge of death from hunger. Passers-by bustled about. Some glanced his way, yet none paused to offer aid. Moved by a sense of compassion, he held out a steaming bowl of noodles to the child. Watching as the little one devoured the noodles he had offered, General Ji resolved to adopt the child as his own. The child did not disappoint him. As he grew, he became Ji's right-hand man. Li keenly felt his vitality ebbing away with each drop of blood. Yet he gritted his teeth against the agonizing pain and turned to embrace the man behind him, Kinsen. General Ji, flee at once. The gravely injured Li let out a frantic roar. Are you not afraid of death? Kinsen asked, surprised. My life was exchanged for a bowl of noodles from General Ji. It holds little value, Li replied with a grim smile. Such a touching bond between master and servant. I, Kinsen, hold great respect for those who are loyal and righteous. I shall leave your corpse intact. Kinsen nodded impassively, then lifted his hand and with a swift crack, snapped Li's neck. Kinsen. Ji's father's eyes burned with rage, and he drew a black handgun from a nearby drawer, aiming it directly at Kinsen and pulling the trigger. Yet before the gun could fire, a gleaming long knife sliced through the air like lightning. In an astonishing moment, Ji's father's hand that held the gun was severed from his wrist. Using a gun against a newly transitioned individual? What a fool you are, Kinsen scoffed. Firearms may suffice against those who had just transitioned, but once one reached level 30 or above, a gun was as trivial as a child's toy in the presence of a seasoned warrior. In your next life, remember not to oppose me, Kinsen. I may appear subdued, but I am far from dead. Kinsen raised his knife to end Ji's father's life when one of his subordinates rushed over and whispered something in his ear. What? They escaped? Useless. Kinsen slapped the subordinate across the face, retracting the knife he had intended to use. General Ji, Kinsen smiled. Congratulations. Your son and that Ye Lin have managed to flee swiftly. You shall live a while longer. Since Jiling you and Ye Lin had escaped. Ji's father could not be killed just yet. Doing so would sever Jiling Yu's lifeline. To eradicate the roots of the problem, one must ensure they do not sprout anew. Kinsen had no desire to wait a decade or two only to face someone seeking revenge. If he were to act, he would do so decisively. He intended to use Ji's father to draw out the two, and then eliminate them all at once. You shall not succeed. Ji's father, a cunning old fox, immediately recognized Kinsen's intent from his reaction. He charged toward the wall in a desperate attempt. His son was his only concern, and he would not allow himself to become the cause of his son's demise. But Kinsen would not allow Ji's father to have his way. Before he could reach the wall, Kinsen struck with a precise blow, rendering him unconscious. Take him away. In less than half an hour, everyone in the Ji family villa, except for Ji's father, lay cold and lifeless. Kinsen, the underground king, was certain that his name would resound with renewed notoriety after this night. After testing his combat prowess, Ye Lin had just returned to the entrance of the Ji family estate when he was assaulted by a pungent scent of blood. Ye Lin's pupils dilated in shock. Could it be that even within the sanctuary of the Ji family, Kinsen would not relent? Was he so determined to capture him that he would obliterate the Ji family in the process? Ye Lin harbored grave suspicions that Kinsen had uncovered some of his secrets, thus driving him to such madness. Perhaps Kinsen could not be allowed to live. As Jiling Yu prepared to enter, Ye Lin intercepted him, imparting a weighty warning. You should brace yourself psychologically. What are you talking about, boss? Jiling Yu, oblivious to the impending dread, pushed the door open. However, the moment he stepped inside, he froze in his tracks. Ye Lin followed his gaze, revealing a scene reminiscent of a hellish battlefield. The lifeless bodies of the Ji family's hired mercenaries and servants sprawled across the ground, dismembered limbs littered about, and the faces of many were etched with sheer terror, as if they had confronted the most malevolent of demons before their demise. Boss, have we entered the wrong place? This doesn't seem like my home, Jiling Yu stammered, a grimace twisting his features as he stepped back. He sought a denial from Ye Lin, but the somber expression on Ye Lin's face confirmed the grim reality. This was indeed the Ji family home he had known for over a decade. In a frenzy, Ye Lin plunged into the sea of blood and corpses. Dad, Dad, where are you? He cried out in terror, desperate to locate his father, yet terrified of finding him among the carnage. When he reached the door to his father's bedroom, Ye Lin's heart raced with dread. Summoning his courage, he pushed the door open. The room remained eerily pristine, as if it had been meticulously cleaned, save for a severed hand clutching a gun. Lying ominously on the table, Ye Lin rushed forward, recognizing that it was indeed his father's hand. Beneath the severed limb lay a piece of paper, inscribed in blood with a chilling message: "If you wish to save your father, bring Ye Lin to the underground black market. Every 6 hours, I will carve a piece of flesh from your father." Upon reading it, Ye Lin spiraled into madness. "Kinson, I will kill you," he screamed, intent on confronting Kinson, the only one capable of abducting his father from the underground realm. Yet, as he reached the threshold, Ye Lin forcefully kicked him back. "Get back. Don't stop me." Ye Lin glared at Ye Lin, his eyes ablaze with fury. Anyone who obstructed his path to save his father was now his enemy. Seeing Ye Lin's rationality slip away, Ye Lin, weary of further discourse, struck him across the face. The resounding slap left half of Ye Lin's face swollen in an instant. "Your uncle is still alive because Kinson has not yet captured you. Do you understand? The moment you fall into Kinson's hands, both you and your uncle will meet your end." Ye Lin clenched his teeth, tears spilling unbidden down his cheeks. He pounded the ground with fervor, as if attempting to expel the pent-up rage simmering within. "What should I do? What can I do?" Ye Lin let out a desperate howl, akin to a cornered beast facing its doom. "Find a safe place to hide, and don't let yourself be discovered. Leave everything else to me," Ye Lin reassured him. "Leave it to you?" Ye Lin raised his head in confusion. "Have you forgotten? Once a boss, always a boss. How could I stand idly by when Uncle G is in danger?" Ye Lin said with a smile. "Boss." Tears streamed down Ye Lin's face, a profound sense of guilt overwhelming his heart. He had always plotted against Ye Lin, yet Ye Lin had treated him with genuine sincerity. How could he not feel remorse? "Stop crying. I will bring Uncle G back. I will make Kinson understand how terrifying it is when a forbidden spellcaster is desperate." Qingqing, the underground black market. This is the darkest corner of Qingqing, rife with various evils and filth. With enough money, one could procure nearly anything in the underground black market. Killing someone from the outside would provoke an investigation by the Transcender Investigation Bureau, but deaths within the black market go unnoticed. For this place belongs to the underground king. Kinson. Whoosh. A shadow flitted through the night sky like a specter, silently approaching a guard. The entire underground black market was teeming with Kinson's spies. To stealthily rescue Uncle G, Ye Lin first needed to eliminate the peripheral surveillance. Dressed in black garments and shoes, with his face shrouded in cloth and a black scarf atop his head, he blended seamlessly into the night. Even if someone cast a glance his way, it would be difficult to discern that this dark mass was a person. Activating the Dance of Instants, his speed became lightning fast. Utilizing tremendous inertia, the Starfall celestial mark in his hand pierced through the guard's heart. To prevent the scent of blood from spreading, Ye Lin swiftly froze the wound with the ever-frozen gaze. Thus, a flawless assassination was silently accomplished in the darkness. Ye Lin exhaled in relief. The plan was proceeding even more smoothly than he had anticipated. If he could stealthily infiltrate and catch Kinson off guard, there might truly be a chance to eliminate him. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, he found himself surrounded by countless of Kinson's subordinates. "How did you discover me?" Ye Lin was perplexed. He had executed everything so perfectly. How could he be found so quickly? The leader, a brash young man with a scorpion tattoo on his hand, pointed arrogantly at a concealed camera above Ye Lin's head. "My lord, times have changed. Our surveillance systems are equipped with infrared night vision. Who still relies on stealth attire in this day and age?" Ye Lin. Indeed, he had been somewhat negligent, but it mattered not. As long as he eliminated them all, no one would uncover his infiltration. Forbidden spell. Burning rebirth. Forbidden spell. Infernal flames ascend. Empowered by 5 pieces of equipment enhancing his mental prowess, Ye Lin possessed an astonishing mental strength of 1,088 points. Upon activating the cycle of combustion, his mental power surged to an impressive 176 points, enabling him to ascertain the number of ailments afflicting the individuals before him with remarkable clarity. Under the influence of such formidable mental energy, the conflagration he unleashed illuminated the night sky, akin to a celestial beacon. In that fleeting moment, the henchmen of Kinson, led by the yellow-haired one, beheld the light. They remained oblivious to the terrifying monstrosity they were about to confront. A searing line of fire erupted from Ye Lin's palm, the violet-red flames exuding an aura of dread. As if capable of incinerating all in its path, the flames spread with alarming rapidity, swiftly engulfing all of Kinson's subordinates. Their screams, wails, and cries for help were consumed by the inferno, leaving only the crackling sounds of fire in their wake. The yellow-haired man, now bereft of his golden locks, was engulfed in flames, his terror palpable as he attempted to flee the hellish blaze. Yet, the violet-red flames seemed to possess a life of their own, relentlessly pursuing him. After a futile struggle, he too was reduced to ashes. Forbidden spell, Return of the Undead. Ye Lin invoked the spell, and countless undead creatures emerged from the depths, encircling the underground black market. With no qualms about bearing the blame for more sins, he embraced the identity of Ling Yi, determined that no living soul could escape this underworld realm today. Otherwise, the secret of his invincible body would be irrevocably exposed. Having been discovered, Ye Lin shed any pretense and activated the lifespan blade technique, wielding the Starfall celestial mark as he began to accumulate layers of power. That's the one. Capture him alive. As instructed by Boss Kinson, the underground black market, already Kinson's domain, witnessed the arrival of more of his subordinates immediately after Ye Lin dispatched the yellow-haired gang. This time, however, the newcomers were not mere lackeys but genuine professionals, transcendent individuals, all above level 20. Those above level 20 had transcended the realm of ordinary humans. Their destructive capabilities rivaled those of fully armed Special Forces soldiers. One figure charged forth first, clearly a speedster among the transmuted, darting through space like an agile spirit cat. Yet, for all his swiftness, Ye Lin was swifter still. Empowered by the Dance of Instants, Ye Lin positioned himself squarely in the assailant's path. The transmuted individual, startled by the sudden appearance of Ye Lin's visage, reacted with impressive alacrity, launching a left jab, a right kick, and a left side kick in rapid succession. In the face of this ferocious onslaught, Ye Lin neither flinched nor evaded. His apparent nonchalance was deliberate. As the transmuted strikes connected, Ye Lin's blade cleaved upward with precision, severing the throat in a clean, decisive motion. Simultaneously, the force of the transmuted's assault inflicted a wound upon Ye Lin, causing him to stagger back several paces before spitting a mouthful of blood. The transferee clutched his throat, which bled profusely, his eyes wide with horror. He had not anticipated that Ye Lin would be so ruthless, exchanging injuries for lives. This fellow is quite troublesome. Do not hold back. Incapacitate him first, then seize him. The gruesome demise of their comrade heightened the vigilance of the others, making it abundantly clear that underestimating Ye Lin would exact a severe toll. But what exactly is his profession? One moment he wields fire, and the next he is brandishing a blade? I do not know, but we must exercise caution. His flames are extraordinarily fearsome. Understood. Old 6, find a way to disrupt him. Old 8, look for an opportunity to strike from behind. The rest of you, rally with me to create openings for Old 6 and Old 8. Kinson's subordinates deliberated on how to counter Ye Lin, yet Ye Lin remained indifferent to their scheming, focusing intently on layering the life-extending blade technique. A transferee charged at Ye Lin, launching a ferocious punch akin to a tiger unleashed, his fist striking like a heavy hammer against Ye Lin's chest. Yet Ye Lin chose to stand his ground, unflinching. Crack! The punch landed, and Ye Lin's chest caved in, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones fracturing, undoubtedly breaking several ribs. The transferee's face lit up with triumph, eager to declare that he had severely wounded Ye Lin and accomplished their mission, only to be met with a flash of cold light. Before him unfolded a resplendent celestial panorama, with shooting stars etching white trails across the sky. In the next moment, he felt the cosmos spin chaotically, and before his eyes stood a headless corpse, blood gushing forth. So, my head has been severed, he realized, as the last flicker of consciousness faded, plunging his world into darkness. Old 9. A transferee with a horse-like visage let out a mournful wail, gazing in agony at the man slain by Ye Lin. Everyone, advance. That lad has already been gravely injured by Old 9's iron fist. He cannot last much longer. Soon, another individual boldly surged forward. This one was a swordsman, his long blade gleaming with a chilling brilliance in the night. He struck swiftly and mercilessly, driving his sword diagonally into Ye Lin's lung, piercing through the lung tissue. Rest assured, my aim is impeccable. This injury will not be fatal, but will render you utterly powerless. Any movement will invoke excruciating pain in your lungs. Before he could finish, Ye Lin's blade was upon him. The life-extending blade technique had now been stacked to 70 layers, its power terrifyingly amplified. With a single stroke, the swordsman was cleaved in twain. Old 7. The horse-faced transferee howled once more. Charge. This brat is still wounded by old Seven's blade. He cannot endure. Swish. A glint of cold light emerged first, followed by a gunshot that surged forth like a dragon. A transferee specializing in firearms lunged forward, delivering a shot that pierced Ye Lin to the core. Ye Lin's response was remarkably straightforward, with a swift thrust of his blade, enhanced by 75 layers of vitality technique. He pierced through the body of the transitioning warrior, blood gushing forth from the latter's mouth until life slipped away. Old 11. Hurry up. He has been pierced by both sword and spear. This time, he has surely finished. The warrior with the horse-like visage wailed in despair. Wind technique. Wind blade slash. Another transitioning warrior swiftly formed hand seals, causing the air around Ye Lin to churn violently as if a furious beast was roaring. An unseen force coalesced into a sharp blade of wind, slicing through the night sky, hurtling directly towards Ye Lin. In the reflection of the wind blade, Ye Lin's figure appeared exceedingly solitary. Yet, in the face of this lethal assault, he remained unmoving. With a sickening sound, the blade cleaved through flesh, leaving numerous deep gashes visible to the bone on Ye Lin's body, one particularly severe wound slicing into his abdomen, nearly spilling his entrails. Battered by such grievous injuries, Ye Lin could no longer sustain himself and collapsed weakly to the ground. Humph! I told you he would not survive. Bind him. Deliver him to Boss Kinson. The horse-faced warrior exclaimed with glee. The others sighed in relief. After such severe wounds, if Ye Lin did not succumb, they would surely lose their minds. 3 warriors approached, intent on binding Ye Lin securely, but suddenly he sprang to his feet, bellowing, for Piltover, for the dark horse. He swung his starfall blade in a fierce circle. The vitality technique now stacked to 85 layers, instantly cleaving the 3 approaching warriors in half. Old 5, Old 6, Old 10. The horse-faced warrior once again emitted a mournful cry, utterly baffled as to how Ye Lin, despite such grievous injuries, still possessed the strength to retaliate. At that moment, Ye Lin was drenched in blood, resembling a figure of gore, with a sword and a spear protruding from his body. By all logic, a person suffering such wounds would be languishing in an ICU, sipping kanchi. Yet, astonishingly, Ye Lin remained agile and vibrant, as if untouched by his injuries. This must be a final burst of energy before death. Charge! Subdue him! The horse-faced warrior shouted. This time, none dared to underestimate the situation. The 3 warriors simultaneously attacked from 3 directions. One was the wind warrior from earlier, unleashing another sharp wind blade. The other 2 consisted of a swordsman and a fire mage. The wind fueled the flames, and as the 2 converged in their assault, the fire blazed across the skies. However, Ye Lin's vitality technique had now reached a full stack of 99 layers. He was no longer prepared to await his demise. Forbidden spell, Dance of Instants. Ye Lin sacrificed a heart, instantly gaining 10-fold agility, transforming into a streak of light, racing into the inferno before him. By the time the 2 warriors realized what was happening, Ye Lin had appeared before them, resembling the Grim Reaper. Swish, swish, 2 arcs of blade light flashed, and the wind and fire mages collapsed into warm corpses. Faced with the formidable prowess of the 99 layers of lifespan blade technique, they were utterly powerless to resist in close quarters. Second, fourth, the man with the horse-like face wailed once more. In that instant, 2 shadowy figures materialized behind Ye Lin, the knife-wielding adept and the long-ambushed 8th. The knife-bearing adept struck fiercely at Ye Lin's back, while the 8th brandished a sharp dagger that swiftly pierced Ye Lin's side, delivering yet another grievous blow. Ha 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 ha. Do you truly believe you can slay me? With a swift motion, Ye Lin retaliated, dispatching both assailants with a clean and decisive stroke. Third, 8th, for the 6th time. The man with the horse-like face lamented, now left utterly alone, gazing at Ye Lin, who advanced with blood streaming from 7 orifices, his body marred with wounds. A sword embedded in his left chest, a gun lodged in his right, a knife protruding from his back, and a dagger thrust into his side. The man was consumed by terror. Monster, monster, you are a monster. How is it that you can still live after sustaining such injuries? Are you man or ghost? Ye Lin tilted his head slightly. A monster, you say? That description isn't entirely inaccurate. I retain my human form purely out of personal preference. Long ago, Ye Lin had discovered that even when bisected and reassembled into a non-human entity, he could still survive. Yet, having lived as a human for so long, he found it more comfortable to maintain that guise. With a swift motion, Ye Lin severed the tendons in the man's hands and feet. Ignoring the anguished cries, he lowered his gaze expressionlessly and pressed the blade against the man's throat, demanding, "Now, tell me, where is Kinson?" What is the highest level of adept in this underground black market? You will never extract that from me. I refuse to betray Boss Kinson. At this critical juncture, the man with the horse-like face shut his eyes, adopting an air of resignation. Oh, that is quite all right. Do you enjoy barbecued meat? Ye Lin inquired with an innocent tilt of his head, resembling a naive boy next door. Barbecue? Meat? The man was taken aback, seemingly at a loss as to why Ye Lin had posed such a question. After all, the current situation bore no resemblance to a barbecue. Upon hearing this, Ye Lin offered a warm smile. With a decisive motion, he sliced a piece of tender, marbled flesh from the man's body. Just as the man opened his mouth to emit a scream of agony, Ye Lin had already dislocated his jaw. Ye Lin snapped his fingers, and crimson-purple flames erupted, quickly charring the meat, releasing a pungent aroma. Apologies, I'm not very skilled at grilling. It turned out a bit burnt. But fret not. There's plenty more meat on you. With practice, I'm sure I'll improve. With that, Ye Lin reattached the man's dislocated jaw, leaving him trembling in terror as the realization of Ye Lin's intentions dawned upon him. Devil, you are a devil. As Ye Lin was about to force the charred piece of meat into his mouth, the man with the horse-like face completely broke down. I'll tell you everything. I swear. Seeing that Ye Lin showed no signs of stopping and was poised to shove the meat closer, the horse-faced man, terrified, spilled all he knew as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Boss Kinson should be busy cooking with Sister Chin at this time. Located in the heart of the underground black market, the highest-ranked class changer in the underground market is Boss Kinson, but I don't know his level. He hasn't made a move in a long time. Last year he was already at level 48. Cooking? Ye Lin inquired, puzzled. Oh, I mean, digging. The horse-faced man, his tendons already severed, pleaded for mercy. Please, just give me a quick end. Having obtained the information he sought, Ye Lin had no desire to waste more time with the horse-faced man. With a swift motion, he granted him a merciful release. A look of relief washed over the horse-faced man's face just before his demise. Ye Lin then set all the bodies ablaze, erasing all evidence of his actions. Level 48? This could be troublesome. Ye Lin furrowed his brow. If he were to unleash everything he had, he might barely contend with a level 40 class changer. Kinson was already level 48 last year. He might have even surpassed level 50 by now. If Ye Lin wanted to eliminate him, a direct confrontation would likely prove futile. He needed to devise a cunning plan to catch the old man off guard. Wait, perhaps there was a glimmer of hope. Ye Lin suddenly realized. If Kinson was indeed occupied with Sister Chin in the act of digging, then there was a chance. No matter how formidable a man may be, at the pinnacle of his endeavors, his vigilance would undoubtedly wane. If Ye Lin could seize the moment when Kinson was at his most vulnerable, even a level 58 would not be insurmountable. However, this plan hinged on one condition. Kinson could not be a quick-draw shooter. If Kinson was a fast gunner, then Ye Lin's scheme would come to naught. With clarity of thought, Ye Lin embarked once more on his journey of slaughter. This night would be a bloody one for the entire underground black market of Qiqing. Ye Lin moved through the night, his steps light yet resolute, embodying the essence of a true hunter, with the mastery of the 99-level lifespan blade technique and the dance of instants. Class changers below level 20 stood no chance against his strikes, swiftly becoming his fallen souls. As for those above level 20, a few more blows would suffice. Ye Lin, akin to the embodiment of Lu Huaqiang, struck down every living being within his sight. After each strike, he would casually incinerate the remnants with a blaze of infernal fire, ensuring a comprehensive cremation service. As he carved his path, not a single body remained in his wake, nor a drop of blood was visible. Only charred imprints of human forms marked the ground, bearing witness to those who had recently occupied the space. During this period, Ye Lin had encountered numerous transcenders above level 30. However, when faced with a spellcaster who was virtually indestructible and unleashed an onslaught of forbidden spells, even those above level 30 found themselves powerless. Employing a strategy of trading his life for victory, Ye Lin could decisively eliminate opponents in their 30s. Naturally, such a tactic came at a cost, as his body bore countless horrific scars capable of inflicting death, marred by numerous weapons and marked by burns and frostbite. In that moment, Ye Lin resembled a vengeful spirit emerging from the depths of the underworld. He pressed forward, slaying foes while inquiring about Kinson's whereabouts, but soon encountered a formidable obstacle. A transcender of level 42 stood before him like an insurmountable barrier. This man was tall and imposing, reminiscent of a towering mountain. His visage was etched with menace, his eyes gleaming with a piercing light. Clad in dark battle armor and wielding a massive battle axe, he emanated an aura of immense power that sent chills down one's spine. Your audacity is commendable. It has been many years since anyone dared to stir trouble in the underground black market alone, the man spoke, his voice deep and resonant, as if capable of penetrating the very soul. Ye Lin halted, his gaze fixed on the man before him, a sense of wariness creeping into his heart. He recognized this adversary as a formidable foe who warranted careful consideration. Observing Ye Lin, whose body was punctured by an array of weapons, Zhai Shouqi felt an unsettling curiosity arise within him. As a renowned enforcer in the underground black market, he had been under Kinson's tutelage for quite some time, having faced countless troublesome opponents. Yet, he had never encountered anyone as peculiar as the one before him. If it were any other individual bearing such grievous injuries, they would have perished 20 times over. Why then, did this man still draw breath? It was utterly inconceivable. Why are you still alive? Zhai Shouqi could not suppress the question that lingered in his mind before engaging in combat. Put down your axe, and I shall reveal the answer, Ye Lin replied, glancing apprehensively at the weapon in Zhai Shouqi's grip. Forget it. You need not speak. I shall seek the answer myself. Zhai Shouqi tightened his grip on the battle axe, resolutely refusing to relinquish it during combat, much like a warrior who would never remove his mask. Seeing this, Ye Lin furrowed his brow. His initial intention to deceive Zhai Shouqi into lowering his guard for a surprise attack thwarted. With a mighty swing, Zhai Shouqi charged at Ye Lin, each step causing the ground beneath them to tremble. Ye Lin's expression turned grave, fully aware that he could not afford to underestimate Zhai Shouqi. Forbidden spell, Cycle of Flames. Forbidden spell, Dance of Instants. With the casting of these two spells, his state surged to its zenith. Humph. Burning your own vitality to augment your combat prowess. But how long can you endure? Zhai Shouqi sneered at Ye Lin's actions, his battle axe crashing down towards him with formidable force. Ye Lin swung the Starfall Celestial Mark and collided with Zhai Shouqi's battle axe, only to be sent staggering backward, a mouthful of blood spurting forth. Ye Lin's expression was grave. Indeed, a level 42 class changer was extraordinary. Even with the 99 layers of the longevity sword technique combined with burning rebirth and the dance of instants, he was still no match for his opponent. However, his advantage lay in his resilience. He could not be easily defeated. Though he was momentarily shaken by Zhai Shouqi's axe, Ye Lin quickly resumed his assault, charging forward with the Starfall Celestial Mark as if nothing had happened. Unbeknownst to him, Zhai Shouqi was equally astonished. Ye Lin appeared youthful, merely a teenager. Yet he managed to withstand a full-force strike. Zhai Shouqi dared not underestimate him. The battle axe erupted with a blinding radiance, and with an even more terrifying force. He swung down at the advancing Ye Lin. Ye Lin raised his blade to block, but it was sent flying from his grasp. The axe continued its momentum, striking down heavily upon Ye Lin's shoulder. Crack! A sickening sound of bone fracturing echoed, the sound of Ye Lin's shoulder and collarbone breaking under Zhai Shouqi's assault. Blood gushed from Ye Lin's mouth as he was propelled like a cannonball, crashing into a nearby wall. Yet, just as Zhai Shouqi prepared to deliver a finishing blow, Ye Lin suddenly leaped up, his left hand conjuring a terrifying purplish-red flame while his right hand pointed skyward, summoning lightning. Forbidden spell, Infernal Fire Devastation. Forbidden spell, Cataclysmic Thunder. In this instance, Ye Lin sacrificed everything he could to summon the legendary chaotic divine thunder. Forbidden spells were not omnipotent, no matter how formidable. They required the wielder's strength to be sufficiently powerful. With Ye Lin's actual level at merely 16, it would be challenging for ordinary lightning to inflict significant harm on Zhai Shouqi. The purplish-red inferno formed a massive fireball hurtling towards Zhai Shouqi. His eyes narrowed. He recognized the extraordinary nature of the flame before him and wished to avoid its taint. He swung his axe in the air, as if to part the heavens. Falling Sun's sacred axe. The battle axe radiated a brilliant glow as it descended with force, cleaving the fireball in two, not a single ember touching Zhai Shouqi, nor inflicting any damage upon him. However, the next moment, the entire night seemed to be torn asunder, leaving behind a chaotic atmosphere of thunder that raged through the air. It was as thick as an arm, its colors shifting unpredictably, sometimes a deep purple, sometimes a furious red, seemingly encompassing all hues and yet transcending them. The thunderous roar was deafening, as if the very heavens were trembling in response. Zhai Shouqi's pupils constricted. He sensed an unprecedented danger. He swung his battle axe with all his might, striving to withstand the divine thunder, yet it seemed to possess a will of its own, bypassing his axe and striking him directly. Zhai Shouqi felt an unparalleled force surging through him, as if it sought to tear him apart completely. The battle axe slipped from his grasp, and he fell backward, crashing heavily to the ground. His eyes brimmed with shock and disbelief. He He could hardly fathom that such a young boy could render him so helpless. Ye Lin offered him no respite. He swiftly retrieved the Starfall Celestial Scar, and in a flash, he stood before Zhai Xiuqi, bringing down the weapon with ferocious intent, aiming to claim Yi's life directly. Just as Ye Lin believed victory was within his grasp, Zhai Xiuqi abruptly raised his arms to block the strike, intercepting the blow with sheer force. Bang! Ye Lin's strike was met with Zhai Xiuqi's steadfast arms, the impact reverberating through his entire limb, rendering it numb. Staring in astonishment at Zhai Xiuqi, Ye Lin noticed the black armor adorning Zhai's body emanating a faint, mysterious glow, as if a hidden power was shielding him. What is this? Ye Lin's pupils contracted as realization dawned upon him. Refined rare-grade equipment? Zhai Xiuqi regarded him coldly, a glimmer of icy resolve flickering in his eyes. Indeed, this divine light black armor has accompanied me for a long while, refined to the 7 stars. Its defensive capabilities have reached astonishing heights. Your attacks merely left me slightly disheveled, yet they could not inflict any fatal wounds upon me. A glimmer of murderous intent surfaced in Zhai Xiuqi's gaze as he beckoned with his hand, summoning the previously flung battle axe back into his possession. With a powerful swing, he cleaved Ye Lin open, spilling his innards across the ground. Ye Lin staggered backward, blood gushing from his mouth. He realized he had truly encountered grave peril this time. Equipment could be refined, enhancing their attributes incrementally. Each successful refinement added a star, up to a maximum of 9. A rare-grade piece refined to 7 stars could rival even epic-grade gear. No wonder his chaotic divine thunder had failed to harm Zhai Xiuqi. If he could not breach Zhai Xiuqi's divine light black armor, victory was unattainable. They would merely exhaust each other, one unable to kill, the other unable to move. What manner of monster are you? How can you still be alive after that? Zhai Xiuqi was utterly astonished. He had witnessed Ye Lin's internal organs reduced to a mere fraction, yet Ye Lin remained vibrant and animated, defying all logic. Do not speak. Allow me a moment to think. Ignoring his own grievous wounds, Ye Lin lowered his head, contemplating if any of the forbidden spells he mastered could turn the tide. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope sparked in his mind, for among his forbidden spells was one specifically designed to penetrate formidable defenses. Refined to 7 stars, the divine light black armor. You say? Let me test its resilience. Forbidden spell, eternal golden metal. Reciting the incantation of the forbidden spell, Ye Lin began to radiate a golden brilliance from within, enveloping him in a resplendent yet gentle glow. Golden light surged forth from his body, and with each burst, Ye Lin's pallor intensified. Before him, the golden radiance whirled rapidly, colliding incessantly until it coalesced into a resplendent golden spear. This spear exuded an ancient and mysterious aura, its tip glimmering with the unique sharp, cold gleam of eternal gold, as if it could pierce through all defenses of the world. Ye Lin raised his hand to grasp the spear, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. With a sudden swing of his arm, the golden spear, accompanied by a whistling sound slicing through the air, shot directly toward Zhai Xiuqi. Forbidden spell, eternal gold. The spellcaster sacrifices all metal elements within their body to forge a spear made of eternal gold, capable of shattering anything, impervious to all. Since acquiring this forbidden spell, Ye Lin had never wielded it, for it was a single target attack with a significant casting delay, far inferior to the world-destroying thunder and the infernal flame. Yet, in the face of Zhai Xiuqi, an adversary as resilient as a turtle, Ye Lin recalled this forbidden spell. As the golden spear hurtled toward him, Zhai Xiuqi's expression shifted to one of uncertainty. The approaching spear puzzled him. Still, he chose to trust in his rare-grade equipment. Polished to the pinnacle of 7 stars, Zhai Xiuqi tightened his grip on the battle axe, channeling all his strength into the defensive prowess of the divine light black armor, preparing to withstand the blow. The radiance emanating from the divine light black armor became even more dazzling, forming a luminous shield that enveloped Zhai Xiuqi entirely. At the instant the golden spear met the divine light black armor, there was neither a deafening roar nor earth-shattering tremors. Like a silver needle piercing a balloon, the spear struck with pinpoint precision, rendering Zhai Xiuqi's prideful armor utterly defenseless against the might of the eternal gold, which penetrated it effortlessly. In that fleeting moment, the luminous shield shattered, and a blood hole appeared, piercing through Zhai Xiuqi and his armor alike. Though the wound was small, barely the size of a fingertip, and not fatal, it left Zhai Xiuqi in a daze. It's impossible. How can this be? His face bore the marks of disbelief. The divine light black armor had accompanied him through countless battles over the years, never sustaining such severe damage. While he was momentarily stunned, Ye Lin surged forward, wielding the Starfall blade with lethal precision, each strike forcing Zhai Xiuqi to retreat in haste. In his current state of disarray, Zhai Shouqi found himself unable to mount a defense. Soon, he realized something even more astonishing. Throughout their prolonged battle, Ye Lin had been engulfed in a blaze of blood flames, signifying that he had been activating the forbidden spell, sacrificing his vitality. Yet, after burning for so long, why did Ye Lin show no signs of fatigue? Kid, could it be that you truly possess an immortal body? Zhai Shouqi was filled with both astonishment and rage. What manner of monster had Qin's son provoked this time? Not only was he able to sustain the forbidden spell and burn his life force for such an extended duration, but despite the numerous wounds Zhai Shouqi had inflicted upon him, Ye Lin remained vivacious, showing not a single indication of imminent demise, truly astonishing. Ye Lin offered no reply. Instead, he raised his hand and unleashed another forbidden spell. Forbidden spell, cataclysmic thunder. Once again, the familiar chaotic divine thunder descended upon them, and Ye Lin showed no signs of restraint, attacking with full force. Although the divine light black armor could still withstand the assault of the chaotic divine thunder, it was already in a damaged state. The thunder surged relentlessly through the breaches, wreaking havoc upon Zhai Shouqi's body. Zhai Shouqi was filled with both astonishment and fury. If this continued, he would indeed perish at Ye Lin's hands. However, having risen from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, Zhai Shouqi felt no fear in the face of death's threat. Rather, he became even more composed. Regaining his focus, Zhai Shouqi swung his battle axe, once again forcing Ye Lin into a defensive position, each blow heavy and powerful. Ye Lin did not relent, raising his hand to unleash another strike of eternal gunmetal. The golden spear once more hurtling toward Zhai Shouqi. This time, Zhai Shouqi dared not take the hit head-on. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes as he suddenly vanished, his speed increasing dramatically. Shadow escape. Zhai Shouqi's velocity surged to an unimaginable degree, his robust physique moving with astonishing swiftness. He left behind an afterimage, effortlessly evading the oncoming golden spear. So rapid was his movement that Ye Lin barely had time to react before Zhai Shouqi stood before him. Falling Sun's sacred axe. An axe shadow flashed like lightning. A chilling sensation surged at Ye Lin's neck, and his head was severed, rolling to the ground while his face bore an expression of terror, leaving only a headless corpse standing vacantly. Zhai Shouqi panted heavily. Despite having dispatched Ye Lin with a single strike, this was all he had left. Phew. I have severed your head. I refuse to believe you will survive this time. Zhai Shouqi exhaled deeply, the peril of this battle understood only by him. He had narrowly escaped death at Ye Lin's hands. Just as he believed he had vanquished Ye Lin, a starlit long knife unexpectedly pierced his heart, annihilating the life force within him. Zhai Shouqi turned his head in disbelief. The fierce battle had just concluded, and he was utterly unprepared. To his astonishment, it was none other than the headless corpse of Ye Lin that had struck. After piercing Zhai Shouqi's heart, the headless body approached the severed head, picked it up, and, after a few adjustments, reattached it to the neck. You are indeed powerful, but alas, you were far too careless. Ye Lin calmly withdrew the knife, blood pouring from the wound, signaling the imminent end of Zhai Shouqi's life. In his final moments, Zhai Shouqi gazed at Ye Lin with a mixture of rage and disbelief. Careless? You, immortal fiend. Realizing this truth, Zhai Shouqi understood that his demise was not unjust. Faced with a creature possessing immortality and formidable combat prowess, his death was indeed warranted. After all, who could have anticipated that an enemy from whom you severed the head could still rise and strike you from behind? Zhai Shouqi refrained from uttering another word to Ye Lin. Instead, he mustered his strength to turn over, casting his gaze towards a particular direction within the black market. His eyes filled with trepidation. Boss Kensen, hurry, escape. The monster, a creature possessing immortality, capable of unleashing forbidden spells with a mere gesture, was enough to instill fear in anyone. Once Zhai Shouqi uttered his final words, Ye Lin swiftly ended his life with a single stroke. After dispatching Zhai Shouqi, Ye Lin encountered no further formidable adversaries on his path. It appeared that within the entire underground black market, apart from Kensen, the strongest individual was indeed Zhai Shouqi. Through gathered intelligence, Ye Lin soon arrived at the entrance of a room. Listening to the lascivious sounds emanating from within, Ye Lin exhaled a sigh of relief. Realizing he had arrived just in time, he settled down by the window, listening intently at the wall's base, awaiting the moment when Kensen would let his guard down. This fellow likely could not fathom that a mere level 16 novice would dare to come alone to assassinate him. Crouched at the wall's edge, he clearly overheard the exchange between Kensen and the woman known as Sister Qian. Qian, I, Kensen, have been with many different women, but in the ebb and flow. You are the one who holds my heart the most. Really? Then do you wish to try something you haven't experienced before? I haven't eaten anything for the past 2 days, just drinking water. I'm particularly clean, the woman's sultry voice chimed in. Kinson, initially responding with a soft hum, soon discerned the implications of the woman's words. His interest peaked. Turn over, as the sounds of shuffling and movement filled the air. The unmistakable sound of someone in slippers running swiftly followed. Ye Lin patiently awaited the moment, even tapping his fingers in rhythm with Kinson, akin to a seasoned hunter. At last, the sounds within the room ceased abruptly, only to be replaced by Kinson's booming voice. Quick, open your mouth. Upon hearing this, Ye Lin tightened his grip on the starfall blade, activating the cycle of flames and the dance of instants, then charged in with his weapon drawn. Who? Kinson's booming shout revealed the instinct of the underground king. Despite still being in a vulnerable state, his alertness remained exceedingly high, and he immediately spotted Ye Lin. In response, Ye Lin unleashed a blade that streaked through the air like a meteor across the night sky. Swish! The blade's brilliance was astonishingly swift. Although Kinson reacted promptly, he was unable to evade the strike while in the midst of zinc ion discharge, resulting in his left forearm being severed cleanly at the joint. The cut as smooth as a mirror, blood gushing forth. Kinson let out a howl of agony, stumbling backward, his eyes wide with horror. Sister Qian stood frozen in terror, her mouth agape in shock. After a moment, she finally closed it, swallowing hard, before quietly making her escape. Ye Lin paid no mind to the fleeing Qinjia. After all, with the undead realm in effect, she could not escape far. He furrowed his brow as he turned his gaze toward Kinson, feeling a twinge of disappointment that his strike had not claimed Kinson's life. Nevertheless, severing an arm would undoubtedly diminish Kinson's combat prowess significantly. If one blow was insufficient, then multiple strikes would suffice. As he prepared to launch another attack, Kinson abruptly clicked on the light. Illuminated by its glow, he finally discerned the assassin's identity. You are Ye Lin, the high school student who killed Su Jihu. Kinson was taken aback and enraged, never anticipating that the one who had severed his arm would be a mere high schooler. How did you come to be here? Where is Jai Xiuqi? What are the others? Kinson was utterly baffled. This underground black market was his stronghold, guarded by numerous subordinates. Yet a high school student had managed to infiltrate and strike him. They are all dead. You are next, Ye Lin declared, raising his starfall celestial scar without hesitation. Aiming it at Kinson. Death. That word is far too distant from me. So many have sought to take my life. You, a mere boy, are unworthy. Kinson was no ordinary foe. Despite having lost his left arm to Ye Lin's ambush, he was a seasoned warrior, earning the title of King of the Underground for good reason. As Ye Lin charged forward with his great blade, Kinson swung his remaining right arm with ferocity, landing a devastating punch that sent Ye Lin crashing into the wall, embedding him deep within it. A chilling murderous intent flickered in Kinson's eyes. He was a level 50 berserker. Even with one arm lost, he was far from an opponent a high school student could contend with. Cough. Cough. Ye Lin coughed violently, his eyes wide with horror. Kinson's strength was evidently more terrifying than Jai Xiuqi's. Had he not ambushed and severed Kinson's arm, he would have undoubtedly been captured tonight. The force of that punch had shattered his ribcage, splintered bones piercing his lung. To prevent further coughing from impairing his combat effectiveness, Ye Lin sacrificed his lung. Forbidden spell, annihilating world thunder. A bolt of golden calamity lightning surged forth, aimed at Kinson. Yet, as the golden lightning approached, Kinson's face twisted in rage, and with another powerful punch, he obliterated the lightning into a storm of arcs. Then, Kinson charged forward, resembling a mountain crashing down upon Ye Lin. In Ye Lin's terrified gaze, a thunderous impact sent him crashing to the ground, creating a deep depression in the earth shaped like his form. Kinson followed up with a brutal kick, only relenting when the sound of Ye Lin's skull cracking echoed in the air. Seeing that Ye Lin was beyond saving, Kinson approached his liquor cabinet, pouring a bottle of white liquor over his wound. The searing pain caused veins in his forehead to throb violently. Damn it, after a lifetime of playing the eagle, I've been pecked in the eye by one. Kinson stuffed a cigar into his mouth and ignited it. The effects of nicotine finally dulled the pain somewhat. He approached his severed left hand, hopeful that by locating a healer among the class changers, he could reattach his lost limb and restore it to its former state. Just as Kinson bent down to retrieve his hand, a gleaming golden spear descended with blinding brilliance, pinning his right hand to the ground. In swift succession, a blade of light sliced through the air, severing Kinson's right arm at the shoulder. What? How are you still alive? Kinson gnashed his teeth in rage as he stared at Ye Lin, vividly recalling that he had shattered Ye Lin's skull beneath his foot. How could this man still be so lively? Was he some sort of immortal? Apologies, my profession is that of a forbidden spellcaster. There exists a spell called Undying and Immortal, which allows me to sacrifice 2.5 years of my lifespan to become immune to a fatal injury once. Ye Lin kindly explained to Kinson, despite having lost both arms. He could hardly believe that even in such a state, Kinson could still triumph. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the armless Kinson suddenly executed a flying kick, landing a precise blow to Ye Lin's chin and sending him soaring into the air. Undying and immortal? I shall witness the extent of your immortality. Though bereft of arms, Kinson's combat prowess was formidable beyond measure. He sent Ye Lin hurtling into the air with a kick, then leapt upward to deliver a powerful whip kick that sent Ye Lin crashing down to the ground like a cannonball. Boom. As dust billowed, Kinson charged down once more, stomping down upon Ye Lin's form. As a level 50 berserker, even without employing any skills, each of his strikes could inflict lethal damage upon Ye Lin, who was merely at level 16. Kid, you are still far too young. One of the cardinal sins of battle is revealing your secrets to an enemy who has yet to lose their fighting spirit. Even without my arms, I, Kinson, am not someone you, a mere high school student, can contend with. I shall see how much of your lifespan you can squander evading my fatal attacks. Bang, 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 bang. Confronted with Ye Lin, who had lost the will to resist, Kinson showed no mercy, directing each blow toward his heart and head. The twin yin and yang bracelets on Ye Lin's wrists emitted a radiant glow, attempting to mend his wounds. Yet, the speed of healing could not keep pace with Kinson's relentless onslaught. Often, just as Ye Lin's injuries were beginning to heal, Kinson's blows would rain down once more. Under the tempest of Kinson's assault, Ye Lin's body was soon reduced to a gruesome mass of blood and mangled flesh, mingled with shards of white bone. A sight most horrifying. The twin yin and yang bracelets continued to glow, but they could no longer restore Ye Lin's form. Kinson exhaled a sigh of relief. Drenched in sweat and panting heavily, he had inflicted at least 100 fatal injuries upon Ye Lin. Surely, he must be dead by now. He could hardly believe that Ye Lin still possessed over 200 years of vitality. Gasping for breath, Kinson stepped back, the pain from his severed arms causing him to involuntarily draw in a sharp breath. Damn it. The forbidden spellcaster profession is truly bizarre. No wonder it's so short-lived. Kinson could not contain his curses. Having been disarmed by a mere high school student was a blow to his reputation as the underground king. If word of this incident spread, his dignity would be irreparably tarnished, while no one would dare speak ill of him in his presence. The whispers behind his back would surely be merciless. This thought gnawed at Kinson, and as he simmered in frustration, he suddenly felt a chill creeping up from behind. He spun around abruptly, only to witness a streak of light as a powerful leg soared into the air. Kinson froze, standing on one leg, staring blankly at Ye Lin. Confusion etched across his face. He seemed unable to comprehend that Ye Lin was still alive. The tremendous impact had momentarily dulled his awareness of his own pain from the severed limb. Surprised, are you? I deceived you. You were too young. How could you trust the words of your enemy? Ye Lin chuckled. Despite Kinson losing 2 arms and a leg, he doubted that Kinson could still emerge victorious with only 1 leg remaining. Bang! Kinson retaliated viciously with a powerful headbutt, causing Ye Lin to see stars. However, rather than pressing his assault, Kinson chose to make a hasty retreat on his remaining leg. Fear flickered in Kinson's eyes. He was genuinely terrified. Ye Lin stood before him like an indestructible cockroach, and if this continued, he might very well perish at the hands of a one-legged adversary. Thinking of escaping. Forbidden spell, eternal frozen gaze. Ye Lin sacrificed his own eye, and in that moment of darkness, he gazed at Kinson's remaining leg. Just as Kinson leapt to escape, frost began to form on his remaining limb, ultimately encasing him in ice. No. Kinson struggled, but with no arms and 1 leg. He was utterly powerless to free himself. As his vision returned, Ye Lin approached Kinson, dragging the blade of his weapon against the ground, producing a series of sharp, metallic sounds that sparked with fire. Speak, where is Uncle G? Before arriving here, Ye Lin had scoured many locations in search of G's whereabouts. Suspecting he had been imprisoned by Kinson in some secretive place, Kinson clenched his jaw, refusing to divulge any information. Ye Lin said nothing further but snapped his fingers, and a burst of crimson fire descended upon the ground, reducing Kinson's left arm to ashes. No. Kinson's eyes widened in despair. If he could somehow find a healer with his severed arm, there remained a glimmer of hope for restoration. But now, without even a hand, his chances were utterly extinguished. The kind of powerful individuals capable of regenerative miracles were beyond Kinsen's reach. Ye Lin had effectively severed his last avenue of escape. From now on, you shall only be known as One-Armed Kinsen, Ye Lin stated with an unsettling calmness. You. Kinsen's eyes blazed with rage. I told you, will you truly spare me? Kinsen, you know I relish the truth, Ye Lin replied with a faint smile. I have come here solely to rescue Uncle G. The lives of your subordinates that I have taken will not concern you, for you will handle it. However, should I take your life, that would present a significant problem. I am not foolish enough to slay the underground king of Qingsheng, for that would be a catastrophic affair. But my trepidation does not imply cowardice. Uncle G has bestowed great kindness upon me, so ponder this carefully. Do not push this honest man to the brink. At this juncture, a glint of cold light flashed in Ye Lin's eyes, presenting a visage of utmost seriousness. Kinsen hesitated. But with 3 of his limbs rendered useless and the last one frozen into an icy sculpture, he found himself with no alternative but to acquiesce to Ye Lin's demands. Rest assured that old Codger G is not dead. He's merely lost a hand and is confined in the prison outside, Kinsen remarked. Upon hearing this, Ye Lin exhaled a sigh of relief. Had Father G perished, he would have felt a tinge of guilt and sorrow, regardless of Father G's intentions. He had genuinely invested his resources for Ye Lin's benefit, and that constituted a debt of gratitude he must honor. With a swift motion, the sharp starfall celestial mark transformed into a streak of light, aiming to cleave Kinsen's neck and behead him. Sensing the chilling intent to kill, Kinsen's body bristled with fear. You indeed deceived me, wretch. At that moment, Kinsen could no longer concern himself with his last remaining leg. He twisted his torso with all his might, resulting in his frozen limb snapping off, and he collapsed to the ground in a wretched heap, narrowly evading Ye Lin's lethal strike. What a fierce will to survive, but ultimately futile. Ye Lin raised the starfall celestial mark once more, determined to ensure that no one privy to his secret of immortality would remain alive. Now devoid of any limbs, Kinsen could no longer resist. A bitter smile spread across his face as he closed his eyes in despair. He never anticipated that as a formidable underground king, he would meet his end at the hands of a mere high school student. Just as Ye Lin was about to extinguish Kinsen's life, a sharp cry rang out from the doorway. Stop. Release him, or I shall immediately kill this G. Sister Qian, who had just fled, returned with an additional man in tow. Father G appeared in a dire state, clearly having endured a brutal beating. His face pale from excessive blood loss. Bound tightly, he resembled a dumpling, with his mouth gagged, rendering him voiceless. Sister Qian wielded a black handgun, aimed squarely at Father G's temple. Brother Kinsen. Upon witnessing Kinsen's disfigured state, Sister Qian gasped, tears streaming down her cheeks. Weren't you supposed to escape? Why have you returned? Leave. I do not require a woman to rescue me, Kinsen exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and fury in his voice. No, I will not abandon you. Sister Qian shook her head resolutely, pressing the gun firmly against Father G's temple. Release Brother Kinsen. Otherwise, I will kill him now. You fool. You are merely a vessel for my frustration. Why did you come back? Kinsen's eyes brimmed with tears. Having endured the severing of his limbs without shedding a single tear, he found himself unable to contain his emotions at the sight of Sister Qian returning to save him, risking her life in the process. A person only realizes the true nature of those around them when they find themselves in dire straits. He never anticipated that the one who would come to his rescue would be Qian. Ye Lin narrowed his eyes, gently tapping on the starfall blade. After activating the cycle of flames and the dance of instants, he felt a surge of speed that granted him a 60 chance of severing the woman's hand before she could pull the trigger. He hesitated, contemplating whether to gamble on that probability, but ultimately decided against it. Although a 60 success rate was not insignificant, it concerned the life of Uncle G. What do you plan to do? Shall we exchange hostages? Ye Lin inquired. Impossible. If I have no hostages, you would surely kill us immediately. Have Sin's men take him away, and I will stay here with the hostage. Qian replied, gritting her teeth. Ye Lin frowned. This woman, having followed Kinsen, was indeed not easily deceived. However, he could not let Kinsen escape. Failing to eliminate him today would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the wild, inviting immense trouble for himself. Had he not caught Kinsen off guard tonight, he would not have even had the chance to approach him before being captured. Upon hearing Qian's words, Kinsen was filled with rage and despair. He could see that Qian intended to trade her life for his. He won't spare me. You must leave. Aren't you always the one who listens to me? Go. Kinsen's desperate screams irritated Ye Lin, who casually picked up a double-headed dragon from Kinsen's bed and stuffed it into Kinsen's mouth, causing him to choke and gag, unable to speak further. He then lifted his gaze towards Qian. I cannot agree to your terms. Once Kinsen departs, he will certainly rally his forces to hunt me down. And in that case, neither Uncle Ji nor I would survive. You have someone you wish to save, and so do I. Therefore, if you are concerned about my pursuit of you and Kinsen, I can assure you of my intentions. Ye Lin turned the blade of the Starfall blade towards himself. After 4 swift arcs of the blade, both his hands and feet were severed, blood gushing forth. He collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Yet it did not end there. He inflicted a wound upon his own abdomen, his intestines spilling out in a horrifying display. What do you think? Can you now believe that I will no longer pursue you and Kinsen? Ye Lin's face was ashen, his demeanor frail. You. Qian covered her mouth, unable to fathom that Ye Lin could go to such lengths. Uncle Ji is of great importance to me. I am an orphan. He has been like a father who unexpectedly entered my life. I must ensure his safety. Ye Lin's words resonated with gravity, bringing tears to the eyes of the silenced Uncle Ji. In the ruthless world of business, where humanity often fades, such genuine emotion moved him far more than mountains of wealth ever could. Seeing Ye Lin inflict such severe harm upon himself, Qian lowered her weapon in response. Upon witnessing the scene, Kinsen was consumed by an overwhelming urge to scream. The fact that Ye Lin had survived being trampled into a pulp was a trivial matter to him, yet Ye Lin had already silenced him with the twin-headed dragon, preventing him from warning Sister Qian. Seeing Kinsen struggling, Sister Qian mistakenly believed he was calling for her and hurriedly released Uncle Ji to rush towards him. Brother Son, I'm here, brother son, she exclaimed as she swiftly approached and retrieved the twin-headed dragon. Upon witnessing Sister Qian release Uncle Ji, Kinsen's face turned ashen. As expected, when he turned his head, he saw Ye Lin approaching, stuffing his entrails back into his body. You wish to kill me. I have no objections. But could you spare Qian? She knows nothing and is not a transcender. She poses no threat to you. Kinsen implored urgently. In my entire life, I, Kinsen, have done everything, but I have never begged anyone. Consider this my plea to you. You. How can you still stand? Sister Qian gasped, horrified. She could not comprehend how a person with severed tendons could still be upright, much less wield a knife. Ye Lin regarded Kinsen with a complex gaze. In certain respects, Kinsen could be seen as a man of loyalty and righteousness, but regrettably, he had no choice in this matter. Should the secret of his immortality be revealed, his fate would be 1,000 times more tragic than Kinsen's. With a stoic expression, Ye Lin raised the Starfall celestial mark. I beg you, spare Qian. I implore you to agree. I can give you money, anything you desire, as long as you let her go. The blade shimmered with starlight as Kinsen's voice abruptly ceased. The underground king of Qingqing stared wide-eyed, unable to close his eyes in death. Brother Son, Sister Qian cried out in despair, tears streaming down her face as she gazed at Kinsen's lifeless body, weeping uncontrollably. I'm sorry, brother Son. I was useless. I was foolish. Then, with a fierce expression, she seized a gun and unhesitatingly pulled the trigger at Ye Lin. Bang, 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 bang. After 6 gunshots echoed, the bullets had been expended, and smoke billowed from the gun's muzzle. Unfortunately for her, every bullet was deflected by the Starfall celestial mark, causing no harm to Ye Lin whatsoever. Ye Lin had not intended to intervene. He knew he would not perish. However, considering Uncle Ji's presence, he felt compelled to maintain appearances. Go ahead and kill me. Take me with you. Sister Qian screamed in a frenzy. Unable to exact vengeance, her only desire was to die alongside Kinsen. Ye Lin shook his head, sighing softly. Do not be foolish, sister. I do not kill women. You should leave. Do not kill women. Sister Qian was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond to Ye Lin's words. Indeed, Kinsen was a man of dignity in life. With you alive, you can ensure he receives a proper burial. Alas, had he not kidnapped Uncle Ji, I truly would not wish to be his enemy, Ye Lin lamented. Brother Senior. Mentioning Kinsen caused Sister Qian's tears to flow anew, as if a dam had burst. Ye Lin chose to disregard Sister Qian's grief, turning instead to Uncle Ji. Uncle Ji. I apologize for my tardiness. Ye Lin unfastened the shackles binding Uncle Ji and withdrew the towel that had been stuffed into his mouth. It's all right, my child. The mere fact that you risked so much to rescue me has deeply moved me, Uncle Ji expressed, his eyes brimming with emotion. He was acutely aware of Kinsen's formidable power and could scarcely fathom the tribulations Ye Lin must have endured, the immense effort he must have exerted to successfully extricate him. Uncle Ji, let us depart. Ye Lin assisted Uncle Ji as they made their way towards the exit of the underground black market. Ye Lin, you must have faced considerable hardship to get here. Uncle Ji remarked with concern. Uncle Ji, you underestimate me. I'm only at level 16. Even with my status as a forbidden spellcaster, I could hardly contend with Qin Sin's numerous subordinates. They could exhaust me to death merely by wearing me down, Ye Lin replied, shaking his head. Oh, then how did you manage to enter? And what caused Qin Sin to end up in such a wretched state? Uncle Ji inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. He had witnessed Qin Sin's condition firsthand. The man's limbs had been severed, leaving him a grotesque shadow of his former self. It was a friend of mine. Ye Lin hesitated before adding, this friend has requested that I keep his identity confidential, so I cannot disclose it, Uncle Ji. Uncle Ji nodded, a glimmer of shrewdness flashing in his eyes, characteristic of a businessman. The growth of a forbidden spellcaster is rapid, despite Ye Lin's current level of only 16. Once the college entrance exam concludes and he ventures into the wilderness, within a year or two, he could ascend to become a formidable power in his own right. It appeared that he was not the only one to recognize Ye Lin's potential. Others in Qiqing were also eyeing him with similar intentions. Having realized this, Uncle Ji refrained from further inquiries, for the fact that he had survived the night was already a stroke of fortune. The ordeal of being abducted by Qin Sin had opened his eyes to many truths. Ye Lin, do not find me verbose. The fundamental relationship between people in this society is rooted in interests. If you possess value, others will gravitate towards you. Remain vigilant and do not trust anyone lightly. Including me, Ye Lin interjected. Uncle Ji's gaze was complex. Initially, he had sent Ji Lingyu to engage with Ye Lin with the intent of utilizing him. All right, I shall remember, Uncle Ji. The wisdom you imparted will be etched in my heart. Ye Lin responded obediently, nodding. Since you acknowledge me as your uncle, there is something else I must discuss with you. Otherwise, you will inevitably suffer great losses in the future. Uncle Ji couldn't help but speak sternly, as he had completely come to regard Ye Lin as his second son, holding him in esteem second only to Ji Lingyu. Speak, Uncle Ji. Ye Lin is all ears. Ye Lin replied attentively. You are too kind, and far too merciful. A glint of coldness flickered in Uncle Ji's eyes. This is a grave taboo. Kindness does not command troops, righteousness does not nurture wealth, benevolence does not govern, emotions do not establish affairs, and compassion does not engage in politics. This is an immutable truth. Just like that woman associated with Qin Senator, I must admit, their genuine feelings were indeed compelling, yet precisely for that reason. You must not let her off the hook. Otherwise, once she regains her senses with her identity as a Qin Sin woman, she will undoubtedly rally a number of Qin Sin remnants to seek vengeance against you. At that point, it will pose significant troubles for you, even endangering your life. Ye Lin feigned terror and quickly responded, Uncle Ji, what should we do now? Should I return and eliminate her? There's no need for that. I will help you manage the aftermath of the underground black market. I merely wish for you to amend your tendency to be soft-hearted. Uncle Ji shook his head, then kindly addressed Ye Lin. Ye Lin, it is acceptable to be compassionate, but only towards those close to you. Once it is clear that the other party is an enemy, they will have already paved their path to demise. Ye Lin, I shall heed Uncle Ji's teachings. Ye Lin obediently replied. As they conversed, they began to withdraw from the black market, but upon reaching its outskirts, Uncle Ji was taken aback. Countless white skeletal warriors guarded the edges of the black market, their hollow eye sockets ablaze with azure soul flames. Behind the skeletal warriors, there were even headless knights, bone dragons, liches, and various other undead beings. The rusted short swords of the skeletal warriors were still smeared with warm blood, evidently from a recent unfortunate soul who had attempted to escape, only to be cleaved by a sword. Is Qin Sin's retaliation arriving so swiftly? Uncle Ji was filled with dread, and a glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Ye Lin, if there is truly no way out later, abandon me and flee. Uncle Ji, how can that be? Ye Lin exclaimed in shock. Uncle Ji intended to say more, but he had already noticed a skeletal warrior stealthily appearing behind Ye Lin. Ye Lin, be careful. Uncle Ji hurriedly pushed Ye Lin aside, and the skeletal warrior swung a punch at his face, knocking him unconscious. Ye Lin touched his nose, gazing regretfully at the unconscious Uncle Ji, murmuring to himself, Uncle Ji, I apologize. I did not wish for this, but if you do not faint, I cannot proceed. The secret of immortality was of paramount importance, and Ye Lin did not want anyone to know. As for everyone in the underground black market tonight, he had no intention of letting them escape. Forbidden spell, rebirth of flames. Forbidden spell, infernal fire of destruction. Ye Lin raised his hand, and his entire body felt as though its blood had been siphoned away, rendering him a mere dried husk. Yet this was not the end, with a mere thought. His immortality rejuvenated his blood, allowing him to sacrifice once more. Ye Lin continuously shifted between a normal state and that of a skeletal figure, and with each transition, the purple-red inferno in his hand grew increasingly potent, eventually radiating like a small, resplendent sun. The miniature sun of purple-red flames danced in Ye Lin's grasp, as if it were poised to break free and incinerate all in its path. Ye Lin could distinctly sense that he was nearing a point of losing control over this power. This time, the infernal fire of destruction he released was far more formidable than any previous attempt. He took a deep breath and hurled the blazing sun of retribution towards the black market before him. The purplish-red fireball traced a long arc through the air, resembling a comet streaking across the night sky, exuding an aura of apocalyptic destruction as it descended into the depths of the black market. The moment the fireball made contact with the ground, a deafening explosion resounded. A mushroom cloud erupted above the black market, and the terrifying flames unleashed their fury in an instant. The inferno blazed fiercely, the searing heat threatening to incinerate everything in its vicinity. The creatures that had once thrived in the black market shrieked in agony under the oppressive temperature, only to be consumed by the flames in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace behind. The entire black market was engulfed in the flames of retribution, transforming into a sea of fire. Illuminated by the blaze, it signified the complete obliteration of what had once been the most notorious den of iniquity in the city of Qiqing. The purplish-red glow cast flickering shadows across Ye Lin's face. Gazing at the raging inferno, his emotions swirled in complexity. He opened a pack of salvaged cigarettes, igniting one with the flames of retribution before tossing the entire pack into the blaze. The essence of nicotine invaded his mouth and lungs, gradually calming his tumultuous thoughts. It seemed as though the instinct to smoke in times of distress was an indelible memory etched into the very genes of every man. A high school student, barely transitioned into his new role and possessing only a level 16 prowess, had single-handedly slain the underground king of Qiqing, Qinsen, and set the entire black market ablaze. It was a tale so incredible that even he would scarcely believe it if he were to recount it. Even the authorities would never suspect him. It was akin to the leader of a country being assassinated, with no one bothering to investigate the individual sitting before their screen. Once the flames extinguished, all blame would rest upon the non-existent figure of Ling Yi. Ye Lin lowered his gaze, peering through the white smoke of the cigarette at the still unconscious Uncle Ji. The only pressing concern now was Uncle Ji. He was the sole eyewitness to Ye Lin's act of killing Qinsen. If Uncle Ji were to perish first, followed by the demise of Ji Lingyu, with Ye Lin gravely wounded and collapsing beside Ji Lingyu, he would inevitably absolve himself of all connection to the incident. Should an investigation ensue, it would merely be assumed that Qinsen had attacked the Ji family, exterminating Uncle Ji's entire lineage, before being eradicated by the enigmatic figure, Ling Yi. Ye Lin would be nothing more than a hapless victim. With that thought, Ye Lin slowly raised the starfall sky blade, a fleeting glimmer of cold light flickering in his eyes. Just then, Uncle Ji gradually opened his eyes, and upon awakening, beheld the subtle, flowing starlight upon the blade. Ye Lin, what are you planning to do? Ye Lin offered no reply. Instead, he swiftly brought the blade down. With several flashes of cold light, a plump red apple was flawlessly peeled. Uncle Ji, would you care for an apple? Ye Lin blinked innocently. Uncle Ji let out a sigh of relief, still shaken, and exclaimed, Ye Lin, you nearly scared me to death. What are you thinking, eating an apple at a time like this? Turning his gaze towards the roaring inferno, Uncle Ji anxiously inquired, what on earth has happened? Just now, those skeletons intended to kill us. Fortunately, Brother Lingya, oh no. Ye Lin quickly covered his mouth, appearing as if he had misspoken, and corrected himself. That mysterious figure saved us and set the entire black market ablaze. Oh? A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Ji Fu's eyes. He mused that Ye Lin still possessed a child's innocence, allowing his inner thoughts to slip out inadvertently. If such musings could escape his lips, could they still be deemed inner thoughts? He resolved to impart some wisdom to Ye Lin when he had the opportunity. Lingya? Who was this enigmatic powerhouse? And why had he never heard of him? It's all right. As long as we are safe, let us depart. The investigation bureau will arrive shortly, and I must return to prepare. Ji Fu's expression turned solemn. Ye Lin nodded. The investigation bureau was the official organization responsible for handling job changers, and Qinsen's demise would undoubtedly incite their fervent pursuit. He had indeed contemplated eliminating Ji Fu, but that notion was ultimately suppressed. If he were to take the life of Ji Fu, who had shown him kindness, solely to secure his own safety, it would signify a complete abandonment of his humanity. Humans are a fusion of humanity and beastliness, often manifesting as shrewd and self-serving, yet at times unable to resist selfless acts of devotion. His desire to survive was a primal instinct, while his decision to save Ji Fu stemmed from gratitude. Should he forsake his humanity, even a prolonged existence would merely render him a long-lived beast in human form. Upon witnessing Ji Fu and Ye Lin's safe return, Ye Lin broke down in tears. Embracing Ji Fu tightly, "Dad, you're finally back. I almost thought I'd never see you again." There is no greater joy in life than the reunion after a loss. "Foolish child, why are you crying? I am still here, aren't I? Rest assured, as long as I live, the sky will not fall." Ji Fu affectionately ruffled Ye Lin's hair, his eyes misting with emotion. Having lost his wife early on, Ye Lin was raised solely by Ji Fu. After her departure, Ye Lin became his entire world. "Enough with the tears. You hardly resemble a man. Step aside. I have many matters to attend to." A glint of determination shone in Ji Fu's eyes, and in that moment, he transformed back into the formidable Ji, a titan of the business realm. The incident involving Kinsen was bound to reverberate throughout the entire Qi, prompting the investigation bureau to mobilize in earnest. His immediate priority was to ensure that Ye Lin and Ye Lin could participate in the college entrance examination smoothly. Once they entered the examination hall, even the investigation bureau would be unable to lay a finger on them. This night was destined to be sleepless, both for Ji Fu and for others in Qi. Qi Investigation Bureau. Investigator Huang sat at his desk, having just concluded the documentation of the Sujihu farm incident. Sujihu, an underling of the underground king Qin San, had already received assurances from the latter that the investigation bureau should cease any further inquiries into the matter. Thus, Investigator Huang had promptly classified the case as unresolved, and upon finishing the paperwork, he glanced up to discover it was already past 3 in the morning. He raised his fingers to massage his brow. The underground king of Qincheng, such a malignant tumor, is truly maddening. As his words faded, the door suddenly burst open with a loud bang, startling investigator Huang Litian in the stillness of the night. Upon lifting his gaze, he recognized that the intruder was his assigned apprentice, Su Xiao, whose face was now etched with panic. "What is it? Why the clumsiness? Have I not taught you to remain calm in the face of adversity, to maintain emotional stability?" Panic and excitement resolved nothing. Huang Litian reprimanded. Yes, master. You are right, but truly it is of monumental importance." Su Xiao's throat bobbed nervously, his forehead glistening with cold sweat. "Oh?" Huang Litian smiled faintly, maintaining an air of composure as he sipped from the cup on his desk. "Do tell, what could possibly be so monumental?" Young people often lack composure, becoming agitated over the slightest matters. "Master, you must promise not to be frightened when I tell you," Su Xiao exclaimed in terror. "Rest assured, I have been an investigator for many years. What have I not encountered? Giant spectacles, human centipedes. What could possibly frighten me?" Huang Litian replied with utmost calm, continuing to drink. "Kinsen is dead. The entire underground black market has been reduced to ashes in a single blaze, executed with the same methods as that previous farm incident." Seeing Huang Litian's unperturbed demeanor, Su Xiao gradually regained his composure and spoke with assurance. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Huang Litian unexpectedly spat out his drink, spraying Su Xiao completely. "What? Who did you say is dead? Kinsen? What the hell?" Huang Litian rushed forward, grasping Su Xiao's shoulders and shaking him violently. "Who is dead? Repeat that. Who is dead?" Su Xiao felt as if his brain was being shaken into submission. "Master, did you not say to remain composed and stable in such situations?" Slap. Huang Litian responded with 2 resounding slaps, his voice sharp and commanding. "Stop with the nonsense. Speak. What happened? Who is dead?" Kinsen, Su Xiao replied, feeling wronged. "Is it a namesake?" Huang Litian inquired, clinging to a shred of hope. "No. It is indeed the underground king Kinsen. Judging by the current circumstances, he and all his subordinates in the black market are likely dead," Su Xiao stated truthfully. Upon hearing this, Huang Litian released Su Xiao and staggered back several steps, barely steadying himself against the desk. As a polygraph expert, he was acutely aware that the apprentice before him was speaking the truth. Yet at that moment, he desperately wished Su Xiao was lying, for it was Kinsen who had perished. Moreover, he had died within the city, and the entirety of the underground black market was decimated, a catastrophic event of monumental proportions. Regardless of Kinsen's clandestine title as the underground king of Qi, he was, on the surface, one of the city's top 10 distinguished philanthropists, a prominent figure. With his death, unrest could very well ensue in Qi. Let us proceed to the scene. The veins on Huang Litian's forehead throbbed violently. Only a day remained until the high-stakes examination commenced. And no unforeseen incidents could transpire in Qingcheng at this critical juncture. Upon their arrival, the flames of devastation still flickered ominously, with sporadic violet flames leaping forth. Huang Litian hastened forward, but Su Xiu quickly grasped his arm. Master, please, calm down. These flames possess an uncanny nature. Once they ignite, they cannot be extinguished, and are exceedingly perilous. I am aware. There is no need to restrain me. Huang Litian's countenance darkened, for the scene before him mirrored a past tragedy. The very same inferno. All evidence had been consumed by the flames, leaving nothing but ashes, even the bones reduced to cinders, and only a charred expanse of earth remained. The previous incident at the farmhouse bore a striking resemblance, and this black market was merely an exaggerated replica of that calamity. Curse Kinsun, Huang Litian muttered under his breath. For had it not been for Kinsun's interference in their investigation of the farmhouse, perhaps this dreadful tableau could have been averted. He now found credence in Zhuge Ni's assertion that Ye Lin and Ling Yi were not one and the same, after all. How could an ordinary high school student possess the capacity to annihilate an entire black market? While others remained oblivious, the investigation bureau was acutely aware. Kinsun was, in fact, a formidable level 50 class changer. Could it be that this was yet another scheme orchestrated by the enigmatic Ling Yi? Yet, that notion was flawed. According to Zhuge and I, she had encountered Ling Yi within the novice realm, thus eliminating the possibility of his culpability. Was it conceivable that Ling Yi was merely responsible for obliterating evidence, while the true perpetrator lurked elsewhere? Huang Litian felt an overwhelming headache encroach upon him. At that moment, Su Xiu rushed over in a flurry, delivering yet another piece of disconcerting news that deepened his furrowed brow. 10 minutes later, within the Qingcheng Investigation Bureau, Huang Litian encountered Ji Fu. Director Ji. Huang Litian extended his hand to shake Ji Fu's, only for the latter to offer a pained smile, raising his left arm, which had been severed by Kinsun. Huang Litian's lips twitched involuntarily. Director Ji, let us dispense with pleasantries. It is a matter of urgency. You reside in the Ji family villa, and it was besieged by Kinsun and his men around 10 o'clock, correct? Indeed, Ji Fu replied, his eyes closing in anguish. Everyone else perished. My son and his classmates were outside, and thus escaped the massacre, employing his professional skill of mind reading. Huang Litian sensed no deceit in Ji Fu's words and furrowed his brow in inquiry. Director Ji, could you elucidate how you survived? I mean no offense, but as far as I am aware, you are merely an ordinary individual, not a class changer. His implication was clear. All the class changers had succumbed, yet he, an ordinary man, remained unharmed. Why? It was Shaoli. Ji Fu struck a match and lit a cigarette, sorrow etched in his eyes. Shaoli is an orphan I adopted, and my personal bodyguard. He sacrificed his life to provide me with a chance to flee. And what transpired thereafter? Huang Litian pressed further. Subsequently, I fainted. And it was my son's classmate, Ye Lin, who discovered and rescued me. After that, I reported the incident to the Investigation Bureau. Uncle Ji remarked while taking a puff of his cigarette. Are you aware that Kinsun is dead? Huang Litian fixed his gaze intently on Uncle Ji. Indeed. Just on my way to the Investigation Bureau, I overheard someone mention his demise. Good riddance. Had he not died, I would have sought ways to eliminate him myself. Damn it, Uncle Ji said with fierce indignation. Huang Litian furrowed his brow, realizing that everything Uncle Ji had stated thus far was entirely truthful. There was not a single lie among his words, which indicated that Uncle Ji was indeed not deceiving him. Observing Uncle Ji casually flicking the ash from his cigarette, Huang Litian became convinced that Uncle Ji must know something about Kinsun's death. A truly adept deceiver does not fabricate falsehoods. Rather, each statement they make contains a kernel of truth. However, when these truths are woven together, they construct a grand illusion. For instance, the national football team is renowned globally, as no other country's team has ever defeated them in the World Cup. Moreover, when my girlfriend was betrayed by her closest friend, I was enraged and taught her friend a severe lesson. This exemplifies a montage of deception, where truth is employed to weave a lie. Such a cunning old fox. Even an investigator with lie detection skills finds himself at a loss. Very well, Mr. Ji, thank you for your cooperation. I have gathered sufficient information. I intend to speak with your son, Ji Lingyu, and his classmate, Ye Lin. You wouldn't mind, would you? Huang Litian inquired. Of course not, Investigator Huang, please proceed. Uncle Ji replied with a cheery smile. While at home, he had already coordinated his story with Ji Lingyu and Ye Lin, confident that Huang Litian would uncover nothing. Before long, Ji Lingyu and Ye Lin were ushered into the investigation bureau. Ye Lin glanced around nervously, exhibiting a demeanor suggestive of guilt, which instantly drew Huang Litian's attention to him. Both of these individuals were merely high school students, undoubtedly lacking the depth of cunning possessed by Uncle Ji, and Huang Litian naturally regarded them as potential points of leverage. Additionally, since Ye Lin had previously been the prime suspect in the farm incident, Huang Litian had long wished to have an earnest discussion with him. "Hello, Ye Lin, I am Huang. You may call me Investigator Huang." Huang Litian extended his hand for a handshake. Ye Lin's expression turned grave. "Hello, Investigator Huang. I can only take a little while to get to Urxiankyo via Changhua Avenue." "Not too much." Huang Litian. "I meant to ask if this car is operational?" Huang Litian lamented, feeling a headache coming on. "It is operational to Urxiankyo." Ye Lin nodded earnestly. "Not what I, damn it." Huang Litian realized he had been led astray by Ye Lin. "Ye Lin, here. I have a few straightforward questions for you. Just answer them. No need for elaboration. Do you understand?" Huang Litian instructed. "Understood, Investigator Huang. I apologize. I merely thought you looked rather serious and wanted to lighten the mood with a joke," Ye Lin said, scratching his head innocently. "I appreciate your intent." Huang Litian replied solemnly. "Do you know Su Jihu?" "I am unfamiliar with that name. I have never heard of it," Ye Lin replied honestly, genuinely unaware that the unscrupulous individual who sought to purchase his organs was Su Jihu. Huang Litian confirmed that Ye Lin was not lying. Yet he remained persistent in his inquiries. "Have you ever visited the farm?" "I have," Ye Lin said, his expression suddenly transforming into one of sheer terror. "What was there at the farm?" Huang Litian fixed his gaze intently on Ye Lin's eyes, convinced that a lead was imminent. "At that farm, there were chickens." Huang Litian nearly struck Ye Lin in frustration. "That's obvious. Farms certainly have chickens." "No, Investigator Huang, these weren't just ordinary chickens. They were the kind that weighed around 100 pounds, Ye Lin insisted with utmost seriousness. The mention of 100-pound chickens instantly piqued the interest of those nearby, who leaned in eagerly to hear what Ye Lin would say next. One of those chickens even asked me if I wanted to play, claiming that I could partake without any cost. I was terrified and fled. Ye Lin blinked as he spoke, his words ringing true. During his time in the slums, he had often encountered older, unscrupulous women attempting to deceive him. Huang Litian was rendered speechless. He fell silent, realizing that every word Ye Lin spoke was indeed factual. There were now two possibilities. Either Ye Lin was a cunning fox, more devious than Ji Fu, feigning madness, or Ye Lin truly had no connection to Su Jihu's demise. Huang Litian leaned toward the latter, thus he refrained from pursuing any further questions regarding the farm and instead inquired about Ye Lin's whereabouts that evening. However, this line of questioning yielded no fruitful results, for Ye Lin had indeed been practicing his swordsmanship with Ji Lingyu at the Transmigrators Guild that night, an endeavor that was well documented and easily verifiable. Huang Litian promptly accessed the records and, upon discovering that Ye Lin had demolished a training dummy capable of withstanding attacks from level 40 Transmigrators, his eyes narrowed. "Ye Lin, can you explain why, at merely level 16, you were able to destroy a dummy meant to endure assaults from level 40 Transmigrators?" Huang Litian inquired with a smirk that barely concealed his skepticism. "I possess innate strength," Ye Lin replied nonchalantly, without a hint of embarrassment. "Innate strength? I advise you to speak the truth. Otherwise, I may have to detain you overnight." Huang Litian warned, his fingertips tapping rhythmically on the table. Ye Lin cursed inwardly, realizing that while others could not access the detailed records of the Transmigrators Guild, the Investigation Bureau possessed that authority. Had he known he would be killing Kenshin that night, he would not have exhibited such bravado. "Thanks to Uncle G purchasing me a set of excellent equipment, combined with my status as a forbidden spellcaster, I was able to reach that level of power in a moment of explosive energy. After all, training dummies do not evade," Ye Lin stated truthfully. Huang Litian narrowed his eyes, his fingers still lightly drumming on the table. If one were to consider it from that perspective, his explanation did hold merit. The destructive power of forbidden spells was indeed formidable, and with top-tier equipment, even a level 16 individual could potentially dismantle a level 40 dummy. "You disregarded your own health to unleash forbidden spells merely to gauge your strength on a dummy? Why?" Huang Litian asked, furrowing his brow. "Do you think it's a crime to not want to live anymore?" Ye Lin inquired, blinking his eyes. "Not a crime," Huang Litian replied, refraining from further questioning this matter and unexpectedly changing the subject. "Are you acquainted with Kenshin?" "Yes, he is one of the top 10 outstanding philanthropists in our city, though I haven't seen much of him on television." "Oh, how do you come by that knowledge?" Huang Litian's gaze sharpened. My family is poor. We cannot afford a television. Huang Litian. Ye Lin, it seems you indeed know something about Kinsun's death. Huang Litian's eyes sparkled with a hint of insight. From the very beginning, you have been diverting my attention, clearly indicating your reluctance for me to continue my inquiries. Simultaneously, a bold hypothesis surfaced in Huang Litian's mind. A forbidden spellcaster, capable of destroying a level 40 dummy. This Ye Lin before him might very well be the enigmatic Ling Yi. And Ling Yi might not merely be a single individual, but could also represent a well-trained organization. Once this thought took hold, it refused to be shaken off. In this light, many events began to make sense. Following the incident at Su Jihu's farm, Ye Lin was taken to the Ji family. Soon after which the Ji family suffered Kinsun's retaliation, and shortly thereafter, Kinsun was silenced. What do you possess that could attract Kinsun's and the Ji group's attention? Su Jihu was the first to discover this, leading to his demise at your hands. Along with the farm and its inhabitants, you incinerated everything in a single blaze. Subsequently, Kinsun suppressed the matter, stealthily building up his revenge against the Ji group, leading to the massacre of everyone in the Ji villa, with President Ji losing a hand. You, or rather, the forces behind you, intervened and annihilated Kinsun's family. Am I correct, Ling Yi? Huang Litian's penetrating gaze fixed on Ye Lin, as if seeking to uncover panic in his eyes. Yet he was met with disappointment. Though Ye Lin's heart raced with trepidation, his exterior remained blissfully naive. Even winking at Huang Litian, Officer Huang, what are you insinuating? Please refrain from making baseless accusations without evidence that could jeopardize our unity. With those words, Huang Litian deflated like a punctured balloon. Indeed, no evidence. Both the farm and the underground black market had been thoroughly consumed by flames, leaving no trace behind. Even if his suspicions held a grain of truth, what could he do without evidence? Taking a deep breath, Huang Litian clung to the belief that his conjectures, whether or not they were the truth, were close enough to explain the recent string of events. Yet one point eluded him. The massacre at the Ji villa occurred around 10 in the evening, while the inferno at the underground black market erupted around 3 in the morning. What transpired during those 5 intervening hours? If there had been a large-scale clash among transmuters in the underground black market, their investigation bureau would surely have received notification immediately. But those 5 hours passed in eerie silence, as if nothing had transpired, only for the sudden conflagration to engulf the entire underground black market, leaving nothing but ashes. Huang Litian cast a penetrating glance at Ye Lin, comprehending that further inquiries would yield no fruitful information. He glanced at his watch and spoke. Ye Lin, it is now 5 in the morning, and there remain 27 hours until the commencement of the college entrance examination. You would do well to hope that within this span, I uncover no evidence. Ye Lin found himself detained at the investigation bureau, confined within a specially designed cell. The cells of the bureau were the result of a collaboration between masters of materials science and architecture, rendering any attempt to escape an exercise in futility. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, Ye Lin was destined to endure the next 27 hours here, prior to the examination. Despite the relentless efforts of Uncle Ji, who even leveraged the influence of the Ji group, his endeavors bore no fruit. The loss of life had been substantial, particularly concerning Kinsun, the underground kingpin of Qiqing. Unbeknownst to the investigators, a formidable force had emerged in Qingcheng, capable of obliterating Kinsun, and when Huang Litian reported this revelation, it left the entire Qingcheng Investigation Bureau astounded. How could one allow such a threat to flourish on their own turf? They mused, aghast at the notion that a power had arisen under their very noses. Unbeknownst to them, to speak candidly, if this mysterious force remained unexamined, it was entirely plausible that the Bureau could meet a fate akin to Kinsun's, vanquished without forewarning. Consequently, the matter received urgent attention from the Qiqing Investigation Bureau, which promptly granted Huang Litian the highest level of investigative authority, placing him in full command, accompanied by 2 formidable transferees for his protection. As Huang Litian departed with his entourage, Ye Lin exhaled in relief, gradually reclining in his chair with a subtle smile gracing his lips. Although Kinsun had perished, the influence of the underground king extended far beyond the black market. His reach permeated all of Qiqing. Unlike Huang Litian, these individuals did not concern themselves with such trifles as evidence. They would surely prefer to err on the side of caution, favoring execution over leniency. What Ye Lin needed to do now was find a secure location to await the beginning of the examination, and in Qingcheng, what place could possibly be safer than the Investigation Bureau itself? In this world, transferees, especially those endowed with exceptional talents, possessed considerable privileges. Once they entered the examination, drawing the attention of provincial universities, even if Huang Litian unearthed irrefutable evidence of Ye Lin's involvement in Qinshan's demise, it would bear no consequence. Ye Lin held ample confidence in his abilities and talents. He had executed his dealings with Qinshan with discretion, harboring no fears of Huang Litian's inquiries. In the span of 27 hours, it was improbable that Huang Litian would unearth any incriminating evidence. He reclined on the narrow iron bed, surrendering himself to slumber, conserving his energy for the examination. Meanwhile, as dawn broke, Huang Litian arrived at the residence of the Zhuge family in Qiqing. The small building of the Zhuge family stood apart from the world, resembling an ancient courtyard isolated from the mundane. The low walls glimmered with a golden hue in the morning sunlight, each brick seemingly whispering the secrets of Qiqing through the ages. Mr. Zhuge, Huang Litian, Level 7 investigator of the Qiqing Investigation Bureau, requests an audience. Huang Litian respectfully tapped on the door. Despite being an investigator, he dared not act recklessly in this abode, for its master was none other than Zhuge Qiqing. "Ah, it is Officer Huang. Please, come in," a voice beckoned, as if summoned by an unseen force. The gate creaked open, revealing the courtyard beyond. Within Zhuge's estate, ancient trees towered majestically, and swaying emerald bamboos danced in the breeze. A winding path of bluestone meandered through, while the gentle aroma of tea permeated the air, refreshing the spirit and providing solace from the tribulations of the world. Here, time seemed to stand still. At some point, Zhuge Qiqing had taken a seat in the courtyard, brewing tea as if he had anticipated Huang Litian's arrival. "Officer Huang, please take a seat," he invited, presenting a cup of tea to Huang Litian. Huang Litian accepted the cup, taking a delicate sip. The fragrant brew seemed to cleanse his soul. Setting the cup down, he spoke with gravity. "Mr. Zhuge, I have come with important matters to discuss." Zhuge Qiqing smiled slightly. "You seek me under the pretense of business. Yet your true aim lies with my daughter, does it not? Is it regarding the matter of Qinshan?" "Indeed, nothing escapes your keen insight, Mr. Zhuge," Huang Litian replied, a sheepish smile breaking on his face. During their last encounter at the farm, he had sensed that Zhuge Ni was privy to more than she let on. Yet he had chosen to overlook it, for after all, Su Jihu was not a virtuous man, and his demise was of little consequence. However, the stakes were now significantly higher. Huang Litian could not afford to overlook this lead. So he recounted the details of Qinshan's death and the emergence of mysterious forces in Qiqing to Zhuge Qiqing. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Qiqing gently set down his teacup and replied with a calm demeanor, "I have already heard of this matter. I can have my daughter cooperate with you, but I must request a favor from Officer Huang in return. Is that agreeable?" Huang Litian, taken aback, quickly responded, "Mr. Zhuge, you honor me. Please, whatever you need, I shall do my utmost to assist." Zhuge Qiqing nodded slightly and said softly, "A great change is impending in Qiqing. I hope you can ensure my daughter's safety. I would like your bureau to escort her into the Gaokao examination and publicly announce that she has become a level 9 investigator under your bureau, officially commencing her duties upon graduation." Huang Litian was momentarily stunned, but he quickly grasped Zhuge Qiqing's intent to leverage the bureau's power to safeguard Zhuge Ni. After all, no matter how formidable a transmuter might be, unless utterly deranged, they would never dare harm an investigator. Such an act would result in a nationwide manhunt across the Great Xia. After a moment's contemplation, he solemnly nodded. "Rest assured, Mr. Zhuge, with me present, no one shall lay a finger on Miss Zhuge." While maintaining a facade of composure, Huang Litian's mind was tumultuous with unease. The request for him to protect Zhuge Ni during the Gaokao examination carried profound implications that sent shivers down his spine. If Zhuge Qiqing were present, no one would dare touch a hair on Zhuge Ni's head. What monumental upheaval could compel Zhuge Qiqing to seek the assistance of the bureau? Seeing Huang Litian's agreement, Zhuge Qiqing nodded in satisfaction and ordered someone to summon Zhuge Ni. "Father? What is it?" "It's so early. The dawn has barely broken." The newly awakened Zhuge Ni, clad in her teddy bear pajamas, clearly expressed her dissatisfaction at Zhuge Qiqing for rousing her from slumber at such an hour. "Have you not been yearning to find that Lingyi? He has been located," Zhuge Qiqing replied with a smile. "Really?" Zhuge Ni, still bleary-eyed, was instantly invigorated by the news. "This is Officer Huang. You should change your clothes and accompany him. Officer Huang will elucidate everything for you." Zhuge Qiqing continued with a cheerful tone. "All right." Upon seeing Huang Litian, Zhuge Ni's expression turned slightly awkward, as she certainly remembered him. As Zhuge Ni and Huang Litian departed the courtyard, Zhuge Qiqing let out a quiet sigh, retrieving an ancient key from his pocket. He gently caressed the weathered key, its surface riddled with the marks of time, as if it were narrating unending tales of the past. It appeared to be an ordinary bronze key, marred by rust. Yet it harbored an enigmatic power capable of unveiling the origins of all things in existence. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Zhuge Qianqing was seized by a violent coughing fit. Crimson blood splattering onto the key, a shocking sight, yet his countenance remained serene. Ye Lin, I never imagined you could single-handedly deal with Qin-san. When will you finally come to seek my assistance? My time is running short. In the Qiqing Investigation Bureau's detention center, bang, bang, bang. The sound of iron knocking jolted Ye Lin from his deep slumber. A cup of mixed soybean milk and an aluminum-exceeding fried dough stick, accompanied by 2 lymph meat buns, were placed before him. Ye Lin, it's time for breakfast. Su Xiao, Huang Litian's apprentice, presented a meal at Ye Lin's door. This instantly provoked the discontent of another detainee. Seriously, sir. We are both locked up. Why does he get soybean milk, fried dough sticks, and buns while I am stuck with steamed buns and plain congee? He is a college entrance examinee, and you can have the same if you qualify, Su Xiao retorted with an exasperated glare, causing the other man to shrink back in silence. Ye Lin lifted his gaze and noticed a small, monkey-like man confined in the cell opposite him, his sunken eyes presenting a feeble appearance. Upon realizing Ye Lin was observing him, the monkey-like man could not help but greet him. Oi, brother. How does a college entrance examinee end up locked in here? That seems unreasonable. What grave crime have you committed? Me? They suspect I killed Qin-san, Ye Lin replied candidly. What? The monkey-like man's voice turned sharp with incredulity. You? A high school student? Killing Qin-san? Brother, I've traveled far and wide and seen many people. You are undoubtedly the most boastful of them all. What about you, then? What brought you here? Noticing the disbelief, Ye Lin refrained from further explanation. Taking a bite of his bun and inquiring, for those confined within the Investigation Bureau's detention center were all adept individuals. I have committed no wrongdoing. I am merely a poet, the monkey man declared, spreading his hands. I cradle the firm, fair fruits, inhale the fragrant sea of blooming lavender, explore the moist, warm valleys, and irrigate the parched riverbeds with revitalizing rain. And yet here I am, imprisoned. Speak plainly. Ye Lin frowned. I am a flower thief. Ye Lin. Speaking of this matter infuriates me. Damn it, I was minding my own business when I transitioned to the profession of swift shadow thief, where everything I did was executed with remarkable speed. Many women were utterly unaware that I had made off with them until I inadvertently entangled myself with the wife of a significant figure, which led to my capture. The monkey man sighed. Ye Lin's lips twitched slightly. It was the first time he had encountered someone who could describe themselves as a quick gunman with such an exquisite and unconventional perspective. Moreover, as far as he knew, the swift shadow thief was an S-rank rare profession, renowned for its incredible speed and agility, capable of vanishing without a trace in an instant. At higher levels, a swift shadow thief makes for the finest scout and assassin. Yet, this monkey man had awakened the profession only to utilize its speed for thievery. Indeed, every profession breeds its own talents. Brother, are you not curious about which significant figure it was? When I was apprehended, nearly 10 investigators above level 40 were deployed. The monkey man chuckled. Ye Lin paused, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him. In the small town of Qiqing, investigators above level 40 were regarded as the pinnacle of power. What kind of prominent figure could provoke such a massive mobilization from the Investigation Bureau? Do tell, Ye Lin said, swallowing the last of his bun and gazing intently at the monkey man. A glimmer of pride flashed in the monkey man's eyes as if he were reliving the splendid moment. That woman's skin was as creamy and smooth as milk. Her thighs, her curves, her delicate hands. TSK, TSK, TSK. Speak of the significant figure. Not his wife, Ye Lin reminded. You might not believe it, but that woman is the wife of the deputy director of the Qiqing Investigation Bureau. The monkey man proclaimed with delight. The wife of the deputy director of the Qiqing Investigation Bureau? Ye Lin's expression turned peculiar. No wonder the Bureau mobilized 10 investigators above level 40 to capture this fellow. It was merciful they hadn't simply killed him on the spot. Brother, you truly possess audacity. Daring to touch another man's wife, Ye Lin couldn't help but shake his head. Hey, do you think that deputy director is a good man? I was hiding in his closet when I overheard him on the phone with Qin-san, who mentioned he had something to present to him. The monkey man scoffed. What did you say? Ye Lin instantly stood up, eyeing the monkey man with a mixture of disbelief and suspicion. The deputy director was in league with Qin-san? If they were working together, was he not walking into a trap? Just as he stood, a wave of dizziness washed over him. It was evident that something unknown had been slipped into the breakfast he had just consumed. With a resounding thud, Ye Lin lost his balance and fell to the ground, feeling utterly drained of strength. "Brother, what is wrong with you?" the monkey man inquired. "Don't worry about me. You should be more concerned about yourself." Ye Lin replied with a bitter smile. If the other party intended to harm him, the monkey man directly opposite would undoubtedly not survive, as his position allowed for a clear view of Ye Lin's predicament. "Me? What I have to worry about? In another 2.5 years, I'll be released," the monkey man said, somewhat bewildered. In the next moment, a long knife flashed like a streak of light, impaling him against the wall. The monkey man had never anticipated an attack within the confines of the Investigation Bureau's prison, leaving him completely unprepared. Blood poured from his mouth as he raised his hand in a futile gesture, seemingly wanting to say something, before his head drooped and he breathed his last. Crack. With the monkey man's demise, the door to Ye Lin's cell swung open, revealing a tall, slender man clad in a hat, mask, and sunglasses, enveloped in layers of clothing. He seized Ye Lin by the hair and lifted him up, demanding coldly, "Tell me, where is it? Where? What are you talking about?" Ye Lin frantically sacrificed his stomach and blood to purge the toxins. Bang! The slender man slammed Ye Lin's head against the bars, causing a cacophony in his mind. Stars danced before his eyes, nearly rendering him unconscious. "Stop pretending. Kinson died at your hands. The key must be with you." The man's voice was frigid and cruel, his dagger glinting ominously before Ye Lin's eyes. "Hand over the key you took from Kinson, and his death will be overlooked. Continue your charade, and I will first gouge out your eyes." Ye Lin was at a loss. To avoid leaving any evidence or traces, he had taken nothing from the underground black market. Even if there were a key, he had reduced it to ashes and fire. However, he could not afford to show any signs of weakness, otherwise this slender man would undoubtedly resort to ruthless measures, forcing Ye Lin to either expose his secret of invulnerability or become blind for life. "Go ahead and try," Ye Lin retorted fiercely, fixing his gaze on the slender man. "The key is with me, but not on my person. If you harm me, I assure you, you will never find that key." Though Ye Lin was unaware of the nature of the key the slender man spoke of, he understood clearly that it was his only lifeline. Indeed, upon hearing this, the slender man narrowed his eyes. He had originally come with the mindset of sparing nothing in his search for Ye Lin, but now he realized he had indeed hit the jackpot. "The key is truly with you. Speak. What will it take for you to hand it over?" "First, get me out of the Investigation Bureau." Ye Lin had initially planned to remain in the Bureau until the university entrance examinations began, but it now appeared that the Investigation Bureau was the real den of danger. He never anticipated that the deputy director of the Bureau would have ties to Kinson. "Are you certain?" The tall, thin man cast a cold glance at Ye Lin. "If you leave the Investigation Bureau now, you will become a wanted criminal, unable even to participate in the college entrance examination." Ye Lin pressed his lips together, feeling as though he was truly at an impasse, with no glimmer of hope for a breakthrough. In his perception, the strength of this tall, thin man seemed even more formidable than that of Kinson. Whether to fight or flee, he evidently had no chance whatsoever. "May I contact someone?" In this dire predicament, Ye Lin thought of an individual who might be able to assist him. It was a desperate measure, yet perhaps the only option available. "Yes, I will grant you 1 minute," the tall, thin man replied indifferently. He certainly did not believe that Kinson could have been killed by Ye Lin, a mere high school student, acting alone. Behind Ye Lin, there must be a vast and mysterious force at play. In the tall man's view, Ye Lin's request was undoubtedly an attempt to reach out to that enigmatic power. This was advantageous for him as well. He could follow the trail and uncover the secrets of that mysterious force. A flicker of brilliance flashed in the tall man's eyes, and at the same time, Ye Lin dialed a number. As the phone rang, Zhuge Qianxing on the other end revealed a smile, adjusting his glasses and chuckling softly. "I finally waited for you." Zhuge Qianxing answered the call. Moments later, in the Qingcheng Investigation Bureau's detention center, a man draped in a trench coat and exuding an air of elegance appeared. Upon seeing the newcomer, the tall, thin man was instantly rooted to the spot. "You are Mr. Zhuge." A wave of shock coursed through him. His eyes filled with astonishment. He never expected Ye Lin to summon Zhuge Qianxing. Could it be that the mysterious force behind Ye Lin was somehow connected to Zhuge Qianxing as well? "Will you leave on your own, or shall I take action?" Zhuge Qianxing adjusted his glasses, his tone calm yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "Mr. Zhuge, you." The tall, thin man gasped, staring intently at Zhuge Qianxing. Then gritted his teeth and said, "They say Mr. Zhuge is indifferent to power, preferring to live in seclusion in Qiqing. Yet it seems his ambitions are not so modest after all." If Zhuge Qianxing was indeed backing Ye Lin, then the overnight annihilation of the underground black market, including Qinsen, would seem entirely justified. Ambition is not the matter. It is merely a means of survival. Zhuge Qianxing suddenly produced an ancient key from his pocket, radiating a peculiar aura. Here, this is what you sought. The tall, thin man was taken aback, and upon seeing the key he had been searching for in Zhuge Qianxing's hand, he became even more certain that the power behind Ye Lin was indeed Zhuge Qianxing, for this key rightfully belonged to Qinsen. However, this left the tall man even more perplexed. If Zhuge Qianxing had no use for the key, why then had he ordered Qinsen's demise? Seemingly reading the tall man's confusion, Zhuge Qianxing adjusted his glasses and smiled. Qinsen's death is a consequence of crossing those he should not have offended. Matters are straightforward. You desire the key. I require his life. A reasonable exchange. At these words, the tall man was profoundly shaken, glancing between Ye Lin and Zhuge Qianxing. I understand, Mr. Zhuge. This matter was initiated by Qinsen himself, and I shall report it and close the case. Now that the key was in hand, there was no need to offend the revered figure of Zhuge Qianxing. Despite Qinsen's formidable reputation as the underground king in the eyes of true power, he was merely a useful pawn. The tall, slender man swiftly vanished from the prison. Once he departed, Ye Lin exhaled a sigh of relief and respectfully bowed to Zhuge Qianxing. Thank you, Mr. Zhuge. If it were not for a lack of options, Ye Lin would have preferred not to seek this individual's assistance. He had an unsettling feeling that Zhuge Qianxing could see through all of his secrets. Zhuge Qianxing smiled faintly, saying nothing further, and turned to the deceased monkey man, giving him a kick. Stop pretending to be dead. In an instant, Monkey Man sprang to his feet, grinning. Mr. Zhuge, your foresight is truly remarkable. Even feigning death cannot deceive you. Ye Lin was taken aback. He had witnessed Monkey Man pierce through the heart, yet he was alive? This Monkey Man was acquainted with Zhuge Qianxing. The key that the tall man sought should have been in Qinsen's possession, yet it had inexplicably ended up in Zhuge Qianxing's hands. Ye Lin felt as though he had become entangled in a significant event. Have you reflected during your 2 years here? Zhuge Qianxing inquired. I have, Mr. Zhuge. I, Guqin, now detest women. The sight of a woman irks me, I swear. Monkey Man declared, raising 3 fingers. Then come with me, Zhuge Qianxing nodded. Of course. Guqin promptly followed Zhuge Qianxing. Zhuge Qianxing raised his hand and gently sliced through the air, creating a rift before them. He led Ye Lin and Guqin through it. On the other side of the rift lay a courtyard adorned with towering ancient trees and swaying bamboo, steeped in antiquity. Guqin, wait for me outside and do not allow anyone to approach, Zhuge Qianxing instructed. Understood, Mr. Zhuge. Guqin vanished from sight with astonishing speed, as if he had dissolved into thin air. Only Zhuge Qianxing and Ye Lin remained in the courtyard. Ye Lin, it has been a while. Please take a seat, Zhuge Qianxing said, sitting casually at the stone table. Thank you, Mr. Zhuge. Had it not been for your timely intervention, I might have found myself in grave danger. Ye Lin responded with utmost respect. Grave danger, indeed, Zhuge Qianxing remarked, pushing his golden-rimmed glasses with a knowing expression. After all, should the secret of your immortality be made public, the most formidable powers in the Great Xia, and indeed abroad, would likely seek to eliminate you. Zhuge Qianxing's words struck Ye Lin like a heavy hammer, weighing heavily upon his heart. Immortality. Zhuge Qianxing had uncovered the secret of his immortality. This secret had long been Ye Lin's final bastion, one he had never shared with anyone, understanding all too well the peril that accompanies such knowledge. Whether it was Su Jihu or Qinsen, Ye Lin had been willing to go to great lengths to eliminate them, for they posed a threat of revealing his secret of immortality. Now, Zhuge Qianxing is aware of what he must do. Should he kill him? At such a close distance. If he were to catch him off guard and summon the chaotic divine thunder with all his might, it might severely injure or even slay him. But what would happen afterward? Oh, I sense a murderous intent in your gaze. Is it directed at me? It appears I was correct in my assumptions. Indeed, you possess an immortal body. The characters Ling Yi reversed spell Ye Lin, do they not? Just as Ye Lin pondered whether to take action, Zhuge Qianxing's voice resonated once more, prompting Ye Lin to reflect deeply. Indeed, when all possibilities are eliminated, the remaining, however improbable, must be the truth. You possess immortality yet appear so feeble. It seems that legend holds some truth. Zhuge Qianxing murmured, his expression complex. Despite sensing the numerous vulnerabilities surrounding him, Ye Lin's instincts warned him that confronting Zhuge Qianxing would yield no victory. At the same time, Ye Lin felt immense regret. Had he known Zhuge Qianxing was merely toying with him, he would not have reacted so strongly. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, Zhuge Qianqing suddenly lowered his gaze and spoke. Ye Lin, would you be willing to take me as your master? Uh-huh. Ye Lin was taken aback, utterly bewildered by Zhuge Qianqing's intentions. Zhuge Qianqing had uncovered the secret of his immortality. Instead of dissecting him for study, he proposed to take him as a disciple. What must I do? Ye Lin inquired in return. Zhuge Qianqing smiled faintly. When you grow stronger, you will understand the burden you carry. As for my request, it is but one. A glimmer of sorrow appeared in Zhuge Qianqing's eyes. After my demise, take good care of Ni and ensure no one bullies her. Ni? That fierce woman who resembled a tyrannical dragon, who could possibly dare to bully her? Ye Lin silently mused. Now, back to the main point. Are you willing to take me as your master? Zhuge Qianqing inquired with a smile. I am willing, Ye Lin responded, though uncertain of Zhuge Qianqing's true motives. However, becoming a disciple of such an eminent figure could bring him no harm. Since his greatest secret was already known to Zhuge Qianqing, Ye Lin resolved to embrace the situation. After all, Zhuge Qianqing had not wronged him. During the novice trials, he had spoken on his behalf and had just repelled the tall, slender man. With utmost respect, Ye Lin performed a bow of apprenticeship before Zhuge Qianqing. Observing Ye Lin's gesture, Zhuge Qianqing's face illuminated with genuine joy. Rest assured, I will not harm you. Since you have chosen me as your master, I should present you with a token of our meeting. Take this key. Zhuge Qianqing winked with a smile, then produced another key identical to the first and handed it to Ye Lin. Ye Lin was stunned. He had just witnessed Zhuge Qianqing giving a key to the tall, slender man. Could there truly be two keys? Seemingly sensing Ye Lin's confusion, Zhuge Qianqing chuckled as he clarified. His key is a counterfeit, crafted with great effort by an old friend of mine who is a blacksmith. This one, however, is the genuine ancient key of revelation, the Apocalypse ancient key. Ye Lin couldn't help but examine the key in his hand, crafted entirely from bronze. Its surface marred with mottled rust, yet exuding an aura of antiquity and mystery. Have you heard of the origin ancient artifacts? Zhuge Qianqing inquired, pouring a cup of hot tea. A sudden realization struck Ye Lin. Of course, he had heard of them. In this world, there once existed no magical beasts or job changers. Until one fateful day, the gate of Apocalypse descended, and from its depths emerged 7 origin ancient artifacts, scattered across the globe, each possessing utterly distinct powers. The first 7 individuals to acquire these artifacts became formidable, taboo entities. With the opening of the Gate of Apocalypse, the world underwent a profound transformation. Humans began to evolve into job changers, and a plethora of bizarre and powerful magical beasts, along with various dungeons, began to manifest. Countless terrifying battles erupted between humans and magical beasts, as well as among humans themselves, leading to the shattering of some origin ancient artifacts. Today, their existence has become mere legend. It is said that the Emperor of the Great Xia wields one such artifact, though its authenticity remains unverified. Thus, the origin ancient artifacts can be considered the mightiest equipment in this world. Even if all the master craftsmen were to unite, they could not forge one. Ye Lin swallowed hard. Master Zhuge, oh no, teacher, this Apocalypse ancient key, could it possibly lead to the origin ancient artifacts? Certainly not, Zhuge Qianqing replied, handing a cup of tea to Ye Lin. However, the Apocalypse ancient key can unlock the Gate of Apocalypse, and within it, there may exist entities even more powerful than the origin ancient artifacts. Ye Lin's breath quickened as he comprehended the immense value of the Apocalypse ancient key that Zhuge Qianqing had bestowed upon him. The 7 origin ancient artifacts had all fallen from the Gate of Apocalypse. Could there be an 8th artifact within? Yet, he soon realized something was amiss. Teacher, if this ancient key is so extraordinary, why don't you use it yourself? Because I cannot ascertain the location of the Gate of Apocalypse, Zhuge Qianqing replied candidly, shrugging his shoulders. The Gate of Apocalypse appeared at random, possibly in the wilderness, uninhabited zones, dungeons, or even at the heart of human cities. Even with Zhuge Qianqing's divination abilities, he could not predict its emergence. But rest assured, the deputy director of the Investigation Bureau has acquired a false Apocalypse ancient key. He will likely mobilize official forces to search for the gate soon. We shall wait patiently, Zhuge Qianqing said with a smile. At that moment, Ye Lin understood the deeper implication of Zhuge Qianqing giving the key to the tall, slender man. Opposing Zhuge Qianqing would indeed be a grave mistake. But teacher, having the Apocalypse ancient key is of no use to me, right? Even if the Gate of Apocalypse appears, I surely cannot compete with those individuals. Ye Lin remained self-aware. His victory over Kinson had relied solely on a sneak attack and a stroke of luck. Should the gate of apocalypse manifest, the challengers would undoubtedly be far more formidable. Zhuge Qianqing sipped his hot tea and remarked, "You need not worry about this. Your immediate priority is to secure admission into the Supreme Academy through the college entrance examination." The Supreme Academy? The most formidable academy for career changers in the Great Xia Kingdom? Is it not the Great Xia Academy? Ye Lin inquired, somewhat perplexed. For he had never even heard of the Supreme Academy. If those who gain entry into the Great Xia Academy are regarded as exceptional talents, then those who are admitted to the Supreme Academy are prodigies among prodigies. Zhuge Qianqing adjusted his glasses. Let me put it this way. The Supreme Academy enrolls only 100 students each year, the very elite of the college entrance examination. Ye Lin gasped in astonishment. Undoubtedly. Gaining entry into the Supreme Academy would afford him a significant advantage in terms of resources throughout the Great Xia Kingdom. I understand, teacher. I shall certainly gain admission to the Supreme Academy. Ye Lin replied earnestly, nodding. Initially, he had considered coasting through the entrance examination, but it now appeared that such an approach would be futile. Competing with countless candidates in the Great Xia Kingdom to secure a spot among the top 100 would be no trivial feat. Simply do your utmost. Safeguard that key well, and find a room to rest. I have already spoken with Manager Ji on your behalf. Zhuge Qianqing indicated the small building within the courtyard. Thank you, teacher, Ye Lin acknowledged, then took Zhuge Qianqing's tea knife and carefully made an incision in his abdomen, placing the ancient key of enlightenment within. Before sealing the wound, Zhuge Qianqing, Miss Zhuge, are you certain this is the right direction? Absolutely. I am highly attuned to the aura of the infernal flames. There can be no mistake. Zhuge and I nodded affirmatively. After Huang Litian escorted her to the remnants of the underground black market, Zhuge and I indeed traced a familiar presence from the lingering essence of the infernal flames. However, upon observing the direction of her pursuit, Huang Litian's expression stiffened slightly. For the path Zhuge and I was following led directly to the location of the investigation bureau. A surge of excitement coursed through Huang Litian. It seemed he would soon possess substantial evidence to accuse Ye Lin. This confirmed his prior suspicions. Whether or not Qin Sun was murdered by Ye Lin, the affairs of the underground black market were undoubtedly linked to him. Zhuge and I pursued with fervor, her face alight with anticipation, for she was on the verge of reuniting with her longed-for Ling Yi. Yet, when they arrived at the prison of the investigation bureau, they found it utterly deserted. Gazing at the empty cell, Zhuge and I felt a twinge of disappointment for not encountering Ling Yi. Yet a flicker of joy arose from the knowledge that he had escaped and was not apprehended by the bureau. In her eyes, Qin Sun, a figure entangled in the underground black market, was indeed a villain, and Ling Ye's act of killing him was merely a service to the public good. Where is everyone? Where have they gone? Huang Litian exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Soon, Huang Litian's disciple, Su Xiu, hurried over. Master, the prisoners have been released. Su Xiu said timidly. Let him go? Huang Litian rushed forward, gripping Su Xiu's collar, spittle flying onto Su Xiu's face. Who authorized you to release him? How dare you act without my command? I don't know, master. It was personally signed by the deputy director. Not only was he released, but the case regarding Qin Sun has also been closed, and there's no need for further investigation, Su Xiu replied, his face reflecting deep distress. Closed? No further investigation? Huang Litian slumped to the ground as if all the bones in his body had been extracted. He felt as though the efforts he had exerted over the past few days were nothing but a farce, a complete and utter joke. Damn it! Huang Litian struck the wall with a heavy fist, his crimson blood instantly staining the pristine surface. In the eyes of those in power, are they merely a collection of moving pieces on a chessboard? Investigator, could you inform me where the released individual is gone? Zhuge and I pressed Su Xiu for answers. Sorry. I do not know either. Su Xiu shook his head. He had urgently reported Ye Lin's disappearance. But the response was merely a document signed by the deputy director stating that the Qin Sun case had been concluded as an accidental fire, resulting in Ye Lin's exoneration. Well, Zhuge Ni's spirits fell somewhat. Miss Zhuge, I appreciate your cooperation, but I believe this matter has reached its conclusion. Huang Litian managed a bitter smile. Rest assured, I will fulfill my promise to Mr. Zhuge. Tomorrow morning, I will personally escort you to the examination hall and announce that upon your graduation, you will become a member of the investigation bureau. All right, thank you. Zhuge and I nodded. Then I shall take my leave. As Zhuge and I exited the investigation bureau, she felt a profound sense of loss. Lin Yi, you truly are a mysterious individual. The intrigue in Zhuge Ni's eyes deepened. The unattainable always stirs restlessness within her. The more elusive Lin Yi became, the more her curiosity intensified. The name Ling Yu scratched at her heart like a playful kitten, igniting an insatiable yearning. However, upon returning home, Zhuge and was taken aback. To her utter dismay, the one person she despised the most was in her house. Ye Lin, what are you doing here? Zhuge and furrowed her brow in discontent. At that moment, Ye Lin was helping Zhuge Qianxing clear the fallen leaves in the yard. Unfazed by Zhuge Ni's inquiry, he shrugged nonchalantly. Do you believe that Mr. Zhuge has taken me as his apprentice? You're talking nonsense. Zhuge and erupted with indignation. How could my father possibly take someone as cowardly as you as a disciple? It seems you are not only cowardly but also a pathological liar. Well, if you say so, Ye Lin replied, spreading his hands, disinterested in further explanation. Life is rarely a smooth journey. Having become an apprentice to Zhuge Qianxing and receiving the legendary Apocalypse Key, he accepted Zhuge Ni's scolding with equanimity. After all, a few harsh words would not cost him anything. Ye Lin found solace in this perspective. Growing up in the slums for over a decade, he endured countless insults and beatings, far harsher than the words hurled by Zhuge and Their vitriol was often centered around the maternal figures of their adversaries, drawing painful circles around familial ties. In contrast, Ye Lin found Zhuge Ni's insults almost endearing. Get out right now. Immediately, Zhuge and commanded sharply, pointing towards the door. Your words may not hold weight, however, should Mr. Zhuge speak, I shall depart at once, Ye Lin replied with an unruffled composure. The Mr. Zhuge you refer to is my father. Do you honestly believe he would favor an outsider? Seeing Ye Lin's defiance only fueled Zhuge Ni's anger. Dad, what is it, my little princess? Why the sudden outburst upon returning home? Zhuge Qianxing emerged with a look of bemusement. Make him leave. This coward is a liar. Why keep him in our home? Zhuge and urged anxiously. Ye Lin isn't lying. He and your father indeed share a mentor-student relationship, Zhuge Qianxing attempted to clarify, but before he could elaborate, Zhuge and exploded. What did you say? Dad, have you lost your mind? You accepted him as a disciple? Are you out of your senses? She pointed angrily at Ye Lin, her voice rising in agitation. Fine. Setting aside his character, what about his talent? A forbidden spell master? What could you possibly teach him? Forbidden spell masters rarely live past 25. He might die before you even know it. Dad, what are you thinking? Even the astute Zhuge Qianxing found himself at a loss for words. He could hardly reveal Ye Lin's secret of immortality to Zhuge and I. Do not speak so harshly. Ye Lin is not as unworthy as you believe. In fact, he is the very person you have been desperately seeking, Ling Yi. Ye Lin and Ling Yi are one and the same. Zhuge Qianxing expected Zhuge and to reconsider her stance after hearing this revelation, but instead, she merely scoffed. Her gaze icy as it fell upon Ye Lin. Who would have thought? Not only are you a cowardly liar, but you are also a fraud. Even my father has fallen for your deception. She had witnessed Ye Lin flee and saw Ling Yi descend like a savior before her. How could they possibly be the same individual? Once a conviction is formed and a notion takes root, it becomes exceedingly difficult to extricate oneself from it. And Zhuge and was no exception. This household. With him, there is no me. With me, there is no him. With that, Zhuge and stormed out, passing by Ye Lin. Her words dripping with disdain. Just wait. I will undoubtedly uncover the true Ling Yi and expose your hypocritical facade. Ye Lin's expression was peculiar as he absorbed Zhuge Ni's words. Bang! The courtyard door slammed shut as Zhuge and raced out. Teacher, should I follow to protect her? Ye Lin inquired. No need. In Qiqing, no one dares to harm the daughter of Zhuge Qianxing. Zhuge Qianxing replied with a wry smile and a shake of his head. Ye Lin, do not take it to heart. Ni is not inherently bad. She merely possesses a rather obstinate disposition. I understand, teacher. Ye Lin nodded. Considering his age before the transition, he had nearly lived for 40 years, and naturally, he would not quarrel with a girl barely in her teens. Alas, this is indeed my fault. I have spoiled her too much. Allow me to apologize on her behalf. Please accept this. Zhuge Qianxing produced a wooden box and handed it to Ye Lin. Teacher, this is too much. As Ye Lin protested, he forcefully pulled the wooden box into his pocket. Zhuge Qianxing. Upon opening the box, Ye Lin discovered a mask as delicate as a cicada's wing lying within. Gazing at the mask, Ye Lin felt a chill run down his spine. This was no ordinary mask, but rather a face, vividly lifelike, as though freshly peeled from a person. Teacher. What is this? Ye Lin stammered. This is a little trinket crafted by my old friend, a blacksmith, called Illusory Countenance. Once donned, it allows you to assume an entirely different identity, with both your voice and aura transformed. Zhuge Qianqing adjusted his glasses. With this, should you wish to unleash your full potential in the future, you can wear the illusory countenance first, thus reducing the likelihood of exposure. Ye Lin's eyes brightened, although this item did not enhance his combat prowess. It could indeed prove invaluable in critical moments. Thank you, teacher. Ye Lin suddenly felt that being scolded by Zhuge and I was quite a bargain. If a reprimand could exchange for such a fine item, he would welcome more of her admonishments. The following morning, just as dawn broke, Ye Lin awoke. Today marked the day of the college entrance examination, and for a transmuter, gaining admission to a prestigious university was as crucial as Pan Jinlian losing Shimin Qing. Ye Lin donned the attire prepared for him by Zhuge Qianqing and energetically made his way to the courtyard, where Zhuge Qianqing had already set the breakfast table. Come. Eat up. After breakfast, let Guqin take you to school, Zhuge Qianqing said with a smile. At that moment, Zhuge Qianqing, clad in pajamas and gently stirring a pot of porridge with a spoon, would hardly be recognized as the renowned master Zhuge of Daxia. Teacher, aren't you coming? Ye Lin inquired, accepting a bowl of porridge. I'm not going. And I is likely still upset with me. My presence might only dampen her spirits further. Affecting her performance in the examination, Zhuge Qianqing replied with a wry smile. Teacher, that is a grave misjudgment. Ye Lin gulped down half a bowl of porridge. Women, by nature, require a bit of coaxing when angry. Though they may still harbor resentment, neglecting to appease them will only exacerbate their ire. Zhuge Qianqing paused for a moment. Then, what do you suggest? Teacher, you should appear, but not too early. It is best to show up just when she believes you won't, her heart heavy with disappointment and anger. Then you can make your entrance, perfectly timed. Ye Lin declared confidently. That seems somewhat reasonable. Create an expectation gap, then provide a stronger sense of satisfaction? Zhuge Qianqing's eyes sparkled with understanding. This student is indeed teachable. Ye Lin nodded affirmatively. Beside him, Guqin's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, I understand. I understand. It's akin to the depth of a well, keeping the opponent guessing as to which part is profound. Ye Lin responded with a sigh. Though your words may be crude, it's true, but Brother Gua, your expression is rather rough. Despite their brief acquaintance, Ye Lin had come to a clear realization of Guqin's character. He was, without a doubt, a notorious lecher. Anything and everything could be twisted in his mind to conjure peculiar associations. After satisfying his hunger, Ye Lin prepared to head to Qicheng High School, where candidates were required to gather before being escorted by the school officials to the city gate. As he stepped outside, he discovered Guqin half-squatting at the entrance, waiting for him. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and get on. Get on. Get on. Ye Lin's eyes widened in surprise. Indeed, Mr. Zhuge instructed me to escort you to school, Guqin replied. This escort should imply a protective role, right? Perhaps we could take a car? Ye Lin's lips twitched. Forget it. I can get there faster than any car. Trust me, Guqin insisted, scooping Ye Lin onto his back without further ado. However, Guqin was quite slender and shorter than Ye Lin by a head, making the sight particularly comical, resembling a small horse pulling a large cart. Off we go. Let me show you the speed of a flower thief. With Ye Lin on his back, Guqin transformed into a streak of light, darting through the streets and alleys at an astonishing pace that left Ye Lin astonished. Even with his own swift spell, the dance of instantaneous motion, he felt utterly unable to catch up to Guqin, as their speeds were not even in the same league, especially with Guqin burdened by his weight. While dashing ahead, Guqin casually narrated the sights along the way. This household is inhabited by an 18-year-old girl who adores wearing JK uniforms and black stockings. Her figure is somewhat flat, but her long legs make up for it. She looks quite charming in various stockings. This place is home to a slightly plump young woman, unmarried. So her allure is rather average. Her skills have yet to reach a peak. Oh, and there's that charming Rosefoot massage parlor, if you decide to go. Request technician number 8. She's beautiful and has a great figure, and she won't pressure you to purchase a membership. She's solely concerned about whether the water temperature is comfortable, truly splendid. This household is extraordinary. It houses a married woman. At the mention of married woman, Guqin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Listening to this fellow recount the various women of Qingshan's streets with such familiarity, Ye Lin felt that Guqin's years spent in the detention center were hardly unwarranted. By the way, what is your relationship with these women? Ye Lin couldn't help but inquire. Their relationship with me? Guqin chuckled mischievously. Their relationship with me is akin to that between a hotel and a parking lot. Huh? Ye Lin was momentarily baffled. What relationship could a hotel have with a parking lot? A hotel has a parking lot. A hotel has a parking lot? Initially, Ye Lin couldn't comprehend the implication, But upon repeating it to himself, his expression abruptly shifted to one of incredulity. Brother Gua, I feel that your reformation is far from complete. You should at least spend another decade in prison. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Guiqin nodded in agreement. Well, we've arrived. During their conversation, Guiqin had already delivered Ye Lin to the entrance of Qicheng High School. It must be said that despite Guiqin's flamboyant appearance, his speed was undeniably remarkable. It would be difficult to find a faster means of transport in all of Qicheng. However, the moment they disembarked was somewhat awkward. As the crowd at the school gate turned their attention towards them in unison, others had either arrived by car, ridden electric bikes or motorcycles, or simply walked. Ye Lin's arrival on someone else's back was certainly a unique spectacle. Fortunately, Ye Lin possessed a thick skin and was largely unfazed by the stares. Ye Lin, best of luck with the college entrance examination. Once you're done, I'll introduce you to my niece. She was quite young and foolish before, but she should have served her time by now, Guiqin enthusiastically declared. Your niece? How old is she this year? Ye Lin inquired, glancing at Guiqin, who appeared to be in his 30s. Don't worry, she's only 15 years older than you, 33 this year. Older women know how to care for others. Besides, she's my own niece. I know her well, Guiqin replied. What did she go to prison for? Ye Lin asked, perplexed. It was for a lack of funds. She wanted to buy the latest iPhone 13, so she sold her own and ended up getting caught. It's only natural for a girl to be a bit vain. She's reformed now. Guiqin waved his hand dismissively. Ye Lin, let's not keep in touch unless absolutely necessary. Ye Lin turned and walked into Qicheng High School, realizing that even a lifetime of toil in the mines would not yield pure gold like Guiqin. Upon seeing Ye Lin arrive at the examination venue, Principal Gao Zhongtian finally sighed in relief. An SSS-Rank Forbidden Spellcaster from the 16th level. This was the star candidate for their school in this year's college entrance examinations. Coupled with a 12th level SSS-Rank Fire Mage, Zhuge and I. Qicheng High School was assured of success this year. Boss. The moment he spotted Ye Lin, Ji Lingyu rushed forward, brimming with excitement. Ever since that fateful night when Ye Lin had pulled Ji's father back from the brink of death, Ji Lingyu had wholeheartedly recognized Ye Lin as his leader. Boss. I heard from my father that you have become a disciple of Master Zhuge? Ji Lingyu asked eagerly. Yes, Ye Lin nodded. The news of Zhuge Qianqing taking him as a disciple would soon spread, and there was no need for him to conceal it. So that's it. I was wondering why even Kinsen was defeated. It turns out Master Zhuge intervened. Ji Lingyu nodded in understanding. Ye Lin offered a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate, as this time his teacher had indeed taken the blame for him. Rest assured, the promise I made to you still stands. Once we leave the city, you will stay by my side. Understood, boss. I'll follow your lead. Ji Lingyu responded promptly. Ji Lingyu, how could you, the esteemed heir of the G group, lack such discernment to recognize this person as your leader? Zhuge Ni's voice intruded, her cold gaze flickering disdainfully between Ye Lin and Ji Lingyu. Hey, Zhuge and I. While you may scold me, how dare you insult your own father? He has even taken me, your so-called leader, as his disciple. Does that not reflect poorly on him as well? Ji Lingyu retorted. My father was deceived by this despicable scoundrel. Ye Lin is nothing more than a fraud, a charlatan. Zhuge and I scoffed. Her words sent a ripple of surprise through the crowd, their expression shifting as they regarded Ye Lin with newfound skepticism. They had previously envied him for being accepted as a disciple by Zhuge Qianqing, a renowned astrologer known throughout the realm. However, Zhuge Ni's insinuations hinted at a deeper, troubling narrative. Zhuge and I, you must provide evidence for your claims. Ji Lingyu frowned. I will uncover the truth, and when I do, I shall expose your true nature before everyone. Zhuge and I shot Ye Lin a frigid glare before turning on her heel. She had always harbored disdain for Ye Lin, particularly since her college entrance examination had been facilitated by Huang Litian, while Zhuge Qianqing had not appeared, further intensifying her resentment towards him. Once she confronted Ling Yi and demanded answers, the truth would inevitably surface. What was I thinking? How could I have ever admired that woman, considering her my guiding star? I must have been blind. Thankfully, my leader, your 3 strikes of enlightenment have awakened me. Ji Lingyu cursed. Guiding star? Was it not merely your infatuation? Coupled with unrequited love, you have adorned her with a veneer of divinity, while you have become a mere servant to the light. Ye Lin replied with a shrug. Is it akin to how Zhu Yuanzhang, despite his later wisdom, could not believe that his precious pearl and jade soup was merely a bowl of wilted cabbage leaves? Ji Lingyu queried, perplexed. At least the jade soup undeniably saved old Zhu's life. Your musings, however, which have not even brushed the rim of reality, can only be deemed folly. Ye Lin responded, his hands raised in exasperation. Leader, has anyone ever told you that your words can be quite hurtful? Ye clutched his chest, choking on his words. Hurtful, merely a touch. I consider myself rather amiable. Come, the vehicle has arrived. Ye Lin directed his gaze towards the school gate. A fleet of buses stood neatly lined up at the entrance of Qicheng High School, poised to transport them to the city gates. Principal Gao Zhantian awaited them, his expression grave. Dear students, first and foremost, congratulations on becoming formidable transferees. Today marks the day of the college entrance examination trials, a pivotal moment that will determine your future. The rules of the examination trials remain unchanged from previous years. The entrance is located beyond the city gates, and you must traverse approximately 10 kilometers of uninhabited wilderness to reach it. Should you encounter insurmountable danger along the way, remember? Withdraw at the first opportunity. While the college entrance examination is indeed significant, know that a single trial does not dictate your entire life. Your life is of utmost importance. As long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Now let us board. Ye Lin and Ye Lin boarded the same bus. As the entire Qicheng made way for the rigorous college entrance examination, the streets of Qicheng were remarkably desolate, devoid of any vehicles. Only the sidewalks were teeming with people. A cacophony of voices filling the air. Many parents were cheering for their children at the roadside. Some of the more statuesque mothers donned form-fitting kipayos, symbolizing a victorious commencement. However, Ye Lin found it difficult to fathom such behavior, so he scrutinized the scene repeatedly in an attempt to comprehend it. The bus soon arrived at the city gate. A colossal structure that loomed before them, standing several dozen meters tall and wide enough for multiple buses to pass side by side. Majestic and solemn. It was adorned with intricate carvings and patterns, each stroke imbued with profound mystery. Under the sunlight, the silhouette of the gate was vividly outlined against the sky, evoking an indescribable sense of awe. Many were witnessing the Qicheng city gate for the first time, and they were taken aback by this wall-like entrance. This grand door separated Qicheng from the wilderness, keeping the formidable and terrifying magical beast at bay. Buses from several other high schools arrived in succession, and within 10 minutes, all the graduating students from Qicheng high schools had gathered at the city gate. The college entrance examination was a matter of utmost significance for the entire Great Xia. Typically, only someone with a few screws loose would choose to arrive late on such an important occasion. They had prepared for so many years precisely for the moment when the examination would commence. The eyes of many candidates burned with determination as they quietly awaited the moment the city gate would open. Zhuge and I glanced around, seemingly waiting for someone. After searching in vain, a flicker of disappointment crossed her exquisite eyes. And I, are you looking for your father? Zhuge Qianqing appeared silently beside her. Upon seeing Zhuge Qianqing, Zhuge and I initially felt a surge of joy, but her expression quickly soured. Who is looking for you? Come or go as you please. Zhuge Qianqing understood immediately that Zhuge Ni's anger had subsided. She was merely saving face. He could not help but marvel at the effectiveness of Ye Lin's teachings. Indeed, one learns throughout life. That young man clearly understood women better than himself, and as a teacher, he needed to seek his guidance more often. How could I possibly miss my precious daughter taking the college entrance exam? You must give it your all. Zhuge Qianqing affectionately reached out to ruffle Zhuge Ni's hair, but she deftly evaded him. Humph, don't touch me. Go bother your favorite student instead. Still upset, are we? You've truly misunderstood Ye Lin. Zhuge Qianqing said with a wry smile. I have not. Since you trust him so much, let us make a bet. If my ranking is above his in this exam, you will sever ties with him and send him away. What do you say? Zhuge and I lifted her long, fair neck, resembling a proud swan. All right, I accept your wager. But what if you lose? Zhuge Qianqing chuckled. I have lost. From now on, I shall not concern myself with your affairs. Do not even mention taking him as a disciple. Even if you were to marry him, it would not be my concern. Zhuge and I declared earnestly. My dear child, how can you speak to your father in such a manner? Zhuge Qianqing replied with a bitter smile. Marrying Ye Lin? How absurd. The laws of the Great Xia would never permit such a thing. Regardless, it is settled. Just you wait. He shall not prevail against me, Zhuge and I proclaimed, striding away with determination. Observing Zhuge Ni's retreating figure, Zhuge Qianqing opened his mouth to speak but refrained from dispelling her hopes, instead murmuring to himself, and I. Do you realize the kind of monster you are about to confront? As the morning sun cast its radiant golden light, the horizon gradually blushed with soft shades of orange and red, reminiscent of an artist's palette, rich and nuanced in color. The sun's brilliance illuminated the entire world, igniting the hopes and dreams within people's hearts. In this splendid moment, Everything brimmed with boundless possibility and vitality. The principals of Qingqing stood atop the city walls, surveying the new cohort of examinees who radiated with youthful vigor akin to the rising sun. The Gaokao trials are finally about to commence. If the novice trials are merely practice, then the Gaokao trials are truly like a multitude of soldiers crossing a narrow bridge. How many students do you suppose from Qingsheng will gain admission to the Great Xia Academy this year? Last year, there were 5. I predict at least 7 this year. Not to mention, the 2 students with SSS-level professions from the notorious Gao family are practically guaranteed spots. Too much flattery. Gao Zhenyu, principal of Qicheng High School, feigned modesty. Yet his countenance betrayed uncontainable joy. Zhang Zhenlin from Experimental High School, with his SSS-level Radiant Blade profession, is bound to secure a slot. And then there's Old Su. Luo Jun from Yutsai High School is also an SSS-level Shadow Dragon Spear professional. He should also clinch a place at the Great Xia Academy. That already makes 4. With a couple more dark horses, I believe 7 spots are well within reach. One principal voiced his speculation, to which Principal Su merely smiled faintly. Luo Jun's ambitions extend beyond the Great Xia Academy. He aims for the title of Qingqing's top scholar. The other principal showed no surprise. After all, in recent years, Qingqing's top scholars had predominantly emerged from Yutsai High School. Their gazes, however, turned toward Gao Zhenyu. Especially since Qingqing High School had not only produced the record-breaking Zhuge Enai, but also the extraordinary Ye Lin, who had achieved a remarkable level of 16. Principal Su cast a sidelong glance at Gao Zhenyu and remarked coolly, "The combat power of a class changer is determined not solely by level, but also by equipment and practical experience. If a higher level guaranteed victory, then why bother with Gaokao trials? We could simply rank by level." Does Principal Su not understand that sheer strength can overcome all techniques? A high enough level renders all else insignificant, Gao Zhenyu retorted with a scoff. The 2 principals engaged in a subtle contest of wills when, suddenly, with a creaking sound, the massive city gate swung open like 2 towering walls, signaling the commencement of the Gaokao trials. As soon as one traverses the desolate wilderness for 10 kilometers, they shall enter the trials of the college entrance examination, marking the initial hurdle of this formidable challenge. The moment the city gate swung open, numerous candidates eagerly surged forth. Among them were Ye Lin and Ji Lingyu. Determined to surpass Ye Lin, Zhuge Enai resolved to remain in the wild to hone her skills. Thus she too was among the first wave of candidates, even leading the charge. Many other candidates, however, lingered behind, patiently awaiting their turn, showing no signs of haste. The first group of candidates to rush out may not necessarily reach the entrance more swiftly, but they would undoubtedly encounter ferocious beasts sooner. Hence, those lacking confidence in their abilities typically refrained from being the first to charge out. Opting to wait for the second wave would significantly reduce the obstacles faced. Upon stepping beyond the city limits, a putrid stench assailed their senses. It was the foul odor emitted by the beasts, mingled with the metallic scent of congealed blood. Many candidates, upon catching a whiff, retched violently. For most, it was their inaugural venture outside the city, and they were astounded to discover that the world beyond was starkly different from the one within the city walls. Having lived in the city for so long, they had nearly forgotten that this realm was encircled by countless monstrous entities. As they exited, a thunderous roar echoed across the expanse. The emergence of the beast shattered the formerly tense yet orderly atmosphere. Before them stood a colossal lizard over 3 meters tall, its body encased in rigid gray scales, with bloodthirsty glimmers flashing in its eyes. Its elongated tongue flicked in and out, reminiscent of a demon clawed from the depths of hell, instilling dread with a mere glance. It's a bloodthirsty demon lizard. Level 11 bloodthirsty demon lizard. The candidates were instantly thrown into disarray, fleeing in all directions to evade the monstrous creature. However, the bloodthirsty demon lizard was astonishingly swift, leaping several meters in an instant, quickly catching up with a few fleeing candidates, its claws sharp as steel. And with a single swipe, blood erupted. A chilling scream resonated across the wilderness. This sudden and gruesome spectacle left many candidates paralyzed in shock, even forgetting to escape. They had never anticipated witnessing such a bloody scene immediately upon exiting the city. The principals on the city walls, however, remained remarkably composed. Only through the baptism of blood can one truly grow. Otherwise, they remained forever sheltered flowers. Unless a beast of level 20 or above appeared, they would not intervene in the assessments. Observing the candidates' panicked flight and stunned expressions, one principal could not help but shake his head in disappointment. This year's group seems rather lacking. A single level 11 bloodthirsty demon lizard has them so frightened. With so many of them, if each were to unleash a skill, they could easily vanquish it. At that moment, a shadow surged against the tide of fleeing candidates, charging towards the bloodthirsty demon lizard. It was Ye Lin. With an impassive expression, Ye Lin brandished the Starfall blade and advanced. Swish, 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 swish. Activating the life-extending blade technique, for brilliant streaks of starlight flashed past. And the once terrifying bloodthirsty demon lizard was left limbless, writhing like a mere worm. What a terrifying blade. That weapon must be at least of rare quality. A principal on the city wall exclaimed in awe. Is this the forbidden spellcaster Ye Lin? With a level 16 and a rare grade equipment. Dealing with an 11-level bloodthirsty lizard certainly seems effortless. Yet, why does he not slay the beast? As the crowd pondered, Ye Lin gestured behind him. Ye Lin, you. Come finish it off. Coming, boss. Ye Lin, you, exhilarated, rushed over with his sword. By now, the bloodthirsty lizard had lost all capacity for resistance with a single strike. Ye Lin, you ended its life. Team kill of an 11-level bloodthirsty lizard, rewarded with 40 experience points. An 11-level monster typically yields 110 experience points. But due to the team dynamic, the reward was divided, resulting in a mere 40 points, while the remaining 70 points presumably went to Ye Lin, you. Witnessing such an absurd scene, the onlookers were left utterly astonished. It dawned on them why Ye Lin merely severed the creature's limbs without delivering the final blow. The once fearsome bloodthirsty lizard had become a mere tool for Ye Lin, you's level grinding in Ye Lin's presence. At this moment, an irresistible impulse surged through the crowd. They yearned to rush forward and cling to Ye Lin's leg, inquiring if he needed any more subordinates. Who wouldn't desire such a fortunate opportunity to level up under a leader's guidance? Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Ye Lin and Ye Lin, you did not hasten to enter the high-stakes examination, but instead swept to the right. Ye Lin, just wait. This time, I will not be outdone by you. Zhuge and I glared at Ye Lin's back before darting to the left. In her view, her earlier defeat in the novice dungeon was solely due to her lack of seriousness. This time, she vowed not to give Ye Lin any chance, opting to hunt monsters in the wild to elevate her level. With these two formidable forces sweeping left and right, the greatest joy belonged to their fellow candidates who emerged with them. Their pressure diminished significantly, and they couldn't help but cast envious glances at Ye Lin and Zhuge and I. Indeed, there are still many good people in this world. Ignoring all else, they hurried towards the entrance of the high-stakes examination. Team kill of a 12-level chimera, rewarded with 50 experience points. Team kill of an 11-level seahorse warrior, rewarded with 40 experience points. Team kill of a 13-level skeleton archer, rewarded with 60 experience points. Along the way, Ye Lin dispatched any monster with a few swift strikes, leaving them barely clinging to life before moving on. Following closely behind, Ye Lin, you gradually fell into a harmonious rhythm with him, stepping in to deliver the finishing blow whenever Ye Lin incapacitated a foe. Under Ye Lin's guidance, Ye Lin, you's level ascended rapidly, soon reaching level 8. Boss, no need for words. From now on, you are my true elder. Ye Lin, you was brimming with excitement. At this pace, before the sun set, he could easily achieve level 12 or even 13. The entrance to the high-stakes examination would remain open throughout the day, as long as they arrived before sunset. Do not rejoice too soon. The monsters near the city walls are indeed scarce, and we may have to venture deeper. Ye Lin observed, casting a glance around, noting the significant reduction in the number of creatures. However, boss, if we delve deeper, we might encounter monsters at level 20 or even 30, right? Ye Lin, you's expression shifted with trepidation. Merely a trifling matter. I can handle level 20, and for level 30. We shall retreat, Ye Lin declared, gripping his blade as he continued his expedition into the wilderness. Not only Ye Lin, you needed to elevate his level. Ye Lin too sought to advance, for his ambition was the esteemed Supreme Academy. With his weapon in hand, Ye Lin gradually faded from the sight of the several headmasters. Ye Lin is being reckless. How can he lead Ye Lin, you to such perilous depths? Gao Zhenyu furrowed his brows. Given Ye Lin's level, his admission to the Dashao Academy was a foregone conclusion. What could he possibly be scheming? Do not fret, headmaster. There are already proctors stationed nearby to ensure safety. Another headmaster reassured. Let us hope so. Gao Zhenyu's right eyelid twitched incessantly. For reasons unknown, he felt an ominous premonition. As they journeyed, Ye Lin dispatched monsters effortlessly. He scarcely needed to invoke other forbidden spells. With merely the Sun Longevity Blade technique, he dispatched creatures below level 20 with ease, requiring only a few additional strikes at most. Ye Lin, trailing behind, reaped abundant rewards. While Ye Lin had yet to level up, the lad had ascended 2 levels. Reaching level 9, just as they intended to forge ahead, a man bearing a proctor's badge suddenly obstructed their path. Do not stray from the examination area. It poses a danger. Are we not permitted to proceed? Ye Lin frowned. Very well. As Ye Lin prepared to change direction, he abruptly halted and turned to the proctor, urgently advising, "Look behind you." The proctor scoffed, refusing to turn. "Are you attempting to deceive me into looking back so you can escape the examination grounds? If I am not mistaken, your accomplices are likely waiting outside to assist you in leveling up. I advise you to abandon this ludicrous notion. I have been a proctor for 20 years, and no examinee has ever outwitted me. Please, turn around." Ye Lin implored anxiously. "Not a chance. I will not be fooled. Move along now, or I shall adjudicate you for misconduct and nullify your examination." Before the proctor could finish his sentence, a deep roar suddenly erupted from behind him. The proctor's complexion paled as he turned, only to witness a colossal monster that had appeared behind him. With a single swipe of its paw, the proctor was sent hurtling through the air like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the ground several meters away, his fate uncertain. The creature stood 4 meters tall, its body encased in formidable armor, wielding a massive spiked club that shook the ground with each step. "Level 33, Goblin Champion." Ye Lin exclaimed, his face drained of color. "This stubborn fool." Ye Lin lamented, exasperated. He had implored the proctor to turn around multiple times. Yet the man had refused to heed his warnings. The creature of level 33, unless it reveals its immortal form and unleashes its full power, stands no chance against the goblin hero. "Ye Lin, run. I'll distract him." "Boss, that's not an option. If we flee together." Ye Lin replied hastily. "Stop talking nonsense. You're not as fast as I am." Ye Lin kicked Ye Lin in the rear, sending him flying. He then swung his blade at the goblin hero. The starlight shimmered, inciting the creature's wrath as it charged toward him. Ye Lin quickly activated the dance of instantaneous steps, but to avoid raising suspicion, he sacrificed his appendix and a segment of his large intestine to gain 3-fold agility. The consequence of this was that he could not shake off the goblin hero, as the distance between them continued to diminish. Thunderous might. A brilliant flash of lightning suddenly erupted, the power of thunder coalescing into a robust bolt that struck the goblin hero with a devastating force. The proctor struggled to rise from the ground, his face pale, yet his eyes sparkled with unwavering resolve. "Hurry, escape, leave this to me. I will not allow any examinee to be harmed before my eyes." No sooner had he spoken than he rolled his eyes back, closing them as he fainted. Ye Lin remarked, "You're quite the brave one." The proctor had already been gravely injured by a surprise attack from the goblin hero, and managing to stand and cast a spell was a testament to his determination. Fortunately, he had already sent out a distress signal, and soon 2 other proctors rushed to their aid. "Examinees, move away to avoid collateral damage," one of them commanded softly. "Understood." Ye Lin obediently sidestepped. The 2 proctors immediately engaged the goblin hero, who exhibited no capacity to resist under their combined assault, being thoroughly overwhelmed. One proctor swung an axe, toppling the massive goblin hero to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. At that moment, a glint of brilliance flickered in Ye Lin's eyes. He sacrificed his heart and activated the dance of instantaneous steps at 10-fold speed, dashing toward the unconscious health proctor. Using the cover of the dust, he swiftly stripped off the proctor's clothes and donned them, placing the proctor's badge around his neck. Then, Ye Lin retrieved the illusionary visage gifted to him by Zhuge Qianqing, placing it upon his face. The diaphanous mask conformed perfectly to his facial structure. Upon wearing the illusionary visage, Ye Lin transformed into a man in his 30s, even sprouting a fine layer of stubble. Thus, a brand new proctor emerged. At this juncture, the goblin hero regained its footing, dazed from the heavy axe strike, its armor shattered and clearly grievously wounded. "Vile creature, how dare you disrupt the examination? I shall not let this go unpunished. Colleagues, I am here to assist you." Ye Lin spoke in a low voice, then concentrated the essence of metal chi in one hand, golden light surging from within him and gathering in his palm. Faced with the level 33 goblin hero, Ye Lin held nothing back. Forbidden spell, Eternal Metal of Gong. A golden spear, emanating an aura of ancient mystery, materialized in Ye Lin's grasp. He raised the spear. Swinging his arm with vigor, the golden lance sliced through the air with a whistling sound, piercing directly towards the wounded goblin warrior. The spear penetrated the goblin warrior's skull, resulting in its immediate demise. Team kill, level 30 goblin warrior. Reward, 220 experience points. Item acquired, symbiotic talisman. Something dropped? Ye Lin expressed his surprise. It was known that defeating monsters had a slim chance of yielding items, equipment, or skill scrolls. Yet he had not expected to find something from this goblin warrior. However, there was no time for curiosity. He turned and fled without hesitation. Damn it, beast. Who the hell are you? Which department do you belong to? How dare you steal my kill? The proctor, wielding a massive axe, was nearly apoplectic. After they had battled for so long, this intruder appeared and dispatched the goblin warrior with a single blow, utterly outrageous. Call me the Good Samaritan. Ye Lin's voice echoed from a distance. I'll give you a good watermelon. The proctor, axe in hand, was ready to pursue, but another proctor quickly restrained him. Calm down. Maintaining order in the examination hall is paramount. I've memorized his face. We will settle this later. Right. Infuriating. We are all proctors, and we see each other frequently. How could he steal my kill? The axe-wielding proctor grumbled. Meanwhile, Ye Lin circled back, returning the clothing and proctor badge to the unconscious proctor before turning to leave. Leaving no trace of his actions. One must admit, the illusionary mask was remarkably effective. Once removed, those two proctors would never be able to find him. At this moment, Ye Lin began to examine the item he had just acquired. Symbiotic talisman, hand in hand, living together. Two job changers with a level difference of less than May 10th classed fingers and use the symbiotic talisman for the next 6 hours. They will fully share the experience points gained from hunting monsters. Note, at any given time, the symbiotic talisman can only be used with one person. Ah, what a splendid item. Ye Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had initially planned to assist Ji Lingyu in reaching level 10 before parting ways. But with the symbiotic talisman, he could now benefit from all experience points, even from monsters Ji Lingyu defeated. The method of using the talisman was somewhat peculiar, requiring them to clasp fingers. When Ye Lin found Ji Lingyu, the latter was being pursued by a level 13 Anubis soldier. The Anubis soldier was enveloped in swirling black smoke, its dusty armor concealing a shadowy figure beneath. Upon seeing Ye Lin, Ji Lingyu's face lit up with joy. Boss, you're safe. That's wonderful. What happened to the goblin warrior? Rest assured, the goblin warrior has been slain by other proctors, Ye Lin replied with a serene smile. He stepped forward, extending his warm hand, entwining his fingers with Ji Lingyu's as if they were serpents, their digits tightly interlocked. Ji Lingyu was momentarily stunned, his entire being frozen in place, his pupils dilating in surprise. Although he had intertwined fingers with girls numerous times, this was his first encounter with a male counterpart in such a manner. Even the Anubis soldier across from him seemed momentarily bewildered, struggling to comprehend the unfolding situation. Ji Lingyu felt his throat constrict as he recalled how Ye Lin had dismissed a maid in his household, realizing that perhaps he had a particular preference. In the depths of his mind, a fierce internal battle ensued as he remembered Ye Lin's relentless efforts to save his father, never once treating him as a burden. Ye Lin had taken him along to level up, and in moments of danger, he urged Ji Lingyu to flee while he himself diverted the monsters. Reflecting on these cherished memories, Ji Lingyu ultimately made a decision that defied his ancestors' expectations. Boss, if you desire it, then let it be. Just be gentle, he murmured, lowering his gaze, a hint of feminine shyness gracing his demeanor. Ye Lin was momentarily taken aback, looking at Ji Lingyu with uncertainty. Oh, right here, Ji Lingyu said, handing Ye Lin a small blue plastic container. What is this? Ye Lin inquired in return. Vaseline. Ji Lingyu's face paled. Boss, you wouldn't intend to do it without lubrication, would you? Ye Lin. In a flash, he activated the symbiotic talisman and pushed Ji Lingyu away. Get lost, go far away. Ye Lin then struck at the Anubis soldier, and with a burst of starlight, only a pile of shattered armor remained, thanks to the symbiotic talisman. Both Ye Lin and Ji Lingyu gained 130 experience points. Is this the symbiotic talisman? Where did you acquire such a treasure, boss? This is something money cannot buy, Ji Lingyu exclaimed with excitement. However, a fleeting disappointment crossed his face as he realized it was merely a symbiotic talisman. He had hoped Ye Lin possessed a particular inclination. Do not call me boss, and keep your distance. What man carries Vaseline with him? This time, it was Ye Lin who scrutinized Ji Lingyu with a peculiar gaze. It's a misunderstanding, boss. That Vaseline is for my lips. They tend to get chapped. Ji Lingyu protested loudly. Regardless of the circumstances, we should act separately. This way, we can maximize the effect of the symbiotic talisman. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Lin turned and left. With the Starfall celestial mark in hand, he embarked on a massacre. Monitors blocked the perimeter. ensuring that monsters above level 25 could not enter the examination area, allowing Ye Lin to refrain from utilizing other forbidden spells. His son's lifeblade, combined with the additional 300 strength from the Starfall Celestial Mark, was sufficient for him to dominate the battlefield. Yet, he maintained a low profile. When encountering monsters of a lower level, he swiftly dispatched them with a single strike. When facing stronger foes, he feigned a struggle before ultimately delivering the final blow. Though he sustained several injuries, he employed the healing abilities of the twin yin-yang brace, restoring his vitality and promptly resuming his monster-slaying endeavors. Meanwhile, Ye Lin stood in awe, as he observed his level climbing steadily since the moment it all began. Without needing to think, he knew that on the other side, Ye Lin must be in a frenzy, for under the influence of the symbiotic talisman, their experience points were shared. Suddenly, Ye Lin comprehended the sensation of being like a doe, cradled in Zhao Yun's arms, as they charged in and out of Chao's troops, wreaking havoc. He was responsible for the chaos, while Ye Lin was responsible for the carnage. Run. That bloodthirsty minotaur is closing in. The only martial skill that prevails is speed. I don't need to outrun the minotaur. I merely need to outpace everyone else. Damn it. How are we so unfortunate? The first group has already rushed through the entrance, yet there is still a bloodthirsty minotaur waiting here? With pallid faces, a dozen candidates fled desperately. Hot on their heels was a towering minotaur, wielding a massive double-headed axe, its body a terrifying crimson. This creature stood approximately 3 meters tall, its muscles bulging like blood-stained granite, instilling fear in all who beheld it, boasting a formidable level of 15. At the rear of the group were a young couple, their hands tightly clasped as they exerted every ounce of strength to escape. Should they be eliminated here, they would lose even the qualification to participate in the crucial examination. Thus they were unwilling to yield. However, as they ran, the girls suddenly slipped, tumbling to the ground. Xinjin, the boy gasped, his face paling. If he turned back to rescue his girlfriend, they would both certainly lose their chance at the examination. Yet if he continued to flee, unencumbered by her, with her shielding him from the minotaur, he could surely reach the entrance. Torn between his beloved and a bright future, the boy found himself in a quandary. Ah Bing, you must go. Don't worry about me. The girl's eyes brimmed with tears, fully aware that she could not escape. All right. Those words struck like the final straw on a camel's back, and without looking back, her boyfriend Ah Bing fled. Watching him retreat, Xinjin felt as if something within her had shattered. Gazing at the approaching minotaur, looming like a mountain, she forced a bitter smile and closed her eyes, seemingly resigned to her fate. At that moment, a furious voice pierced through the air. What nonsense is this King-S game? Hydrangea Rhapsody. The minotaur ought to perish. In a flash, a gleam of cold light cut through the air, and amidst a cascade of starlight, Ye Lin, who had been hunting for monsters, cleaved the minotaur in two with a single stroke, slaying it instantly. Xinjin stood in stunned silence, staring blankly at Ye Lin, who wielded the Starfall blade, until he turned to leave, prompting her to regain her senses. Xinjin, I'm so relieved you're all right. We can still attend the same university. Seeing the minotaur slain by Ye Lin's blade, Ah Bing returned, excitedly embracing Xinjin. Yet, at that moment, Xinjin coldly pushed him away, the recent scene having revealed the true nature of the man before her. Sorry, I suddenly don't wish to attend the same university as you. Only by cherishing me do you deserve to possess me. Without a trace of hesitation, Xinjin turned and walked away. Meanwhile, a similar scene was incessantly unfolding outside the city, where numerous magical creatures lost their lives in an instant. Some of these creatures resembled sheep, their ears filled with the whispers of demons. Pour in a mouthful of fragrant spicy salt from my mother's home, add some scalding rapeseed oil, and a dash of vinegar, the essence of souls, pour it forth. As the command to pour it forth echoed, the sheep-like creature would meet its demise with a swift stroke of the blade. A candidate, pursued relentlessly by a magical beast, was darting about in panic when, suddenly, a streak of starlight flashed by, cleaving the creature in two. They didn't even catch a glimpse of their savior. Another candidate was halted by an eccentric figure who inquired how they managed to locate the beasts, an inquiry that seemed utterly deranged. They were barely managing to evade the beasts, let alone daring to seek them out. On the city walls, several principals and prominent figures from Qingsheng were rendered speechless. The college entrance examination trials occurred annually, and they had witnessed countless iterations of these trials. Indeed, there were formidable candidates who opted to enhance their levels before entering. Yet such a scenario, where one wielded a sword seeking out magical creatures to slay, was a first for them. Alas, if only this child were not a forbidden spellcaster. How splendid it would be. If he weren't a forbidden spellcaster, Qingqing would truly have birthed a true dragon. lamented one principal, shaking his head regretfully. A transcendent warrior capable of sweeping through magical creatures in the wild, once matured, would undoubtedly become a formidable force in their domain. Yet forbidden spellcasters rarely lived beyond the age of 25. Fear not, at least this year. The number of candidates from Qingcheng entering the college entrance examination trials will be significantly greater than in previous years, another principal remarked, nodding in agreement. Thanks to Ye Lin, the number of candidates unable to participate in the trials due to magical beast attacks had notably decreased. Wherever Ye Lin traversed, not a single magical creature could escape his sight. He resembled an automated cleaning machine, sweeping every magical creature in the examination grounds. At that moment, the candidates who had chosen to wait for those ahead to leave the city observed the desolate exterior with expressions of triumph. A young man waving a fan grinned widely. See, I told you waiting a bit to come out has its advantages. Those swift beasts have been dealt with, making our journey far easier. Many who trailed behind him nodded in agreement. The distance from the city to the entrance of the examination trials was a total of 10 kilometers, and they had already traversed half with nary a beast encountered. Indeed, it was wise to delay their departure. Meanwhile, Ye Lin also came to a halt. It seems there truly are no more magical creatures left. It was only 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and it appeared that he had eradicated every magical creature within the examination grounds. At that moment, his level remained at 18. Name: Ye Lin. Profession: Forbidden Spellcaster. Level: 18. 2. 33. Strength: 180. 300. Agility: 270. Spirit: 540. 659. Professional talent: Endless Spell. Each level gained by the Forbidden Spellcaster unlocks a forbidden spell. Skills: Forbidden Spell, Annihilating Thunder, Dance of the Instant, Rebirth of Flames, Infernal Fire Devouring Heaven, Undying. Eyes of Eternal Frost, Return of the Undead, Lifespan Blade Technique, Eternal Metal of Gong. The higher the level, the more arduous the ascent, alas. It is time to enter the examination hall. Ye Lin shook his head, reflecting on how the experience required to elevate from level 1 to 16 was scarcely different from that needed to ascend from level 16 to 18, with a considerable distance still to cover before reaching level 19. It seemed far more pragmatic to forego the exhaustive endeavor of vanquishing the remaining monsters and to step directly into the examination hall. The portal to the high-stakes examination loomed like a grand gate of light, quietly suspended in the heavens, emanating a gentle glow. As he approached the portal, he sensed an enigmatic force pulsating, a manifestation of spatial magic capable of instantaneously transporting individuals to another realm. Ye Lin stepped inside, and the scene before him disintegrated. When it reassembled, he found himself standing on a vast plaza of azure stone. Surrounding the plaza were 10 towering stone pillars, each engraved with ancient runes, exuding an aura of antiquity and mystery. At the center of the plaza stood a colossal stone tablet inscribed with the words High Stakes Examination Ground, the script archaic and flowing like dragons and serpents in a dance. Is this truly the examination ground? Ye Lin surveyed his surroundings, noting the throngs of people densely packed around the plaza, causing an involuntary shiver to run down his spine. So many people. A pang of regret tugged at Ye Lin's heart. Had he known such a multitude would gather, he might have allowed the monsters to eliminate some of the competitors before making his entrance. Alas, it seemed he was still too soft-hearted and kind. Boss, Jilin Yu shouted as he rushed over, enveloping Ye Lin in an enthusiastic embrace. Boss, you are truly my dear boss. By my mother, you are incredible. Jilin Yu was so excited he was nearly incoherent, and for good reason. His level had astonishingly reached a formidable 15. This was indeed a level 15. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, his entry into the Great Xia Academy was all but assured at this level. Ye Lin found no surprise in this development. Under the influence of the symbiotic talisman, Jilin Yu shared his experience points, so reaching level 15 was hardly astonishing. All right, let go. No hugging in public. Ye Lin said with mild disdain. No, you shall always be my dear boss. Jilin Yu exclaimed, clinging to Ye Lin's leg. Get off me. Ye Lin sighed, noting the curious glances from several onlookers directed their way. Yet, to be honest, he relished this playful camaraderie with a friend. Since arriving in this world, he had kept a low profile in the slums to conceal the secret of his immortality, and Jilin Yu had become his first friend in this new realm. The warmth of friendship was something Ye Lin had not experienced in quite some time. After a brief interval, Zhuge and I appeared at the examination ground. Her expression darkened as she approached. Her level stood at a mere 14, having only progressed by 2 levels. At first, everything proceeded smoothly. She had intended to catch up with Ye Lin's level 16, but for reasons unknown, she suddenly found herself unable to locate a single magical creature. Damn it! Juga and I exclaimed, a hint of frustration evident in her voice. But it matters not. Being merely 2 levels behind is trivial. I can surely compensate with skill and ability. Determination radiated from her beautiful eyes. As time progressed, at the moment when the sun cast its final rays of twilight, the towering portal closed completely. This signified that those who had not entered the high-stakes examination arena would be irrevocably excluded from this year's test. Once the portal sealed, a seemingly amiable elder appeared silently before the stone tablet in the center of the Qingshi square. Simultaneously, over 100 proctors emerged in various corners of the square, vigilantly monitoring the movements of all candidates. Greetings, candidates of Qingcheng. Welcome to the 886th high-stakes examination. I am Lin Yuan, the chief examiner, the elder announced. His voice, though soft, resonated as if it emanated directly from the depths of everyone's hearts, ensuring that all present in Qingshi Square heard him clearly. Next, I shall announce the assessment criteria for this year's high-stakes examination. During my announcement, please listen attentively and refrain from making any noise. Violators will be disqualified. As soon as he finished speaking, all candidates prudently closed their mouths. The examination comprises 2 parts, the comprehensive ability assessment and the arena battle, to be conducted over 2 days. The comprehensive ability assessment will take place tomorrow. Each candidate will undergo different evaluations based on their respective professions. The assessment consists of 10 stages. Candidates may withdraw early or complete all stages. The examiners will score you based on your performance at each stage. Each stage has a maximum score of 10 points. Only candidates who pass all 10 stages with a score of 85 or above will qualify for the arena battle the day after tomorrow. The arena battle will also last 1 day. Each victory grants an additional 10 points, capping at a maximum of 150 points. The top scorer will be declared this year's examination champion. During both the comprehensive ability assessment and the arena battle, any equipment may be utilized, but no special items are permitted. Violators will be disqualified. Thus concludes the announcement of the assessment criteria. Lin Yuan chuckled. Tonight, rest well. Tomorrow morning, we commence with the comprehensive ability assessment. The expressions of the candidates turned exceedingly grave, fully aware that the true challenge lay ahead on the morrow. Many candidates promptly retrieved sleeping bags from their backpacks, indicating they had come prepared. Boss, didn't you bring a sleeping bag or anything? Ye Lin asked, somewhat astonished to see Ye Lin unprepared. I have no need for such things, Ye Lin replied, shaking his head. Having endured far harsher conditions in the slums, sleeping on a stone floor seemed trivial to him. That won't he do. How can you face tomorrow's comprehensive ability assessment with a lack of rest? Ye Lin frowned, then offered his branded sleeping bag to Ye Lin. Boss, use mine. Ye Lin felt a wave of emotion and couldn't help but inquire, what about you? Me? I'm fine with anything. Ye Lin replied nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. He then clapped, prompting 2 invigilators to present a luxurious mattress beside him. Ye Lin was taken aback. Wait, are you serious? They actually provide luxury beds for the college entrance exam training? Yes, but it comes at a steep price. This bed, while inferior to mine at home, costs a staggering 200,000 a night. It feels like daylight robbery. If it weren't for you, boss, not bringing a sleeping bag, I wouldn't part with it. Ye Lin lamented, visibly pained at the exorbitant rental fee. Though wealthy, he wasn't foolish. Ye Lin fell into contemplative silence. Is this what it means to be a wealthy person? Even during the college entrance exam training, the treatment is vastly different, while others sleep on stone slabs and sleeping bags. Ye Lin luxuriates on a plush mattress. Ultimately, Ye Lin, through moral persuasion, successfully convinced Ye Lin to relinquish the 200,000 bed to him. Of course, virtue also encompasses martial integrity. The following morning, Ye Lin awoke invigorated and refreshed. As the time approached, Lin Yuan appeared punctually. The comprehensive ability assessment begins now. All candidates, please line up in 10 orderly queues to enter the assessment room. As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, 10 towering stone pillars in the Qingshi Plaza opened portals. It was evident that the comprehensive ability assessment would take place within those pillars. The throngs of people quickly formed 10 orderly lines, each individual acutely aware of the significance of the college entrance examination, the most pivotal test in the Great Xia Empire, a watershed moment determining their fates. Ye Lin stood in the 6th queue, moving forward with the crowd. As each person stepped into the portal, they vanished instantly. Soon, it was Ye Lin's turn. He stepped forward and, in the blink of an eye, found himself in a sealed, all-metal room. A beam of light swept over him, revealing his level and profession. Ye Lin, Forbidden Spell Master, level 18. All candidates sequentially entered the stone pillars. Lin Yuan, serving as the chief examiner for this year's college entrance examination, stood quietly in the Qingshi Plaza, observing the 10 stone pillars. Behind him stood several formidable middle-aged individuals who were the deputy examiners for this session. Among them was a woman clad in a flowing azure gown, her presence reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze caressing the lake, bringing with it a refreshing aura. Though she had aged, the woman was exceptionally well-preserved, her beauty ethereal and striking, with hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, gracefully swaying in the wind. Her slender figure resembled that of a dignified fairy descended upon the mortal realm. She approached Lin Yuan, slightly bowing, and softly said, "Chief Examiner Lin, I apologize for my tardiness." Lin Yuan smiled gently, his eyes reflecting deep respect as he replied, "No need for formalities, Teacher Su. Your timing is impeccable." The other deputy examiners also regarded her with evident admiration. This woman, known as Su Qingxin, was the head of the Supreme Academy. Ordinary candidates may not have heard of the name of the Supreme Academy, but the examiners are well aware of its significance. It is the most formidable institution within the realm of Great Xia. Every student who emerges from the Supreme Academy is a prodigy capable of dominating their domain. As a few of them prepared to engage in further pleasantries, one of the stone pillars suddenly illuminated, and the sculptures upon it seemed to come to life at that very moment. Level 18? Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened slightly. Achieving level 10 guarantees admission to a first-rate university, while reaching level 12 allows one to vie for entrance into a prestigious institution. However, level 18 can only be described with one word: prodigy. Even Su Qingxin became intrigued, her eyes ablaze as she glanced in the direction of Ye Lin. Level 18 qualifies one for admission into the Supreme Academy. However, upon discerning Ye Lin's profession, a frown involuntarily creased her brow. What do you mean he is a forbidden spellcaster? At level 18, he could easily switch to another profession, and even if that profession were only of grade A. She would be willing to relax the criteria to permit his entry into the Supreme Academy. Yet, the forbidden spellcaster was an exception. Though the forbidden spellcaster is classified as an SSS grade profession, everyone knows that practitioners rarely survive beyond the age of 25. The examiners could only sign lamentation. Alas, what a pity. If only he were not a forbidden spellcaster, Qingxing would truly have produced a genuine dragon. It seems this profession has not made an appearance for quite some time. The last time was a decade ago, wasn't he it? Yes. The last forbidden spellcaster lived only to the age of 23 before meeting his end. Surely, he must have recklessly unleashed forbidden spells to slay monsters. To achieve such a high level, this is a gamble with his future, and it is indeed unwise. He may not even reach 23. How should we score the first round of level assessment? Let us score it normally. He is already at level 18, so denying him full marks would be unreasonable. Agreed. Just as the examiners concluded their deliberation, the metallic room echoed once more with the mechanized voice of a female announcer. Candidate Ye Lin, Comprehensive Ability Assessment, First Round. Level Assessment, Full Marks, 10 points. As soon as the announcement concluded, the metallic wall directly opposite Ye Lin slowly opened, revealing a crystalline orb. Comprehensive Ability Assessment, Second Round. Three-dimensional Attribute Assessment. Candidate Ye Lin, please place your hand on the testing sphere. Ye Lin stepped forward, contemplating whether to utilize the Burning Rebirth technique, but ultimately decided against it and placed his hand directly on the orb. Strength, 480 points. Agility, 270 points. Spirit, 1,199 points. Candidate Ye Lin, Comprehensive Ability Assessment, Second Round. Three-dimensional Attribute Assessment, Full Marks, 10 points. On the stone square, one examiner could not help but express his disbelief. I can understand everything else, but why on earth does he have 480 points in strength? Did this fellow acquire equipment that boosts attack power? What does a forbidden spellcaster need strength for? Casting forbidden spells is already taxing on the body. Does he intend to engage in hand-to-hand combat as well? Ye Lin, now at level 18. Achieving full marks in the second round of the three-dimensional attribute assessment was reasonable. However, Ye Lin's 480 points in strength still caused the corners of the examiner's mouths to twitch involuntarily. The force of 480 points surpasses that of many warriors who have undergone a class change. To them, Ye Lin exudes an air of sheer incredibility. Just wait and see. The third round begins now, and it's time to take action, Lin Yuan stated calmly. A training dummy had already materialized within the metallic chamber where Ye Lin stood. This dummy bore a striking resemblance to those found in the Practitioner Guild's training hall, albeit with a more refined appearance. The third round of the comprehensive ability assessment focuses on attack capability. Candidate Ye Lin, please demonstrate your most formidable skill against the dummy. The dummy will display your score based on the intensity of your attack, echoed a monotonous, mechanical female voice. Most formidable skill? Ye Lin's initial thought was to summon the Chaos Divine Thunder, which required the sacrifice of all his organs. However, he felt that such an extravagant display would be overly ostentatious. It was merely an examination. There was no need for such exaggeration. Yet, the power could not be trivial either, as he was aiming for the esteemed Supreme Academy, where he needed to achieve full marks in every round. After some contemplation, Ye Lin made a decisive choice and raised his hand. Forbidden spell, Annihilating World Thunder. He sacrificed his tonsils to conjure a bolt of the most ordinary thunder. Boom. A clap of thunder struck down, obliterating the dummy into a cloud of fine powder. Ye Lin was taken aback. This was already the weakest forbidden spell he could muster. Surely, the dummy was too fragile. Furthermore, the assessment indicated that the dummy would reveal his score. But now that it was utterly destroyed, how would his score be calculated? At that moment, several examiners in the Qingshi Square were equally stunned. This dummy is designed to withstand attacks from class-changed individuals below level 25. This kid is only level 18, and yet he obliterated the dummy with a single strike? He cast a forbidden spell. Isn't it a well-known fact that forbidden spells are immensely powerful? What now? The dummy is gone. How do we assess his score? Should we provide him with another dummy? Let us not waste teaching equipment. Consider it a full score, Lin Yuan remarked, shaking his head in disbelief. This kid is truly relentless, participating in an examination and using a forbidden spell. Lin Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, and the other examiners nodded in agreement. Casting a forbidden spell certainly comes with a price. Using a forbidden spell during an examination is akin to wagering one's lifespan for in-game items. Candidate Ye Lin. For the comprehensive ability assessment, third round, attack capability, full score, 10 points. Upon hearing this announcement, Ye Lin, who had been anxiously awaiting the outcome, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared that damaging the dummy would lead to the cancellation of his score. At that moment, he clearly recognized the drawback of being a forbidden spellcaster. One could never hold back. The very nature of a forbidden spell meant that once unleashed, there was no room for restraint. Having successfully passed the third round, the subsequent 3 rounds, testing casting speed, instantaneous explosive power, and sustained output capability, were no obstacle for Ye Lin. Under the astonished gazes of the examiners, he swiftly achieved full marks in all rounds. In the 7th challenge, Ye Lin finally encountered something extraordinary, as directly before him stood a specially designed prison cage. Inside the cage, a monstrous creature roared, its crimson eyes ablaze as if scorched by fierce flames, exuding an insane murderous intent. Its massive body, with muscles coiling like a small mountain, loomed ominously. The creature's sharp claws scraped against the cage, producing a piercing metallic sound that seemed to convey its fury to Ye Lin. Comprehensive ability assessment, 7th challenge, escapability test. You must endure the pursuit of a level 25 Inferno Wolf for 3 minutes without sustaining any injuries to achieve a perfect score. A timer materialized at the end of the corridor. Assessment begins. The moment the mechanized female voice finished speaking, the prison cage slowly creaked open, and the level 25 Inferno Wolf stepped forth, its blood-red gaze filled with a ravenous, bloodthirsty desire. It had been starved for quite some time, and upon spotting Ye Lin, it lunged forward as if it had encountered a breathtaking beauty. Forbidden spell, Cataclysmic Thunder. With a thunderous roar, a dazzling silver lightning bolt surged forth, and in the blink of an eye, the Inferno Wolf was reduced to a charred carcass. The timer commenced, counting down from 3 minutes. However, at this moment, the Inferno Wolf responsible for pursuing Ye Lin had already met its demise. As the countdown reached its conclusion, the mechanized voice echoed once more. Candidate Ye Lin. Comprehensive ability assessment, 7th challenge. Escapability test, perfect score, 10 points. The examiners observing Ye Lin's performance fell into a stunned silence. They had never encountered such a phenomenon. A level 25 creature was an undeniably formidable adversary for any examinee. Faced with such a powerful opponent, candidates typically resorted to delaying tactics with their skills until the 3 minutes elapsed to pass the challenge. Every year, there would be candidates who, through remarkable maneuvers, would complete this section unscathed. Yet this year, an unexpected twist had occurred. In the very first second of the assessment, Ye Lin unleashed a forbidden spell, instantly obliterating the level 25 creature. For the remaining 2 minutes and 59 seconds, Ye Lin simply sat in a daze, waiting for the countdown to conclude. I take back what I just said. Carelessly casting forbidden spells like that, let alone being 23, it would be a medical miracle if this kid lives to see 20. One examiner remarked, shaking his head in disbelief. Despite Ye Lin's astonishing display, the examiners clearly disapproved, believing he was jeopardizing his health and future. At this juncture, Ye Lin had transitioned into the 8th challenge. Examiner Lin, should we increase the difficulty for candidate Ye Lin in the final 3 challenges? One examiner could not help but inquire of Lin Yuan. The subsequent 3 challenges would be practical assessments, with candidates facing monsters of equal level, 2 levels higher, and 4 levels higher, respectively. Thus, even in the 10th challenge, Ye Lin would confront merely a level 22 creature, having effortlessly dispatched the level 25 Inferno Wolf. The level 22 would pose little threat. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow, caught in a moment of indecision. If the difficulty is not elevated, then Ye Lin will undoubtedly achieve a perfect score, but raising the stakes seems rather unjust to him. Teacher Su, I would like to seek your opinion. If Ye Lin can still attain a perfect score after the difficulty is increased, would you consider admitting him to the Supreme Academy? Lin Yuan inquired of Su Qingxin. Should Su Qingxin consent, then augmenting the challenge would pose no issue, and it would also provide an opportunity to observe the true limits of Ye Lin, who thus far has appeared effortlessly capable. I apologize, Examiner Lin, but I cannot agree, Su Qingxin replied, shaking her head and directing her gaze towards the other candidates. In my view, Luo Jun, Wang Zhenglin, Zhuge and I, and that Ji Lingyu are all more deserving of admission to the Supreme Academy than Ye Lin. Ye Lin is a forbidden spellcaster. The power he currently wields is merely the result of exhausting his life and future, a fleeting moment. Such an individual is not what our Supreme Academy requires. Nurturing him would only squander resources. Lin Yuan opened his mouth, seemingly inclined to retort, but quickly closed it again. The 4 individuals Su Qingxin mentioned were undeniably talented. However, in comparison to the anomaly that is Ye Lin, they appeared somewhat less remarkable. Ultimately, the assessment difficulty for Ye Lin was not raised. Faced with monsters of levels 18, 20, and 22, the battles proceeded without any surprises, resulting in swift victories. After passing the final trial, Ye Lin's figure reemerged in the Qingshi Square, becoming the first candidate to conquer all 10 challenges. After a while, the other candidates began to pass their assessments as well, and the square was once again filled with animated chatter, many candidates eagerly exchanging their experiences with friends. Boss, Ji Lingyu ran over to Ye Lin. Boss, I scored 96. I'm solid. I'm really secure this time, Ji Lingyu exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Based on this score, as long as he wins 3 more matches in the arena, he is guaranteed a place in the Daxia Academy. You didn't get a perfect score? Ye Lin inquired curiously, noting that Ji Lingyu had already reached level 15. Although the comprehensive assessment for warrior classes should differ somewhat from that of mage classes, the difficulty should be comparable. Don't mention it. I lost points in the practical assessment. I leveled up too quickly and couldn't quite adapt, Ji Lingyu said, scratching his head awkwardly. His level was somewhat inflated, as he had risen to level 15 by following Ye Lin. Without him, he would still be at level 7. While the two were conversing, Lin Yuan announced the results of the comprehensive capability assessment. First place, Ye Lin, 100 points. Second place, Zhuge and I, 100 points. Third place, Luo Jun, 98 points. Fourth place, Ji Lingyu, 96 points. Fifth place, Wang Zhenglin, 95 points. After reading out the results of the candidates' assessments, Lin Yuan spoke with clarity. Attention! Candidates who scored below 85, please exit the examination hall in an orderly fashion under the guidance of the invigilators. Candidates with scores above 85 may also leave. However, departing from the examination hall will be considered as forfeiting the arena competition scheduled for tomorrow. As Lin Yuan's words echoed through the hall, Zhuge's eyes widened in disbelief, her countenance a blend of astonishment and confusion. Despite having achieved a perfect score, why was she placed behind Ye Lin? If both had attained full marks, they should be tied for first place. What justified her being ranked second? Raising her hand, Zhuge and I spoke out loudly. Examiner, I contest the validity of this result. If we both received full marks, why am I in second place? Her declaration sparked a wave of murmurs among the crowd. Indeed, We both scored full marks. Why aren't we tied for first? Why is the male candidate positioned ahead when we both achieved the same score? How much more hostility must women endure in this world? This is unjust. It is discrimination against women. If a reasonable explanation is not provided, we shall appeal. Yes, we demand fairness. Amidst the fervent outcry from the candidates, Lin Yuan's expression remained impassive as he retrieved the video recordings of Ye Lin and Zhuge Ni's assessments. Please observe the VCR. The footage of Zhuge Ni and Ye Lin during the comprehensive ability assessment was displayed in succession. Zhuge Ni's segment was a flawless demonstration. Captivating and impressive. Clad in a form-fitting athletic outfit that accentuated her voluptuous figure, Zhuge Ni turned heads, leaving many male candidates mesmerized. Her performance was nothing short of astonishing. At level 14, she epitomized the potential of a fire mage at that stage. Like a graceful butterfly in flight, Zhuge Ni showcased her mastery through 10 distinct challenges, each one a testament to her perfect execution. Particularly remarkable was her encounter with a level 25 fire wolf during the 7th challenge, where she epitomized human ingenuity. Although outmatched in strength, Zhuge Ni deftly evaded the creature, skillfully outmaneuvering it for a full 3 minutes without sustaining a single hit, remaining a considerable distance from the beast. The audience was left in awe. Zhuge Ni is indeed the daughter of Mr. Zhuge. Truly, a tiger begets no dog. Such skill and adaptability are unparalleled. Despite being only level 14, I doubt any candidate below level 20 could rival her. Incredible! It feels less like an assessment and more like a flawless performance art piece. Zhuge Ni's perfect score is unequivocally deserved. How can she not be first? Clearly, there is bias against women, as candidates exchanged whispers. Their admiration for Zhuge Ni was evident, yet their skepticism regarding the fairness of the comprehensive ability assessment grew. Given her flawless performance, why was Ye Lin placed ahead of her? The crowd's gaze shifted to Ye Lin's assessment video. In comparison to Zhuge Ni's extraordinary maneuvers, Ye Lin's performance appeared rather mundane. After assessing levels and three-dimensional attributes in the 1st and 2nd stages, Ye Lin engaged in a singular act from the 3rd to the 10th stages, casting forbidden spells to progress, casting forbidden spells to advance, casting forbidden spells to pass. This sequence was repeated a total of 8 times. Throughout this process, Ye Lin remained composed, strolling leisurely as if he were not participating in a grueling examination, but rather a carefree spring outing akin to a primary school student. As spectators reviewed Ye Lin's assessment footage, a profound silence enveloped them, particularly during the 7th stage, where Ye Lin dispatched the blazing fire wolf within the first second and then sat idly for the subsequent 2 minutes. The crowd's emotions reached a boiling point. What on earth? Is this a joke? This fellow annihilated a level 25 blazing fire wolf with a single forbidden spell? Ah, I see. The assessment is about survival skills. If the pursuing monsters are vanquished, then nothing will chase after me. A perfect understanding. This individual is not human. He is a monster clad in human skin. It's utterly astonishing. It suddenly dawns on me why, despite both achieving full marks, Zhuge Ni ranked 2nd. Zhuge Ni earned full marks due to her capabilities, while Ye Lin's full score was simply a reflection of his surreal prowess. In other words, had the comprehensive ability evaluation been graded on a 1,000-point scale, Zhuge Ni would still score a mere 100, while Ye Lin would undoubtedly soar to 700 or 800. The other candidates gazed at Zhuge Ni with newfound sympathy. In previous years' examinations, her level of operation and status would have easily crowned her as the top achiever. However, this year, with a monster like Ye Lin in the realm, Zhuge Ni was bound to be overshadowed. With her lips pressed tightly together, Zhuge Ni remained silent, fixated on Ye Lin's assessment footage, her delicate hands clenched in frustration. She could not accept it. She could not fathom being bested by someone she had long deemed inferior, and even more so, in such a humiliating manner. Is there anyone who disputes the results of this comprehensive ability assessment? The chief examiner, Lin Yuan, spoke calmly. The Qingstone Square fell into an eerie silence. No one dared to voice an objection. After all, Ye Lin's singular skill had obliterated a level 25 blazing firewolf. Who would be bold enough to contest the ranking of such a prodigy? They all had faced the blazing firewolf and understood the true terror of a level 25 beast. Since there are no objections, those candidates scoring below 85 may exit in an orderly fashion. Those scoring above 85 should rest well and prepare diligently for tomorrow's arena competition, Lin Yuan announced. Soon, the candidates who did not meet the score requirement vacated the Qingstone Square, leaving only 104 individuals behind. With nearly 100,000 candidates from Qing City, The stark contrast of having just over 100 remaining highlighted the severity of the elimination rate. The results of the comprehensive ability assessment were swiftly released to the public. Upon learning of these scores, several principals who had been closely monitoring the examination felt their breaths quicken. First place Ye Lin, second place Zhuge and I. Good heavens, Lao Gao. Your Qing City High School is truly extraordinary. This year, 2 perfect scores, all from Qingcheng High School. You old fellow have truly hit the jackpot this time. Not just that. Look at the 4th place. That Jiling Yu is also from Qingcheng High School. The top 5, Qingcheng High has claimed 3 spots. Old Gao. Indulge yourself in whatever you desire. I suspect you've exhausted your luck. The principals did not conceal their envy towards Gao Zhenyu, with 3 outstanding students emerging. Qingcheng High would undoubtedly become a popular choice for applicants next year. Gao Zhenyu trembled with excitement, rendered speechless. He never anticipated that Ye Lin and Zhuge and I would bring him such immense joy. And to top it off, Jiling Yu, this dark horse. Truly. The heavens have favored Qingcheng High. Outside the examination hall, Ji's father sprang to his feet upon seeing the results. Excellent. Splendid. Ji's father, overwhelmed with emotion, had tears in his eyes. With a score of 96, Jiling Yu could secure a place in one of the nation's top 20 universities. As long as he wins more than 2 rounds in the upcoming competition, Jiling Yu might even aim for the prestigious Daxia Academy. Zhuge Qianxing quietly observed the results, a subtle smile gracing his lips, serene and unruffled. The remarkable achievements of Ye Lin and his companions brought pride to the students of Qingcheng High, raising their heads in shared glory. Yet, just as Gao Zhenyu reveled in his surprise, an untimely voice broke the moment. Old Gao, do not rejoice too soon. Tomorrow's competition is the true centerpiece, as it is the battle for the Qingcheng champion. The speaker was none other than Principal Su from Yucai High School, who had always had a rivalry with Gao Zhenyu, unable to bear his moment of triumph. Oh, Gao Zhenyu laughed unabashedly. Do you think your Luo Jun stands a chance against an 18th level forbidden spell master? Who knows? Principal Su replied with a knowing smile before turning to leave. Seeing Principal Su smile, Gao Zhenyu felt a twinge of unease but quickly shook his head. That old fool is merely putting on a show. How could an 18th level forbidden spell master possibly lose? Time is akin to the dowry you save. It accumulates slowly yet flies by when spent. In the blink of an eye, an entire night had quietly slipped away. One cannot deny that good grades indeed confer privileges. Last night, each candidate was even assigned a private room for rest. Awakening refreshed, Ye Lin arrived at Qingshi Square, only to encounter Zhuge and I. Zhuge and I. Sporting 2 prominent dark circles under her eyes, clearly hadn't slept at all the previous night. I will not lose to you on the stage, Zhuge and I declared, gritting her silver teeth. Ye Lin found himself at a loss. He couldn't fathom why this woman had targeted him since the day of the transfer ceremony. Disinterested in her challenge, he waited as the clock struck 7:30. And Lin Yuan along with the other examiners arrived punctually. Today, we shall hold the arena competition. The other candidates have completed their college entrance examination trials. But your trials are just beginning. The rules of the arena competition are quite straightforward. The event employs a draw system, in which each participant must compete in at least 5 rounds. A victory earns 110 points and advancement to the next round, while a loss incurs no penalty. However, a single defeat relegates one to the loser's bracket, signifying that one can no longer contend for the title of champion. The one who triumphs from start to finish shall be this year's top scorer from Qingcheng. Allow me to remind you that the competition will be broadcast live, which means your friends, family, and relatives are currently watching you from outside the examination room, silently cheering you on. As soon as Lin Yuan concluded his statement, a candidate who had been picking his nose immediately ceased his actions. Now let us commence the draw. There are a total of 104 candidates, and here are 104 balls, each inscribed with a number. The opponent for number 1 is number 104, number 2 faces number 103, and so forth. After drawing your corresponding number, please proceed to the arena as directed by the proctor. No sooner had Lin Yuan finished speaking than a proctor approached, holding a large box covered with a black cloth. Ye Lin grasped the rules. Each individual must compete in a minimum of 5 rounds, and to vie for the champion title, one must engage in the 6th, 7th, or even 8th rounds. Although the rules may appear somewhat flawed, they are, in fact, sound. After all, the champion must be the strongest among all candidates. If one cannot achieve a perfect victory, they would bear the stigma of being an unworthy champion. As for the others, even if one draws a stronger opponent in the first round, as long as their skills are sufficient, they are likely to win the subsequent 4 matches and secure a high score. Ultimately, it boils down to one's prowess. A glimmer of determination shone in Ye Lin's eyes. He was resolute in his pursuit of the champion title to gain admission to the Supreme Academy. The candidates took turns drawing their numbers. And when it was Ye Lin's turn, he reached into the box and retrieved a ball inscribed with the number 18. "Hey, what number did you draw?" Ye Lin inquired. Unable to contain his curiosity. 18, Ye Lin replied. 18? Haha, I got 24. Excellent. It seems I want to face you right away. You scared me for a moment. Ye Lin exhaled in relief. Had he encountered Ye Lin in the first round, he would have certainly succumbed to embarrassment on the spot. As long as he did not face Ye Lin or the likes of Zhuge Ni and Luo Jun, his level 15 skills would be more than sufficient to dominate the arena. Guided by the proctor, Ye Lin ascended to the arena. According to the rules, his opponent would be the candidate who drew the number 86. Before him stood a petite girl, her expression resolute as she faced Ye Lin. Both candidates, please stand within the circle. Do not make any unnecessary movements until I announce the start, the proctor declared with an impassive demeanor. Now, please reveal your professions and levels. Ye Lin, Forbidden Spell Master, level 18. By Bebe, Water Mage, level 10, professions and levels have been displayed. The match begins. Upon observing his opponent's level and profession, Ye Lin could not suppress a slight smirk. Classmate, it would be wise for you to concede. No, I will not surrender. Though you are strong, do not underestimate me. Attack. By Bebe's expression was unwavering, her small face radiating determination. Achieving a score exceeding 85 in a comprehensive assessment is no small feat. Those who manage to reach the arena are certainly not ordinary individuals. Having made it this far, she is unwilling to concede defeat easily. It is not that Ye Lin looks down upon his opponent. Rather, he is acutely aware that aside from forbidden spells, he possesses no other skills. Given the disparity in their levels and the fragile constitution of a mage, Ye Lin is confident that any forbidden spell he casts would undoubtedly inflict severe injury or even death upon his adversary. It seems she is determined to persevere against all odds. Ye Lin shook his head in resignation and then sacrificed one of his wisdom teeth. Forbidden spell, Cataclysmic Thunder. With a commanding tone, Ye Lin raised his right hand to the heavens, and tumultuous storm clouds began to gather. Brilliant arcs of silver lightning danced through the clouds like ethereal serpents. Boom! A colossal thunder dragon, as thick as a man's embrace, surged forth from the clouds, intertwining with Ye Lin's hand like a chain of thunder. In that moment, Ye Lin resembled a deity wielding the power of storms. This terrifying spectacle not only caused those watching the live broadcast to shift their focus, but also compelled the candidates present to pause and turn their heads in awe. Goodness! He begins with a forbidden spell to summon lightning? Did that girl on the other side break some celestial law? What a charming girl! How can she withstand such ferocious lightning summoned against her? While others may speak of risking their lives metaphorically, this individual is genuinely playing for keeps. Using a forbidden spell in a college entrance examination is akin to Jie participating in a middle school Go competition, a preposterous notion that would easily overwhelm any ordinary contender. The invigilator was taken aback, and in a state of alarm, he shouted, "Candidate Ye Lin, the arena strictly prohibits any acts of murder. Failure to comply will result in the cancellation of your examination eligibility. I would prefer not to, but you should compel her to concede." Ye Lin replied with a sense of inevitability. At that moment, Bebe stood frozen in terror. Having watched Ye Lin's recordings the previous day, she was aware of his formidable prowess. Yet, experiencing it firsthand was far more shocking than mere observation. Only now, standing opposite Ye Lin as his contender, did she grasp the extent of his terrifying strength. Bebe felt akin to a novice stepping into the ring, only to find herself facing the peak of Tyson. Then, Tyson, in his prime, extended a hand to her, beaming, and said, "Hello, I am Tyson, today's referee. Your opponent is the Ultraman from the M78 Nebula." Under such overwhelming pressure, Bebe's legs trembled, and with a thud, she collapsed onto the ground. In the next moment, she burst into tears. In the arena, the battles raged fiercely. Zhuge Ni held a thick tome in her hands, clearly an immensely powerful piece of equipment. As she flipped through the pages, terrifying flames roared to life, forcing her opponent to retreat repeatedly. Each of her skills was executed with remarkable precision, leaving her adversary no room for maneuvering. Before long, Zhuge Ni triumphed over her opponent, securing victory in the first round. Ye Lin brandished his longsword, his level soaring to 15. Facing an opponent of merely level 8 with utter ease. In just a few strokes, he forced his adversary to concede defeat on the spot. Luo Jun from Yutsai High School wielded a black lance, around which coiled a vividly animated shadow dragon. With each flourish of the lance, the resonant roar of the dragon echoed throughout the arena. A playful smirk adorned his face as he toyed with his opponent, only delivering a decisive kick that sent them tumbling off the stage at the very last moment. Wang Zhenglin from Experimental High School was considerably swifter. As an SSS-level wielder of the Rainbow Blade profession, his speed was akin to that of a specter, swiftly dispatching his opponent with a single movement. At that moment, exhilarating battles raged on every platform, yet the scene at Ye Lin's arena was markedly discordant. A petite girl in a short skirt sat on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. "I cannot win. He is a monster, utterly unbeatable." Under the immense pressure, Beibei's cries resounded across the arena, a heart-wrenching sound that could bring tears to the eyes of listeners. Onlookers were left dumbfounded. Even Ye Lin stood in a state of shock, momentarily at a loss. Clutching a forbidden spell in his hand, he found himself in a predicament where he could neither release it nor withdraw. He had never anticipated that his opponent would possess such a fragile psychological constitution, succumbing to tears and fright. Ultimately, Beibei was assisted off the platform by the Invigilators, and the match concluded with Ye Lin declared the victor. Beibei was promptly taken to a psychological counselor, where she was comforted for a full half-hour before her sobs began to subside. Candidate 18, Ye Lin, wins the first round, earning 10 points, the Invigilator announced, his expression peculiar. After many years of witnessing fierce battles, immediate surrenders, and swift defeats, he had never encountered someone who could frighten an opponent to tears without even engaging in combat. Ye Lin had indeed forged a new precedent in this examination, achieving victory through sheer intimidation. He was the only contender who emerged triumphant without a single blow exchanged. What a brute! How could he reduce such a lovely girl to tears without a hint of compassion? I always thought scaring someone to tears was merely an exaggerated expression, but it seems it can indeed be a verb. Did he whisper some wicked words to her, causing her to break down? Listening to the hushed murmurs around him, Ye Lin felt utterly speechless. For heaven's sake, he had done nothing at all. He hadn't even touched her. After a brief intermission of 10 minutes, the second round of the arena battles commenced. In this round, Ye Lin faced a swordsman bearing a long sword, whose sharp features and tall, elegant stature commanded attention. Upon seeing Ye Lin ascend the stage, the swordsman's expression shifted slightly. Narrowing his eyes, he murmured to himself, "If the opponent is you, it could prove somewhat challenging. However, I shall prevail, for I am the strongest." With that, the swordsman drew the long sword from his back, its dazzling light illuminating the entire arena. Ye Lin's expression suddenly turned grave as he regarded his opponent with utmost seriousness. Even when hunting a mere rabbit, a lion must exert its full strength. He would not underestimate any adversary. The myriad professions of the Transcenders, each with unique skills, made it clear to Ye Lin that surface-level rankings do not truly reflect combat prowess, a lesson he had learned well. The confidence of his opponent indicated exceptional capabilities. The Invigilator's demeanor also shifted to one of seriousness. "Both contestants, please stand within the circle. Do not make any unnecessary movements until I announce the commencement. Now, please reveal your profession and level." Ye Lin, Forbidden Spellcaster, level 18. Chin, Cloudwalker Swordmaster, level 11. Ye Lin's gaze sharpened, level 11. Indeed a foundation for confidence. The display of profession and level is complete. The second round of the competition begins. As the Invigilator declared the start, Chen Chengqin gracefully turned, sheathing his sword, and then descended from the platform. Simultaneously, his calm and confident voice reached the ears of Ye Lin and the Invigilator. "I forfeit." "Ye Lin, Invigilator, is that all?" It felt akin to dining at a 5-star hotel only to be served a bottle of chili sauce as the grand finale. They had anticipated some grand move from this individual, only to be met with an immediate surrender. "Weren't you the one claiming victory?" Ye Lin couldn't help but inquire. "Indeed, I will win, but not today, not now," Chen Chengqin replied with a confident smile, as light as a breeze, embodying tranquility. Ye Lin fell silent. It seemed that every participant in this examination was remarkably talented and eloquent. Yet, avoiding confrontation was advantageous in the gaze of the public. It was prudent to minimize actions to avoid arousing suspicion from the observant. Candidate 18, Ye Lin, victorious in the second round, awarded 10 points. The Invigilator announced with an odd expression, confirming Ye Lin's win. He realized for the first time how effortless the role of an Invigilator could be, while others remained tense, monitoring the contestants to avert any life-threatening situations. He merely recited the rules and had little else to do. Soon, they arrived at the third round. In light of the precedents set by the previous competitors, the next contestant, upon drawing Ye Lin's name, was immediately resolute in his decision. Damn it. What bad luck to draw this monster. Invigilator, I forfeit. He had no desire to engage Ye Lin in battle, having witnessed the earlier display of thunderous might. He recognized he was no match. With no hope of victory and the risk of injury potentially affecting his performance in subsequent rounds, he opted for a swift forfeit. Thus, Ye Lin advanced to the fourth round without lifting a finger, his score soaring to an astonishing 130 points. At this moment, both the contestants within the arena and the audience watching the live broadcast were left utterly astonished. What the heck? This guy only unleashed one forbidden spell. And even that was only half-heartedly, which means he barely fought at all, yet he has triumphed 3 times? Is the college entrance examination truly this simple? These individuals are utterly foolish. They should confront him. What is there to fear? The use of forbidden spells by a sorcerer demands a steep toll on one's life. It's merely a high-stakes examination. Does he truly dare to wager his life? I cannot ascertain whether he will risk his life. But should I be struck by his thunderous forbidden spell, I have no doubt that I would perish. Alas! Could it be that this fellow will not lift a finger and simply secure a perfect score? That is unlikely. Those who progress to the fourth round are not inclined to concede easily, nor are they significantly weaker than their peers. If Ye Lin wishes to advance to the fifth round, he must engage in combat. Wait, look, this beast has received a bye. A total of 104 candidates entered the arena for the examination. After 3 rounds, 91 individuals moved on to the loser's bracket. This implies that only 13 contenders remain in the pursuit of this year's Qingqing champion. The fourth round did not adhere to the traditional format of matching the lowest numbers against the highest. Instead, a new draw was conducted, resulting in one individual receiving a bye. The fortunate candidate, astonishingly, was Ye Lin. Had another individual received the bye, the others might have envied their good fortune. However, with Ye Lin receiving the bye, the remaining examinees collectively sighed in relief, marveling at their own stroke of luck. Ye Lin's bye signifies that none of them will have to face this formidable opponent in the fourth round. Encountering Ye Lin generally implies a swift descent into the loser's bracket. His exemption is undoubtedly a stroke of good fortune for the others. The results of the other draws soon emerged, revealing that the remaining matches appeared rather mundane. The only bout of significant intrigue was the clash between Luo Jun and Wang Jingguang. 2 SSS-Rank professionals finally stood upon the same stage. Candidates, please take your positions within the circle. Do not engage in unnecessary actions until I declare the commencement. The supervising judges doubled in number, as it was universally acknowledged that this match would undoubtedly be a fierce contest. Now, please introduce your professions and levels. Luo Jun, Shadow Dragon Spear, level 14, Wang Jingguang, Rainbow Blade, level 13. Their levels were prominently displayed as 14 and 13. Had it not been for the emergence of the prodigious Ye Lin this year, both Luo Jun and Wang Jingguang would clearly have shone as the brightest stars of Qingqing. Classmate Luo, it appears you are destined for the loser's bracket. Wang Jingguang manifested 2 daggers in his hands, gripping them in a reverse hold, their blades shimmering ominously, sending chills down one's spine. In contrast, Luo Jun slammed his black spear against the ground, causing the entire arena to tremble slightly. This display undeniably showcased Luo Jun's nearly terrifying strength. With just that, "You are insufficient," Luo Jun remarked, casting a scornful glance at Wang Jingguang. Instantly, Wang Jingguang narrowed his eyes. The assassin class battling against the warrior class is inherently challenging. He would much prefer to face Zhuge and I than contend with Luo Jun. Yet, having drawn this match, he could only muster all his strength. Professions and levels have been displayed. The fourth round begins. As the proctor's voice faded, Wang Jingguang vanished from the arena like a wraith, the rainbow blade wielder's speed rendering him almost invisible. In an instant, Luo Jun's gaze sharpened, and he brandished his black spear, conjuring numerous spectral images of his weapon. The arena resonated with a cacophony of clashing metal. Everyone understood that Wang Jingguang was exerting his utmost, yet his figure eluded their perception, making it appear as though Luo Jun was the sole performer of martial prowess on the stage. How terrifying. Is this what it looks like when 2 SSS-Rank professionals clash? I can't even see where Wang Jingguang is. If I were to step onto that stage, I'd likely be eliminated within the first second. This is utterly daunting. As a fellow class changer, I feel as though I exist in a realm far removed from theirs. Observing the scintillating sparks erupting from the arena, Many spectators were filled with trepidation. The disparity between individuals can sometimes be more pronounced than that between man and beast. Though they all participated in the class transition ritual, entered the novice realm, and now faced their final examination, Luo Jun and Wang Jingguang belonged to an entirely different echelon. Teacher Su, who do you believe will emerge victorious? Chief Examiner Lin Yuan inquired of Su Qingxin. Luo Jun, Su Qingxin replied without hesitation. Lin Yuan chuckled. Oh, you think Wang Jingguang will lose? He seems to be dominating the match thus far. In the arena, Luo Jun was relentlessly on the defensive, unable to even graze the hem of Wang Jingguang's attire. It's not merely my belief, it's a certainty. From the outset, he has exerted all his strength. If he cannot subdue Luo Jun in the short term, his stamina will wane, marking the moment for Luo Jun's counterattack. Although Luo Jun appears to be retreating into a defensive stance, he is maneuvering with remarkable ease, utilizing the solidity of his spear to deflect assaults. Each thrust is executed with precision, and this interplay of offense and defense will inevitably lead to Wang Jingguang's defeat. Su Qingxin openly expressed her opinion, causing Lin Yuan's gaze to become considerably more serious. The head of the Supreme Academy possessed a keen insight, aligning his perspective with that of Su Qingxin. As if to affirm her prediction, the dynamics of the match began to shift shortly after her declaration. Sustained high-speed movement was taking its toll on Wang Jingguang, causing his velocity to diminish slightly. In that fleeting moment of reduced speed, Luo Jun sprang forth like a tiger that had been lying in wait. He tightened his grip on the black spear, unleashing a flurry of dark spear shadows aimed at the vital points of Wang Jingguang's body. This strike was the opportunity Luo Jun had awaited for so long, leaving no room for Wang Jingguang to react. Wang Jingguang's countenance shifted as he attempted to defend himself. Yet, in direct confrontation, how could he possibly match Luo Jun? The black spear lunged towards Wang Jingguang like a colossal dragon, which Wang Jingguang managed to deflect into the air, but Luo Jun deftly seized the spear's end. Shadow-shattering strike. The black spear descended upon Wang Jingguang like a pillar of the heavens. Wang Jingguang raised two daggers in defense. Yet he was struck down to his knees. Crack. A sound that sent shivers through the teeth echoed, the sound of Wang Jingguang's knee shattering. Ah! Wang Jingguang let out a piercing scream, curling up on the ground, clutching his knee. A wave of concern washed over the crowd, as none had anticipated that Luo Jun would strike with such ferocity. Soon, two doctors rushed onto the stage to carry Wang Jingguang away. His injuries were severe, requiring immediate medical attention, lest they jeopardize his future career. With a stoic expression, Luo Jun descended from the stage, marking the conclusion of the fourth round. With Ye Lin included, only 7 competitors remained, implying that one individual would be granted a bye into the semifinals. Could it truly be this uncanny? Standing before the drawing box, Ye Lin wore a peculiar expression as he reached in and grasped a small ball. His instincts hinted that this ball was likely the one granting a bye, but Ye Lin, skeptical of fate, extracted it nonetheless. As it turned out, his intuition proved remarkably accurate. Lin Yuan glanced at the ball and promptly declared, "Candidate Ye Lin, for the 5th round, you have received a bye." Ye Lin fell silent. He had not anticipated receiving consecutive byes. The audience, engrossed in the live broadcast of the examination, was equally bewildered. They began to refer to Ye Lin as the deity of luck in the draw, as the greatest dark horse of this year's examination had emerged. Having not lifted a finger, he advanced into the semifinals, a record unprecedented in history, and it would be difficult for anyone to replicate in the future. The first round frightened his opponents into tears, while in the second and third rounds, they forfeited outright. Now, in the fourth and fifth rounds, he had received byes. Such a sequence was beyond the realm of fiction. "Boss, your luck is astonishing." Ye Lin could not help but exclaim. "If you fancy a bye, you can have mine." Ye Lin replied nonchalantly. No, I certainly do not want that." Ye Lin shook his head repeatedly. A bye can be both advantageous and disadvantageous, as it does not contribute to one's score. If one receives a bye in the 4th round, the next challenge will be against the 6 strongest contenders in the examination, and only by defeating one of them can points be earned. Having received 2 byes, Ye Lin's score stood at 130 points. The 6th round would be the semifinals, and the 7th round the finals. This meant that to attain the perfect score of 150 points, he would need to triumph in both upcoming battles to secure the title of Qingqing's top scholar. Without sufficient strength, 2 byes might merely serve as a pathway to the semifinals for another contender. "Who is your opponent in the 5th round?" Ye Lin inquired. At this moment, Ye Lin had already amassed a score of 136 points, a score sufficient for admission to any leading institution in the country. Thus, The outcome of the 5th round held little significance for him, unless he sought to compete for the title of Qingqing's top scholar. Guess? Ye Lin winked, his smile somewhat mischievous. Seeing Ye Lin's grin, Ye Lin raised an eyebrow. It couldn't possibly be Zhuge Ni, could it? Boss, you are truly astute. You guessed it right at once. Ye Lin nodded in affirmation. She is not easy to handle. If it becomes too challenging, then concede, Ye Lin advised. Although Ye Lin's level surpassed Zhuge Ni's by 1 rank, Ye Lin was acutely aware of how Ye Lin attained that level. At present, Ye Lin was not adept at wielding the power brought forth by his sudden surge in rank, and with his occupational level only at A, despite his higher level. His chances against Zhuge Ni were quite slim. Concede? That woman has always targeted you. Even if I cannot defeat her, I must teach her a lesson. Rest assured, boss, Ye Lin declared, thumping his chest. Ye Lin wished to say more, but at that moment, the voice of the chief examiner, Lin Yuan, echoed. All right, the 5th round of the arena match is about to commence. All candidates, please proceed to the stage. Wait for my good news, Ye Lin exclaimed, giving a thumbs up as he strode towards the arena without looking back. Aside from Ye Lin, who was exempted from this round, only 6 candidates remained. The most anticipated match, evidently, was the one between Zhuge Ni and Ye Lin, who were now entering the phase of showcasing their professions and levels. Zhuge Ni, Fire Mage. Level 14, Ye Lin, Shadow Swordsman. Level 15, the astonishing levels caused many to gasp in disbelief. A level 14 facing off against a level 15 was a rarity typically reserved for the finals in previous years. Yet this year, even before entering the top 4, a battle between level 14 and level 15 had already emerged, prompting a flurry of discussions among the spectators. Shadow Swordsman? Isn't that an A-level profession? How could an A-level profession possibly reach level 15? Everyone's physique is different. I once leveled up 20 times in a fit of rage. You might not know this, but I personally witnessed Ye Lin severely injuring a monster and then leaving the finishing blow to Ye Lin. His level is entirely reliant on Ye Lin's assistance. Really? Such luck exists? A friend of mine wants to know if Ye Lin is still in need of leg ornaments. No wonder an A-level profession could attain level 15. It turns out there was such a backstory behind it. At that moment on the arena, Zhuge Ni gazed coldly at Ye Lin, her exquisitely beautiful face devoid of any expression. Ye Lin, I simply cannot comprehend what sort of enchantment Ye Lin has cast upon you to render you so subservient to him, Zhuge Ni remarked, holding a tome. You need not understand. A boss is a boss for life. Clang. Ye Lin drew forth a long sword that gleamed with a chilling light, his demeanor turning serious. Once you finally recognize what sort of person Ye Lin truly is, you will undoubtedly regret your choices, Zhuge Ni countered, shaking her head, clearly dismissive of Ye Lin's decision. To her, Ye Lin was merely a fool deceived by Ye Lin. The moment the examiner announced the commencement of the match, Zhuge Ni unleashed her skill. Explosive Phoenix Fire. The tome in her hands radiated light, and immediately, countless fireballs erupted from Zhuge Ni's graceful silhouette, hurtling towards Ye Lin. The terrifying heat caused the temperature of the arena to soar relentlessly. Before the attack even arrived, beads of sweat had already begun to form on Ye Lin's forehead. Gripping his sword tightly, Ye Lin moved with the swiftness of a phantom, deftly utilizing the edges and corners of the arena to evade Zhuge Ni's strikes rather than recklessly confronting the fireballs head-on. Fireballs detonated around him, flames splattering in all directions. Yet they could not graze him even slightly. How many times can you evade? Zhuge Ni calmly turned the pages of her tome. In an instant, all the fireballs coalesced into a massive wall of flame, surging towards Ye Lin with an overwhelming force. Confronted with such indiscriminate assault, Ye Lin's gaze sharpened. He understood that this attack was unavoidable. He must meet it head-on. Taking a deep breath, the power within him erupted instantaneously, and his sword gleamed with a chilling light as he struck directly at the oncoming wall of fire. Sword technique. Slash. The sword energy surged forth, colliding violently with the wall of flames, producing a deafening roar. The wall of fire was torn apart by the sword energy, transforming into countless splashes of flowing fire, resembling blooming fire lotuses in the air. Ye Lin's figure flickered amidst the blaze. The falling flames threatened to scorch his skin, yet he disregarded the danger. Charging towards Zhuge Ni, he was acutely aware that against Zhuge Ni, a fire mage, only close combat would afford him a chance at victory. Zhuge Ni, observing his approach, felt a flicker of surprise in her beautiful eyes. She did not anticipate Ye Lin could withstand her formidable attack. Simultaneously, a surge of irritation welled within her. She needed to defeat Ye Lin to prove herself to her father. If she couldn't even handle Ye Lin, how could she hope to confront Ye Lin? With this thought, a sharp glint flashed in Zhuge Ni's eyes. As Ye Lin advanced towards her, she remained composed, responding with a calm demeanor. Once more, she flipped through her tome, summoning a barrage of fiery arrows that ascended rapidly, aimed directly at Ye Lin. Ye Lin moved like the wind, a shadow darting between the fiery projectiles. He leaped and dove, skillfully avoiding Zhuge Ni's onslaught. When faced with an unavoidable arrow, he would wield his sword, unleashing fierce sword energy to sever the flaming arrows. After several deft maneuvers, Ye Lin found himself in front of Zhuge Ni, successfully closing the distance. Yet, instead of panicking, Zhuge Ni smiled. A smile that sent a jolt of apprehension through Ye Lin. In the next moment, the tome in her hands flipped its pages autonomously, her long hair billowing as if caught in an unseen wind. Crimson flames see. Above the arena, the air suddenly turned searingly hot. Ye Lin felt a terrifying wave of heat wash over him, nearly suffocating him. With each breath, his nostrils burned as if scorched. Looking up, he beheld Zhuge Ni surrounded by roaring flames, the fire no longer a mere red but a profound crimson gold, exuding a power capable of annihilation. Quickly, the flames converged, transforming into a terrifying sea of fire that enveloped him entirely. The sea of flames encompassed a terrifying, searing energy, as if it sought to consume the entire world. As the inferno surged, the arena trembled violently, seemingly unable to withstand such overwhelming power. Legendary skill. To unleash a legendary skill at merely level 14. This woman's talent is indeed exceptional. A flicker of astonishment flashed in the eyes of the chief examiner, Lin Yuan. There is an element of opportunism. That grimoire in her possession is an epic-grade artifact, yet her innate talent is undeniably remarkable. Su Qingxin could not help but commend. It seems that the lad named Ye Lin is destined to lose, another examiner remarked with a shake of his head. At that moment, Ye Lin on the stage wore an exceedingly grim expression. He realized that Zhuge Ni had deliberately lured him closer, all for this precise moment. Concede. You cannot break through my sea of crimson flames, Zhuge Ni declared, enveloped in flames, her hair billowing like a goddess of fire. At that instant, with a mere thought, the boundless inferno surrounding her would engulf Ye Lin entirely. Though victory seemed assured, Zhuge Ni felt no joy within. This maneuver was initially intended for her confrontation with Ye Lin, yet circumstances had compelled her to employ it against Ye Lin. Hey, you haven't won yet. Don't act as if the victory is yours. Ye Lin's eyes flashed with determination. With no retreat left, he resolved to charge headlong into the inferno, disregarding the flames' threat to his being. Foolish, Zhuge Ni remarked with a slight furrow of her brow, raising her pristine arm. The sea of flames coalesced into a colossal wave of fire, crashing down towards Ye Lin. Under the dominance of the sea of crimson flames, Ye Lin had no opportunity to approach her. The fiery wave descended upon him with apocalyptic ferocity, rendering his figure diminutive against the backdrop of the encroaching inferno, as if he would be consumed by the relentless flames at any moment. Yet, faced with such a terrifying assault, Ye Lin did not flinch. Instead, he charged directly into the oncoming wave of fire. This unexpected act astounded all present, causing G's father to spring to attention in shock. Is this boy mad? Supervisors, prepare to rescue him, Lin Yuan shouted, swiftly darting towards the arena. The instant the flames made contact with his skin, Ye Lin felt an excruciating agony radiate throughout his body, as if countless fiery blades were slicing through his flesh. His garments ignited in an instant, turning to ash, revealing skin charred by the flames, yet he showed not an ounce of retreat. As a privileged scion, death was Ye Lin's greatest fear, but at this moment, he cast aside all thoughts of life and death. Whoosh! A charred figure erupted from the sea of flames, and in Zhuge Ni's astonished gaze, a sword lunged towards her. Zhuge Ni could hardly fathom that Ye Lin, enduring the full force of the sea of crimson flames, would still press his attack. Nonetheless, she remained remarkably composed, quickly evading the strike, though Ye Lin's sword was swift enough to graze her left arm, blood beginning to seep forth. Hiki. As success wounded Zhuge Ni, Ye Lin let out a chilling laugh. At that moment, he had been reduced to a charred figure, his body scorched by flames. Yet his eyes remained bright. I warn you, my boss is the person I respect most after my father. If you dare to speak ill of him again, do not blame me for being impolite. No sooner had he spoken than Ye Lin, overwhelmed by his injuries, rolled his eyes and fainted. Ye Lin, without hesitation, rushed onto the stage, employing the power of the Yin-Yang dual birth bracelet to begin treating Ye Lin, whose body was covered in burns. Some of the flesh even thoroughly cooked. I didn't mean to. I didn't know he would go to such lengths. Seeing Ye Lin's grim expression, Zhuge and I inexplicably began to explain herself. I know it's not your fault, Ye Lin replied coldly. Zhuge and I felt a surge of unnamable anger rise within her at Ye Lin's indifferent demeanor. What are you pretending for? If you hadn't deceived Ye Lin, how could he have ended up like this? Ultimately, isn't it you who caused his suffering? Ye Lin cast a glance at Zhuge and I before turning his gaze away. Too weary to continue the conversation. The label of her being dim-witted had firmly lodged itself in Ye Lin's mind, and he found no desire to engage further. If not for the fact that Zhuge and I was the daughter of his mentor, Zhuge Qianqing, he would have already unleashed a forbidden spell upon her. Once the medical personnel arrived to carry Ye Lin away, Ye Lin strode off the arena without a backward glance. Zhuge and I watched his retreating figure, her silver teeth clenched, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a complex light. She suddenly recalled Ye Lin's earlier words, the coward she had deemed him capable of such fervor for his cause. She could not fathom why Ye Lin would go to such lengths for Ye Lin, a person she deemed cowardly and deceitful. Her father believed in him. Ye Lin believed in him, yet why was it that no one believed in her? A wave of inexplicable emotion surged within her. Was it envy or jealousy? Zhuge and I could not discern. But at that moment, her desire to defeat Ye Lin reached its zenith. She could not abide Ye Lin's facade of calmness while being a coward and a charlatan. Only a resounding victory could cleanse the turmoil within her heart. Moreover, there was her wager with her father. She must drive Ye Lin from her father's tutelage. Such a person did not deserve to be her father's disciple. Zhuge and I's face was etched with coldness. Ye Lin, I will surely expose your true nature. In the 6th round of the arena competition, only 4 candidates remained: Ye Lin, Luo Jun, Zhuge and I, and a student named Lin Lin. The other candidates had already completed 5 rounds, concluding their examination for this year. And this year's top scorer from Qianqing would emerge from these 4. Zhuge and I was eager to face Ye Lin, but after the drawing of lots, she found herself matched against Lin Lin, while Ye Lin faced Luo Jun. This result excited countless spectators. They all knew that Ye Lin was formidable. Yet no one had witnessed the full extent of his prowess in actual combat. Meanwhile, Luo Jun had recently triumphed over Wang Zhenlin, another SSS-Rank professional, without sustaining any injuries, demonstrating his own formidable strength. The recent battle between Zhuge and I and Ye Lin had already shown them that a lower level does not necessarily equate to weakness. Consequently, many held a stronger belief in Luo Jun's capabilities. At this moment, the principals of Qianqing High School were also filled with excitement. For them, the impending match between Luo Jun and Ye Lin was of far greater significance than the finals themselves. Unless Lin Lin experienced an unexpected surge in power, it was unlikely he could contend with Zhuge and I. Should Ye Lin emerge victorious against Luo Jun, it would mean that the final showdown would feature 2 students from Qianqing High School, ensuring that the top scholar of Qianqing would arise from their institution. Conversely, if Luo Jun were to win, Yukai High School would still have a chance to retain the title of top scholar, especially considering that the past 3 years had seen the top scholars of Qianqing emerge from Yukai High School. Principal Su, do you believe Luo Jun has a good chance of winning? One principal could not help but inquire. Naturally, he is my student, and I have immense confidence in him. Principal Su replied with a faint smile, exuding an indescribable aura of assurance. But he is an 18th level forbidden spell master. The combat prowess of a forbidden spell master is already terrifying, and moreover, his opponent is at a higher level than Luo Jun. Can Luo Jun truly prevail? Another principal expressed his astonishment. What of it? Principal Su replied dismissively. In a contest, does he truly intend to recklessly unleash forbidden spells without regard for his life? The other principals nodded in agreement, acknowledging the devastating power of forbidden spells, yet aware that they exact a severe toll on the user's body. Except in life or death situations, few would choose to cast them outside of the forbidden spell master profession. I fear he may not withstand even a single forbidden spell, Gao Jinyu remarked quietly. Humph. We shall see once the competition begins, Principal Su retorted with a scoff. On the arena, Ye Lin and Luo Jun had each revealed their respective levels. Luo Jun, Shadow Dragon Spear, level 14. Ye Lin, Forbidden Spell Master, level 18. Luo Jun brandished his black spear, aimed directly at Ye Lin. The spear glimmered ominously in the sunlight, resembling a true dragon lurking within its depths, while Luo Jun's eyes were filled with fierce battle intent, echoing with the faint sound of a dragon's roar. Ye Lin, I have finally encountered you. Among all, you are the only one I regard as a worthy adversary. Defeating you will ensure that I claim the title of top scholar in this examination. This declaration caused Zhuge Ni's expression to darken, as Luo Jun's words clearly dismissed her entirely. Ye Lin remained silent, merely gripping the Starfall celestial mark tightly in contemplation, with everyone's anticipation mounting. The proctor announced the commencement of the battle, marking the beginning of Ye Lin's first match in the tournament. Luo Jun's figure suddenly flickered, akin to a fierce tiger lunging towards Ye Lin. The black spear in his hand surged forward with the force of a thunderbolt, aimed directly at Ye Lin's heart. Unfazed, Ye Lin's form shifted slightly, and with a flourish, the Starfall celestial mark traced a brilliant arc, meeting Luo Jun's black spear head-on. He did not resort to those chaotic forbidden spells, but instead employed the most straightforward and unadorned Sun Life Blade technique. With only a level 14, Luo Jun found that each strike of the Sun Life Blade doubled in power compared to the previous one. If all proceeded as anticipated, it would only require stacking to around 20 layers for the might of the Starfall Heavenly Mark to become insurmountable for Luo Jun. Moreover, utilizing the Sun Life Blade allowed Ye Lin to fight without the fear of inadvertently causing Luo Jun's demise, which was the primary consideration. Using a blade, Luo Jun was somewhat taken aback. Having only witnessed Ye Lin unleash the cataclysmic thunder, he had prepared for that, but had not anticipated Ye Lin would draw a sword. A forbidden spell master, adept in close combat? How was he unaware of this? As the black spear clashed with the Starfall Heavenly Mark, Luo Jun's astonishment only deepened. Ye Lin's swordplay appeared deceptively simple, yet each stroke brimmed with formidable power, a force that continued to accumulate. The Starfall Heavenly Mark traced brilliant arcs in the air, colliding with Luo Jun's black spear, producing a series of crisp, metallic sounds and sparking a multitude of flames. Initially, the black spear held an undeniable advantage. Yet as Ye Lin's strikes multiplied, Luo Jun increasingly felt overwhelmed, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. One force can break myriad techniques. Though Ye Lin's strikes were merely basic chops, the terrifying accumulation of power from the Sun Life Blade was beyond comprehension. The spectators surrounding the arena watched in stunned silence. This was no mere duel between a forbidden spell master and a warrior. It clearly resembled a clash between two warriors. Is this how forbidden spell masters engage in battle? Isn't he supposed to be a forbidden spell master? Why hasn't he cast a single spell, yet he can match Luo Jun blow for blow? Is this even plausible? I too am perplexed. I had anticipated a flurry of forbidden spells, yet this scene is entirely different. The audience watching the live broadcast was left speechless. This battle diverged greatly from their expectations. A few principals from Qingsheng High School had already discerned the underlying truth. Is that the forbidden spell in action? It appears so. He is sacrificing his own lifespan, ensuring that each strike he delivers surpasses the last. How many strikes has he unleashed? Is it worth wagering his lifespan for a mere victory in a tournament? The principals engaged in fervent discussion, while Principal Su's expression darkened considerably. He had never imagined that Ye Lin would go to such lengths, wagering his own life in the process. Principal Su, did you not assert that Luo Jun might not necessarily lose? Given the current circumstances, he is undoubtedly destined to lose, Gao Jinyu exclaimed, his joy palpable. Do not celebrate too soon, Principal Su replied through gritted teeth. In the arena, Ye Lin's Sun Life Blade technique had accumulated to 15 layers, each strike imbued with terrifying might. Luo Jun felt unprecedented pressure. Even his tiger mouth had been shattered, blood flowing profusely. This cannot continue. I will surely lose. A flicker of panic crossed Luo Jun's eyes. The power of each of Ye Lin's strikes multiplied endlessly. He had to take a risk to seize any chance of victory. Shadow Break. Luo Jun tightened his grip on the end of the gun, the black spear resembling a colossal pillar as it struck fiercely towards Ye Lin. Ye Lin was reluctant to defend himself, yet to avoid appearing overly ostentatious, he still positioned his blade horizontally to block the blow. In doing so, he was forced to stagger backward. Noticing his successful strike, a glint of ruthless determination flashed in Luo Jun's eyes. Ye Lin, do you think you are the only one capable of casting forbidden spells? Forbidden spell, Dark Dragon's Descent. The tip of Luo Jun's spear coalesced into a brilliant orb of light, representing his utmost effort in casting the forbidden spell. With this thrust, the entire arena seemed to tremble, the air saturated with a deadly intent, as if even a true dragon would bleed from such a strike. In the moment the black spear pierced forward, it erupted with blinding radiance and a deafening roar. Ye Lin could only feel an overwhelming force pushing him back uncontrollably. And as he looked down, He saw a gaping wound in his chest, blood staining his garments. The tip of the black spear had pierced through his heart. While Luo Jun coldly regarded him, his eyes filled with triumph and mockery. In that instant, the entirety of Qiqing fell into a profound silence. It was as though someone had pressed the pause button on time. This unexpected turn of events astonished everyone present. No one had anticipated that Luo Jun would directly invoke a forbidden spell, let alone that he could pierce Ye Lin's chest with a single strike. Luo Jun has won. Who would have thought that a forbidden spellcaster, supposedly invincible at the same level, could be defeated by Luo Jun, who is 4 levels lower? Luo Jun truly dared to go all out, directly employing a forbidden spell. The crowd buzzed with astonishment, their eyes reflecting their shock. Old Dog Su, you scoundrel. To win. You actually taught forbidden spells to your students? Gao Jinyu, filled with rage, rushed towards Principal Su, intent on confronting him. Though Luo Jun possessed great talent, his current strength was insufficient to grasp a forbidden spell. The only explanation was that Principal Su, in his quest for victory, had disregarded Luo Jun's future to ensure he mastered the forbidden spell. Seeing the situation sealed, Principal Su wore a smug smile, speaking nonchalantly. What is the matter? Isn't there a rule against teaching forbidden spells to students? A loss is a loss. Do you refuse to acknowledge it? Shameless! Gao Jinyu exclaimed in fury, while the expressions of the other principals grew grim. Casting a forbidden spell imposes a tremendous burden on the body, especially since Luo Jun is an SSS-level professional with limitless potential. To secure the top position, sacrificing a future genius was evidently contrary to their educational principles. Luo Jun agreed to it himself, so there's no need for you to worry, Principal Su replied, exuding confidence and vigor. What of the forbidden spellcasters? This year's top student would still emerge from Yucai High School. Zhuge Ni stared blankly at the arena, her emotions in a state of turmoil. She had not expected Ye Lin to be defeated by Luo Jun. However, that strike from Luo Jun was indeed terrifying, and Zhuge Ni herself had no confidence in evading it. Initially, she harbored a fervent desire to vanquish Ye Lin, but now, witnessing his imminent demise, Zhuge Ni could not help but exhale a sigh. With life extinguished, there was no need for her to persist in her pursuit of him any longer. She had long advised Ye Lin that the powers of a forbidden spellcaster were derived from the depletion of future potential and life itself. Regrettably, he had not heeded her counsel. If only you had listened, perhaps you would not find yourself in this dire predicament, Zhuge Ni murmured softly, shaking her head. Upon the arena, Luo Jun gasped for breath, his complexion pale, clearly indicating that the casting of the Dark Dragon's descent had taken a tremendous toll on him. What does it matter being level 18? You shall still fall before my gun, Luo Jun proclaimed with arrogance. Who told you that I have been defeated? Ye Lin replied, lifting his gaze with calmness. Your heart has been pierced, yet you still speak defiantly? Luo Jun scoffed disdainfully. It seems the absence of forbidden spellcasters for so long has caused the world to forget the terror associated with this profession. Ye Lin calmly spread his arms wide. No one can slay a forbidden spellcaster. They only perish beneath their own forbidden spells. Forbidden spell, immortal and indestructible. As Ye Lin unleashed the forbidden spell, a mysterious force erupted from him, causing the very air surrounding the arena to seem to freeze. Although his heart had been pierced, he remained unfazed. Wielding the Starfall Heavenly Mark to continue his assault on Luo Jun's expression changed drastically. How could one, with a pierced heart, still wield such terrifying power? Was this individual truly human? Simultaneously, the dual yin-yang bracelets on Ye Lin's wrist began to glow, channeling a powerful energy that rapidly restored his body. The wounds inflicted by the Dark Dragon's descent healed at a visibly rapid pace until they vanished entirely. This sudden turn of events left the onlookers in utter astonishment. They had never witnessed anyone survive after having their heart pierced. Could this individual possess an immortal body? Only a select few discerned the truth of the situation, including several examiners like Lin Yuan. Immortal and indestructible? Had this forbidden spell not been lost to time? To witness it in my lifetime is truly remarkable. The forbidden spellcaster profession is indeed formidable, innately capable of mastering forbidden spells. By sacrificing one's lifespan, one becomes immune to fatal harm. This forbidden spell is indeed one of the most powerful and practical, capable of directly nullifying a lethal blow. First, utilizing immortal and indestructible to negate fatal damage. Then activating equipment to heal wounds. This young man displays remarkable composure. Were he not a forbidden spellcaster, he would surely achieve great feats in the future. One examiner could not help but shake his head, his eyes filled with regret. The life of a forbidden spellcaster is synonymous with a short lifespan. This is an undeniable truth. Ye Lin pressed forward relentlessly, each swing of the starfall heavenly mark imbued with terrifying force. Luo Jun found himself retreating step by step. He had believed that piercing the heart would secure his victory, but now it was evident that he had been utterly deluded. As defeat loomed near, a fierce glint flashed in Luo Jun's eyes. Since he had already cast a forbidden spell once, he saw no harm in unleashing it again. Forbidden spell, Dark Dragon's Descent. Luo Jun once again unleashed a forbidden spell, this time aiming directly at Ye Lin's head. As the black spear erupted with a dazzling light, hurtling towards him, Ye Lin furrowed his brow. He had no desire to publicly demonstrate his immortality again. Overexposure could potentially reveal his secrets. Thus, Ye Lin raised his hand resolutely. Forbidden spell, Cataclysmic Thunder. Since this young man was so fond of forbidden spells, Ye Lin decided to engage him in a counter-offensive of the same caliber. With a firm motion, he pressed his palm forward, and instantly, dark clouds gathered in the sky, while bolts of lightning flickered violently, threatening to engulf the entire arena. Boom! As Ye Lin moved, a thick bolt of lightning descended from the ominous clouds, crashing directly towards Luo Jun. Impossible. Luo Jun's terrified scream echoed as he realized that despite both employing forbidden spells, the power of Ye Lin's incantation was incomprehensibly formidable. He frantically attempted to evade, but the speed of the lightning was far too swift, leaving him no time to react. The thunder struck Luo Jun with tremendous force, sending his body hurtling and crashing against the edge of the arena. Charred and smoking, with arcs of electricity still dancing across his form, he lay there convulsing. Had he not been at the arena's edge, onlookers might have mistaken him for a lifeless corpse. Witnessing Luo Jun's pitiful state, the crowd fell into stunned silence. No one anticipated that just a moment ago, Luo Jun had been in a position of assured victory, only to be reduced to cinders by Ye Lin's thunderous onslaught. This sudden reversal left the audience at a loss for how to respond. Ye Lin stood calmly on the platform, but suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground, his complexion pallid and ghostly. To maintain the ruse, he needed to act as if the immense power of his forbidden spell had taken a toll on him. Otherwise, he would arouse suspicion. Luo Jun, reduced to ash by a lightning strike, was subsequently carried away by medical personnel. Given the ferocity of his attack, Ye Lin showed no mercy in response. With this battle concluding in Ye Lin's favor, his score soared to 140 points. This meant that the finals of this year's examination would see Zhuge and I face off against Ye Lin, an internal contest for Qingqing High School. Regardless of the victor, the top scholar would undoubtedly emerge from Qingqing High, and Gao Jinyu had already begun to celebrate with champagne. The individual most unable to accept Luo Jun's defeat was undoubtedly Principal Su of Yucai High School. He ground his teeth in frustration, his gaze fixated on Ye Lin atop the arena. In pursuit of victory, he had imparted forbidden spells to Luo Jun, even at the cost of his future. Yet, despite these sacrifices, they faced defeat. How could Principal Su possibly endure such a blow? I must lodge a complaint. I will certainly file a complaint against Ye Lin of Qingqing High School for the deliberate murder of his opponent. As a level 18 transferee, he used such a powerful forbidden spell against a level 14 transferee. This is nothing short of murder. Principal Su erupted, rising to his feet in outrage. In the arena, the intentional killing of an opponent is strictly forbidden. Each participant who enters the tournament is a paragon of excellence, destined to stand on their own in the future. The loss of even a single contender would be a significant blow to the Great Xia. Thus, there exists a regulation within the examination that stipulates any act resulting in the death of an opponent will lead to disqualification, along with the annulment of all achievements. Under different circumstances, witnessing Luo Jun's near-fatal condition would surely sway the spectators, prompted by Principal Su's words. However, recalling Luo Jun's brutal act of piercing Ye Lin's heart, the expressions of the onlookers turned exceedingly peculiar. If one were to speak of deliberate homicide, Luo Jun's actions could indeed be deemed as murder. Had Ye Lin been of another profession rather than a forbidden spellcaster, he would have either perished or been rendered incapacitated. You might as well report this to the examination officials. Shouting here is futile, Gao Jinyu scoffed, regarding Principal Su with the derision one might reserve for a jester. Gao Jinyu, just wait, this is far from over. Principal Su seethed, gritting his teeth before turning away, unwilling to witness further. What followed would be an internal conflict within Qingqing High School. Observing it would only serve to add to his frustration. It settled then, a double delight. Gao Jinyu grinned, his face lighting up as the wrinkles smoothed out in that moment. The internal battle of the finals at Chicheng High School was already a source of great joy. It's even more delightful that the eyesore has taken the initiative to leave. How splendid! Principal Su stumbled slightly at this remark, almost succumbing to the urge to turn back and confront Gao Jinyu. I'm so exhausted. The college entrance exam is more tiring than battling Kinsen. Ye Lin muttered to himself as he descended from the arena. In his confrontation with Kinsen, he could unleash his full might, employing as many forbidden spells as he desired. Yet, in the examination arena, he felt restrained, fearful of revealing any vulnerabilities. After all, the tournament was being broadcast live, with countless eyes scrutinizing his every move. Otherwise, with Luo Jun's capabilities, he wouldn't have needed to worry. Even 100 Luo Juns combined would be no match for him. He must elevate his strength swiftly. Once he possesses sufficient power, he will no longer fear the exposure of his immortal nature and can act freely. Moreover, the final match against Zhuge and I only compounded Ye Lin's worries. He certainly could not approach her as he did with Luo Jun, recklessly unleashing a forbidden spell. Otherwise, he would char her to ashes, and Zhuge Qianxin would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Let me ponder. Is there a forbidden spell that could be employed? Ye Lin lamented, in dire need of a spell that could defeat Zhuge and I without inflicting severe harm. Spells like the world-destroying thunder or the inferno of heaven were out of the question. Even a warrior like Luo Jun could not withstand such devastation, let alone a mage like Zhuge and I, who would perish at the slightest touch. As Ye Lin wrestled with these thoughts, the 7th round, the ultimate finale, arrived. However, for many, this climactic battle had already lost its suspense. Through his actions in the battle against Luo Jun, Ye Lin had demonstrated the terrifying prowess of a forbidden spellcaster. A single forbidden spell would spell doom for Zhuge and I. In the arena, Zhuge and I stood opposite Ye Lin, her exquisite visage marred by a myriad of complex emotions. She had initially believed that Ye Lin was about to meet his demise at the hands of Luo Jun, yet, to her astonishment, Ye Lin suddenly reversed the situation with an indestructible forbidden spell. With the examiner's command, the battle that would determine the top scholar of Chicheng officially commenced. Strangely, neither Ye Lin nor Zhuge and I showed any inclination to move. Both stood motionless in their respective places. Ye Lin was concerned that a forbidden spell might inadvertently harm Zhuge and I, while Zhuge Ni's thoughts remained a mystery. After a moment, Zhuge and I spoke coldly. Ye Lin, if you need to rest, I can wait until you are ready to strike. I do not wish to take advantage of you. No need. You may proceed directly. Ye Lin replied, waving his hand with a troubled expression. He mentally reviewed all the forbidden spells he had learned, yet found none suitable for use. The spells either lacked offensive capability, such as Instant Dance, Reincarnation Flame, and Spirit Return, or those with offensive power were overwhelmingly formidable. Very well. Do not blame me for being merciless, for I possess an imperative reason to win. A determined glint flashed in Zhuge Ni's eyes as she opened the tome and unleashed her skill. Explosive Phoenix Fire. On the arena, flames erupted instantaneously, transforming into a multitude of searing fireballs that screamed toward Ye Lin. Forbidden Spell. Instant Dance. In response to the oncoming fireballs, Ye Lin sacrificed a kidney to achieve a 5-fold increase in agility. Since he could not attack, his only option was to evade until Zhuge and I's mana was depleted. With only 140 points to his name, he needed a perfect score to enter the Supreme Academy, which meant he could not afford to lose this match. Ye Lin's figure darted swiftly amidst the flames, akin to a specter weaving through a sea of fire. His movements were executed with utmost precision, constantly shifting positions. Each fireball narrowly grazed him, failing to make contact. Although the arena blazed fiercely, Ye Lin's figure glided through it with effortless grace. This spectacle left the onlookers in awe. It was simply incredible that a forbidden spell master could exhibit such remarkable agility. However, they soon sensed something was amiss. Why does Ye Lin only evade and not attack? He could have won by using that thunderous forbidden spell. Perhaps the thunderous forbidden spell consumes too much energy, and Ye Lin cannot summon it again in quick succession? That must be it. Otherwise, how can we explain his refusal to attack? I suspect Ye Lin is smitten by Zhuge Ni's beauty and is refraining from striking out of chivalry. Your information is outdated. I heard through the grapevine that Ye Lin has been taken as Zhuge's disciple. He is likely attempting to concede the top scholar position to her. Upon the stage, observing Ye Lin's evasive maneuvers, Zhuge and I clenched her silver teeth, her delicate features marred by humiliation. Ye Lin, is evasion all you can do? Zhuge and I ground her teeth in frustration. To her, Ye Lin's evasive tactics were nothing short of intentional humiliation. It was akin to a powerful stallion taunting a frail lamb with a mouthful of piquant salt and pepper. Is there a rule against dodging? Ye Lin shrugged casually. Very well. I shall witness how you evade. Crimson Flame C. With a commanding shout, Zhuge Ni's long hair danced as if stirred by an unseen wind. Instantly, the air above the arena became scorching, the temperature rising rapidly. Zhuge Ni radiated flames, enveloped in a dazzling shade of crimson gold that was utterly breathtaking. The fiery inferno coalesced into a sea of flames, advancing towards Ye Lin with intent to ensnare. Ye Lin furrowed his brow, then swiftly leapt to the side, evading the onslaught. The flames roared fiercely, yet Ye Lin navigated through them with the grace of flowing water, his movements executed with utmost precision. Each dodge was flawless. Although the crimson gold flames were formidable, they could not graze him even slightly. In an instant, Ye Lin sacrificed part of his liver, amplifying his agility sevenfold. The sudden surge propelled his already formidable speed into an exhilarating blur, hurtling directly towards Zhuge Ni. Caught off guard, Zhuge Ni had no time to react to the increased velocity of Ye Lin. Thud! A crisp sound echoed as Ye Lin wielded his weapon, the Starfall Celestial Scar, striking the top of Zhuge Ni's head with the heavy back of the blade. The resounding crack reverberated through the air. Zhuge Ni crouched down, clutching her head. Having been pampered since childhood, she had never endured such indignity. Pain coursed through her, bringing tears to her eyes, and a sizable bump formed atop her head. A stark reminder of her humiliation. You've lost, Ye Lin stated calmly, the disparity in their strengths glaringly evident. Had he used the blade's edge rather than its back, the sharpness of the Starfall Celestial Scar would have cleaved her head in two. The simplicity of those 3 words shattered Zhuge Ni's mental defenses. Humiliation. This was a blatant disgrace. She would rather be carried off the stage like Luo Jun than accept such a humiliating defeat. Who says I've lost? I have neither forfeited nor lost my fighting spirit. This match can continue. Zhuge Ni rose in fury, refusing to concede. With a swift gesture, she unleashed several fireballs towards Ye Lin. Ye Lin frowned, surprised by Zhuge Ni's obstinacy. If that was the case, he resolved to simply kick her off the stage next time. To avoid inadvertently harming Zhuge Ni, he refrained from employing other forbidden spells, relying solely on the dance of instinct. As she observed the way Ye Lin darted left and right, slippery as an eel, Zhuge Ni's rage intensified. I cannot lose. I refuse to lose. I absolutely will not concede defeat to this insufferable wretch. The pride within her surged, causing her aura to escalate rapidly. Her flame power reached its zenith. With a fierce cry, she swiftly formed seals with her hands before her chest, unleashing an even more potent wave of fiery energy from within, causing the tome before her to flutter vigorously. On the arena, the air seemed to warp with an overwhelming force, forming crimson patterns that resembled ancient incantations materializing in the atmosphere. Ye Lin, since you are so adept at evasion, let us see you dodge this move. Zhuge Ni's voice was laced with a tempest of fury. Dragon Whirlwind Flame Spell. With a swift thrust of her delicate hands, the crimson patterns converged into a colossal fiery tornado, hurtling towards Ye Lin with a fierce roar. This fiery whirlwind was unlike the previous sea of flames. It appeared to possess a life of its own, swirling wildly in the air, each rotation unleashing terrifying heat, as if intent on incinerating everything in its path. Upon casting this spell, Zhuge Ni was drenched in perspiration, her complexion pale, clearly indicating the tremendous toll this ability exacted on her. The ancient tome she wielded had also sustained considerable damage, a testament to the epic nature of the artifact. Gazing at the ruined tome, a flicker of sorrow crossed Zhuge Ni's eyes. Yet, she believed that as long as victory was within her grasp, everything would be worthwhile. She was resolute that this strike would leave Ye Lin with no avenue for escape. Indeed, this time, regardless of how Ye Lin attempted to evade, the fiery tornado clung to him like a relentless shadow. Does this skill possess tracking capabilities? Ye Lin furrowed his brow, and upon catching sight of Zhuge Ni not far away, a solution dawned upon him. With his sevenfold agility, he merely needed a swift sidestep to find himself behind Zhuge Ni. A mage, unprotected by allies, casting a skill with tracking capabilities against a rapidly moving opponent is akin to courting death. Did you not grasp this simple truth in class? Ye Lin's voice resonated in Zhuge Ni's ear. At that moment, the fiery tornado, akin to a rampaging dragon of flames, surged towards them at breakneck speed. If the momentum continued, the tornado would undoubtedly strike Zhuge Ni before reaching Ye Lin. Stand down. Ye Lin spoke calmly, anticipating that once Zhuge Ni relinquished her spell, he would swiftly dispatch her from the arena, thus concluding this farce. Faced with the approaching tornado, Zhuge Ni's face paled. Yet her beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of humiliation. You shall not succeed. Instead of retracting her dragon whirlwind flame spell, she intensified her mental focus, rendering the fiery tornado even more ferocious. It was clear that she was prepared to perish alongside Ye Lin. And I, witnessing this scene, Zhuge Qianqing stood up in alarm, astonished by his daughter's unwavering resolve. Did she truly prefer victory over survival? Lin Yuan and the other examiners were equally taken aback, prepared to rescue. In the face of Zhuge Ni's madness, Ye Lin's brow furrowed slightly. Madwoman. As Zhuge Ni refused to relent, he could not truly use her as a shield, for she was the daughter of his mentor. Despite Zhuge Ni's myriad flaws, Zhuge Qianqing had treated him with utmost kindness. He could not bear to witness her demise. Ye Lin extended his hand, pulling Zhuge Ni behind him. With a swift motion, a terrifying force erupted from his palm, causing the arena beneath him to tremble violently. Emitting a deafening roar. Forbidden spell, Wall of Size. A stone wall rose abruptly between Ye Lin and the fiery tornado. An enigmatic structure that seemed not to be composed of any tangible material. This was one of the newly unlocked forbidden spells following Ye Lin's advancement. Forbidden spell, Wall of Size. The spellcaster summons the Wall of Size from the deepest realms of the underworld at the cost of their own vitality, blocking incoming attacks. If the attacker's level does not exceed the spellcaster's by 20 levels, the attack is rendered ineffective. The effect of this skill was as straightforward as its name suggests, summoned at Ye Lin's current level of 18. The Wall of Size could not be breached by any class change below level 38, leaving them to gaze at it in resignation. The ferocious fiery tornado collided with the Wall of Size, producing no sound. The raging flames were gradually consumed by the wall, eventually dissipating into nothingness. As the Wall of Size faded, Ye Lin remained steadfast, protecting Zhuge Ni behind him, untouched and unharmed. The examiners, witnessing Ye Lin's resolution of the fiery assault, instinctively halted their movements. What is this power? Zhuge Ni stood frozen, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. She had prepared herself for a mutual demise. Yet Ye Lin had effortlessly neutralized her full-force strike, shielding her in the process. In that moment, Zhuge Ni finally recognized the staggering chasm of strength that lay between her and Ye Lin. Fool, don't stand there dazed, turn around. Ye Lin affectionately ruffled Zhuge Ni's hair, his smile gentle and warm, momentarily leaving her stunned. Suddenly, she felt that Ye Lin was perhaps not as insufferable as she had imagined. Why do I suddenly feel a bit sweet? I think I might be shipping them. The proud and stubborn princess encounters the strong and gentle knight. Oh my, what a romantic tale. I see it now. Ye Lin isn't trying to relinquish the top spot. He is merely afraid of hurting Zhuge Ni, which is why he keeps dodging. So sweet. How can a man be this tender? He truly cannot bear for Zhuge Ni to suffer even the slightest harm. As the audience from Qianqing watched the tender scene unfold, smiles crept onto their faces. Amidst their attention, Ye Lin slowly turned Zhuge Ni's body around, then, with a fierce kick, sent her soaring. Get lost. You're acting ridiculous. Zhuge Ni was entirely unprepared. Ye Lin's powerful kick launched her into the air, her graceful form tracing a beautiful parabola before crashing to the ground outside the arena, landing in a most undignified manner. The spectators from Qianqing, the examiners, Zhuge Qianqing. Ye Lin's sudden and forceful kick left everyone utterly stunned. On the pert derriere of Zhuge Ni, a sizable shoe print, marked at size 43, was distinctly visible, drawing the attention of the live streaming camera which zoomed in for a close-up. The onlookers from Qianqing could not help but gawk in disbelief. Just moments ago, a sweet aura of youthful exuberance enveloped the scene, but in an instant, it transformed into a display of sheer brutality. Was it truly reasonable to kick a beautiful maiden so mercilessly, leaving her in a state reminiscent of a dog's misfortune? Ye Lin. Zhuge Ni rose from the ground, expelling the dirt from her mouth, her face flushed with indignation. She had just begun to alter her perception of Ye Lin. Yet this brutal kick shattered any lingering admiration. Ye Lin showed no mercy, and Zhuge Ni could distinctly feel the pain radiating from one side of her rear. The impact resulting in an uneven swell, with the larger side throbbing painfully. This matter is far from over. Just wait. Zhuge Ni spat her fierce words and attempted to leave, but as she lifted her leg, a sharp pain shot through her, causing her to gasp in discomfort. Observing Zhuge Ni limping away, the proctor on the stage wore a peculiar expression as he regarded Ye Lin. How could this young man display such cruelty towards a girl of such exquisite beauty? Despite the internal musings, The proctor did not forget his duty and promptly announced, in the final round of the arena competition, candidate Ye Lin emerges victorious, earning an additional 10 points. With this victory, Ye Lin's score reached a remarkable 150 points, securing him the title of Qingqing's top scholar. Surely this is sufficient to gain entry into the Supreme Academy? Ye Lin murmured to himself. A perfect score coupled with the title of top scholar represented the pinnacle of achievement in the Gaokao trials. A host, elegantly clad in black stockings and high heels, swiftly ascended the stage, microphone in hand, addressing the camera with a radiant smile. Greetings to all viewers watching the live broadcast. I am Wei Binlu, the host from Qingqing Vision. After a day filled with exhilarating competition, we have crowned the champion of the 886th Gaokao trials, none other than our very own Ye Lin, standing right beside me. Traditionally, such an announcement would be met with thunderous applause in Qingqing, yet this year, an eerie silence prevailed. Ye Lin, as the top scholar of this session, do you have any words for the audience watching from behind the camera? Wei Binlu inquired of Ye Lin. None. Ye Lin replied candidly. None? Wei Binlu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her professional composure, her smile returning. Ye Lin truly embodies an aloof demeanor. Now, as the top scholar, do you have any thoughts or individuals you wish to thank? I thank the examiners for allowing me to skip 2 rounds. Ye Lin answered plainly. Do you not wish to express gratitude towards your parents? Wei Binlu pressed on. I am an orphan, Ye Lin stated plainly. Wei Binlu was left speechless, cold sweat forming on her forehead. How is she to continue this interview? This could potentially become a significant blemish on her professional career. Quickly shifting the topic, she asked, do you have any aspirations, Ye Lin? I wish to enter the Supreme Academy, Ye Lin responded earnestly. As soon as these words were spoken, many viewers of the live broadcast were left in a state of confusion. Isn't the best institution, the Great Xia Academy? Where did the Supreme Academy emerge from? Host Wei Binlu, however, breathed a sigh of relief, for Ye Lin had finally uttered a statement she could build upon. What a coincidence! Today, the head of the Supreme Academy for the Qingqing region, Ms. Su Qingxin, is present at the site of the college entrance examination trials. Let us welcome Ms. Su. No sooner had Wei Binlu concluded her sentence than the camera focused on Su Qingxin, clad in a flowing azure gown. Su Qingxin appeared on screen, captivating numerous viewers who marveled at her mature beauty, a stunning woman whose allure transcended age. This year, the Supreme Academy only enrolls the top 100 students from the college entrance examination trials. You may think of the Supreme Academy as a specialized training camp for elite scholars, Wei Binlu elucidated. Ms. Su, this year's Qingqing top scholar, Ye Lin, aspires to join the Supreme Academy. As you oversee admissions for the Qingqing region, can you tell us if Ye Lin's wish can be fulfilled? Wei Binlu inquired sweetly. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxin furrowed her brows slightly before shaking her head. Ye Lin, please do not take my words amiss. I fear your aspiration may be in vain. The moment Su Qingxin spoke, both Ye Lin, the concerned party, and Wei Binlu, along with all the live viewers, were left speechless. What does this mean? While the Supreme Academy indeed sounded formidable, surely they wouldn't disdain even the top scholar of an entire city. Even Zhuge Qianxing, behind his golden-rimmed glasses, slightly furrowed his brow, already sensing something amiss. In contrast, the examiners, including Lin Yuan, displayed no surprise, evidently aware of Su Qingxin's disinterest in Ye Lin. Why? Ye Lin could not help but inquire. With a perfect score of 150, and as the Qingqing top scholar, under these 2 conditions, it seemed improbable that the Supreme Academy would reject him. You are aware that your profession is that of a forbidden spellcaster, Su Qingxin replied in a cold tone. Since the inception of this profession, it has emerged only 11 times, with an average lifespan of 22 years, the longest living one reaching 24 years and 10 months. This implies that you possess no value for cultivation. Your current strength has come at the cost of your future and vitality. Investing resources in you is akin to throwing money into the sea, yielding no return. Do not take offense at my candor. This is the stark reality. As Su Qingxin's words settled, many viewers of the live broadcast fell into deep contemplation. They could not deny that although her words were harsh, they bore a profound truth. The brevity of life for forbidden spellcasters was a well-known fact. Universities typically nurture a transferee for 4 years. Ye Lin is 18, which means he would graduate at the age of 22, aligning precisely with the average lifespan of a forbidden spellcaster. This implies that Ye Lin is likely to perish immediately upon graduation. If so, the resources devoted to nurturing him over the past 4 years would have been in vain. Upon realizing this, the onlookers understood Su Qingxin's decision to reject Ye Lin, and a hint of pity crept into their gazes towards him. What a dazzling new star, alas. It seems destined to extinguish before it can truly shine. I comprehend, Ye Lin replied with a calm nod. Though slightly disheartened, he deemed it inconsequential. He had exerted himself to the fullest. If Su Qingxin thought little of him, there was nothing he could do. Surely, he could not publicly declare to Su Qingxin that he possessed an invulnerable nature. Such a revelation might lead him not to the esteemed academy, but to some research laboratory instead. At that moment, a figure appeared beside Ye Lin, cloaked in a trench coat and adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles. Exuding an air of scholarly elegance, none other than Zhuge Qianqing. Upon seeing Zhuge Qianqing intrude into the examination hall, the examiners, including Lin Yuan, furrowed their brows but chose not to comment. After all, the name of Mr. Zhuge was well known, and since the rigorous examination had concluded, his presence would not disrupt proceedings. They opted to turn a blind eye. However, Su Qingxin's expression grew markedly complex upon the sight of Zhuge Qianqing, whose demeanor also appeared somewhat awkward, suggesting an acquaintance between them. Teacher Su, the concerns you harbor may have found resolution, Zhuge Qianqing stated, adjusting his spectacles as his warm hand rested upon Ye Lin's shoulder. In an instant, a surge of stellar energy coursed into Ye Lin's body, wreaking havoc within him. Ye Lin silently endured the onslaught without uttering a word. Even if Zhuge Qianqing intended him harm, he would not act under the watchful eyes of many. Ye Lin is my disciple. I have devised a method that significantly mitigates the impact of casting forbidden spells on the caster. If you doubt my words, you may take Ye Lin for a medical examination to confirm, Zhuge Qianqing declared. As soon as he spoke, many viewers watching the live broadcast exhibited drastic changes in expression, with some influential figures from Qingcheng, particularly those with daughters, casting fervent glances at Zhuge Qianqing. Rumors had indeed circulated about Mr. Zhuge taking on an apprentice. Now, with Zhuge Qianqing's public acknowledgement, Ye Lin's status as his disciple was indisputably established. Ye Lin felt a surge of gratitude. Zhuge Qianqing had undoubtedly drawn attention to himself in defense of Ye Lin. As time passed, his prowess as a forbidden spellcaster would inevitably attract the scrutiny of those with ulterior motives. By making such a declaration in front of a crowd, Zhuge Qianqing had shielded him while placing himself in the spotlight. Any suspicion would likely be directed toward Zhuge Qianqing. The gazes of Lin Yuan and the others grew fervent. If Zhuge Qianqing could indeed lessen the repercussions of casting forbidden spells on their wielders, Ye Lin could truly become a rising star. Setting aside other considerations, if he could merely survive until the age of 30, the circumstances would transform entirely. An additional 8 years of life as a forbidden spellcaster would instill fear in countless hearts. Only Su Qingxin's expression remained unchanged, her gaze growing notably colder. Mr. Zhuge, while you excel in astrology and divination, do you truly believe you possess a deeper understanding of class transitions than the esteemed professors of my Supreme Academy? If even the professors of the Supreme Academy have been unable to unravel the mysteries you claim to have deciphered, why should I place my trust in your assertions? You expect the Supreme Academy to train a forbidden spellcaster on mere conjecture? And should he fail to survive past the age of 25, will you compensate for the lost resources? Faced with Su Qingxin's relentless inquiries, Zhuge Qianqing frowned slightly and then sighed. Qingxin, could you refrain from infusing personal emotions into this discussion? I am genuinely attempting to engage with you on this matter. All you need to do is examine Ye Lin's condition, and the truth will reveal itself. He was confident that he had manipulated Ye Lin's condition to an optimal extent, making it impossible for Su Qingxin to uncover the truth. Mr. Zhuge, I am devoid of personal sentiments. I am earnest in my discourse with you. Su Qingxin's demeanor was icy. At that moment, the gaze of numerous onlookers sparkled with curiosity. Even the most oblivious could discern that there was a story between Zhuge Qianqing and Su Qingxin. Our Supreme Academy will not enroll a forbidden spellcaster, Mr. Zhuge. So I kindly ask you to cease this fruitless endeavor. Su Qingxin spoke coldly. Zhuge Qianqing furrowed his brows in resignation. He realized that Su Qingxin was adamant in her refusal to accept Ye Lin. Let it be, teacher. If the Supreme Academy chooses not to enroll me, it matters not. It is merely one institution, Ye Lin interjected, wishing to alleviate Zhuge Qianqing's predicament. At that moment, a mocking voice suddenly rang out. What audacity! Merely one institution? As the words fell, the cameraman dutifully directed the lens towards the source of the voice. A young man clad in a white robe approached leisurely. a sardonic smile gracing his features, his gaze sweeping dismissively over Ye Lin. With a cold smirk, he took a decisive step forward, unleashing a powerful aura that surged directly toward Ye Lin. Ye Lin felt a tremendous force collide with him, as if struck by lightning. His internal energy roiled, and he could not suppress a mouthful of blood that spurted forth. He could distinctly sense that the strength of the young man before him was not inferior to that of Kenson. Humph, just a forbidden spellcaster, a fleeting flower. Daring to speak so boldly here? You achieved the top score and now have lost your humility? Who among those admitted to the Supreme Academy is not a prodigy? The young man scoffed repeatedly. Remember, it was I who defeated you, a first-year student of the Supreme Academy, soon to be a second-year. Silence. Whether in the Qingshi Square or among the audience watching the live broadcast in Qingqing, a profound silence enveloped the scene. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief, their eyes glimmering with astonishment. Just moments ago, they had only heard the host Wei Benlu extolling the formidable prowess of the Supreme Academy. Yet they had yet to grasp the full magnitude of its significance. When Yun Guangzhou made his move, striking Ye Lin and causing him to spit blood, they finally comprehended the terrifying nature of the Supreme Academy. It is worth noting that Yun Guangzhou was merely preparing to advance to his second year, signifying that he had only been studying at the Supreme Academy for a single year. In contrast, Ye Lin was the top scorer of the recent Qiqing College entrance examination, the strongest individual in the entire Qiqing, and also a forbidden spell master. Even so, before Yun Guangzhou, Ye Lin was easily overwhelmed and left coughing blood. Such power was indeed frightening. No wonder Zhuge Qianxing went to such lengths to personally ensure Ye Lin's admission to the Supreme Academy. Many students in their third or even fourth years at other colleges did not possess the same terrifying prowess as Yun Guangzhou. A prestigious academy undoubtedly lays the foundation for a transformer's future. Yun Guangzhou, should you dare to harm anyone again, I shall be forced to make you write a self-reflection. Su Qingxin said, feigning seriousness. Understood, Teacher Su. I had no intention of harming him. I merely sought to greet him. Who could have known he was so weak? Yun Guangzhou chuckled, displaying utter disdain for Ye Lin. Ye Lin rose from the ground, wiping the blood from his lips, and gazed calmly at Yun Guangzhou. If he were to unleash his full strength without restraint, the outcome of a confrontation between him and Yun Guangzhou would be uncertain. However, as it stood, he was indeed no match for Yun Guangzhou. Noticing Ye Lin still daring to look at him, Yun Guangzhou's gaze turned colder, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. What? Are you dissatisfied? If you are, I welcome you to challenge me at any time. I will remember this day. Ye Lin will not forget, Ye Lin replied. Ha ha ha, just a waste, and you take my words to heart? You will never have the chance to defeat me, foolish one. Yun Guangzhou scoffed mockingly. Is your confidence derived from Zhuge Qianxing? You are but a frog in a well. In Qiqing, some may respect him and call him Mr. Zhuge, but in the grand scheme of the Daxia, he is insignificant. Su Qingxin's refusal to admit Ye Lin meant he could not enter the Supreme Academy. And no matter which other institution Ye Lin attended, he could never catch up with Yun Guangzhou at the Supreme Academy. As a student of the Supreme Academy, Yun Guangzhou was acutely aware of the disparity between it and ordinary colleges, whether in terms of resources or faculty strength. Since you are so confident, shall we place a bet? Ye Lin inquired calmly. While he was indifferent to Yun Guangzhou's insults, the latter's disparagement of Zhuge Qianxing had crossed a line for Ye Lin. Oh, what shall we wager? Yun Guangzhou's interest was piqued. In a year, I will challenge you at the Supreme Academy to see if its students are truly invincible. Ye Lin declared. Do you truly dare to challenge me? Ha ha ha. Yun Guangzhou laughed until tears streamed down his face, regarding Ye Lin as a mere jester. Indeed. Let us determine not only our strengths, but also our fates. Ye Lin spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, not only was Yun Guangzhou taken aback, but the others were also in an uproar. This was indeed a life-and-death wager. Everyone understood the terrifying potential of a forbidden spell master when their life was on the line. Ye Lin, do not act impulsively. Zhuge Qianxing quickly restrained Ye Lin. Although Yun Guanlo was arrogant, he possessed the merit to be so. His level was nearing 45, and within a year, surpassing 50 and approaching 60 was not beyond the realm of possibility. Rest assured, teacher, I am not being rash, Ye Lin assured Zhuge Qianxing with a reassuring glance. Zhuge Qianxing furrowed his brows, not out of concern for Ye Lin's potential defeat, but rather for the inadvertent revelation of Ye Lin's secret of immortality. Is it not a contest of both rank and life and death? Yun Guanlo smirked, his expression turning serious. Very well. I, Yun Guanlo, accept this wager. This scene was also captured in a live broadcast. The crowd from Qingsheng was left in a state of shock, taken aback by Ye Lin's audacity to stake his life against Yun Guanlo. It was evident that Yun Guanlo could defeat him with a single blow now, and a year from now, he would only grow stronger. What fueled Ye Lin's confidence? Since Teacher Su is adamant about rejecting Ye Lin's admission, I shall take my leave. Zhuge Qianqing declared, summoning Zhuge Ni and Ye Lin, preparing to depart. Zhuge Qianqing, do you have nothing else to say to me? Su Qingxin bit her lip, her voice laced with tension. None, Zhuge Qianqing replied, not turning back, his demeanor unflinching. Su Qingxin's face paled dramatically. Observing this exchange, Ye Lin silently followed Zhuge Qianqing. His curiosity piqued. The relationship between Zhuge Qianqing and Su Qingxin was undoubtedly complex. What was their connection? Zhuge Ni, unusually, did not seek trouble with Ye Lin. Instead, following Zhuge Qianqing quietly, equally eager to uncover the truth. Girls, it seemed, possessed a greater curiosity for gossip than boys. Upon returning to Qingqing, just as Ye Lin was about to inquire further, a chorus of cheers erupted. He looked up to see Gao Zhenyu leading the faculty and students of Qingchang High School rushing towards him, their faces alight with excitement. Our top scholar has returned. I've always believed in this lad. Transitioning jobs, who would dare? Finally, Qingchang High School has produced a top scholar. Surrounded by adoring peers, Ye Lin was hoisted into the air by the jubilant students and teachers. Top scholar, top scholar, top scholar. In such an atmosphere, Ye Lin felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. He was both exhilarated and embarrassed. It was akin to a rat being pulled from a sewer and exposed to the glaring sun. After spending 17 years in a slum, devoid of conversation, this was his first experience of such adulation, leaving him feeling utterly foreign to the situation. Finally escaping the throng of cheers, Ye Lin returned to Zhuge Qianqing's small courtyard. Zhuge Ni, upon recognizing him, frowned and coldly huffed, refusing to acknowledge him further. Ye Lin disregarded her demeanor and walked straight to Zhuge Qianqing, taking a seat. He understood that since he could not attend the Supreme Academy, Zhuge Qianqing must have other matters to discuss. However, before Zhuge Qianqing could speak, Ye Lin took the initiative to ask, Teacher, I am aware you have something to express. But may I first pose a question? What is your relationship with Su Qingxing? This inquiry had piqued Ye Lin's curiosity for quite some time. Had the head of the Qingxing region of the Supreme Academy not been Su Qingxing, he might have still had a chance to enter the esteemed institution. Alas, it seemed fate had played a cruel trick. I anticipated you would ask that, Zhuge Qianqing replied, shaking his head with a wry smile. At that moment, Zhuge and I could not help but perk up her ears to listen attentively. Very well, there is nothing to conceal. Su Qingxin was my first love. First love. As soon as Zhuge Qianqing's words fell, the three exclaimed in unison. Even Guoqin, who had been lurking in the shadows, could not resist revealing himself, astonished to learn that Zhuge Qianqing shared such a history with Su Qingxin. Ye Lin's expression shifted to one of bewilderment. He had sensed that something was amiss between the two, as if they were adversaries rather than acquaintances. Isn't first love typically akin to a white moonlight? Teacher, why does it seem that your relationship is? Ye Lin hesitated to finish his thought. Zhuge Qianqing sighed, removing his glasses to rub his temples. This tale is rather lengthy. At that time, I was merely a naive lad who had just entered university. By a twist of fate, I met Su Qingxin, and we developed mutual feelings for one another, soon solidifying our relationship. Subsequently, we enjoyed a relatively blissful period of romance. Yet I discovered one of Su Qingxin's tendencies. She preferred to bottle up her feelings, leading to silent standoffs between us. I urged her to express her concerns, but she insisted that true understanding transcends words. Then came a fateful quarrel. She deleted all my contact information, and when I sought her out, she ignored me. I assumed we had parted ways, only for her to unexpectedly message me after nearly 6 or 7 years, inquiring if I had recognized my mistakes after such a prolonged silence. She suggested that if I could placate her, we might reconcile. It was then I realized she had never ventured into another relationship. Zhuge Qianqing's face was etched with helplessness, a rare sight that even Zhuge and I had never witnessed before in her father. In her memories, Zhuge Qianqing had always maintained an unflappable demeanor, regardless of the circumstances. Mr. Zhuge, what were you doing during that time? Guoqin could not help but pry. Zhuge Qianqing's expression turned peculiar as he glanced at Zhuge and I. At that time, and I had just come into the world, and I was cradling the baby. Ye Lin, Guoqin, Zhuge and I. For a moment, the trio found themselves at a loss for words. If they considered Su Qingxin's loyalty, it was indeed remarkable that she remained unattached for 6 or 7 years for Zhuge Qianqing. Conversely, if they examined Zhuge Qianqing's situation, who could fathom enduring a silent standoff for such an extended period? The subsequent events, even without Zhuge Qianqing's elaboration, were not difficult for them to surmise. It was no surprise that matters had escalated thus. Su Qingxin had always held disdain for Ye Lin, a forbidden spellcaster, and with Zhuge Qianqing's connection, her chances of being admitted were further diminished. Enough of this topic. Zhuge Qianqing donned his spectacles, once again embodying a demeanor of tranquil composure. He first directed his gaze towards Zhuge and I, with your prowess and innate talent, you should undoubtedly be able to gain admission to the Supreme Academy. There is no need for you to decline on my account. The Supreme Academy is indeed the pinnacle of institutions in the Great Xia. All right, Zhuge and I obediently nodded. As for Ye Lin, your best option remains the Great Xia Academy, Zhuge Qianqing sighed. Zhuge and I cast a sidelong glance at Ye Lin. Her eyes tinged with a hint of pity. Despite Ye Lin's victory over her and his achievement as the top scorer in the Gaokao of Qiqing, he was still not her equal. His accomplishments were merely a temporary advancement, purchased at the cost of his future. Upon entering the Supreme Academy, Zhuge Ni's own prospects would only shine more radiantly. Though she had been defeated by Ye Lin, Zhuge Ni's opinion of him remained unchanged. His cowardly act of abandoning her to confront the dragon blood behemoth alone was an affront she could never forgive. At this moment, she recalled Ling Yi. Why hadn't he participated in the Gaokao? Was it possible he had ventured to another city? Regardless, she was confident that someone as exceptional as Ling Yi would surely find his way to the Supreme Academy. A flicker of fervor ignited in her beautiful eyes. Perhaps at the Supreme Academy, she would finally encounter Ling Yi. Don't worry, teacher. The Great Xia Academy is not lacking, Ye Lin responded with a sense of acceptance. Having resided in the slums for over a decade, the Great Xia Academy would certainly be an improvement compared to the impoverished conditions of Qiqing. Then you both should prepare yourselves. The admissions office personnel will be arriving shortly. No sooner had Zhuge Qianqing's words left his lips than a knock echoed upon the wooden door of the small courtyard. Before he could respond, the door swung open, revealing Su Qingxin accompanied by Yun Guanzhou. Having just heard Zhuge Qianqing recount his story with Su Qingxin, the expressions on the faces of Ye Lin and Zhuge and I were quite telling. Su Qingxin, however, appeared oblivious to any awkwardness, striding directly towards Zhuge and I. From her exquisite leather folder, she produced a gilded admission letter and extended it towards Zhuge and I, her smile radiating warmth. Zhuge and I, on behalf of the Supreme Academy, I formally extend an invitation for you to join us as a member of our esteemed institution. Thank you, Teacher Su. Zhuge and I accepted the admission letter, her gaze alighting upon the embossed golden characters, a glimmer of brilliance sparking in her eyes. The Supreme Academy, held in such high regard even by her father, must possess extraordinary qualities. Holding the admission letter aloft, Zhuge and I subtly waved it before Ye Lin, as if to flaunt her achievement. In truth, this was precisely her intention. What Ye Lin had strived for but could not attain, she had effortlessly secured. Was this not a form of victory in itself? Well then, I shall take my leave. Remember to report to the academy, Su Qingxin said with a gentle smile, not sparing a glance at Zhuge Qianqing, before turning to depart. Before Yun Guanzhou exited, he gestured a throat-cutting sign towards Ye Lin, then followed Su Qingxin out. Ye Lin maintained his composure, narrowing his eyes slightly. As soon as Su Qingxin departed, a throng of individuals arrived, led by a commanding figure whose presence exuded authority, Gao Jinyu, the principal of Qicheng High School, accompanied by a multitude of journalists and photographers trailing behind him. Ye Lin, come here quickly. This gentleman is our esteemed city lord, Hu Weng. Gao Jinyu promptly introduced. Hello. Ye Lin, the scholar of the highest rank, truly possesses an extraordinary demeanor. Hu Weng extended his hand, prompting the photographers to capture the moment with fervor. Ye Lin remained motionless, a hint of confusion creasing his brow. Principal, what is the purpose of this visit? The city lord has come to present you with a reward for your academic excellence, which includes a cash prize of 5 million. Gao Jinyu whispered. Upon hearing this, Ye Lin's expression transformed, his frown giving way to a broad smile as he eagerly grasped Hu Weng's hand. Ah, so it is Lord Hu. I have long admired your reputation. Truly, seeing you in person surpasses all hearsay. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Hu Weng's mouth. His intuition suggested that, absent the reward, Ye Lin might have disregarded him entirely. In that moment of their handshake, the nearby photographers clicked their cameras incessantly, and Wei Binlu reappeared, beaming a sweet smile for the lens. Dear audience, we can observe Lord Hu engaging in a cordial exchange with the top scholar, expressing high hopes for this year's Qiqing laureate. Ye Lin, ever the cooperative participant, offered a polite smile to the camera while quietly inquiring, by the way. Lord, how will the 5 million be delivered? Will it be transferred to my bank card or in cash? I do not possess a bank card. Hu found himself both amused and exasperated. Rest assured, Ye Lin, this sum will not be lacking. Lord Hu, you cannot fathom. I have lived in a slum for over a decade and have grown fearful of poverty. Ye Lin spoke earnestly. I cannot feel secure until the money is in my hands. Hu Wang was momentarily speechless. While 5 million was indeed a substantial amount, as the city lord of Qi, could he truly default on such a debt? Xiao Lu, expedite the process. Let us proceed directly to the award presentation, Hu Wang instructed with resignation. Certainly, Lord Hu. Wei Binlu complied dutifully, bypassing the usual formalities to reach the awarding segment. 3 elegantly attired hostesses and kipeos approached, each carrying a tray. The first reward is a cash prize of 5 million yuan, a token of encouragement from the Qi authorities. We hope, Ye Lin, that you will remain humble and strive for further brilliance. Hu Wang smiled as he presented a large plaque inscribed with the amount of 5 million to Ye Lin. While the photographers busily captured the moment. Once the photos were taken, Hu Wang handed Ye Lin a card. The second reward is a bundle of epic-level self-selected skill scrolls. At these words, many present gasped in astonishment. An epic-level self-selected skill scroll represented a most generous reward, allowing the recipient to choose a fitting epic skill regardless of their profession. However, as Hu Wang extended such a precious scroll to Ye Lin, the latter's expression faltered. As a forbidden spellcaster, skill scrolls held no value for him. They were far too rigid for his needs. However, he still reached out to accept it. He would not be foolish enough to embarrass Hu Wang in front of everyone. The third reward is an entry token to the Scholar's Secret Realm. Hu Wang explained as he handed a token to Ye Lin. The Scholar's Secret Realm is a place accessible only to the top scholars of each city. This realm is exceptionally unique. Anyone who enters it can attain immortality. Really? Guqin exclaimed in astonishment. So within that realm, one could disregard everything else and solely focus on grinding monsters? Indeed. Those who emerge from the Scholar's Secret Realm will not be below level 20, Hu Wang nodded. Then why not stay inside and grind until reaching level 99? After all, one cannot die in there, Guqin queried, puzzled. Because the monsters in the Scholar's Secret Realm are limited, and it can only be opened once after a year of nurturing, Zhuge Qianqing explained, then turned to Ye Lin. This secret realm is particularly suitable for you. Ye Lin nodded, a fervent gleam flashing in his eyes. If he could unleash his full potential, he would not hold back. Hu Wang patted Ye Lin's shoulder vigorously, exclaiming, Ye Lin, do your best and strive to bring back the title of national champion for our Qingqing. Is there really a title of national champion? Ye Lin inquired. Of course. The person who exits the Scholar's Secret Realm at the highest level becomes the national champion. Hu Wang elucidated. What rewards does the national champion receive? Ye Lin pressed, as this was what truly mattered to him. I'm not sure about that, after all. Qingqing has never had a national champion before. However, one thing is certain. The rewards will be far more generous than those for the local champions, Hu Wang patiently explained. With Ye Lin's presence, this year undoubtedly held the greatest promise for Qingqing. Interesting. Upon hearing Hu Wang's words, Ye Lin's interest was piqued. After Hu Wang departed, Zhuge Qianqing called Ye Lin into a room privately. Ye Lin, remember this. Do not use any forbidden spells that will consume your lifespan while in the Scholar's Secret Realm. Is it because, while the realm grants immortality, it cannot delay the aging of the human body? Ye Lin retorted. Correct, you are quite astute. Also, after leaving the Scholar's Secret Realm, return to Qingqing as soon as possible. Zhuge Qianqing gazed out the window, where a large green mantis leaped up, capturing its prey with its pincers. Those individuals may soon find the gate of revelation. Understood, master. Ye Lin patted his stomach, where a key lay quietly within. The following morning, Hu Wang reappeared, bringing Ye Lin to the heart of Qingqing, where a teleportation array rested quietly. All cities within the Great Xia territory are interconnected through teleportation arrays, as the outside world is fraught with terrifying monsters. In the past, high-speed trains and airplanes were utterly impractical. Travelers would be intercepted by monsters midway. Each activation of the teleportation array consumes a vast amount of resources. So it is not only ordinary people who cannot afford to leave their birthplace. Many career changers have never left their own cities in their entire lives. Had it not been for the exceptional Ye Lin, Hu would have hesitated to activate the teleportation array. Ye Lin, do your best. As Hu Wang's encouraging voice resonated, the teleportation array illuminated with a resplendent glow. Before Ye Lin, the scene fragmented like a shattered puzzle, and he felt as though he were soaring through the air, overwhelmed by a profound sensation of weightlessness that rendered him quite uneasy. When the surroundings reassembled, Ye Lin found himself in an entirely unfamiliar realm. Having been in this world for quite some time, it was his first occasion departing from Qingqing. Ye Lin blinked and lifted his gaze, whereupon he beheld a towering city wall, soaring into the clouds, reminiscent of a colossal mountain that spanned the horizon. Upon the wall, flags fluttered, emblazoned with the fierce image of a dragon, both menacing and majestic. Beyond the wall lay an endless expanse teeming with monstrous creatures, their roars echoing as they relentlessly battered against the city's defenses, yet failing to breach the sacred threshold. Ye Lin stood transfixed, never having witnessed such a magnificent spectacle. It was a world he could not have fathomed while in Qingqing. The grandeur of the metropolis, the terror of the beasts, and the peculiar air that enveloped him left him in awe. He inhaled deeply, striving to calm the tumultuous emotions surging within him. At that moment, a gentle voice emerged from behind him. "Are you Ye Lin, the top scholar from Qingqing? Welcome to Deep City. Please come over here to register." Turning to look, Ye Lin saw a poised woman approaching, adorned with rimless glasses, a white blouse, a black skirt, and high heels, exuding an air of professionalism. Noticing Ye Lin's gaze upon her, the woman offered a soft smile. "Forgive my lack of introduction. I am Ye Lin. Huang has briefed me on the situation. The top scholar's secret realm has yet to commence, so you may take a couple of days to rest." "Thank you," Ye Lin replied succinctly, cooperating fully with the registration process. Once the formalities were completed, Ye Lin guided Ye Lin to a tall building, where she facilitated his check-in at the front desk and handed him a card. "Here you go. This is your room key. Your room number is 6099. The dining facility is located on the first floor and operates 24 hours. Should you wish to dine out, that is also an option. You will be notified when the top scholar's secret realm opens." With that, Ye Lin presented Ye Lin with a business card. "If you encounter any urgent matters, feel free to contact me directly." "Understood." Ye Lin nodded in acknowledgement. After Ye Lin departed, Ye Lin located his room. Though modest in size, it appeared immaculate and orderly, with a subtle aroma of fragrance wafting through the air. From the window, he had a perfect view of the entire Deep City. Standing at the window, Ye Lin gazed upon the nocturnal splendor of Deep City. Skyscrapers stood in close proximity, each emanating its own unique brilliance, dazzling in their luminosity. The streets bustled with vehicles and pedestrians, a stark contrast to the tranquility of Qingqing. In the distance, the dragon flag atop the city wall billowed in the wind, as if narrating the glory and magnificence that belonged to the city. Ye Lin felt an insatiable desire to venture out, for he had little else to occupy his time. Why not explore this city he had never visited before? However, just as he was about to rise, a commotion erupted at the door, accompanied by the melodious voice of a girl. "How strange. Why won't he?" This room card opened the door. "Open up." With a resounding crash, Ye Lin's door lock was shattered. Ye Lin was taken aback. How could someone so brazenly break in? Creak. The door swung open, revealing a petite girl with an enchanting appearance. She blinked her large eyes, gazing at Ye Lin with a look of confusion. Her hair was a delicate shade of pink, adorned with two charming bows, and she carried a small bare backpack. Dressed in a pink dress, the hem swayed gently with her movements, exuding an irresistible cuteness. "Who are you? What are you doing in my room?" the girl inquired, hands on her hips. Ye Lin could only manage a stunned silence. Who in their right mind would respond to a malfunctioning room card by breaking down the door? Noticing Ye Lin's silence, the girl's expression shifted to one of realization. "I understand now. You're a pervert. How outrageous. You dare to invade my space while harboring such intentions. Prepare to face my wrath." With a swift motion, the girl clenched her fist, and her previously delicate arms suddenly bulged with muscle, veins prominently visible. In an instant, she unleashed a powerful punch, the force of which sliced through the air with a menacing whoosh. Just as the girl's fist was about to collide with Ye Lin's face, he reacted with remarkable agility, activating the dance of the instant and evading the formidable blow with a sidestep. He was utterly astounded. This seemingly fragile girl, akin to a porcelain doll, possessed such formidable strength. "Wait, I'm not a pervert," he exclaimed hastily. "Humph, what kind of pervert would admit to being one? Do you think I would fall for your flimsy excuses?" As she spoke, the girl launched another fierce attack, her fist aimed directly at Ye Lin. Seeing that words were futile, he resolved to defend himself. Forbidden spell, emergence of the wood domain. In the cramped room, an abundance of verdant plants erupted forth, with green vines shooting up like tentacles, ensnaring the girl's fist. She attempted to break free with sheer strength, but the resilience of the vines was formidable, rendering her efforts futile. In no time at all, she found herself thoroughly bound, suspended in a humiliating position. What on earth is this? Why can't I escape? The girl's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Ye Lin. With a resigned shake of his head, he replied, "Now, can you believe I'm not a pervert? If I were, you would have been in serious trouble by now." The emergence of the wood domain was a forbidden spell primarily intended for capture, and Ye Lin had seldom employed it until now. But it was perfectly suited for dealing with this violent girl. The girl remained silent for a moment before gritting her teeth and admitting, "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. My name is Mishui, and I'm here to participate in the Scholar's secret realm." She was, after all, the top scholar of an entire city, yet unexpectedly suffered a significant setback upon her arrival in the deep city. It was evident that none among the top scholars were to be underestimated. Upon witnessing Mishui's apology, Ye Lin finally sheathed his forbidden spell and inquired, "How did you end up in my room? This is clearly my room." The girl, visibly displeased, brandished her room card. "Look, 6th floor, 6099. Ye Lin extended his hand to receive the card, then turned it 180 degrees. "Is there not a possibility that your room number might be 6609? When the card failed to unlock the door, did you not harbor any doubt?" Mishui fell silent. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she realized her blunder. "I'm so sorry. This is my first time traveling far from home. It's nothing, merely a door." Ye Lin replied, not wishing to dwell on the matter, especially given her sincere apology. "By the way, what is your profession?" At the mention of her profession, Mishui lifted her chin with pride. "I am an SSS class Savage Berserker." Ye Lin was momentarily taken aback. That's quite impressive. A petite girl, standing at 1.50 meters, adorned with a bear-shaped backpack, a dress, a bow, and pink hair, yet her profession was that of a Savage Berserker. How astonishing. Could this be the legendary notion that the more vibrant the hair, the fiercer the fighter? Mishui approached room 6609, and indeed, the door opened with a series of beeps, intensifying her embarrassment. "I truly apologize. It was not my intention. How about this? I'll treat you to a meal as compensation for the door mishap," she hastily suggested. "That sounds agreeable," Ye Lin nodded, as he had intended to venture out himself. As they departed together, passing the front desk, Ye Lin took the opportunity to request someone to repair the door. Through their ensuing conversation, he learned that Mishui was the top scholar from High City, recently accepted into the esteemed Supreme Academy. She then inquired about his background. "By the way, which city are you from? You must be preparing to enter the Supreme Academy as well, right?" In Mishui's eyes, given Ye Lin's formidable prowess, capable of subduing her with a single skill, he surely hailed from a major city. Despite all being top scholars, there existed disparities among them. For instance, those emerging from a city like Deep City would undoubtedly possess greater strength than those from smaller locales. "I'm from Qing City. As for the Supreme Academy, I wish to attend, but they don't want me," Ye Lin replied with a resigned shrug. "What?" Mishui exclaimed in astonishment, startling those nearby. "With your level of strength, how could the Supreme Academy possibly reject you? What sort of place is Qing City?" Qing City could be considered an obscure small city in the Great Xia. As for why the Supreme Academy does not want me, are you familiar with the profession known as a Forbidden Spell Master? Ye Lin elaborated. A Forbidden Spell Master? No wonder. A deeper sense of guilt washed over Mishui, her large, watery eyes reflecting her remorse. The Forbidden Sorcerer is inherently short-lived. And yet she dismantled his door and pursued him like a lecherous fiend. How truly despicable of her. Come on, let us not dwell on such sorrowful matters. I shall take you out for a meal. Mira grabbed Ye Lin and led him into a bustling restaurant, where they eventually found a corner table. Mira handed the menu to Ye Lin. "Order what you desire. Don't hold back. Your words make it sound as if I am on the brink of death." Ye Lin replied with a resigned touch to his nose. However, he did not hesitate to order an extravagant spread. Soon, the dishes arrived. And it seemed this establishment was a renowned old brand, with each plate perfectly cooked. As they savored the delectable cuisine, a tall woman clad in a sleek black outfit and high heels approached them, her footsteps echoing. Well, isn't this our top scholar, Mira? A violent creature like you can actually find a man to dine with? It seems age has awakened your desires." Upon seeing her, Mira's expression darkened immediately. "Ningyi, I do not wish to quarrel with you today. Kindly keep your distance." Her guilt towards Ye Lin made her hesitant to stir up trouble. Yet, her reluctance did not deter Ningyi, who, sensing Mira's discomfort, boldly extended her hand towards Ye Lin. "Hello, handsome, allow me to introduce myself. I am Ningyi. Ye Lin ignored her overture and turned to Mira, inquiring, who is she? She? A coward who fled to another city to take the college entrance exam out of fear of losing to me. Mira lifted her chin defiantly. Ningyi's face darkened upon being ignored and mocked. However, she quickly regained her composure and smiled at Ye Lin. Tell me, handsome, what do you see in Mira? She has nothing to offer, merely a flatboard. Why not come with me? I can introduce you to some beautiful friends. As she slightly bent forward, she revealed a glimpse of her ample assets. Ye Lin discreetly leaned back a bit. Excuse me, please keep your distance. You have bad breath. Huh? Mira couldn't suppress her laughter, inadvertently spraying the noodles she had just taken a bite of all over Ningyi's face. She hadn't anticipated Ye Lin's sharp retort. To publicly claim that a beauty has bad breath was akin to stabbing a knife into her heart. Ningyi's expression darkened like a stormy sky as she wiped the noodles from her face, glaring coldly at Ye Lin and Mira. Darling, what is the matter? Just as Ningyi was about to erupt, a slender man walked into the restaurant. Dressed in exquisite Versace, he moved with an air of undeniable authority. And upon reaching Ningyi, he wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Seeing the man, Ningyi's demeanor softened considerably. She leaned against him and pointed at Ye Lin and Mira, complaining, "These two are bullying me." The man followed her gaze, his eyes lingering on Ye Lin and Mira for a moment before he smiled slightly. Apologize. His tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable air of dominance. Noticing that Ye Lin and his companion remained unfazed, the man's eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint flickering within. I grant you one final opportunity to apologize. As soon as he finished speaking, the man voluntarily revealed his profession and rank. Wu Shaoqi, Angelic Paladin, level 22. This level caused Mi Shui's expression to turn grave, and even Ye Lin's pupils slightly constricted. Level 22 was indeed intimidating. It was likely that this individual hailed from one of the more prominent cities in the Great Xia, where the abundance of resources in both novice realms and wildernesses allowed for a swifter progression in the ranks of class changers. In contrast, Qichen was merely a remote corner. I understand that you have recently emerged from your little county, achieving the top position, and are now rather full of yourselves. You may be gold, but here, the ground is paved with brilliance. My demand for your apology stems from my benevolence. Should you fail to recognize your fortune, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy, Wu Shaoqi stated coldly. Ye Lin leaned back in a tactical retreat, reclining in his chair. Achieving level 22 indeed granted Wu Shaoqi a sense of superiority. However, Ye Lin, to be frank, did not regard this rank with much reverence. Without any regard for the situation, demanding an apology right off the bat made Wu Shaoqi unworthy of such a request. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Lin responded with a surprisingly amiable tone. Apologize to your mother. What did you say? Wu Shaoqi's expression shifted instantaneously, his aura condensing violently. A formidable pressure emanating from him and filling the entire restaurant. Then, behind Wu Shaoqi, a radiant angelic silhouette slowly coalesced, bathed in divine light, exuding a chillingly sacred presence. SSS-level profession, Angelic Paladin. Someone in the restaurant gasped at the sight. Ye Lin raised his hand slightly, gathering silvery arcs of lightning that danced like serpents within his grasp. As the atmosphere became increasingly tense, on the verge of erupting into conflict, a commanding voice reverberated from the entrance of the restaurant. In the depths of the city, it is strictly forbidden for class changers to engage in reckless violence. Violators will be fined 30,000 and detained for 10 days. A man spoke coldly, easily identifiable as a member of the Investigation Bureau by his attire. Only then did Wu Shaoqi and Ye Lin relent. With the top scholar realm about to commence, being detained for 10 days at this juncture was evidently a poor trade-off. Yet, the fury in Wu Shaoqi's eyes showed no signs of abating. He encircled Ningyi with his arm and lowly threatened, I will remember you. You'd best hope we do not cross paths in the top scholar realm. While it may not be a place of death, there are many means to make life worse than death. Ye Lin's expression grew somewhat peculiar. If Wu Shaoqi were to confront him outside, he would have to tread carefully, wary of drawing attention from those with ulterior motives. However, within the confines of the top scholar realm, Ye Lin could only remark that he had never encountered such an odd demand in his life. In the realm of champions, every individual possesses an immortal body, which implies that Ye Lin can wield forbidden spells without hesitation. To put it modestly, even all the champions combined would struggle to rival Ye Lin alone. As Wu Shaoqi delivered his harsh words and turned to leave, Mi Shui, feeling somewhat embarrassed, spoke to Ye Lin. I apologize for the trouble I caused you. Not at all. It's not your fault, Ye Lin replied, unable to suppress his curiosity. How do you know her? Why did she come out swinging right away? She is my sister, Mi Shui sighed. Of course, she is my half-sister. Born of my father's second wife. Since childhood, she has always looked down upon me and has tried to outdo me in everything career level, skills, equipment, appearance, and figure. She feared that taking the college entrance examination in the same city as me would overshadow her. So she persuaded our father to arrange for her to take it in a smaller city. There, she inexplicably met Wu Shaoqi, and since then, she has been insufferably arrogant in front of me, Mi Shui lamented. Is Wu Shaoqi really that formidable? Ye Lin inquired. Very formidable. Mi Shui nodded earnestly. Not only is he a genius himself, but the family power behind him is also extremely formidable. The Wu family is among the most prominent in Deep City. After finishing their meal, it was evident that Mi Shui's spirits were somewhat dampened. She had intended to treat Ye Lin to a meal as an apology. Yet it resulted in him offending both Wu Shaoqi and Ning Yi, deepening her sense of guilt. Ye Lin, however, did not dwell on the matter. Upon returning to the hotel, he found that the door had been repaired. He flopped onto the bed and fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, he was awakened by a knock at his door. Initially, he thought it was someone from Bai Lin's team notifying him of the opening of the Realm of Champions. However, upon opening the door, he was greeted by a heap of assorted food piled at his doorstep, the vibrant packaging and enticing aromas instantly filling the corridor. Ye Lin blinked in bewilderment at the scene before him. Had the food come to life? In this day and age, could food actually knock on doors? Just then, a pink little head popped out from amidst the food. Mi Shui, what are you doing? Ye Lin asked in confusion. Mi Shui's face bore a hint of embarrassment and apology. Since we will be staying in the Realm of Champions for a month, I thought there was nothing better to bring you than a mountain of food, so you wouldn't go hungry in the realm, she said softly. Her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Ye Lin couldn't help but chuckle at her earnestness, and he accepted all the food she had brought without hesitation. Seeing that Ye Lin did not refuse, Mi Shui smiled, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. Time passed swiftly, and on the morning of the third day since Ye Lin arrived in Deep City, Bai Lin reappeared, this time not as the main character. She was holding a registration form and respectfully following behind a well-dressed man in a suit. Are you Ye Lin? I am the person in charge of this secret realm. Zinkanki. The scholar's secret realm is about to commence. Please gather downstairs in 10 minutes. The impeccably dressed man revealed a polite smile. Ye Lin nodded, swiftly tidying up his belongings. After stowing away the food that Mi Shui had purchased for him into his backpack, he exited the room. Upon descending to the plaza, Mi Shui approached him, carrying an oversized bag that was comically disproportionate to her petite frame, attracting the attention of several onlookers. Had Ye Lin not witnessed Mi Shui's capabilities firsthand, he might have been deceived by her endearingly clumsy appearance. At that moment, the plaza was already bustling with numerous individuals, each emanating an aura of remarkable composure. Ye Lin estimated that none of them were below level 12. Suddenly, he felt a chilling gaze fixated upon him. Turning his head, he found it belonged to Wu Shaoqi, who was basking in the spotlight, provocatively gesturing towards Ye Lin with unabashed arrogance. Ye Lin chose to ignore him, redirecting his focus. As the languid morning sun bathed the area in warmth, Zhang Kanki reappeared, his expression radiating a gentle smile. Good morning, esteemed scholars. I am the overseer of this scholar's secret realm, and I have a few important points to discuss regarding its imminent opening. Firstly, you are all aware that within the confines of the scholar's secret realm, under the influence of certain rules, you possess a form of immortality. However, this immortality is only applicable within the realm. Therefore, should you sustain a fatal injury, remember, do not leave the realm. I will have 5 priests of level 50 or above stationed at the exit. Should you incur a critical injury, you must receive treatment before exiting. Otherwise, Zhang Kanki refrained from elaborating further, yet the assembly grasped the underlying implication. To exit the realm without treatment could indeed lead to death. Secondly, if you find yourselves missing limbs, please make every effort to retrieve them. Regrowth of severed limbs is significantly more complex than reattachment, and the regenerated limbs may not function as effectively as your originals. Thirdly, Zhang Kanki's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. Be warned against being swallowed by monstrous creatures. If you are consumed and your body is fully digested, even with immortality, the experience will be far from pleasant. Expressions in the crowd shifted subtly at this pronouncement. To be crushed within the gaping maw of a monster, chewed to pieces, and then digested in a stomach akin to strong sulfuric acid, only to be expelled through the intestines. Maintaining consciousness throughout that harrowing process was a thought that sent chills down their spines. Lastly, I highly recommend forming simple teams. As the Scholar's Secret Realm may house monsters up to level 35. Working together will enhance your safety. You are all outstanding individuals hailing from various cities. Exceptional talents chosen from the vast multitude, the pillars of the future of the Great Xia. Thus, I sincerely hope that each of you returns safely. Zhang Kanki bowed deeply to the crowd and then commanded, activate the teleportation array. As soon as Zhang Kanki's words fell, a colossal teleportation array materialized behind him. The intense spatial fluctuations caused many to focus intently, clearly indicating that this array served as the gateway to the champion's secret realm. You now have 20 minutes to seek out suitable companions. However, if you possess sufficient confidence, you may choose to venture forth alone, Zhang Kanki announced, glancing at his watch. The champion's secret realm stands as one of the most extraordinary realms, granting those who enter it an immortal existence, allowing for a safe and rapid leveling up through monster hunting. Therefore, when the realm was first discovered, all job changers were ecstatic, flocking in droves to engage in a frenzy of monster hunting. It was not long before the creatures of the champion's secret realm were nearly hunted to extinction. Fortunately, the Great Xia authorities intervened, imposing regulations to control access to the realm, allowing the monsters a chance to recuperate and thus preserving this precious domain. Subsequently, this realm became a benefit for each generation of champions, with the monsters within being harvested like crops once a year. Ye Lin, shall we form a team? Mi Shui inquired, gazing at Ye Lin. Certainly, just follow my lead, Ye Lin replied with a nod, not declining her offer. He held a favorable impression of Mi Shui and viewed her as a commendable companion for carrying supplies. After all, the barbarian berserker class boasts significant strength. Ye Lin readily handed his Starfall celestial marks and a backpack filled with provisions to Mi Shui, who cheerfully accepted, finding the weight trivial. However, while Mi Shui was pleased, others were not. Mi Shui's petite and adorable appearance had already attracted the attention of several young men present. Seeing Ye Lin casually hand over his belongings to the diminutive Mi Shui, their brows furrowed in disapproval. Hey, do you possess no sense of chivalry? How can you burden a girl with such items? A tall, slender young man chided Ye Lin, then turned to Mi Shui with a gentle tone. Perhaps you should team up with me instead. I would never allow you to handle such heavy tasks. Get lost, Mi Shui retorted, clenching her fist. Her fair arms suddenly revealing well-defined muscles, exuding an undeniable sense of power. The tall young man was taken aback by Mi Shui's unexpected transformation, his eyes widening in disbelief as he beheld her suddenly formidable arms. The atmosphere around them seemed to freeze, with all eyes drawn to this sudden confrontation. No one could have anticipated that Mi Shui, with her pink hair styled in a cute bun, would display such might. The stark contrast left many with their mouths agape in astonishment. Mi Shui effortlessly seized the fallen star fragments in her backpack, effortlessly slinging it over her shoulder. The tall, slender youth could only close his mouth in resignation, for Mi Shui appeared as though she could dispatch him with a mere punch. 20 minutes elapsed. Nearly everyone opted to form teams, given that the monsters within the top scholar's secret realm could reach levels exceeding 30. Furthermore, the number of monsters was limited. Aside from defending against these creatures, the scholars also found themselves in competition with one another. A solitary individual encountering groups of 3 to 5 others would inevitably find themselves at a disadvantage, potentially even bound and tossed aside until the conclusion of the secret realm. A fate not uncommon in previous years. As the top scholar of Deep City, Wu Shaoqi boasted an impressive level of 22, attracting a continuous stream of individuals eager to join his team. Deep City, being one of the most formidable cities within the Great Xia territory, afforded Wu Shaoqi the finest education and most privileged conditions since childhood, endowing him with a prowess that far surpassed that of scholars from smaller cities. Before long, Wu Shaoqi's team swelled to more than a dozen members, including the tall, slender youth who had just suffered humiliation at Mi Shui's hands. After Zhang Kanki announced the commencement of entry into the top scholar's secret realm, Wu Shaoqi, with Ning Yi at his side, strode confidently past Ye Lin, flanked by his numerous companions. These individuals represented the pinnacle of their respective cities, yet at this moment, they followed Wu Shaoqi with an air of deference. As they passed by Ye Lin, Wu Shaoqi momentarily halted his stride. I have conducted an investigation on you, Ye Lin, correct? Hailing from Qiqing, a diminutive county town, Wu Shaoqi remarked, his smile laced with malice. To possess level 18 in such a small locale is indeed remarkable, but a country bumpkin will always remain a country bumpkin, unworthy of the spotlight. I offer you one final opportunity. Kneel, bow to me thrice, and utter an apology. We shall consider the matter of that day resolved. Otherwise, should you enter the top scholar's secret realm, you will bear the consequences. Wu Shaoqi crossed his arms, tilting his head slightly as he awaited Ye Lin's submission. His newly formed companions watched Ye Lin with predatory intent. It was evident that should Ye Lin refuse to apologize, he would face their onslaught within the secret realm. In Wu Shaoqi's eyes, extending this opportunity to Ye Lin, despite the offense he had committed, was an act of great mercy. Yet, Ye Lin's response was remarkably simple. He rolled his eyes and amiably uttered 2 words, "Foolish brain." Wu Shaoqi's smile instantly froze upon his face, gradually transforming into a dark, brooding expression, as though a tempest were brewing within him. His eyes deepened and turned icy, a dreadful aura emanating from him, oppressive and terrifying. The very air around him seemed to quiver under the weight of his presence, and the heartbeats of those nearby quickened involuntarily. Was this the true worth of a scholar emerging from a grand city? Many faces paled in response. In their respective cities, they were all top scholars. Yet at this moment, under the imposing aura of Wu Shaoqi, they felt a profound sense of inadequacy, as if they could not withstand even a single strike from him. With each deliberate step toward Ye Lin, Wu Shaoqi seemed to carry the weight of the world, an undeniable presence that demanded attention. "You are impressive, Ye Lin. Once you enter the secret realm, I shall make you comprehend the meaning of a fate worse than death." Wu Shaoqi leaned menacingly against Ye Lin, his tone frigid as ice. At that moment, the crowd held its breath, tension palpable in the air. They understood that Wu Shaoqi was genuinely enraged, and Ye Lin was likely to suffer the consequences. As anticipated, in the next instant, Ye Lin's expression shifted dramatically. Clutching his abdomen in agony, he staggered backward, his face a canvas of terror as he gazed at Wu Shaoqi. The onlookers then noticed the ghastly wound on Ye Lin's stomach, blood gushing forth. And through the gaping injury, one could almost discern the organs within him. "Save him." Zhang Kanki's face paled, and he rushed toward Ye Lin, accompanied by 3 priests. These priests had initially been stationed at the exit of the secret realm to tend to the scholar's injuries, but fate had called them into action sooner than expected. Only when one of the elder priests nodded reassuringly did Zhang Kanki's heart finally settle. This signified that Ye Lin could be healed and was not in mortal danger. Had a scholar perished before even entering the secret realm, Zhang Kanki would have faced insurmountable trouble. With this thought, he cast a chilling glare at Wu Shaoqi. His eyes frosted with disdain. The suddenness of this scene astonished everyone present. No one could have anticipated that Wu Shaoqi would actually lay hands on Ye Lin. Even Wu Shaoqi himself was engulfed in a state of extreme confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? He was certain he had not harmed Ye Lin. He was not foolish enough to strike at him in plain view. To solidify the accusation of murdering a scholar in front of everyone would invite dire consequences. Even for one of the Wu family, he had not descended to such folly. But then, what could explain the wound on Ye Lin? Could it be that he inflicted it upon himself to frame Wu Shaoqi? A spark of realization flickered in Wu Shaoqi's mind. However ludicrous it seemed, it was the only plausible explanation. "You despicable wretch," Wu Shaoqi exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at Ye Lin. At that moment, Ye Lin was slowly recovering under the care of the 3 priests. Upon hearing Wu Shaoqi's accusation, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. He tugged at Zhang Kanki's trouser leg, a look of grievance etched upon his face. "Teacher Zhang, let it go. I come from a small county. I cannot compare to someone like Wu Shaoqi, who hails from a prominent family. I am not dead. So let us not dwell on this matter." Zhang Kanki felt a subtle tremor within himself as he beheld Ye Lin's sincere gaze, as if the most tender part of his heart had been stirred. Originally, he was hesitant about how to deal with Wu Shaoqi. Logically, it would be reasonable to revoke his qualification to enter the champion's secret realm, especially since he had already resorted to violence against other champions before even entering the mysterious domain. However, considering that the Wu family stood firmly behind Wu Shaoqi, revoking his qualification would undoubtedly bring trouble upon himself. Upon witnessing Ye Lin's demeanor, Zhang Kanki's resolve solidified. Although he could not annul Wu Shaoqi's qualification, he would certainly make it difficult for him. As he observed Ye Lin's pretentious facade, Wu Shaoqi could no longer contain himself. "Damn it, you treacherous little man. Are you still pretending? Do you seek death? Allow me to fulfill your wish. I will eliminate you right now." Wu Shaoqi immediately revealed his angelic paladin profession, radiating with brilliance. "Enough." Zhang Kanki's voice thundered, resonating like a clap of thunder in the ears of everyone present, causing all to feel a sense of trepidation, as if a fierce tiger had awakened, exuding an overwhelming presence. Wu Shaoqi's complexion paled slightly. "Teacher Zhang, let me explain. Things are not as you perceive. This despicable and insidious." Wu Shaoqi's words were abruptly interrupted by Zhang Kanki. "Wu Shaoqi, I said enough. This is not the Wu family. You do not have the authority to rampage here. Zheng Kanki's gaze was icy. Everyone present has witnessed the events clearly. Do you still wish to argue? Wu Shaoqi pressed against Ye Lin, and in the next moment, a deep wound appeared on Ye Lin's abdomen, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Isn't the situation already evident? It's truly not as you all think. As Wu Shaoqi attempted to clarify, he was interrupted again, this time by Ye Lin. With the full efforts of 3 priests in healing, Ye Lin's wound had healed, though his face remained pale from blood loss. Teacher Zheng, please do not make things difficult for him, otherwise, he will seek revenge on me. In truth, I inflicted the wound upon myself. Do not blame him. Ye Lin spoke with a look of terror. Seeing this, Zheng Kanki felt an even deeper compassion for Ye Lin. Compared to the cowardly Wu Shaoqi, it was the humble Ye Lin, who had emerged from a small county, that garnered Zheng Kanki's respect. Rest assured, Ye Lin, the truth will prevail, Zheng Kanki assured, then turned his piercing gaze toward Wu Shaoqi. Wu Shaoqi apologized to classmate Ye Lin. Damn it! Wu Shaoqi felt utterly stifled, nearly spitting blood. Though it was Ye Lin who had inflicted the wound to frame him, no one present believed him. Do you believe me? I truly did not lay a hand on him. Wu Shaoqi turned his gaze toward Ningyi. Shaoqi, why not just apologize? It could turn a major issue into a minor one, Ningyi urged gently. Wu Shaoqi clutched his chest, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. As the pampered young master of the Wu family, he had never been so wronged. What stung most was that not a single person believed him. Wu Shaoqi, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Apologize. Otherwise, do not blame me for revoking your qualification to enter the Imperial Secret Realm. Zheng Kanki, witnessing Wu Shaoqi's obstinacy, was thoroughly incensed at this moment. Amidst the gaze of the crowd, he had already extended numerous chances to Wu Shaoqi. If Wu Shaoqi insisted on walking this path to its bitter end, then Zheng Kanki would have no qualms about stripping him of his qualification, and the Wu Jia would have little ground to contest. Wu Shaoqi clenched his fists tightly, his entire being trembling with evident unwillingness. Yet, the thought of being denied entry into the secret realm compelled him to grit his teeth and force out 3 words through clenched jaws. I'm sorry. His voice was barely a whisper, prompting Ye Lin to look on in confusion. What did you say, Wu Shaoqi? Damn you. Wu Shaoqi erupted once more, ready to charge at Ye Lin, but he was restrained by the chilling gaze of Zheng Kanki, compelling him to suppress his simmering rage. Apologizing was akin to sacrificing one's pride. The initial sting was profound, but with repetition, it became easier to bear. Wu Shaoqi inhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and bellowed. Ye Lin, I, Wu Shaoqi, apologize to you. I'm sorry. Upon hearing Wu Shaoqi's apology, Zheng Kanki's expression softened somewhat. Since you are willing to apologize, this matter shall be laid to rest. However, you must be the last to enter the secret realm as your punishment. Wu Shaoqi felt darkness cloud his vision upon hearing this. With his capabilities, he could have been the first to seize the opportunity within the secret realm. Yet now, due to that scoundrel Ye Lin, he was relegated to the last position. He couldn't help but cast a venomous glare at Ye Lin, vowing that once inside the realm, if he did not make Ye Lin's life a living hell, he would not bear the name Wu Shaoqi. At that moment, Ye Lin noticed Wu Shaoqi's intense gaze and, from a discreet angle, made a face at him, accompanied by an obscene gesture. Wu Shaoqi, already boiling with suppressed fury, could no longer contain himself, his eyes blazing. He charged forward, uttering the same expletive as Lu Haizhu. I'll kill you. Seeing Ye Lin's mocking expression, Wu Shaoqi was consumed with rage and lunged at him once more. However, Zheng Kanki was prepared. Halfway through his charge, Wu Shaoqi was pinned to the ground, immobilized. Wu Shaoqi, do you dare to strike? Do you truly wish to have your qualification revoked? Zheng Kanki barked sternly. He made a face at me. That guy is pretending. It's all an act. Wu Shaoqi screamed in despair, his eyes bloodshot. Zheng Kanki turned to Ye Lin in confusion, but was met with a face that exuded innocence and bewilderment, clearly portraying him as an honest individual. Enough. Wu Shaoqi, how long will you continue this unreasonable ruckus? Zheng Kanki frowned, then addressed the 2 individuals holding Wu Shaoqi down. Keep an eye on him. Do not let him cause any more trouble. Understood. 2 job changers solemnly nodded and dragged Wu Shaoqi aside. All of this was irrelevant to Ye Lin. Thanks to Wu Shaoqi, he was the first to step onto the teleportation array, accompanied by Mi Shui. I'm so sorry. I've burdened you. Mi Shui expressed her guilt more profoundly. If it weren't for her, Ye Lin would not have offended Wu Shaoqi and would not have suffered such severe injuries before entering the secret realm. Leaning closer to Mi Shui, Ye Lin whispered, the injuries are self-inflicted. He was wronged by me. Upon hearing this, Mi Shue's eyes widened with astonishment, her gaze filled with disbelief. So, Wu Shaoqi was innocent? No wonder that fellow was so agitated. It dawned on her that the seemingly honest Ye Lin before her was, in fact, far more cunning than she had imagined. As the teleportation array shimmered with light, Ye Lin and Mi Shue found themselves in an entirely new world. The top scholar's secret realm was nestled within a forest, surrounded by a faint mist, as if each step was taken upon clouds. Within the realm, towering ancient trees loomed, and the air was filled with the sweet melodies of birds and the scents of blossoms, resembling a celestial paradise. Yet, beneath this beauty lay a palpable, lurking peril. Suddenly, the mist ahead churned violently, and a colossal monstrosity burst forth from the fog, its grotesque visage and razor-sharp claws sending shivers down one's spine. The creature's eyes glinted with a ravenous hunger as it lunged towards Ye Lin and Mi Shue. Be careful. It's a level 20 gargoyle. Just as Ye Lin prepared to unleash a forbidden spell, Mi Shue forcefully pushed him aside. The young girl possessed great strength, and her push was neither gentle nor restrained. Ye Lin felt as though his ribs might snap under her force. Mi Shue positioned herself protectively in front of Ye Lin, her muscles taut and prominent, presenting a stark contrast to her adorable visage. The gargoyle emitted a deafening roar, but Mi Shue showed no fear, charging forward to engage in fierce combat with the beast. The level 20 gargoyle found itself at a disadvantage against Mi Shue, who unleashed a flurry of punches that sent stone shards flying from the creature's body. As time passed, it became merely a matter of time before Mi Shue would vanquish the gargoyle. Just as their battle reached an intense crescendo, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, and blue lightning dragons roiled within the storm, as if the wrath of the heavens was about to descend. Boom! A mighty bolt of divine lightning struck down, akin to the sword of an enraged deity, directly hitting the gargoyle. The level 20 gargoyle was instantly reduced to a pile of stone debris by this celestial strike. Mi Shue gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. A one-hit kill? To annihilate a level 20 creature in an instant? Surely, only a job changer of level 25 or above could achieve such a feat simultaneously. A notification echoed in Mi Shue's mind. You have gained 70 experience points for cooperating to defeat the level 20 gargoyle. She turned her head in a daze to look at Ye Lin. Did you kill that gargoyle? How do you possess lightning magic? Mi Shue queried, utterly perplexed. Because I am a forbidden spellcaster, Ye Lin replied candidly, revealing the truth to Mi Shue without reservation. An enchantment master? I had assumed you were a wood mage. Mi Yue murmured to herself, recalling the day when Ye Lin summoned an array of writhing tendrils that bound her tightly. She had thought that was his area of expertise. Enough dawdling, let us proceed deeper, Ye Lin urged, dragging Mi Yue further into the depths of the scholar's secret realm. Wait. The further we venture, the mightier the monsters become. We could be slaughtered, Mi Yue exclaimed, her face paling. Typically, one would tackle the weaker monsters at the periphery of a dungeon to bolster their strength before delving deeper. Why did Ye Lin charge straight into the abyss? As anticipated, they had scarcely advanced when a dark silhouette began to rise ominously. It was a colossal creature, its body encased in impenetrable carapace, its eyes glinting with a fierce crimson glow. Two enormous pincers dripped with purple venom. The ground around it hissed and smoked, corroded by the toxic fluid, clearly lethal. The emergence of this creature seemed to darken the very skies, the ominous clouds hanging low as if to crush the beast beneath them. A level 25 creature, the venomous behemoth. Mi Yue swallowed hard, instinctively taking several steps back. She understood that this monster was far beyond the previous gargoyle they had encountered. It was exceedingly perilous. Run. We mustn't delay. Mi Yue grasped Ye Lin's arm, intent on fleeing. Yet he remained unfazed, his expression calm as he raised his hand. Forbidden spell, cataclysmic thunder. Once again, the familiar wrath of the thunder dragon surged forth. A bolt of blue-violet lightning crashing down. Before the venomous behemoth, which had appeared so terrifying in Mi Yue's eyes, could even mount a defense. It was reduced to a charred carcass, sporadic arcs of silver lightning still flickering around it. The air was permeated with the acrid scent of scorched protein. Is it dead? Mi Yue's mind reeled, struggling to comprehend the scene unfolding before her. She recalled her previous encounter with a level 22 creature, where she and her three companions had to collaborate meticulously, employing various strategies to finally vanquish it. Now, a level 25 creature had met its end in an instant before Ye Lin? Stop daydreaming. We must move, Ye Lin urged, pulling Mi Yue along. What transpired next utterly obliterated any capacity for coherent thought in Mi Yue's mind. A level 22 scorpion of venom lunged at them, only to be struck down by a bolt of lightning. A level 25 skeleton shield bearer charged ferociously, and once more, a bolt of lightning silenced it. A level 28 Abyssal Ratman attempted a sneak attack from below, but Ye Lin merely brandished a radiant golden spear and thrust it downward, obliterating it. Instant annihilation. Regardless of the type of monster they encountered, Ye Lin dispatched them with a single strike. Miyue was astounded. She had never imagined that traversing dungeons could be so effortless. No need to draw out the monsters, no need to analyze their weaknesses, no need to evade their dying retaliations. With a mere utterance of a forbidden spell, he would eliminate the threat and move on, exuding an air of effortless grace. She was completely oblivious to her ascent from level 17 to level 18. Wait, I understand now. After Ye Lin swiftly dispatched a level 23 goblin, Mi Shue's face lit up with astonishment, as if she had unraveled a monumental historical conundrum. You are a forbidden spellcaster. In the champion's secret realm, you are immortal, allowing you to unleash the full might of your forbidden spells with unwavering resolve, resulting in unparalleled power. Ye Lin. He had anticipated that Mi Shue would grasp this point the moment he revealed his identity as a forbidden spellcaster. Despite her well-developed physique, her intellect seemed somewhat lacking. Of course, this was not entirely Mi Shue's fault. Ye Lin's extraordinary prowess was simply astonishing, as he effortlessly obliterated any creature of any level with a single strike. It was akin to witnessing a tall man on the basketball court proclaiming his prowess with a grand leap, only to dunk from half-court every time, leaving onlookers momentarily stunned. All right, let us move on and not dwell on this, Ye Lin said, pulling Mi Shue along. He recalled that the magical creatures within the champion's secret realm were finite. Having secured the first opportunity to enter, he needed to eliminate as many creatures as possible before others arrived. Gradually, Mi Shue began to grow desensitized. The magical creatures seemed to be presenting experience points to Ye Lin, charging at him with ferocious roars, only to be obliterated by a single forbidden spell, without exception. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. During these days, Ye Lin had replicated his earlier glory from the novice secret realm, with thunderous roars echoing throughout the champion's secret realm. The lower-level creatures quaked in terror at the mere sound of thunder, often losing control of their bowels. After vanquishing a level 24 giant venom scorpion, Ye Lin reached level 20, and the number of forbidden spells he commanded had also increased to 20. Level 20 represented a significant milestone for all class changers, as it heralded the awakening of a second-class talent. Ye Lin eagerly examined his newfound abilities. Name: Ye Lin class. Forbidden spellcaster level: 20-0-0-1. Strength: 200, 300. Agility: 300. Spirit: 600, 710. Class talent 1. Endless spell, allowing the forbidden spellcaster to unlock one forbidden spell with each level gained. Class talent 2. Ultimate ascension, whereby all skills utilized by the forbidden spellcaster automatically transform into forbidden spells. Skills: Apocalypse Thunder, Dance of Instants, Flames of Rebirth, Infernal Conflagration, Eternal Undying, Eyes of Eternal Frost. Necromantic Return, Lifespan Blade Art, Eternal Metal, Wall of Size, Emergence of the Wood Realm, and more. Upon glancing at his second-class talent, Ye Lin's pupils widened in astonishment. Ordinarily, he would be unable to utilize skill scrolls, whether they were common, rare, epic, or legendary. This was because the skills unleashed by a forbidden spellcaster could solely be forbidden spells. Thus, it meant he could master at most 100 skills, which would pose a significant disadvantage in the later stages. For instance, a fire mage like Zhuge Renai, upon reaching a higher level, could master thousands of fire spells to adapt to various combat scenarios and adversaries. However, with the acquisition of a second occupational talent, Ye Lin would no longer be burdened by such concerns. Every skill he employed would be elevated to that of a forbidden spell. Quick! Hand me that fireball spell from earlier. Ye Lin eagerly turned to Mi Shue. Throughout their journey, he had indiscriminately given her the skill scrolls dropped by monsters, deeming them unnecessary for his use. Huh? The fireball is merely a common skill. Are you certain you want this? Mi Shue queried, somewhat perplexed. Indeed. Ye Lin unhesitatingly accepted the fireball scroll, promptly learning it and casting the spell. Occupational Talent Ultimate Ascension activated. Fireball has been enhanced to Sigh of the Flame God. Forbidden spell, Sigh of the Flame God. The forbidden spellcaster sacrifices their life force to summon the Flame God, unleashing divine fire that incinerates all. With a brilliant flash, a surge of formidable energy radiated outward. The surrounding air seemed ignited by this energy, the temperature soaring dramatically, coalescing into a colossal fireball. The fireball expanded continuously, emanating searing light and heat, as if it sought to engulf everything in its vicinity. Inserting his own life force into the fireball, it transformed into a more resplendent form, radiating a radiant golden hue, resembling a true sun ablaze upon the earth. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Ye Lin's eyes. Indeed, as expected, with the ultimate ascension talent, he no longer needed to worry about forbidden spells. He could simply locate the corresponding lower-tier skill scrolls for any desired type of forbidden spell. The distinction between epic and ordinary skill scrolls became inconsequential to him, as both would be enhanced into forbidden spells. He merely needed to purchase the most basic skill scrolls, which cost only a few thousand each. What a windfall! Ye Lin exclaimed with immense delight. If other forbidden spellcasters were to acquire this talent, they would undoubtedly lament their misfortune. After all, when life was already precarious, receiving additional forbidden spells would seem less advantageous than a mere extension of life. Yet for Ye Lin, it was an entirely different matter. His sole advantage lay in his abundance of life. Possessing more forbidden spells undoubtedly afforded him greater adaptability and strategy when confronting foes stronger than himself. Let us go. Time to grind levels. In a buoyant mood, Ye Lin tugged Mi Shui along to continue their leveling journey. For these past 5 days, Mi Shui's role had been that of a devoted aide, carrying burdens, gathering spoils, cooking for Ye Lin, and fetching water, embodying the essence of a devoted servant. Yet, she relished every moment, almost wishing to feed him directly herself. After all, with Ye Lin as her ally, her own level had rapidly ascended to 19. Just one shy of this. So, upon Ye Lin's call to continue leveling, she eagerly followed suit. However, after just a few steps, she collided with a broad back, prompting Ye Lin to swiftly cover her rosy lips. Shoo! Look, what is that? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Ye Lin's eyes. Not far away, a crystal-clear spring bubbled forth, its waters cascading like a miniature waterfall, constantly replenishing the pool below. Perched upon a massive black rock beside the spring was a golden toad, its skin shimmering under the sunlight as if dusted with a fine layer of gold. This toad was extraordinarily large, towering at a height of 4 to 5 meters. With piercing vertical pupils that exuded an air of mystery, Mi Shui leaned in for a closer look, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. This is the multi-treasure golden toad. The multi-treasure golden toad. This creature is an exceptionally rare magical being, its name resonating like thunder in the ears of every job changer. The toad is known to swallow treasures whole, concealing them within its vast belly. The higher the level of the multi-treasure golden toad, the more valuable the treasures hidden within. It was no wonder that Ye Lin and Mi Shui felt such exhilaration. This particular toad boasted a formidable level of 26. Capturing it alive could yield rewards surpassing the combined spoils of 100 lesser magical creatures. Let us approach quietly. I'll control it. You capture it. Understood? Ye Lin whispered to Mi Shui. Mi Shui nodded eagerly, her petite head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain. Greedy, timid, and incredibly swift, these were the traits that defined the multi-treasure golden toad. Moreover, it could only be captured alive if it sensed imminent danger. It would secrete a highly corrosive gastric fluid to digest its treasures, leaving its would-be captors with nothing. Crawling low to the ground, Mi Shui inched closer to the multi-treasure golden toad. The toad was exceedingly alert. Any slight disturbance would send it fleeing. Fortunately, Mi Shui exhibited remarkable patience, taking a full hour to stealthily position herself beneath the toad's very eyelids. She discreetly gestured an OK signal to Ye Lin, indicating that he could now proceed. Seeing this, Ye Lin quietly began to chant a forbidden spell, preparing to ensnare the toad with the wood domain before Mi Shui executed a swift pounce to secure it. The power attributes of the barbarian warrior class were formidable. Once the multi-treasure golden toad was bound by the wood domain and Mi Shui held it fast, escape would be impossible. Just as Ye Lin and Mi Shui were poised to act, a sinister voice suddenly echoed from behind them. Ye Lin, I knew you were here. You've proven quite elusive. Ye Lin's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, Act now. Forbidden spell. Wood domain descends. In the heart of the jungle. The invocation of this spell unleashed terrifying power, as countless resilient green vines slithered like serpents towards the multi-treasure golden toad. Mi Shui, no longer in hiding, surged forward to pounce upon the toad. However, it was already too late. The sudden sound alerted the golden toad, and with a croak, its massive form vanished from sight, leaving behind only a golden afterimage. How infuriating! Ye Lin's expression darkened, and Mi Shui, who had missed her chance, gritted her teeth in frustration. A duck that was nearly in her grasp had inexplicably flown away, leaving no one in good spirits. A rustling sound approached, and soon, Wu Shaoqi and his entourage emerged from the lush thicket, followed by several others evidently drawn by the commotion. No matter the time or place, the urge to witness a spectacle is deeply ingrained in the genes of the people of the Great Xia. You've hidden yourself well, making it quite the endeavor to find you. I will settle the score with you outside, and you will learn what it means to suffer. Seeing one's enemy ignites a fierce intensity, and Wu Shaoqi glared malevolently at Ye Lin. TSK, 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 this kid is doomed. Caught right in Wu Shaoqi's trap, with nowhere to escape. Wu Shaoqi has leveled up again within the Scholar's secret realm. He is now at level 23. If you can stand against him in a one-on-one confrontation, let alone with his group of teammates, one can only say that his luck is indeed poor. The Scholar's secret realm is vast, yet he just had to run into Wu Shaoqi. The crowd that had gathered to watch murmured among themselves. Their gazes towards Ye Lin tinged with sympathy, knowing that he was about to face severe consequences at the hands of the enraged Wu Shaoqi. At this moment, however, Ye Lin's expression was icy, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. To suffer worse than death? Fear not, I shall ensure that all of you experience it. With the golden toad having fled, capturing it again would prove exceedingly difficult. Ha ha ha, have you lost your mind? Do you really think you can take on more than a dozen of us alone? Scoffed the tall, lean man who had previously been rebuffed by Mi Shui. He had long held disdain for Ye Lin, and now he was the first to step forward. In response to his provocation, Ye Lin calmly retrieved a skill scroll from Mi Shui, raised his hand, and a surge of energy flowed forth. Fireball. The tall man laughed derisively at this. The fireball technique was the most basic skill, easily learned by any class change. The idea that this fellow thought he could use it against him was utterly ridiculous. Yet soon, his smile froze on his face. Ye Lin's finger flicked upward, and the seemingly unremarkable fireball suddenly expanded dramatically, transforming into a blazing sun several meters in diameter, radiating terrifying heat as it hurtled towards the tall man with thunderous force. This scene resembled divine fire descending from the heavens, leaving onlookers awestruck, as if they could faintly hear a ghostly sigh. No, this is impossible. Save me. The tall man screamed in terror, frantically attempting to evade. But the fireball's speed was far too swift. He found no refuge. The blazing sun crashed down upon him, exploding with a cataclysmic force, its heat and shockwave instantly consuming him. He did not even have time to scream before he was reduced to a charred corpse. This sudden transformation left everyone utterly astonished. Mouths agape, at a loss for words. Is this truly the fireball spell? Why does it feel so wrong? That tall, slender man was the top scholar of the city, boasting a level of 18. How could such a figure be obliterated by a mere fireball? It's akin to entering a competition only to be met with an immediate declaration of victory. The charred corpse twitched slightly, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes, its expression contorted in excruciating agony. Although the rules of the scholar's secret realm shielded him from death, the pain of the burns was undeniably real. He must be the first person to survive with a burn area of 100%. Ye Lin, we are all pillars of the future for the Great Xia. How could you resort to such ruthless measures? Are you even human? Ning Yi, beside Wu Shaoqi, immediately accused Ye Lin. Fear not, for I possess a kind heart. Unable to bear favoritism, I advocate for equality. So what he has experienced, you shall soon encounter as well, Ye Lin replied calmly, simultaneously retrieving another skill scroll. Ice Spiral Spell. Those targeted by Ye Lin suddenly felt an icy chill creep down their spines, as if a primordial beast had set its gaze upon them. Like the fireball, the Ice Spiral Spell was a rather ordinary skill. It involved the conjuration of a sharp, spiraling ice cone that would pierce toward the enemy. Yet, in Ye Lin's hands, the ice spiral underwent a dramatic transformation. Countless ice spikes, each as thick as 100 feet, formed in midair, resembling crystalline pillars radiating a bone-chilling cold. They spun rapidly in the air, like a colossal ice-colored top, carrying destructive force as they hurtled toward the stunned Wu Shaoqi and his companions. How is this possible? The ice spiral spell cannot possess such power. It's illogical. And how can he wield both fire and ice spells? Wu Shaoqi's jaw dropped in disbelief as he activated his class ability, the Angelic Paladin, raising a golden shield that radiated divine light to block the ice spikes. However, it barely withstood the first ice spike before countless spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the golden shield. When the second ice spike struck, the shield shattered instantly. Golden Tinfist Sword. Wu Shaoqi's expression shifted dramatically as he unleashed his ultimate move. A golden longsword materialized in his hand, slashing across the sky, filled with ice spikes in a cross formation. Let us strike together. I refuse to believe he can handle all of us at once. With a fierce shout, Wu Shaoqi rallied Ning Yi and their 10 companions, who finally snapped out of their shock and joined forces to counter the ice spiral spell cast by Ye Lin. Onlookers had been rendered completely speechless. One man against a dozen top scholars, such an occurrence would be met with disbelief if recounted, yet this surreal scene unfolded before their very eyes. Could this fellow be an elemental mage? How is it that he can wield both fire and ice skills? No, the power of an elemental mage's skills is not this formidable. I have come to a terrifying conclusion. If this is indeed the case, then it is entirely plausible. What do you mean? A forbidden spellcaster? The mere utterance of these 3 words caused countless individuals to inhale sharply. Forbidden spellcasters are notoriously short-lived. Casting multiple spells often results in grievous injuries. However, within the confines of the top scholar's secret realm, a forbidden spellcaster's potential is vastly enhanced. After all, within this realm, all participants are impervious to death, which allows the forbidden spellcaster to unleash their spells without trepidation. As anticipated, Ye Lin's 3rd display unequivocally confirmed their suspicions. Falling rock technique. Ye Lin raised his hand and unleashed an unremarkable, ordinary skill once more. The falling rock technique summons a massive stone to plummet from the heavens towards the adversary. Yet, upon Ye Lin's execution of the technique, what descended from the sky was no ordinary stone, but a resplendent celestial star. The star traced a brilliant trajectory through the void, resembling a shooting star, imbued with cataclysmic power, hurtling directly towards Wu Shaoqi and his companions. Wherever the star passed, the very fabric of space seemed to tear apart. Emitting a hissing sound, Wu Shaoqi and his companions turned pale. They had never witnessed such a terrifying skill. The oppressive aura emanating from the star left them bereft of the courage to resist. This is no mere falling rock technique. This is clearly the forbidden spell, Celestial Starfall. My heavens, he truly is a forbidden spellcaster. A bystander from the top scholar recognized the spell Ye Lin had cast, his complexion instantly paling. Wu Shaoqi's expression darkened considerably, while Ning Yi and others appeared horrified. Despite their own strength, they felt utterly powerless against a forbidden spellcaster in the top scholar's secret realm. Before they could resolve the icy shards, an even more dreadful star was already descending upon them. Had they known Ye Lin was a forbidden spellcaster, they would never have dared provoke him. They attempted to withstand the onslaught, but the star bore down upon them with titanic force, pinning them beneath its weight. Ye Lin, I am a direct descendant of the Wu family. Are you truly set on opposing me? Wu Shaoqi cried out vehemently, seeing that he could not best Ye Lin. Wu Shaoqi resorted to invoking his familial lineage. Fear not. Here, you shall not perish, merely endure some pain. If the Wu family must intervene on your behalf in this matter, I shall concede. Ye Lin waved his hand, causing the star to press down further. Wu Shaoqi's face flushed crimson. Ye Lin, even if you disregard the Wu family, what of the Supreme Academy? We are all students of the Supreme Academy. We will encounter each other again. Do you truly intend to sever all ties? How fortuitous. The Supreme Academy has refused to accept me, so you need not concern yourself. The moment Ye Lin's words fell, the resplendent star plummeted with finality. Boom. A thunderous roar erupted, akin to the very heavens collapsing. The star struck down upon Wu Shaoqi and his companions. In an instant, brilliance erupted, flooding the entire space with the star's luminescence, dazzling to the utmost degree. No. Wu Shaoqi let out a piercing scream. As the brilliance dissipated, the onlookers beheld Wu Shaoqi and his companions deeply embedded in the ground, the earth around them marred by a web of fissures. As if a celestial body had truly plummeted from the heavens, wielding cataclysmic power. The group of over a dozen individuals had been reduced to a gruesome heap of flesh. Yet, under the influence of the rules governing the scholar's secret realm, they remained alive, writhing in a frenzy. The grotesque amalgamation of flesh, mingled with shattered organs and bones, writhed incessantly, instilling a profound sense of dread in all who beheld it. It was akin to a mass of putrid meat possessed of human cognition, witnessing their torn muscles. Ruptured eyes and fractured bones would undoubtedly shatter the spirits of those lacking resolve. At this moment, an eerie silence enveloped the scene, and those who had come to witness the spectacle began to regret their decision. They held their breath, not daring to utter a sound, fearful that Ye Lin might turn his gaze upon them and subject them to a similar fate with his falling rock technique. Excuse me, kind souls. Might a few of you assist in transporting Wu Shaoqi and his companions for treatment? Ye Lin remarked with an affable demeanor. In truth, he could not discern which mound of flesh belonged to Wu Shaoqi. The crowd exchanged glances, paralyzed by trepidation until Ye Lin raised his hand once more, the thunder crackling in his palm, prompting them to hastily rush forward. Lacking appropriate tools, they resorted to shovels, devoid of suitable containers. They stripped off their garments to wrap the remnants. A procession of individuals bore the grotesque heaps of flesh and a charred corpse towards the exit of the scholar's secret realm. With these nuisances dealt with, tranquility has finally returned. Ye Lin exhaled in relief. Although Wu Shaoqi and his companions could potentially be revived, the process would undoubtedly be protracted. After all, reassembling a mass of decayed flesh into a living human was an inconceivably laborious task. By the time Wu Shaoqi was restored to life, it was likely that the scholar's secret realm would have concluded. Let us proceed. I wish to see if we can yet pursue that auspicious golden toad. Ye Lin called to Mi Shui. At this moment, Mi Shui's face had turned ashen with fear, and without hesitation, she burdened herself with all her belongings. In retrospect, she realized she had narrowly escaped death. The thought of what might have transpired had she misjudged Ye Lin as a lecher, and he had acted upon that assumption sent shivers down her spine. Her fate would likely not differ from that of Wu Shaoqi and his companions. The transformation of a beautiful maiden into a gelatinous creature, what madness was this? At the exit of the scholar's secret realm, Zhang Kanki stood ready with 3 priests and a cadre of professional medical personnel. Though it was only the 6th day since the realm's opening, with over 20 days remaining, they were well aware that by this point in previous years, individuals had already sustained serious injuries. Thus, they remained vigilant. This year's scholars are rather impressive. It is already the 6th day, and not a single one has sought our aid, Zhang Kanki remarked with a smile. Pastor 1. Indeed, by this time in previous years, we would already be bustling with activity. It is evident that this year's crop of top achievers possesses extraordinary abilities. Pastor 2. Let us hope they navigate their challenges smoothly. If that is the case, we shall have an easier time as well. Pastor 3. Indeed. While the trio engaged in light conversation, a large group hurriedly rushed towards them. Zhang Kanki felt a sudden tightening in his chest. Such urgency often signified that someone had been injured. What happened? Who is hurt? Zhang Kanki inquired. Well, we can't quite say who is injured, the crowd replied as they laid a charred, emaciated man before Zhang Kanki. My goodness! Zhang Kanki was taken aback. Is the injury this severe? Did he encounter a high-level fire attribute monster? Priests, quickly come here. As the 3 priests worked together to administer healing, the burns on the emaciated man began to mend, revealing new skin as soft and smooth as that of an infant. Phew. Thankfully, it's just one. This is much better than previous years, Zhang Kanki sighed in relief. However, in the next moment, a dozen writhing masses of flesh were brought before him. What is this? Low-level monster slimes? Zhang Kanki furrowed his brow. No, Teacher Zhang, this is Wu Shaoqi and the others, one of the top achievers said, his face pale with fear. What? Zhang Kanki's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping from their sockets. Are you saying these dozen or so masses are all people? In response to Zhang Kanki's astonished gaze, the individuals slowly nodded. Zhang Kanki felt darkness closing in, nearly fainting on the spot. Just moments ago, he had commented on the prowess of this year's top achievers, and now, in the blink of an eye, they had transformed into mere lumps of flesh? The 3 priests were equally stunned. Pastor 1. What on earth happened? How did they end up in such a pitiful state? Pastor 2. Were they crushed by some colossal monster? This is utterly tragic. Pastor 3. Indeed. Restoring those dozen masses of flesh back into fully functioning individuals would be an overwhelmingly daunting task. Zhang Kanki hurriedly summoned several high-level priests and healers from the deep city. Upon examining the masses of flesh, the newly arrived priests' eyes lit up. If they succeeded, it would undoubtedly be a significant highlight in their professional records. Soon, the exit of the top achiever's secret realm was abuzz with activity. Meanwhile, Ye Lin and Mi Shui were equally busy. The 2 pursued the direction in which the elusive golden toad had fled, yet they found nothing. Not even a trace of the golden toad remained. Those scoundrels are getting off too easily. Ye Lin's brow furrowed deeply. If it weren't for Wu Shaoqi and the others causing a ruckus, the golden toad would never have escaped his grasp. The golden toad had already been startled once. It could now be hiding anywhere within the realm, making it exceedingly difficult to locate again. Forget it. No more searching. Time to level up. With no other choice, Ye Lin reluctantly abandoned the pursuit of the golden toad. The vast expanse of the scholar's secret realm rendered the task of locating the elusive treasured golden toad nearly impossible for the duo. With determination, Ye Lin led Mi Shui deeper into the enigmatic depths of the realm. After awakening his second vocational talent, Ye Lin found a newfound affinity for the fireball spell. A deceptively simple skill, unlike forbidden spells, which required incantations and preparation, leaving both humans and monsters on guard. the fireball could be unleashed instantaneously. This rapid deployment allowed the fireball to achieve the potency of a forbidden spell through sheer enhancement, making it an exceptionally effective tool for ambushes. Swiftly dispatching the monsters that obstructed their path, the pair ventured further into the heart of the scholar's secret realm, soon encountering several terrifying creatures. As they approached the core of the realm, the number and strength of the monsters surged. Gradually, they began to face foes of level 30, causing Ye Lin to wear an expression of grave concern. The level 30 monsters could no longer be easily vanquished with a single forbidden spell. 2 would be required to ensure victory. Very well, let us pause for today, Ye Lin declared, observing the moon hanging high in the sky. Though his magical energy remained abundant, fatigue had begun to weigh upon his spirit. Despite his immortal nature, he still required proper rest. He kindled a campfire and entrusted Mi Shui with the night watch. After all, the girl had benefited immensely from the shared experience, and it was only fitting she take her turn. To hasten his descent into slumber, Ye Lin grasped the starfall blade and struck the back of his head with it, instantly enveloped in the pure, untainted quality of infantile sleep. Listening to the rhythmic sound of his breathing, Mi Shui couldn't help but mutter, what a peculiar individual. Throughout her life, the men who approached her, save for her father, often harbored ulterior motives, with 9 out of 10 being infatuated with younger girls. Yet Ye Lin was different. He did not perceive her as a woman or even as a human. To him, Mi Shui felt like merely a useful humanoid tool. Lost in thought, she gazed vacantly at Ye Lin's sleeping visage. However, in the shadows of the night, 3 pairs of crimson eyes fixated upon them from a distance. A sudden chill coursed through Mi Shui as she sensed something amiss, turning abruptly only to find nothing in sight. How strange, could it be my imagination? She pondered, her brow furrowing. Just moments ago, she had distinctly felt the weight of unseen eyes upon her. In the next heartbeat, an overwhelming sense of danger surged through her. Ye Lin, be careful, she shouted instinctively, lifting the slumbering Ye Lin and rolling to the side. A hissing sound pierced the air as something liquid splashed against her back, followed by an intense, searing sensation akin to being doused in acid. Mi Shui gasped sharply, the pain taking her breath away. At this moment, Ye Lin was abruptly awakened. He turned his gaze towards Mi Shui's back, only to discover that her clothing had been almost entirely eroded by a foul, dark green liquid, leaving even her originally fair and delicate skin deeply corroded. Ye Lin furrowed his brow, glancing toward the creature lurking in the darkness. His eyes suddenly sharpened, and his expression grew considerably grave. This is a high-level magical beast, the Hellhound, Cerberus. The night was as dark as ink, enveloped in silence, until suddenly, a deep growl shattered the tranquility, resembling the furious roar of a demon from the depths of hell. A massive canine silhouette leaped forth from the shadows, its imposing figure shrouded in black flames, with crimson eyes glinting ominously in the night. Droplets of foul, corrosive saliva dripped incessantly from its maw, its bared fangs seemingly capable of rending anything apart. Even more terrifying was the fact that this creature possessed 3 heads. 6 scarlet eyes scrutinized Ye Lin and Mi Shui intently. This was none other than the legendary Hellhound, Cerberus, a true high-level magical beast. The disparity between low-level and high-level magical beasts is immense. Low-level creatures not only possess significantly inferior strength and intelligence, but can only reach a maximum level of 50. Level 50 is the pinnacle for low-level magical beasts, with slimes being a common exemplar of such creatures. However, high-level magical beasts are vastly different, possessing greater strength, higher level caps, and a remarkable intellect, often employing strategies and traps in battle. A single high-level magical beast can effortlessly annihilate dozens of low-level counterparts of the same tier. Before Ye Lin stood this Hellhound, boasting an astonishing level of 36. It was no wonder Mi Shui had been severely injured upon her arrival. In reality, had she not intervened to rescue the slumbering Ye Lin, she could have evaded that initial strike. Stay back. This creature is formidable, Ye Lin warned Mi Shui, realizing that this Hellhound might be the most powerful magical beast within the confines of the secret realm. The Hellhound growled ominously, circling the campfire several times, clearly regarding Ye Lin and Mi Shui as its prey. Fireball. Ye Lin initiated the attack, promptly utilizing a skill scroll. Under the enhanced effect, the fireball spell transformed into the Sigh of the Flame God. A colossal sun of crimson gold flames hurtled toward the Hellhound. However, at that moment, Ye Lin detected a certain emotion emanating from the creature's 6 enormous eyes, contempt. The second head of the Hellhound opened its maw wide and lunged at the radiant sun Ye Lin had conjured. With a resounding gulp, Ye Lin's forbidden spell was devoured by the Hellhound. What manner of beast is this? Ye Lin's scalp tingled with dread. It was his first encounter with a high-level magical beast, and he was astounded that this creature could so effortlessly consume his forbidden incantation. After swallowing Ye Lin's spell, a hint of human-like derision flickered in the hellhound's eyes. Subsequently, the third head of the creature gaped wide, unleashing a noxious, verdant liquid toward Ye Lin. Ye Lin furrowed his brow and sacrificed 2 of his kidneys, gaining tenfold agility in return, and swiftly dodged to the side. This viscous green fluid possessed a terrifying corrosiveness, which Mishue had previously verified firsthand. He had no desire to come into contact with it. The enormous canine head relentlessly pursued Ye Lin, spewing forth the vile liquid that corroded all flora in its path, leaving even the ground vulnerable, which emitted plumes of white smoke under the corrosive assault. Just as Ye Lin narrowly evaded the highly corrosive liquid, he suddenly felt a powerful gust of wind approaching from behind. He quickly turned, only to see a sharp black claw slicing toward him with ferocity. Not daring to confront it head-on, he executed a swift lateral leap, barely evading the lethal strike. At that moment, Ye Lin comprehended that in the face of such a formidable magical beast, he could no longer afford to hold back or hesitate. Forbidden spell, Fiery Rebirth. Brilliant crimson flames erupted from Ye Lin, fueled by the fire of his very life. Without the doubled 3-dimensional attributes granted by the Fiery Rebirth, he would stand no chance against this hellish 3-headed dog. Beast, do you not relish devouring? Allow me to provide you a feast. Ye Lin raised his hand, as metallic elements surged forth from within him, coalescing into a resplendent golden spear that shimmered with radiant light. Forbidden spell, Eternal Metal. The golden spear, akin to a meteor streaking through the night sky, surged with unstoppable force, aimed directly at the hellish 3-headed dog. The spear gleamed with the unique luster of eternal metal, seemingly capable of piercing any obstruction. A flicker of fear crossed the eyes of the hellish creature, quickly replaced by a menacing glare. It let out a low growl, and the second head opened its gaping maw, exhaling a torrent of black flames in an attempt to counter Ye Lin's assault. However, the eternal metal was adept at puncturing defenses. While its destructive power may not rival that of the world-destroying thunder, its offensive capability was undoubtedly unparalleled. The spear surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, unstoppable, piercing through the black flames and plunging deep into the maw of the second head, embedding itself in its throat. A chilling scream reverberated as the hellish 3-headed dog trembled violently, as if enduring unimaginable torment. The second head struggled for a moment before succumbing, drooping lifelessly, silenced. With one head vanquished, the hellish 3-headed dog was evidently incensed. The first head, which had remained silent until now, roared with fury, opening its gaping maw to exhale an exceedingly peculiar black aura. This aura carried a profound sense of desolation and decay, as if it embodied the essence of all that is lifeless. Upon its release, everything in its vicinity was corroded, flowers wilted, and green leaves withered. The frightened little rabbit, in a panic, stumbled directly into the path of the black aura, and in an instant, it collapsed, swiftly transforming into a desiccated carcass. It is not difficult to imagine that if someone were to be struck by this menacing aura, they would swiftly transform into a mere husk of a human. Ye Lin, witnessing this, was filled with fury. How could you kill such a cute rabbit? Fireball. Although it was the same skill, Ye Lin now possessed the double enhancement of the burning rebirth. The scarlet golden sun that emerged was exponentially more terrifying than before. The sinister black aura was instantly evaporated by the overwhelming heat. Unrelenting, the scarlet golden sun hurtled towards the Cerberus. The monstrous beast roared fiercely, its colossal claws swiping down at the radiant orb. Bang! The scarlet golden sun was shattered upon impact, yet the Cerberus's claws were singed, releasing a rich aroma of charred flesh. At that moment, Ye Lin had already positioned himself beside the Cerberus, invoking the forbidden spell, Eternal Metal of Gold, summoning a golden spear into his hand. Against an adversary of such immense size, no spell could prove more effective than Eternal Metal of Gold. It was impossible for it to miss. This time, Ye Lin aimed for the third head, which was known to spew corrosive liquid. Just as the golden spear was about to strike, an astonishing sight unfolded before Ye Lin's eyes. The second head, which should have perished, suddenly revived and clamped its jaws around the swiftly approaching spear. Vocal. Resurrection. Clang. With a resounding clash of metal, the resurrected second head accurately bit down on the golden spear formed from Eternal Metal of Gold. Ye Lin distinctly remembered piercing that head only moments ago. It should have been irrevocably dead. Yet, in the blink of an eye, its wounds had completely healed, as if nothing had transpired. Could it be that this creature is truly immortal? Ye Lin pondered, gazing at the Cerberus before him, now fully restored, all three heads unleashing terrifying roars in unison. The second head fixed its fierce and vengeful gaze upon Ye Lin. In a sudden burst of energy, the massive Cerberus leapt toward him. Ye Lin dodged swiftly, shouting towards the concealed Mizue. I remember you have a lot of chocolate in your bag. Toss some to me. Huh, are you hungry? Mizue was taken aback, wondering why Ye Lin would crave chocolate amidst their confrontation with the formidable Cerberus. Forget that, just throw it over. Ye Lin urged. Okay. Flustered, Mizue opened her backpack and hastily tossed several bars of chocolate towards Ye Lin. The compact, high-calorie nature of chocolate made it an ideal choice for outdoor excursions, providing a rapid boost of energy. Thus Mizue had prepared an ample supply. Receiving the chocolate, Ye Lin immediately hurled a fireball at the Cerberus. Enraged, the beast lunged at Ye Lin with even more ferocity. The three gaping maws of the hellhound were strikingly visible, even illuminated by the moonlight, revealing the throat of Cerberus. This saved Ye Lin considerable trouble as he grasped the chocolate in his hand and, akin to throwing darts, continuously hurled the confections into the belly of the hellhound. In an effort to maintain fairness, he did not overlook any of the three heads. Who could fathom whether these three brains shared a singular digestive system or each possessed their own? The hellhound was exceedingly accommodating, swallowing everything that came its way, as if it could devour the entirety of the world. Before long, all the chocolate was cast into the gaping maw of Cerberus. Mizue, taken aback by Ye Lin's actions, was utterly bewildered. What was he doing, feeding the hellhound? But soon, a startling transformation occurred within the hellhound. The massive creature suddenly collapsed, its muscles convulsing violently, while all three heads began to froth at the mouth, and it lost control of its bowels, emitting a foul odor. Ah, what? Mizue exclaimed, her rosy lips parting in astonishment, her fair face a canvas of confusion. She could not comprehend how Cerberus, who had been relentlessly pursuing Ye Lin, had now succumbed. Casting a glance at the dazed Mizue, Ye Lin began to explain. Did you not know? Dogs are poisoned by chocolate. Theobromine and other substances in chocolate can cause muscle spasms in dogs. After consuming it, they may exhibit symptoms such as vomiting, diarrhea, and excessive salivation, and in severe cases, it can lead to death. I know that, but this is the advanced monster, Cerberus. Mizue murmured, her disbelief deepening. Ye Lin's explanation only left her more astonished. Cerberus, a dog in essence, could also be poisoned by chocolate? Who would have imagined that the fearsome advanced monster's nemesis would be something as innocuous as chocolate? Ye Lin approached the convulsing hellhound and activated the Wheel of Rebirth, summoning a cataclysmic thunderbolt that descended upon it. Perhaps sensing death encroaching, the hellhound staggered to its feet just as the furious bolt was about to strike. With 6 eyes fixated on Ye Lin, it let out a low, guttural growl. Subsequently, the black flames enveloping Cerberus surged toward Ye Lin and Mizue at a terrifying velocity. The flames, suffused with intense heat, seemed capable of incinerating all in their path. Infused with the hellhound's dying wrath and madness, the consequences of contact would be dire. Ye Lin pulled Mizue behind him and raised a hand, conjuring a formidable wall to shield them. Forbidden spell, Wall of Size. Having reached level 20, Ye Lin's defenses could only be breached by creatures or individuals of level 40 or above. Otherwise, they could only choose to circumvent the Wall of Size in their assault against him. As the infernal three-headed hound made its final, terrifying stand, it could only bow its heads in resignation before the sighing wall. The black flames that struck the wall were utterly annihilated, leaving not even a crack in its formidable surface. At that moment, the thunder summoned by Ye Lin descended with a resounding crash, reducing the three-headed hound to a charred corpse. Defeated a level 36 high-level monster. Infernal three-headed hound, awarded 720 experience points. High-level monsters indeed offer experience points that are double those of their lower counterparts, and with this boon, Ye Lin ascended to level 21. However, before he could revel in his triumph, he realized another pressing concern. The black flames unleashed by the three-headed hound in its dying moments, though thwarted by the sighing wall and causing no direct harm to Ye Lin and Mizue, rapidly spread around them, igniting a devastating inferno. The surroundings transformed into a chaotic and perilous scene as trees, grass, and nearby shrubs were consumed by the roaring flames. Quick, let's go. Ye Lin reacted swiftly, grasping Mizue's hand and darting away from the encroaching flames. However, as he moved, Mizue winced in pain. It dawned on Ye Lin that Mizue had suffered burns on her back from the hound's corrosive saliva while carrying him. Without a moment's hesitation, disregarding Mizue's protests, He scooped her up in his arms and rushed toward the outskirts of the secret realm. Mishue's cheeks flushed with heat as she lay against the scorching ground, the air thick with the acrid scent of burning and smoke. Yet in that moment, she wished time could freeze. Ribbit. Just as Mishue was enveloped in this surreal atmosphere, a clear, resounding croak echoed nearby. Ye Lin turned to see a gigantic golden toad frantically hopping about, its rear ablaze with black flames. Could it be the last time his treasure toad? Ye Lin exclaimed, elated by the unexpected turn of events. He had not anticipated that slaying the infernal three-headed hound would yield such a surprise. The black flames had inadvertently summoned the treasure toad. Forbidden spell. Burning rebirth. Forbidden spell. Wood realm descends. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Lin unleashed 2 forbidden spells. In the state of burning rebirth, the vines summoned by the wood realm would become even more resilient and inescapable. Given that they were in a forest, the effect of the wood realm would be maximized. And it was clear that Ye Lin had no intention of letting this treasure toad escape. Green vines snaked toward the treasure toad like serpents. Fear flickered in the toad's slit-like eyes. It had clearly not anticipated such misfortune, first being inexplicably scorched, and now confronting Ye Lin. The treasure toad struggled futilely against the binding vines, which seemed to possess a life of their own, tightening their grip with every attempt to break free, ensnaring it more securely with each struggle. The auspicious golden toad opened its wide mouth and took a deep breath, causing its entire body to swell even further, stretching the surrounding vines. A transparent, viscous liquid began to exude from its skin. Quack! With the lubrication from its own secretion, the auspicious golden toad swiftly freed itself from the restraints of the vines summoned by the wood realm, eager to flee. I had no intention of harming you, but your obstinacy leaves me no choice. Ye Lin's gaze sharpened as the vines released by the wood realm lunged once more toward the golden toad. This time, the vines shimmered with a faint golden light, and countless sharp spines sprouted from their surfaces. The vines surged toward the golden toad like a serpent pursuing its prey, swiftly ensnaring it and tightening their grip, rendering the toad's movements increasingly sluggish. The auspicious golden toad emitted frantic cries as the vines constricted tighter around it, as if it were being crushed into a ball. However, no matter how it struggled or secreted more slime, it could not escape the clutches of the vines. On the contrary, its intense writhing only drove the spines deeper into its skin, causing the golden toad to cry out in pain. Ye Lin swiftly positioned himself before the golden toad, clearly delighted to have reclaimed his quarry. He rested the starfall celestial mark upon the toad's head. I know you can understand me. Spit out your treasures, and I shall spare your life, Ye Lin commanded. The auspicious golden toad, being a high-level magical creature, possessed considerable intelligence. After a moment of hesitation, it expelled a peculiar stone roughly the size of a fist from its mouth. The stone glimmered with a faint golden hue, seemingly imbued with boundless magical energy. Upon its emergence, the surrounding air appeared to freeze, exuding an oppressive aura that was almost suffocating. Ye Lin picked up the stone, feeling a chilling, weighty sensation in his palm. The small stone was so heavy that it made his hand tingle, adorned with peculiar patterns reminiscent of dragon scales. This is dragon scale ore. A flicker of joy sparkled in Ye Lin's eyes, grateful that he had paid attention during geography class in high school. Dragon scale ore was an exceedingly precious forging material. In the hands of a master smith, it could undoubtedly be transformed into an epic piece of equipment. Indeed, the auspicious golden toad proved that seeing is believing, as it was capable of regurgitating dragon scale Oregon. Is this all? Nothing more? Ye Lin inquired with a bemused expression directed at the golden toad. The toad nodded vigorously. I don't believe you. Ye Lin was convinced that the golden toad must possess treasures far more valuable than dragon scale, or otherwise, it would not so readily have relinquished such a prized possession. Though high-level magical creatures were not lacking in intelligence compared to humans, they still lacked the cunning and guile that true humans possessed, making it easy to discern their thoughts with a mere guess. Ye Lin did not release the golden toad. Instead, he took hold of it along with Mishue and swiftly retreated to a location far removed from the black flames. Subsequently, Ye Lin cast aside the precious golden toad and removed his Yin-Yang dual birth bracelet, adorning it upon Mishue's wrist to mend the wounds upon her back. Under the influence of the bracelet, the scars inflicted by the hellish three-headed hound began to gradually heal, though the marks retained a somewhat grotesque appearance. Restoration would have to await their exit from the scholar's secret realm, where a skilled beautician could assist in her recovery. After tending to Mishue, Ye Lin hung the precious toad upon a towering ancient tree and assigned Mishue a task. Every 3 minutes, she was to strike the toad's gleaming belly with her fist. If it regurgitated, she would allow it a 5-minute respite, but if not, she was to continue her efforts. Upon hearing Ye Lin's instructions, the precious toad croaked in protest, clearly aggrieved, yet Ye Lin paid no heed to the grievances of a mere toad. He hummed a tune and set off to prepare some food. A little girl picking mushrooms, with a large bamboo basket on her back, in the early morning, barefoot. She roams through forests and hills. Along his journey, Ye Lin collected every colorful fungus he encountered without hesitation. Before long, he returned with an impressive assortment of peculiar mushrooms, while Mishue had been diligently tormenting the precious toad for quite some time. Although the toad had expelled a considerable amount, the contents were, in comparison to the dragon-patterned gold, akin to worthless scraps. Ye Lin was certain the toad was still concealing its treasures, thus he did not release it, but instead moved to the side to start a fire and prepare a midnight snack. Forbidden Spell. Wood Realm Descends. Forbidden Spell. Inferno of Destruction. Forbidden Spell. Eternal Metal of Gong. With the release of these 3 forbidden spells, firewood was abundant, flames ignited, and a cast-iron pot, crafted from eternal metal, was ready for use. This display left both Mishue and the precious toad in astonishment. They could hardly fathom that forbidden spells could be employed in such a manner. While using a forbidden spell to ignite a fire was one thing, crafting a pot with it was altogether surreal. As the water within the pot began to boil, Ye Lin nodded in satisfaction, slicing the vibrant mushrooms and tossing them into the bubbling liquid. Some mushrooms that were initially white transformed into a striking green hue. The water bubbled and churned, enticing Ye Lin's appetite. "Brother, we can't eat those, can we? They look poisonous," Mishue exclaimed, unable to contain her concern. "What do you know? A friend from the colorful clouds of Yunnan informed me that the more vibrant the mushroom, the more potent its toxicity. However, the more toxic the mushroom, the more delectable it becomes," Ye Lin stated with earnest conviction. "While we possess immortality within the scholar's secret realm, we must seize the opportunity to indulge, for such chances may not arise again." "Is that true?" Mishue blinked her large eyes, evidently skeptical. Yet soon, the distinctive and refreshing aroma of the mushrooms wafted from the pot, causing Mishue to swallow in anticipation. "Just eat one bite, and you'll be silent." After 5 minutes, Ye Lin could no longer contain his eagerness and ladled the mushrooms into bowls. Together, they consumed the dish, broth and mushrooms alike, with unrestrained zeal. The sweet and tender fungi glided down to the stomach, a delight only those who have experienced it can truly articulate. Mishue's petite face was flushed from the steam of the hot soup, making her look utterly adorable. "How is it? Delicious, right?" Ye Lin wiped his mouth and ladled another bowl for both himself and Mishue. "Delicious. But why are there 2 little people fighting on your head?" Mishue asked, perplexed. "Nothing to worry about, just a minor issue, a bit of poisoning." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Lin collapsed with a thud, his head plunging into the still-boiling pot of mushroom soup, his skull bubbling ominously. "Oh, so it was the poison. I thought the mushrooms weren't cooked properly." Mishue chuckled foolishly, her beautiful eyes rolling back as she too fainted. Duo Bao Jin Chan. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. When Ye Lin awoke, the pot of soup continued to boil vigorously, cooking his head. The flesh of his entire skull was thoroughly cooked, resembling a sheep's head laid out on a table, just awaiting a serving. Since his nerves had been cooked through, Ye Lin felt no pain. He reached to check on Mishue, confirming she was still in a poisoned state, and with a thought, the terrifying regenerative power of his immortal body began to manifest. To his astonishment, the thoroughly cooked flesh began to peel away, revealing a fresh skull beneath. New muscle fibers, blood vessels, and skin sprouted, even the lost eyeballs were formed. "The mushrooms are indeed delicious, but next time, I should find a spot further from the pot," Ye Lin remarked with a wry smile. He was not a masochist, after all, and did not relish the idea of having his head boiled. This horrifying spectacle was vividly witnessed by Duo Bao Jin Chan, who had been suspended upside down all night. Its already round pupils nearly popped out of their sockets. Could humans possess such terrifying regenerative abilities? Surely, even monsters would perish if their heads were boiled. Seeing that Mishue had yet to awaken, Ye Lin approached Duo Bao Jin Chan, flicking its pale belly. "I say, you've been hanging here all night, yet you still refuse to spit out the treasure? Do you prefer to dangle until you die?" Duo Bao Jin Chan remained silent, clearly unwilling to comply. With a sigh, Ye Lin decided against further coercing the obstinate toad. After waking Mishue, he entrusted Duo Bao Jin Chan and their belongings to her before embarking once more on a monster hunting expedition. With 24 days remaining until the closure of the scholar's secret realm, he was unconvinced that Duo Bao Jin Chan could endure such rigorous treatment for the entire duration. As they journeyed ahead, Ye Lin and Mi Shui worked in perfect harmony, with Ye Lin casting spells to eliminate monsters while Mi Shui tormented duo Bao Jin Chan to extract its treasures. Thus, they rampaged through the scholar's secret realm, rapidly accumulating experience points. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. Only 5 days remained until the closure of the scholar's secret realm. At the exit of the realm, 3 priests, sporting significant dark circles under their eyes, emerged from the operating room, looking utterly exhausted. The pastor exhaled with relief and addressed Zunkanki. Fortunately, we have fulfilled our duty. The surgery was a resounding success. Wu Shaoqi and the others have nearly returned to their former selves. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kanki's expression brightened. I appreciate the hard work of the 3 of you. Rest assured, I, Zhang, will certainly report your contributions truthfully during this period. At that moment, Wu Shaoqi and his group were wheeled out of the operating room by the medical staff. Teacher Zeng, I feel like my face shape seems a bit off. My face appears somewhat square, one of the scholars remarked. A square face is quite fitting. A square jaw exudes stability. Zeng Kanki waved off dismissively. However, could it be too square? The scholar sat up, revealing a perfectly square face, sharp and angular. Zeng Kanki was taken aback and quickly grabbed a pastor nearby. What is happening? The pastor sighed, somewhat helplessly. Boss, they were compressed into a pancake. For them to regain human form in such a short time is remarkable. Any issues with their facial structure will have to be addressed by a plastic surgeon later. That is indeed a valid point. Zeng Kanki nodded in agreement. Teacher Zeng, what about my situation? One of my arms is shorter. Another scholar chimed in. It is normal for people to have different arm lengths. You'll get used to it. Zeng Kanki consoled. Yet it cannot be this absurdly uneven. The scholar angrily raised his arm, revealing one normal hand and the other a mere few inches long. Zeng Kanki's pupils dilated in shock, and he seized the collar of a pastor. Are you mocking me? You dare claim the surgery was successful with this outcome? Boss, piecing together over a dozen individuals in half a month, averaging 1 a day, it's natural for some discrepancies to occur. I will fix his arm. Just remain calm. The pastor quickly replied. Subsequently, various peculiar symptoms appeared among the others. Some had extra taste buds on their colons, others had a steel door emerging from their palms. And some even had tongues sprouting from their armpits, leading to a cacophony of complaints at the operating room entrance. Seeing this, Wu Shaoqi broke into a cold sweat. He hurriedly checked his body, relieved to find no such bizarre symptoms afflicting him as they had with the others. However, a flicker of resentment crossed his eyes. He tossed aside the blanket, ready to confront Ye Lin. He had not forgotten who had subjected him to this excruciating ordeal of bodily reconstruction. But as soon as he stood on the floor, he sensed something was amiss. Wu Shaoqi discovered that he had 2 left feet. Ye Lin, I will not let this go. Wu Shaoqi gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury. If Ye Lin could wield forbidden spells infinitely within the scholar's secret realm, what would happen outside it? Without the realm's immortal laws, would he not revert to being the lamb destined for slaughter? When that time came, he would ensure Ye Lin paid dearly, making him fully aware of the consequences of crossing Wu Shaoqi. Meanwhile, within the scholar's secret realm, Ye Lin remained oblivious to the fact that Wu Shaoqi had set his sights on him, diligently searching for magical creatures. After 2 hours of searching, he had found only 2 living beings with not a single monster in sight. Eventually, Ye Lin had to confront the reality that the creatures within the scholar's secret realm seemed to have been entirely eliminated by him. At this moment, Ye Lin had reached level 25, while Mi Shui had attained level 23. It is worth noting that the precious golden toad still refused to regurgitate its treasures. Its once pristine belly was now bruised and battered from Mi Shui's relentless pounding, yet the toad remained obstinately defiant. Ye Lin once again suspended the precious golden toad upside down, then calmly stroked its belly. Little golden toad, today we must part ways. Upon hearing this, the toad's round eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Its days of suffering had finally come to an end. Since you are unwilling to share the treasures nestled within your belly, I shall not press you further. Perhaps it is simply a matter of fate. Ye Lin sighed softly. Given our acquaintance and the torment you've endured, I shall grant you a swift release today. Raising his hand, dark clouds swiftly gathered overhead, and silvery lightning danced within them. Subsequently, a bolt of furious thunder descended like a colossal dragon, hurtling towards Ye Lin's palm. Forbidden spell, cataclysmic thunder. Croak. The precious golden toad's vertical pupils reflected the chaotic lightning, its eyes filled with terror. The good news, its suffering was at an end. The bad news, its existence was also nearing its conclusion. It had anticipated that Ye Lin intended to set it free. Little did it know. Ye Lin was preparing to send it off instead. Croak, 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 croak. The precious golden toad waved its limbs frantically, seemingly pleading for mercy. What is it? Do you have something to say? Ye Lin inquired with a smile. The toad fell silent for a moment, then appeared to come to a resolute decision. During this time, it had discerned that this human was truly unpredictable. Why provoke trouble when it could simply avoid it? As the saying goes, where there are mountains, there will be no lack of firewood. The more intelligent the creature, the more it fears death. Suddenly, the toad's enormous mouth began to move slowly, as if masticating something. Then, accompanied by a deep rumble, it regurgitated a weapon that shimmered with a cold light. The weapon traced an elegant arc through the air before embedding itself into the ground before Ye Lin. It was a staff, radiating a faint golden glow, seemingly imbued with boundless power. Intricate patterns adorned its shaft, resembling flames in perpetual motion, with every detail exuding an air of mystery and nobility. Ye Lin was momentarily stunned. He had never anticipated that the treasure the precious golden toad had concealed for so long would turn out to be a staff. He hastily examined the staff's attributes. Crimson Flame Staff Level. Epic Attributes. 50 Mental Power Enhancement. Can be refined. Skill. Crimson Flame Devastation. Crimson Flame Devastation. When casting fire spells while wielding the Crimson Flame Staff. Mana consumption is reduced by 30 and power is increased by 50. Ye Lin inhaled sharply. The staff was, astonishingly, an epic-grade piece of equipment. No wonder the treasure toad hides so tightly. Yet, the enhancement provided by this epic-grade equipment is indeed astonishing. Nearly one piece of epic-grade gear offers a boon equivalent to the totality of 3 pieces of high-grade equipment. Had you cooperated sooner, you could have spared yourself this hardship. Remarked Ye Lin as he grasped the Crimson Flame Staff and, with a swift motion, unleashed a basic skill. Blade of Flames. The profession's talent has reached its utmost sublimation, transforming the Blade of Flames into the wrathful flame of the fire god. Ye Lin brandished the Crimson Flame Staff, a tumultuous force coalescing at its tip, forming a colossal vortex of fire. With a decisive gesture, he thrust the staff forward, causing the fiery vortex to erupt instantaneously, morphing into a searing blade of flame that sliced through the air with tremendous might. The atmosphere seemed to part before this fiery blade, producing a sharp, slicing sound. Where the blade traversed, the ground was instantaneously melted by the intense heat, leaving behind a long, charred scar. As a forbidden spell, the wrathful flame of the fire god was already formidable, and with a 50 enhancement from the Crimson Flame Staff, coupled with Ye Lin's level, this strike was more than sufficient to effortlessly annihilate any creature or class changer below level 35. The treasure toad, witnessing this, was momentarily gripped by fear. It had not anticipated that Ye Lin would forsake his promise. Having already relinquished its treasures, it found itself still facing death. This strike was beyond its capacity to withstand. For the treasure toad was not adept in combat. It could only close its eyes and await its demise. However, in a moment of desperation, the blade halted just before it, allowing the treasure toad to distinctly sense the searing heat emanating from the blade. Evidently, you truly have nothing left within. Ye Lin observed with satisfaction, subsequently releasing the bindings and setting the treasure toad free. He recalled that when faced with imminent peril, the treasure toad would self-destruct along with its treasures, leaving its hunters with nothing. The fact that this treasure toad was on the brink of death, yet had not self-detonated, clearly indicated that it had been thoroughly drained and was devoid of any treasures. The treasure toad, having narrowly escaped death, stood in a daze, unable to fathom why Ye Lin had seemed intent on its destruction one moment, only to spare it the next. Yet, it comprehended that it had been liberated. Overcome with joy, the treasure toad darted away. Though its speed was evidently diminished after enduring so much torment at the hands of Ye Lin and Mi Shui. Let us depart directly. There is no need to squander time here, Ye Lin declared as he led Mi Shui to the exit of the scholar's secret realm. Damn it. I can't comprehend this. There are still 5 days until the realm closes, yet it seems devoid of any magical creatures. Indeed, I was just about to mention this. Our team spent 10 days hunting on the outskirts, and after leveling up, we ventured deeper within, only to find nothing but scorched earth, no creatures whatsoever. Right. I noticed that as well. The magical creatures on the outskirts are surprisingly more numerous than in the inner depths. How is that logical? Let us wait for Wu Shaoqi and the others. Once they recover from their injuries, they too will delve in to level up. They might have some insight into this situation. A multitude gathered, engaged in fervent discussions regarding the astonishing upheaval within the realm of the top scholar. Yet, Upon catching sight of Ye Lin and Mi Shui, the onlookers recoiled in fear, as if confronted by a malevolent specter. They had learned that it was none other than this seemingly delicate young man who had reduced Wu Shaoqi and his companions to mere pulp. They had no desire to experience the sensation of being utterly crushed and subsequently reassembled into human form. Ye Lin paid them no mind and strode directly towards the exit. Ye Lin, if you leave now, it signifies the conclusion of your trial in the top scholar's realm. There are still 5 days remaining. Are you certain you wish to depart at this moment? Zhang Kanki kindly cautioned. Absolutely, Ye Lin affirmed with a nod, having vanquished nearly all the monsters within the realm. What purpose remained for him to linger? Very well, let us register your level, Zhang Kanki announced. Ye Lin promptly revealed his level. Ye Lin, Forbidden Spell Master, level 25. Zhang Kanki gasped in astonishment. 25. Level? He recalled that Ye Lin had entered the realm at level 18. Had this individual truly ascended 7 levels within the top scholar's domain? In previous years, the highest level attained by anyone exiting this realm had merely been 24. Thus Ye Lin had shattered the record. The commotion swiftly drew the attention of others, their gazes filled with disbelief as they regarded Ye Lin. Upon witnessing his level, they seemed to comprehend why the depths of the inner realm were devoid of monsters. Could it be that this individual had annihilated them all? Simultaneously, having recovered from his injuries, Wu Shaoqi, eager to elevate his own level before the realm's closure, let out a furious roar. What the hell is going on? Why is there not a single monster left? Teacher Zeng, may I leave now? Ye Lin inquired. Oh yes, of course. Ye Lin's voice roused Zhang Kanki from his stupor. It was utterly terrifying. In merely a month, he had managed to ascend 7 levels. Truly astounding. Zhang Kanki could scarcely fathom the efficiency with which Ye Lin had dispatched the monsters. No wonder the vocation of Forbidden Spell Master rarely exceeded the age of 25. When God opens a window, he seems to promptly shut a door and crush your head with it. If a Forbidden Spell Master could enjoy the same lifespan as other professions, then those other vocations would be rendered obsolete. Merely seeking a 36E to crash into and end it all. Wait, hold on. You cannot leave. Zhang Kanki suddenly realized as Ye Lin passed by. Your level is the highest thus far. You are highly likely to be this year's national top scholar. Therefore, you must remain until the realm's closure. What rewards accompany being the national top scholar? Ye Lin inquired directly. Certainly. Zhang Kanki nodded. In addition to the honor, the national top scholar in the Great Xia will receive substantial rewards. And how substantial are these rewards? Ye Lin's eyes gleamed with interest. Approximately 3 to 4 stories high, Zhang Kanki estimated. Upon hearing Zhang Kanki's elucidation, Ye Lin decisively chose to remain, initially intending to return to Qingsheng at the earliest opportunity. After all, he had thoroughly offended Wu Shaoqi, a local tyrant in Deep City. It was wiser to avoid unnecessary conflict. However, the prospect of a reward altered the equation entirely. Ye Lin settled down, awaiting the developments with a sense of tranquility. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had elapsed. The top scholars emerging from the scholar's secret realm wore expressions of utter dismay, as if they had consumed several pounds of something unpleasant. During those 5 days, some teams, consisting of 5 members, managed to slay a mere 4 magical beasts collectively, an average of less than 1 per person. Others encountered not a single beast, merely meandering aimlessly within the confines of the realm. It was as if all magical creatures had mysteriously vanished due to some irresistible force. For instance, Wu Shaoqi and Ning Yi, accompanied by a party of over 10, encountered only 2 magical beasts in their 5-day venture. They managed to dispatch one, while the other was a multi-treasure golden toad. After considerable effort, they successfully captured the creature. However, an even stranger occurrence unfolded. The toad's belly was completely empty, devoid of any treasure. This was utterly inconsistent with the nature of the multi-treasure golden toad, which was known for its insatiable greed for treasures, devouring anything of value that it encountered. The only plausible explanation was that someone had preempted them, absconding with all the riches that should have filled the toad's belly. Wu Shaoqi's expression darkened, resembling an ominous volcano on the verge of eruption, instilling dread in those around him. He had entered the scholar's secret realm at level 22, and emerged at the same level, signifying that he had gained nothing from the experience, enduring only a brutal beating that necessitated over half a month of recovery. The architect of his misfortune was unmistakably Ye Lin. Upon exiting, Wu Shaoqi nearly charged at Ye Lin, who wore an expression of calm indifference. Were it not for Ye Lin, he might have ascended 3 or 4 levels in the past month, and even contended for the national champion title. Nonetheless, he restrained his inner turmoil, casting a cold glance at Ye Lin before averting his gaze. Engaging in a confrontation within the realm would certainly not favor him. He was not foolish enough to stumble twice in the same place. Yet, it was evident that this matter could not simply be dismissed. With everyone having left the scholar's secret realm, their levels were meticulously tallied. Unsurprisingly, Ye Lin emerged as the highest level among them, having decimated the magical beasts within the realm. Congratulations, Ye Lin, you are the highest-ranked individual in this scholar's secret realm, Zheng Kanki extolled. Despite having anticipated this outcome, Zheng Kanki's eyes still betrayed a hint of astonishment. Historically, the title of national champion had always been monopolized by the elite students from major cities. Scholars emerging from these urban centers often entered the realm at levels exceeding 20, rendering those from smaller counties, who might only reach levels in the teens, comparatively insignificant. Without a doubt, Ye Lin has shattered this rule, for Qingqing is undeniably a small town of great merit. Once this news spreads, it will surely astonish countless individuals. What? Level 25. Wu Shaoqi could no longer maintain his composure, glaring at Ye Lin with a look of bitter resentment. He distinctly remembered that before Ye Lin entered the secret realm, he was merely at level 18, and yet he had surged 7 levels in one breath. No wonder there were so few monsters left within the champion's secret realm. This meant that not only had Ye Lin reduced him to a mere pulp, forcing him to recuperate for over half a month, but during his recovery, Ye Lin had also annihilated all the monsters. Ye Lin, you wretched scoundrel, I will not let this matter rest. Wu Shaoqi hissed through gritted teeth. The champions from other cities began to cast hostile glances at Ye Lin, their expressions darkening with barely concealed animosity. They now realized that the culprit behind their inability to encounter a single monster over the past 5 days was undeniably Ye Lin. Damn it! A doomed spellcaster still dares to steal our prey. How disgusting. Indeed, it's revolting. The previous national champions were all at levels 26 or even 27. It's all because of him that the prestige of the national champion has been diminished. Why on earth can spellcasters even participate in the finals? No such profession ever lives past 25 years. What purpose does training spellcasters serve? They only serve to hinder the pillars of our future in the Great Xia. The crowd buzzed with discontent, clearly expressing their extreme dissatisfaction with Ye Lin. Ye Lin remained unfazed. But Mishui could no longer tolerate the chatter and boldly confronted the crowd, hands on her hips. Yet, how could she possibly contend against so many? As they debated, the sky above the champion's secret realm suddenly darkened, as if all light had been consumed. A palpable fear gripped everyone's hearts, and just then, a deafening roar reverberated from the center of the realm, as though something was awakening from beneath the ground. Following this, the entire secret realm began to shake violently, disorienting everyone. Everyone remained calm and crouched down. Zheng Kanki's face paled, for he realized that the exit of the champion's secret realm had inexplicably sealed shut. And no matter how he tried, he could not reopen it. For as long as the secret realm had existed, there had never been a problem until now. What was happening? The sky above the realm grew increasingly dark, a thick darkness pressing upon the souls of all present. Suddenly, a scarlet beam of light erupted from the depths of the secret realm, breaking the shackles of darkness and illuminating every face. Within that radiant glow, enormous monsters could be faintly discerned. They varied in shape. Some bore horns, others had wings, and some were entirely covered in scales, exuding a powerful aura of malevolence. Zheng Kanki's pupils constricted sharply, and he could no longer maintain his composure. Even his voice quivered slightly. This is the demon race. Monsters are classified into lower-tier and higher-tier beings. High-tier monsters can command the lower-tier ones. Above these monsters lies an even more terrifying existence, the demon race. No one knows where the demon race originates. All that is known is that each member of this race embodies an unparalleled terror. They possess intelligence rivaling that of humans and can articulate speech with eloquence. Each emergence of the demonic race heralds an unparalleled crisis, and now, Zheng Kanki has witnessed a demonic presence materializing within the scholar's secret realm. How could he not be filled with dread? The demonic race dares to invade the territory of humanity. What audacity you possess! Zheng Kanki exclaimed vehemently. Yet, the demons paid no heed to his words. Instead, they bowed deeply, prostrating themselves as if to welcome a significant figure. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, a tall man with unnaturally pale skin emerged slowly. The sole distinction from ordinary humans was the man's eyes, which were an eerie, deep purple, profound and frigid. Zheng Kanki was rendered speechless. Aghast at the sight of a demon, one that bore an uncanny resemblance to a human, In that moment, he fervently wished for this being to be a traitor of humanity. But observing the reverence of the other demons towards him, such a notion seemed utterly implausible. The man raised his deep purple gaze, surveying the surroundings. You humans are but mere sustenance for my kind. Now you dare to rear our lowly servants for your own sport? Truly, you are oblivious to your impending doom. His voice was icy, and an intangible terror seeped into the very marrow of every soul present. A profound fear blossomed within Zhang Kenki. He was unafraid of death. However, he feared for the lives of all present. These individuals were the Sea Army de la Sea Army of the nation, the most elite seekers of transformation. If they were to perish here, it would undoubtedly cripple the entirety of the Great Xia. Everyone, take shelter behind me. Fear not. The anomalies here will soon be detected by those in Deep City, and they may already be on their way. Zhang Kenki reassured the candidates, then stepped forward. Confronting the demons before him, an aura of terror rose from Zhang Kenki. He was, after all, a transcendent being at level 70. Yet, the demon that resembled a human showed no sign of trepidation, casting a disdainful glance at Zhang Kenki. Ruda, he is yours. I wish to indulge in some amusement with these humans, the man declared. Indeed, my lord, came the booming response of a figure resembling a towering colossus. He took a step forward, causing the ground to tremble beneath him, standing at a staggering height of 3 meters, adorned with 2 horns and clad in gleaming red armor. The man then intended to bypass Zhang Kenki and launch an assault on Ye Lin and the others. Zhang Kenki stepped forward, wielding a large blade in an attempt to intercept him. However, at that moment, Ruda charged directly at Zhang Kenki. Do not disturb my lord's enjoyment. Despite Ruda's immense size, his speed was astonishing, propelling Zhang Kenki away with a single collision. You shall not harm them. Zhang Kenki fought desperately to breach Ruda's blockade. Yet Ruda stood as an insurmountable chasm, thwarting every effort Zhang Kenki made to push past. The blade in his hand struck Ruda, producing only a flurry of sparks while failing to inflict any injury upon him. Do not worry, I am merely toying with them, the man said, approaching the champions with a measured gait, a low chuckle escaping his lips. Are you the most formidable humans selected from across the realms this year? Come, let us engage in combat. If even one of you can best me, I shall grant all of you your freedom. The demon man spread his arms wide, a look of eager anticipation on his face. Fear not. According to your ranking system, I am but a level 20 at most. The crowd exchanged glances, some focusing intently, and soon realized that the aura emanating from the demon man indeed resembled that of a level 20 creature. Encouraged, they found their courage. They had initially assumed their opponent to be an insurmountable terror, yet with only level 20, what was there to fear? After all, they were champions. The Sea Army de la Sea Army from various locales. A tall young man stepped forth from the throng. His cropped hair and sun-kissed skin a testament to years of rigorous training. Clad in a form-fitting combat suit, his muscular physique exuded strength. He approached the demon man, locking eyes with him. I shall fight you, he declared, his voice imbued with resolute confidence. It is Lin, the champion of Chao City. With him in the fray, victory is assured. He is a paladin, and his level has already reached 21. Indeed, a level 21 against a level 20. The advantage is undoubtedly ours, yet before the last words could leave his lips, Lin surged forward like a cannonball, crashing through the crowd and toppling 7 or 8 individuals before he finally came to a halt. All were left dumbfounded. Lin had been obliterated in an instant by the demon man. Cough. Cough, cough. Lin convulsed violently, blood spilling from his mouth, mingled with fragments of internal organs. Had it not been for the life-preserving laws of the champion's secret realm, he would have perished. A distinct footprint marred his chest. Champions? Laughable, as weak as ants, the demon man scoffed disdainfully. Who was next? This time, no one dared to respond, though he appeared to be merely level 20. The sheer strength he demonstrated was terrifying. Many had not even witnessed how he had struck before Lin was gravely wounded. What? Are you all so frightened that none dare to step forward? Indeed, humans are nothing but cowardly wretches, the demon man mocked. The crowd, a collection of spirited youth, found their tempers ignited by his taunts, and one by one, they launched themselves at the demon, only to be felled in a single blow, left on the brink of death. The so-called champions appeared utterly powerless before this demon man. Wu Shaoqi swallowed hard, trembling as he slowly retreated. He was among the few who could discern the trajectory of the demon man's strikes. However, it is precisely because he could see clearly that he comprehended the terror of the demon man before him, although he was merely at level 20. Even a level 30 or 35 class changer would likely not stand a chance against this formidable demon. Suddenly, Wu Shaoqi seemed to recall something. his footsteps halting abruptly. With a righteous demeanor, he turned towards Ye Lin and bellowed, "Ye Lin, what are you waiting for? With greater power comes greater responsibility. You are the highest level and strongest combatant here. Why are you hesitating to take action?" Wu Shaoqi's thunderous shout redirected everyone's attention to Ye Lin. They were instantly filled with joy. Indeed, they had a forbidden spellcaster amongst them. Within the confines of the champion's secret realm, protected by its laws, one could not perish. Even a level 25 forbidden spellcaster could confront level 35 or even level 40 class changers head-on, couldn't they? Ye Lin, why aren't you making a move? What are you waiting for? You nearly exterminated all the monsters in the secret realm. How can you still hide in the back and say nothing? Only you can contend with that demon. Are you going to be a coward? With Wu Shaoqi leading the charge, others from his team began to morally pressure Ye Lin as well. Mi Shui was nearly fuming with rage. She angrily pointed at the group, rebuking them. You just called Ye Lin disgusting, claiming he was affecting the pillars of Xia, and now you expect him to save you? How shameless can you be? You are the truly disgusting ones. The group felt a twinge of guilt from Mi Shui's words, but soon frowned and retorted, what do you know? If it weren't for Ye Lin injuring us and slaughtering all the monsters, leaving us with no chance to level up, we wouldn't be struggling against that demon. Ultimately, it's still Ye Lin's fault. How dare you say such things? You are utterly shameless. Mi Shui could not contain her anger, bursting out with expletives. She simply could not fathom how these individuals could be so shameless. Let it go. Don't waste your breath on these people. They blame gravity for their inability to defecate. Ye Lin comforted Mi Shui before addressing Wu Shaoqi. I am willing to intervene, but I cannot work for free. Here's the deal. Each member of your team must provide me with one piece of high-level equipment as payment. How does that sound? One piece of high-level equipment each? Ye Lin, you truly are asking for an arm and a leg. Wu Shaoqi exclaimed in anger. What? I am risking my life to confront the demon. And you all are unwilling to part with even a single piece of high-level equipment? Do you value a piece of high-level equipment more than the lives of everyone present? Ye Lin retorted with a hint of sarcasm, as if to say, isn't this moral coercion? As if it were something unfamiliar. Upon hearing this, the other champions cast wary glances at Wu Shaoqi and his companions, their expressions tinged with hostility. Wu Shaoqi's face turned a ghastly shade of green. Faced with the rising tide of anger, he gritted his teeth and shot a venomous glare at Ye Lin. Reluctantly, he removed a ring from his finger and thrust it into Ye Lin's hand. Kid, take this carefully. You may have your life, but using it is another matter. You need not concern yourself with this, Ye Lin said with a smile as he accepted the items. Noticing that Wu Shaoqi had surrendered an item, his companions, though begrudgingly, followed suit and handed over an equipment piece to Ye Lin with sullen faces. As Ye Lin surveyed the array of high-level equipment before him, a grin nearly split his face from ear to ear. The prospect of selling these numerous high-grade items, coupled with the 5 million reward from Qingqing, positioned him as a bona fide millionaire. One would need to sell 300 or 400 kidneys to amass such wealth. Observing Ye Lin's exuberant demeanor, Wu Shaoqi's expression became somewhat contorted. Ye Lin, you've taken the goods, yet you remain inactive? Ignoring him, Ye Lin passed the collection of items to Mi Shui. Please keep these safe for me. Be careful. Mi Shui's beautiful eyes were filled with concern. Ye Lin nodded and approached the demon man. At that moment, the demon man was also curiously scrutinizing Ye Lin. You humans are indeed fascinating. Even in such dire circumstances, you do not forget to turn against one another. Ye Lin disregarded the demon man and raised the Qian staff, channeling his mental energy to its tip. Fireball. The instant Ye Lin unleashed the spell, everyone was taken aback. What is he doing? Is he casting a forbidden spell? Why use such a rudimentary fireball? Doesn't he realize how formidable that demon is? Even the demon man couldn't help but twitch his mouth. To use a fireball against me, you truly have a wild imagination. He raised his hand, intending to crush the diminutive fireball, but at that moment, the small fireball suddenly swelled violently, transforming almost instantaneously into a blazing golden sun. Boom! The golden sun descended, engulfing the demon man entirely. As the temperature around surged rapidly, a torrential wave of heat crashing over them. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Ye Lin's fireball, why was it so different from theirs? Yet, whether it was the incantation or the flow of magical energy, they could ascertain that Ye Lin had indeed cast a fireball spell. Had the power of fireballs escalated so dramatically in these times? Only Wu Shaoqi and his companions wore grim expressions, for they had witnessed Ye Lin's terrifying abilities firsthand. A fireball seemed reasonable enough, but a falling rock spell that could drop a small asteroid was utterly absurd. After a brief moment of astonishment, the crowd erupted in elation. We're saved. We won. Though forbidden spellcasters have short lives, their combat prowess is truly remarkable. Just as everyone reveled in their victory, the roaring flames vanished without a trace. As though consumed by a black hole in an instant, the demon man reappeared, his expression tranquil, yet his right arm bore severe burn marks. I sense you are unlike the others. I find you intriguing. Serve as my loyal hound, and I shall grant you boundless glory. What do you say? The demon man proposed to Ye Lin, extending an enticing offer. I hold you in high regard as well. How about this? Consider me your father. And when I ascend to the throne as emperor, you shall be my prince. What do you think? Ye Lin countered. It seems there is no room for negotiation thus. I shall have no choice but to eliminate you, the demon race man replied, shaking his head with a hint of regret. In that moment, the flesh on his arm, nearly reduced to cinders, began to regenerate furiously. Within mere breaths, his right hand returned to its original form. Ye Lin's gaze narrowed slightly. The regenerative ability of the demon race was indeed formidable. This rapid recovery, while slightly inferior to his own immortality, was still impressive. However, he pondered whether this demon's regenerative power was boundless. Ye Lin raised the crimson flame staff once more, and the air around him seemed to ignite, coalescing into a searing vortex of flames. Illumination technique. He intoned sharply, and the light at the staff's tip became blindingly radiant. The illumination technique, a practical fire-based skill, typically conjured a bright flame for lighting purposes. Yet, the manifestation of this spell from Ye Lin was decidedly unusual. Amidst the astonished and terrified gazes of the onlookers, a wave of even more ferocious fiery energy erupted from the staff, transforming into a colossal fire dragon that hurtled toward the demon race man with a deafening roar. The fire dragon writhed in the air, leaving a trail of scorched earth in its wake as it passed through the atmosphere, which seemed to ignite in its presence. All were rendered speechless. Who among the good-hearted would employ such a spell for mere illumination? As the fire dragon approached with a fearsome roar, the demon race man displayed newfound wisdom. In combat with Ye Lin, he realized he could not merely observe his incantation or gestures. Those were mere illusions. He needed to gauge the true might of the spell. His magical energy surged, coalescing before him into a formidable black magic shield. When the fire dragon collided with the shield, it erupted with a thunderous roar, the clash of fire and magic stirring a tempest that distorted the surrounding air. The fire dragon struggled against the black shield, attempting to breach this defense. Yet, no matter how fiercely it writhed and howled, the black shield remained steadfast, as unyielding as an eternal mountain. Behind the giant shield, the demon race man wore a contemptuous smirk. At that moment, a tiny golden glimmer, no larger than a pinhead, fell upon the black shield. By the time the demon race man reacted, a brilliant golden spear had already pierced through his heart. He lowered his gaze to the golden spear embedded in his chest, disbelief washing over him as purple blood dripped from the spear's tip. I have been defeated by a human? How can this be? Slowly, he raised his head, the calm demeanor he once possessed replaced by a grimace of fury and malice. You have provoked my wrath. I shall sever your head and display it as a trophy in my study. He roared, unleashing his magic, causing the radiant golden spear to shatter instantly. The eternal golden spear, adept at penetrating defenses, possessed less lethal force than other forbidden spells, thus despite having pierced his heart, the demon race man retained his combat prowess. He charged at Ye Lin with a furious roar. But Ye Lin was far too astute to engage in close combat with a demon whose judgment was clouded by rage. Forbidden spell, dance of instants. Instantaneously, Ye Lin's speed surged, moving with an ethereal grace that rendered him nearly untouchable to the demon. Raising the crimson flame staff once more, Ye Lin reveled in the 50 enhancement to his fire magic, favoring fire spells above all. The fiery elements danced upon the staff, as if eager to ignite the very air around them. This time, Ye Lin held nothing back. Forbidden spell, burning reincarnation. Illuminate, chanting fervently, a fire dragon, far grander than before, roared forth from his staff, hurtling towards the demon. A flicker of terror flashed in the demon's eyes as he desperately summoned his magic, attempting to conjure an indomitable magical shield anew. However, the force of the fire dragon exceeded his expectations. The might of a forbidden spell was already formidable, and with the dual enhancement of burning reincarnation and the crimson flame staff, its power now posed a threat even to a level 50 class changer. The black shield trembled violently under the onslaught of the fire dragon, soon revealing a multitude of cracks. With another collision, the magical shield shattered with a resounding crash. The demon was propelled backward as if struck by a colossal hammer, crashing through several towering trees before finally coming to a halt. Struggling to rise, He managed only to kneel again, coughing up a stream of purple blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had been defeated by a mere human. How is this possible? How can such a feeble human possess such formidable combat prowess? Ye Lin narrowed his eyes, recognizing that while the demon's regenerative abilities were impressive, they had their limits, and thus he felt no concern. My lord, upon witnessing their comrade's injury, the other demons could no longer remain idle, surging forward with overwhelming malevolence. Ye Lin's gaze sharpened. These demons were not to be trifled with. The aura they exuded was terrifying, far beyond the capabilities of a mere level 25 like himself. Stay your ground. A commanding voice rang out. Undying, leaning on his weapon, managed to rise unsteadily, staggering to position himself before the advancing demons. His body was battered, blood staining his clothes, and his left arm hung limply beside him, clearly broken. How is this guy still alive? Ruda, what are you doing? A demon shouted in frustration. The demon named Ruda stood like an iron tower, but in the next moment, his towering figure collapsed as if struck by a mountain. His horned head rolled several meters away before coming to rest, the cut on his neck smooth as glass, indicative of a sharp blade's work. Ruda. The remaining demons stared in shock, utterly unprepared for the revelation that Ruda had fallen to Undying's blade. Undying brandished his blade, his eyes aglow with a frenzied light. Come forth, you wretched fiends of the demon race. I shall see how many of you I can drag down with me before I meet my end. Though grievously wounded and on the brink of death. An aura of terrifying malevolence emanated from Undying, momentarily stalling the advance of all the demons before him. However, it was not long before one of the demons reacted. A grotesque figure adorned with wings that surged towards Undying. A mere human dares to utter such bravado. I shall feast upon your flesh and blood, avenging Luda. The demon's speed was unparalleled, arriving before Undying in the blink of an eye. A wave of despair washed over Undying. Having already expended every ounce of his strength to slay Luda, he found himself unable to confront another demon. Yet, there was solace in knowing that he would perish before the eyes of all the champions, fulfilling his mission in some measure. With eyes closed, he braced for the anticipated agony, but it never came. Upon opening his eyes, he was astonished to see a tall figure standing before him, blocking the demon's advance. With a mere finger, that figure pinned the winged demon in place, rendering it immobile. Undying's heart leaped with joy as he recognized the savior, He Yufeng, the lord of the deep city. Lordy. Upon witnessing He Yufeng's arrival, Undying felt an immediate surge of hope. This signaled salvation for all. As a lord of a premier city, He Yufeng's prowess was renowned throughout the Great Xia. You have performed admirably this time. He Yufeng nodded slightly, his piercing gaze sweeping over the demon horde, his eyes filled with frigid resolve. Since the demon race has dared to invade our territory, none shall leave today. They will remain to partake in a feast. There is an old saying in Great Xia, when you come, make yourself at home. Since you have arrived, let your final resting place be here. As He Yufeng's words echoed, a radiant light surged from his fingertip. Instantly, the head of the winged demon was engulfed by the blinding brilliance. When the light dissipated, the winged demon lay lifeless, devoid of its head. The remaining demons, witnessing this, instinctively recoiled in terror. To witness such a devastating display of power, capable of obliterating a demon in an instant, stirred the hearts of all the champions with exhilaration. They could not help but envision a future where they, too, might emulate He Yufeng, single-handedly driving back countless demons. My lord, we must depart. The human warriors will soon arrive. One demon hastily approached the fallen figure, lifting it up. The demon's eyes burned with resentment as it fixed its gaze upon Ye Lin. You are Ye Lin, are you not? I shall remember you. I am Galahad. One day, I will flay your skin and sever your head as my trophy. To threaten others while barely clinging to your own life. He Yufeng barked sharply, launching another attack, a brilliant light erupting from his fingertip. The radiance streaked through the void like a meteor, brimming with unfathomable might. Wherever the radiant light passed, the air seemed to ignite instantaneously, crackling with sound. Be careful, my lord. A demon beside Galahad swiftly shielded him from the blow, but he was struck directly by the dazzling luminescence, resulting in a gaping hole melted into his chest. Retreat. Galahad gritted his teeth and issued a sharp command. He had never anticipated that among the humans there would be one capable of defeating him, which had led to his significant delay. Now that He Yufeng had arrived, any further hesitation would result in severe losses as more human warriors approached. For this was undeniably human territory. Several demons rapidly converged around He Yufeng, their demonic energy surging as they evidently prepared to buy time for the retreat of their compatriots. One of the demons brandished its claws and charged towards He Yunfeng, the claws slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. He Yunfeng's gaze flared with renewed brilliance. With a gentle flick, a beam of light shot forth, piercing through the demon's body in an instant. The demon's form stiffened momentarily in midair before crashing down, transforming into a cloud of black smoke that dissipated into the atmosphere. The remaining demons, however, showed no signs of fear, instead continuing to encircle He Yunfeng, while Galahad hastened toward the exit. "Get away from me." Upon seeing Galahad attempt to flee, He Yunfeng's displeasure was palpable. His entire being radiated with an intensity akin to that of a small sun as he charged directly at the demons before him. The demons were utterly powerless to withstand He Yunfeng's force, being hurled backward by the impact. It was clear that He Yunfeng was resolute in preventing Galahad's escape. Galahad's expression shifted dramatically, clearly underestimating He Yunfeng's strength and determination. At that moment, from the chasm of the scholar's secret realm, a pale hand suddenly reached out, colliding with the oncoming He Yunfeng like a streak of flowing light. Boom! The violent clash unleashed a terrifying wave of energy, severing the towering ancient trees surrounding them. Seizing this opportunity, Galahad and the other demons swiftly dove into the chasm, returning to their own realm. As the dust settled, He Yunfeng's figure reemerged, his countenance grim. "You demons may lack many skills, but your speed and retreat is indeed remarkable," He Yunfeng remarked with cold derision. "Words are futile. If you have any objections, feel free to pursue us." An ancient, hoarse voice echoed from within the black fissure. "I will. One day, the warriors of Daxia will tread upon the demon realm and eradicate all demons." He Yunfeng declared coldly, then turned to survey the faces of all the scholars present. "Do you have confidence?" "Yes." A thunderous, frenzied roar erupted within the scholar's secret realm. All were spirited youths, recently triumphant in their achievements. Garbed in finery and brimming with passion, under He Yunfeng's inspiration, their blood surged with fervor. "Humph, I await that day." The ancient, hoarse voice resounded once more from the fissure, and then fell silent. He Yunfeng turned and deeply bowed to all present. "Esteemed champions who have journeyed from all corners of the Great Xia, I stand before you on behalf of Deep City to extend my sincerest apologies. I am truly sorry. It is our negligence that has allowed the demon race to find an opportunity, nearly culminating in a grave disaster. Rest assured, Deep City shall provide you with due compensation." As they witnessed He Yunfeng bowing before them, the crowd felt a profound sense of astonishment. This was a formidable transmuter of notable renown in Great Xia. Yet he humbly deigned to bow to a group of students barely in their 20s. "Mayor He, do not blame yourself. It is the fault of those vile demons." "Indeed, those demons are utterly despicable. Yes, one day we shall drive every demon and their kin from the lands of Great Xia." Listening to their reassurances, He Yunfeng nodded with a smile. "Indeed, that day will come. For now, you should all return and rest well. The results of the champion's trial will be announced shortly." Soon, the staff of Deep City arrived, assisting Zhang Kanki, who was injured and receiving treatment after the brutal assault by Galahad, while the unscathed candidates were escorted back to their hotel for rest. Upon returning to his hotel, Ye Lin opened the door only to discover an unexpected guest in his room. Immediately on guard, he instinctively feared that Wu Shaoqi had sent someone to exact revenge upon him. However, upon recognizing the figure, Ye Lin was taken aback, for it was none other than He Yunfeng. "Mayor He," Ye Lin greeted politely. "I am aware of the circumstances within the champion's trial. You performed admirably, managing to defeat a demon-possessing royal bloodline without sustaining any injuries. Thank you for your kind words, Mayor He." Ye Lin was momentarily at a loss, uncertain of He Yunfeng's intentions, and could only respond with polite pleasantries. The demon race is categorized by bloodlines, divided into various tiers. Those above the royal level bear a striking resemblance to humans, commanding other demons with terrifying prowess, rendering them virtually invincible among their ranks. He Yunfeng elucidated the origins of the demons with a calm smile before shifting the topic. "Ye Lin, would you be interested in serving Deep City?" "Me?" Ye Lin queried, pointing to himself in confusion. "Are you certain? I am aware of your capabilities as a forbidden spellcaster. Training such an individual is indeed a laborious and costly endeavor. Yet with the demons stirring restlessly, Deep City requires a formidable presence capable of instilling fear in them." After reflecting on He Yunfeng's words, Ye Lin remained silent. Forming a team to hunt monsters has its limitations. Primarily, the level disparity between the highest and lowest members cannot exceed 10 levels. Additionally, experience points are allocated based on contributions upon the demise of a monster, with a minimum of just 1 experience point. To nurture a forbidden spellcaster, one must engage in leveling without allowing them to unleash their forbidden spells. Without the capacity to cast such spells, the spellcaster would merely wield a dagger or sword, resulting in an exceedingly meager allocation of experience points. The financial, human, and material resources required to cultivate a forbidden spellcaster to level 90 are sufficient to train over 100 individuals of the same rank in alternative professions. This serves as a primary reason why few are willing to undertake the training of a forbidden spellcaster. Major forces disdain the endeavor, viewing it as a losing investment, while smaller factions covet the opportunity but lack the means to sustain it. He Yunfeng's intentions are abundantly clear. By serving Deep City, he will be cultivated into a strategic weapon akin to a nuclear warhead. Should the demonic forces launch a full-scale assault, it would be his moment to sacrifice himself in service of Deep City. Deep City, with its ample resources, is eager to invest in his training. If Ye Lin were merely a forbidden spellcaster, he would undoubtedly accept with great enthusiasm. However, regrettably, he possesses the gift of immortality. The rate of advancement within Deep City cannot compare to the expediency of impersonally hunting monsters. Master He, while I am inclined to agree, I must first consult my mentor for guidance, Ye Lin stated, seeking to avoid arousing He Yunfeng's suspicions by invoking the name of his mentor. Your mentor? Who might that be? He Yunfeng inquired, genuinely surprised that someone would take a forbidden spellcaster as a disciple. Zhuge Qianqing. Oh, it is Mr. Zhuge. He Yunfeng's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. Could it be that Mr. Zhuge has foretold something? Rest assured, upon your return to Qing City, I shall accompany you to speak with Mr. Zhuge personally regarding this matter. He Yunfeng sighed deeply. Since the last major offensive from the demonic forces was repelled, peace has barely endured for a century, and now the demons are stirring once more. A storm is brewing. He Yunfeng opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the next moment, his gaze sharpened, focusing intently on the doorway. Ye Lin followed his line of sight, sensing the arrival of someone at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Mr. Ye Lin, greetings. I am a hotel attendant, here to deliver some fruit to ease your nerves, came a sweet voice from outside. Under He Yunfeng's silent cue, Ye Lin approached and opened the door. Standing there was a charming woman clad in a maid's outfit, adorned with cat ears and black stockings, holding a platter of fruit. Hello, Mr. Ye Lin. May I come in? Her voice was melodious, her gaze almost entrancing, and Ye Lin had no doubt she was in a flirtatious mood. However, drawing upon his years of experience living in an impoverished neighborhood, Ye Lin quickly deduced her intentions. Should he allow her entry, it would likely lead to an unexpected and precarious situation. Yet, with He Yunfeng present in the room, Ye Lin felt unperturbed and simply stepped aside. Certainly, please come in. Thank you. The woman entered, her high heels clicking rhythmically against the floor. With a graceful motion, she closed the door behind her, and as she brushed past him, a delicate fragrance wafted into Ye Lin's nostrils. Bending down, she placed the fruit platter on the table, the moment revealing more of her allure than her short-made skirt could contain. Yet she remained blissfully unaware, even deliberately toying with the fruit platter, seemingly intent on prolonging Ye Lin's gaze. Ye Lin found such behavior exceedingly distasteful, thus he fixed her with a critical glare. Come now, Mr. Ye Lin, do indulge in the fruit platter, the woman said sweetly. Ye Lin did not refuse. Instead, he approached and took a seat. While he had initially intended to partake, the insidious nature of the platter's contents was far too crude. Sister, the medicinal odor wafting from this fruit platter is pungent enough. But what's worse is that the powder atop it is unevenly mixed. Do you take no shame in this? Even a creature as foolish as a pig would not dare touch such a platter. The woman's expression shifted slightly. Mr. Ye Lin, what nonsense are you spouting? The powder sprinkled on these fruits is clearly sweet plum powder. She sweetly wrapped her arms around Ye Lin's neck, the weight of her presence pressing down upon him like two imposing mountains. If Mr. Ye Lin does not wish to enjoy the fruit platter, then allow me to be your treat instead. Not at all. You reek of fish, a definite no from me. Ye Lin pushed her away, noting with distaste that her makeup was poorly applied. The woman's once enchanting visage faltered, morphing into something rather sinister. I had initially thought you quite handsome, intending to grant you a final favor before your demise. Dying at the pinnacle of your life would indeed be a romantic tragedy. But since you lack appreciation for my intentions, you may as well meet your end. With a sharp cry, the woman lunged forward, a dagger glinting ominously in her hand, aimed directly at Ye Lin's heart. The blade shimmered with a faint violet glow, evidently coated in a deadly poison. It was only in that moment that Ye Lin realized she was a seasoned assassin, boasting a level exceeding 50. For the sake of his assassination, Wu Shaoqi had indeed spared no expense. If it were just him, he could have put up a valiant fight against her. Yet, regrettably, today would not be his turn to strike. Before the dagger could reach Ye Lin, a powerful hand seized her wrist like a vice, and the frigid visage of He Yunfeng emerged. Who sent you? He Yunfeng's voice was laced with an icy fury. Unmistakably enraged. Lord He? Initially, the woman had worn an expression of annoyance, but upon recognizing the newcomer, her face drained of color in an instant. He Yunfeng, the pinnacle of combat prowess in the deep city. How could he possibly be in Ye Lin's quarters? While Wu Shaoqi had initially coerced her into this assassination attempt against a top scholar, she had been reluctant due to the inherent risks. However, the substantial reward had compelled her to take a chance. But had she known that He Yunfeng was present in Ye Lin's room, no amount of compensation, no matter how generous, would have enticed her to comply. The woman's face turned ashen. She understood all too well that being caught in the act by He Yunfeng meant either certain death or a fate worse than death. Do not make me inquire a third time. Who sent you? He Yunfeng's tone grew increasingly menacing. The woman wrestled with her dilemma, to offend the Wu family or to betray the Lord of Deep City. Either choice led to a path of no return. The woman's eyes glinted with malice as she abruptly twisted her body, colliding with the poisoned dagger at an odd angle. He Yunfeng was a good man. Offending him would not endanger her family, but crossing the Wu family could very well jeopardize their lives. Thus, in this precarious situation, the most prudent choice was for her to perish before He Yunfeng, for a life extinguished could erase all debts. Whether He Yunfeng could uncover the identity of her puppet masters was a matter solely for him to contend with. Alas, a good person must inevitably bear the brunt of a gun's threat. The poison on the dagger was exceedingly potent, within mere seconds. An unusual purple hue crept across the woman's visage, leading to her untimely demise. A toxin capable of instantaneously killing a level 50 adept must be concocted by at least a level 40 poison master, deploying 2 individuals of level 40 or higher, capable of intimidating a level 50 into taking their own life, suggests a formidable umbrella of influence behind this affair. He Yunfeng squinted, his expression dark enough to draw rain. In the depths of the city, there were but a handful of factions bold and capable enough to orchestrate such a deed. Coupled with Ye Lin's transgressions against Wu Shaoqi within the scholar's secret realm, the identity of this female assassin's benefactor became glaringly evident. Deep City, the Wu family. Ye Lin remained silent, keen to observe how He Yunfeng would navigate the unfolding dilemma. Ye Lin, rest assured, I shall provide you with an explanation regarding this matter. I will compel Wu Shaoqi to apologize to you in person, He Yunfeng declared, drawing a deep breath. Upon hearing the promise of an apology, Ye Lin nearly burst into laughter. Wu Shaoqi had sought to have him killed, and the consequence was merely an apology? Such a punishment seemed excessively lenient. Mayor He, perhaps we should reconsider involving ourselves in matters of Deep City. I fear I may not survive a month here, Ye Lin suggested. He Yunfeng paused momentarily, then regarded Ye Lin with a penetrating gaze. Those scoundrels of the Wu family. He Yunfeng suppressed the bubbling fury within. He recognized the veracity of Ye Lin's apprehensions. Yet, he remained powerless against the Wu family, for they were an essential bulwark against any impending demonic onslaught. Given the circumstances, I shall respect your choice, He Yunfeng sighed in resignation. In the contest between an unseasoned forbidden sorcerer and the formidable Wu family, he had clearly opted for the latter. Shortly after He Yunfeng departed, the results of the scholar's secret realm trials were swiftly announced. Ye Lin, ranked first in levels, had repelled a demonic royal bloodline, thus rightfully earning the title of the nation's top scholar. As the news spread, reactions varied between elation and despair. Mi Shui exuberantly barged into Ye Lin's quarters, having demolished his door. Ye Lin, you are the national top scholar. You've brought glory to your ancestors. Ye Lin replied, I am an orphan. Mi Shui felt a twinge of embarrassment but quickly shifted the topic. Regardless, it's truly impressive. I can hardly believe I teamed up with the national top scholar to conquer a secret realm. This is something I can boast about for a lifetime. Come, let us capture this moment in a photograph. With that, Mi Shui seized Ye Lin and took a commemorative snapshot. Upon receiving the news, Wu Shaoqi's anger surged, sweeping everything off his desk in a fit of rage. The fact that Ye Lin had become the national champion indicated that the assassin he had dispatched had failed. For a dead man could never attain such an honor. How can a level 50 assassin fail to eliminate a mere level 25? What utter incompetence! Wu Shaoqi fumed. No sooner had he spoken than a stern middle-aged man entered the room, pushing open the door with authority. The moment Wu Shaoqi laid eyes on this man, his expression shifted to one of terror. "Father, do you even acknowledge me as your father?" The middle-aged man scoffed, his voice heavy with disappointment. "I can overlook your attempts to deal with Ye Lin, but why must you be so foolish?" "Father, what have I done?" Wu Shaoqi asked, bewildered and unaware of the gravity of the situation. "What have you done? You are nothing but a fool. I should have restrained you from the start. You chose an assassin to strike at a champion in the presence of the city lord, He Yufeng. Tell me, do you not see your own folly?" As Wu Shaoqi endured his father's scathing reproach, the seriousness of the predicament began to dawn on him. "Father, what should we do now?" he hastily inquired. The middle-aged man yearned to strike his son, but remembering their bond, he held back. "You are a direct descendant of the Wu family. He Yufeng will likely only impose a minor reprimand. He will not take drastic measures against you. Now, gather your belongings and accompany me to apologize to He Yufeng. Do not cause any more trouble." The man commanded sternly. Wu Shaoqi, feeling utterly deflated, dared not utter a word in rebuttal, though his resentment toward Ye Lin grew even stronger within him. Soon after, Ye Lin was awarded the national championship, with the city lord, He Yufeng, personally presenting him with the honors. The rewards for the national champion were quite simple: 2 prizes, a legendary skill scroll, and a piece of legendary equipment. As He Yufeng announced the rewards, nearly everyone present gazed at Ye Lin with intense envy. A legendary skill scroll and a legendary piece of equipment. These were the pinnacle of rewards. After all, when it comes to skills and equipment, the next level up includes forbidden spells and divine artifacts. Forbidden spells are typically only pursued by those with deep-seated vendettas, while divine artifacts are even more perilous. The moment news of one's possession of such an artifact spreads, a host of masked robbers of level 90 and above will inevitably come to claim it. Such treasures are so precious that even an innocent individual may face dire consequences merely by possessing them. Ye Lin stepped forward to accept his rewards. He pocketed the legendary skill scroll without a glance, immediately turning his attention to the legendary ring he had received. Great Sumeru Ring level. Legendary attributes. Mental power amplification 100 can be refined. Skill 1. Sumeru S Hidden Seed. Sumeru S Hidden Seed. The wearer can absorb energy-based attacks into the Great Sumeru Ring, converting that energy into a temporary enhancement of mental power. Skill 2. Seed within Sumeru. The mustard seed contains Mount Meru. The wearer can activate the storage space within the Great Meru Ring, the size of which is proportionate to the strength of the wearer's mental power. Upon discerning the attributes and abilities of the Great Meru Ring, Ye Lin could not help but gasp in astonishment. This ring doubled his mental power and possessed the rare property of spatial manipulation, capable of absorbing energy-based attacks and converting them into temporary mental strength. Ye Lin envisioned a scene where a formidable mage unleashed a barrage of spells upon him, attempting to obliterate his existence. However, after a relentless onslaught, the adversary would soon realize that not only had Ye Lin survived, but he had also absorbed each spell with the Great Meru Ring, transforming them into enhancements for his mental power. Subsequently, he would unleash a forbidden spell, vanquishing his foe in an instant. With such an artifact complementing his immortal essence, did it not mean that the more he was struck, the stronger he became? Eagerly, Ye Lin removed his Burning Moon necklace and donned the Great Meru Ring. The Burning Moon necklace was merely an advanced piece of equipment, offering a meager enhancement of 200 points to his mental power, rendering it incomparable to the Great Meru Ring. The moment he adorned the ring, Ye Lin felt a significant enhancement in his mental prowess. Everything around him became remarkably clearer in his perception. He then examined the storage space of the Great Meru Ring, which was approximately equivalent to a 4-room 2-hall apartment, estimated to be around 200 square meters. After equipping the Great Meru Ring, Ye Lin's mental power attribute rose to 2137. 5 points. It appeared that for every additional 10 points of mental power, the storage space of the Great Meru Ring expanded by 1 square meter. He placed the several advanced items he had acquired from Wu Shaoqi, along with the Burning Moon necklace, into the Great Meru Ring, packing his belongings within. With the Great Meru Ring, he no longer needed to carry cumbersome bags. After the awards ceremony for the national champion, it was time for the second and third place winners to receive their accolades, though their rewards paled in comparison to Ye Lin's. Both the skill scrolls and equipment they received were merely of epic quality. Once the ceremony concluded, all the champions gathered at the teleportation point in Deep City, preparing to return to their respective cities. Ye Lin, you are heading to the Great Xia Academy, right? Wait for me. I will come find you. Mi Shui waved at Ye Lin before vanishing into the teleportation array. Ye Lin smiled in response and stepped onto the teleportation array. As the scenery before him shattered, he once again set foot on familiar ground. Upon his arrival, a cacophony of sounds erupted, as drums and gongs filled the air, startling Ye Lin. He is back. Our national champion has returned. Amidst the jubilant shouts, Hu Wang, the Lord of Qiqing, rushed towards him, accompanied by a throng of people who encircled Ye Lin. Quick! Let me touch him. Let me bask in the fortune of the national champion. I never imagined that our humble Qiqing could produce a national champion. This will surely bring us fame and glory. I possess little formal education, merely 2 words, extraordinary. A crowd gathered around Ye Lin, each individual brimming with excitement, while Hu Wang's face radiated with joy. During his tenure, a national champion emerged, a significant highlight on his professional resume. Upon hearing the news, he could not help but smile foolishly in delight. I am Ye Lin's principal. Please make way. I am his principal. Gao Jinyu, the principal of Qingqing High School, found himself cornered by the throng, desperately shouting, yet his voice was drowned in the cacophony of the surrounding crowd. Amidst the fervent assembly, Ye Lin felt a twinge of anxiety, particularly from the group of women who, under the pretense of sharing in the glory of the champion, groped him incessantly, sending chills down his spine. There were even some who attempted to tear at his clothing amidst the chaos, nearly giving him a fright. After considerable effort, he finally extricated himself from the dense crowd, only to find that they were still hot on his heels. Ye Lin, hurry, jump on me. Gao Qingqing's figure unexpectedly appeared around the corner. At that moment, Ye Lin paid no heed to the odd phrasing and leaped onto Gao Qingqing's back. Whoosh! Gao Qingqing, adept at dodging and weaving, swiftly navigated through the narrow alleys, successfully shaking off the fervent crowd and returning to Zhuge Qianqing's modest abode. Upon seeing the disheveled Ye Lin, Zhuge Qianqing could not help but smile. Fame can be a double-edged sword. Being a national champion is no easy feat, is it? Ye Lin wiped away an unknown lip print that had been stamped on his face and offered a wry smile. Indeed, it is no easy task, but the rewards are rather generous. Zhuge Qianqing chuckled, presenting a cup of tea to Ye Lin. The title of national champion represents the prestige of Daxia. Thus, the rewards will be substantial. Now that you're back, take some time to rest. More important matters await you. What matters? Ye Lin inquired, curiosity piqued. The gate of revelation has appeared. Zhuge Qianqing's gaze briefly swept over Ye Lin's abdomen, where a key lay quietly. Ye Lin's expression turned serious. He was already aware of the significance of the Gate of Revelation, having learned about it from Zhuge Qianqing. It was once a portal that had manifested 7 ancient artifacts of origin. Does the teacher mean for me to journey to the Gate of Revelation? Ye Lin asked tentatively. To be precise, it is for you to go with me and Gao Qingqing. Zhuge Qianqing replied with a smile. Understood, teacher. I shall first visit the Transmuter Guild. I have some equipment to attend to. Ye Lin nodded obediently and rose to leave Zhuge Qianqing's courtyard. In truth, he had always been perplexed as to why Zhuge Qianqing chose to take him on as a disciple, especially given the mysterious nature of his profession as a diviner. Ye Lin had even harbored doubts that both Qinsun and the investigators were part of a scheme orchestrated by Zhuge Qianqing, designed to place him in dire circumstances, thereby compelling him to owe a significant favor to Zhuge Qianqing. Thus, Ye Lin harbored a lingering wariness towards Zhuge Qianqing. Growing up in the slums, he firmly believed that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If the reality aligns with his suspicions, it would imply that Zhuge Qianqing harbors grand ambitions, and the only aspect of himself that could pique the interest of such a person is his own immortality. However, regardless of whether Zhuge Qianqing is benevolent or malevolent, Ye Lin, constrained by his current capabilities, must first assume the role of a compliant disciple. After Ye Lin had walked away, Zhuge Qianqing, who had been sipping tea, suddenly erupted into a fit of violent coughing. A mouthful of crimson blood was violently expelled, and his complexion paled considerably. Guoqin, Mr. Zhuge, I am here. The ordinarily unseemly Guoqin appeared remarkably serious at this moment. During this period, keep close watch on Ye Lin. Ensure he does not stray and that no unforeseen events occur before he reaches the Gate of Revelation. Should any interference arise, eliminate them. Zhuge Qianqing stated with an air of indifference. Understood, Mr. Zhuge. With a few swift movements, Guoqin vanished without a trace. For one with his skills, it was trivial to stealthily follow someone. Once both Ye Lin and Guoqin had departed, Zhuge Qianqing found himself alone in the small courtyard. He raised his gaze, calmly observing the heavens, remaining there until the sun descended and the stars emerged in the night sky. As the darkness enveloped the land, The stars twinkled brilliantly. Zhuge Qianxing remained still in the small courtyard. His gaze seemed to transcend the pitch-black void, glimpsing sights invisible to the ordinary eye. An ancient tortoise shell appeared silently in Zhuge Qianxing's hand, engraved with intricate patterns and enigmatic symbols. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and let the vastness of his mental energy begin to surge, causing the tortoise shell to emit a faint glow that harmonized with the stars above. Illuminated by the celestial radiance, Zhuge Qianxing's visage took on an aura of profound mystery and solemnity. His fingers glided gently across the shell, each touch appearing as a dialogue with the stars. Moments later, he stowed the shell away, his expression growing even more ashen. It seems Ye Lin has yet to fully trust me. However, at this juncture, I can only make a tentative attempt. My time is truly running short. In the Transmigrator Guild, to avoid unwarranted attention, Ye Lin donned a mask before entering. The visage of the mask could morph according to one's will, transforming Ye Lin into an utterly unremarkable face, one that could easily blend into a crowd without a trace. Once assured of his disguise, Ye Lin turned and stepped into the guild. He sidestepped a well-dressed man poised to greet him and approached a lady in black high heels. "Greetings. I wish to sell some equipment and skill scrolls." "Certainly, esteemed Transmigrator. Please follow me," the lady replied with a charming smile, leading Ye Lin towards the trading area. Upon entering the trading zone, Ye Lin's gaze fell upon a familiar figure. It was a tall woman clad in a form-fitting leather outfit that accentuated her flawless curves. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her exquisite features drew the attention of passers-by, captivating the gaze of fellow Transmigrators. However, upon seeing the beautiful woman, Ye Lin furrowed his brow, for this enchanting figure was none other than Zhuge and I. Internally, he silently rejoiced at having donned the illusory countenance. Otherwise, encountering Zhuge and I might have led to unforeseen complications. Ye Lin hastily averted his gaze, determined not to look askance. Yet, at that moment, Zhuge and I seemed to sense his presence and abruptly turned her head to face him. This person feels so familiar. During the month Ye Lin spent in the Scholar's secret realm, Zhuge and I had not been idle. She had been tirelessly grinding levels in the wild and had now reached level 22, just returning to the city today. Her purpose for visiting the Class Change Guild was to sell off surplus equipment and unnecessary skill scrolls. Zhuge and I fixed her gaze upon Ye Lin, and the moment he turned his back to her, her heart trembled, as if struck by a mighty hammer, beating wildly in her chest. That silhouette, so familiar. She would never forget it. This person, this individual must be the one she had long yearned for and desperately sought, Ling Yi. At this moment, Zhuge and I could think of nothing else. She rushed forward and grasped Ye Lin's arm. "Is there something you need?" Ye Lin frowned, perplexed. How could she recognize him when he was wearing the illusory countenance? "Hello. I apologize for intruding, but you bear an uncanny resemblance to someone who saved me before. May I inquire about your name?" Zhuge and I managed to utter, suppressing her nervousness. As she gazed at Ye Lin's unremarkable face, which was indeed quite ordinary, her heart raced as if it would leap from her chest. "You must be mistaken." Ye Lin's heart skipped a beat. He mused on the terrifying accuracy of a woman's intuition and coldly shook Zhuge Ni's hand away. Zhuge Ni's emotions surged, a faint blush rising on her delicate, fair face. There was no mistake, that aura of indifference. When Ling Yi saved her, he had exuded the same coldness. This man must be Ling Yi. "Ling Yi, I know it's you. Why won't you admit it?" Zhuge and I exclaimed, stepping forward and blocking Ye Lin's path with open arms. Ye Lin slightly furrowed his brow. Rather than argue with Zhuge and I, he turned to the nearby lady in black stockings and said, "Is the Class Change Guild still allowing such disorder?" A hint of embarrassment flashed across the lady's face, and she promptly replied, "I apologize, sir. I will address this immediately." She approached Zhuge and I and spoke softly. "Madam, I regret to inform you that you must refrain from disturbing the order of the trading area. If not, I will have no choice but to escort you out." A trace of grievance flickered in Zhuge Ni's eyes, and she quickly nodded. "All right, rest assured. I will not cause any trouble. Please do not expel me." She ceased to obstruct Ye Lin's path and silently trailed behind him. Now, neither Ye Lin nor the lady in black stockings could do anything about her, as the guild likely had rules against following another person. The commotion had also drawn the attention of several other class changers. Zhuge Ni's striking physique and beauty were already exceptional, and with her trailing behind Ye Lin like an eager admirer, the contrast with Ye Lin's rather ordinary appearance ignited a wave of envy and jealousy among the onlookers. Why does he deserve that? I'm far more handsome than he is. Why aren't there any girls fawning over me? Don't you see? This guy must be wealthy. He has probably grown indifferent to beautiful women. Otherwise, how could he be so aloof towards such a stunning girl? Come on, man. With looks like that, even if he's not interested, he could at least stand up and show some enthusiasm. In an instant, the gaze of all the aspiring transferees in the trading area converged upon Ye Lin. Ye Lin, feeling utterly speechless, had intended to remain low-key but was inadvertently thrust into the spotlight by Zhuge and I. Fortunately, he was using a false identity, and once he removed his illusionary visage, no one would recognize him. Deciding to ignore the prying eyes of others, he retrieved a dozen high-tier equipment pieces from his great Sumeru rings, the very ones he had acquired from Wu Shaoqi and his companions. He also took out the intermediate and lower-tier gear he had found within the scholar's secret realm. Fortunately, he had the assistance of Mishui at that time. Otherwise, without the great Sumeru ring, transporting such a quantity of equipment would have proven quite challenging. Before long, the trading area was filled with a dazzling array of equipment, piled high like a mountain, shimmering as if a multitude of stars had descended to Earth. Each piece of equipment radiated a distinct aura. Some gleamed with a fierce light, resembling divine weapons, while others emitted a soft glow, exquisite like treasured gems. The transferees in the trading area were taken aback by the sudden appearance of this impressive collection. They widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend the sight before them. Equipment, usually regarded as exceedingly precious, now lay scattered about like mere cabbages. Some individuals couldn't help but swallow hard, a wave of intense greed surging within them. If this weren't the transferee guild, many would have resorted to outright theft. Goodness, so much equipment? This kid is indeed wealthy. Did you see that? There are even a dozen high-tier pieces. Just one of those could fetch millions. How on earth did he acquire this? How many monsters must he have slain? Well, now I understand why that beauty is so enamored with him. Such financial prowess. Even I, as a man, feel tempted to be his admirer. Hey, what about me? I have my merits too. The sight of the scattered equipment left Zhuge and I utterly astonished. After a month of hunting monsters in the wild, she had only managed to collect a mere handful of equipment, none of which were high tier. They were all of lower or intermediate grade. She never imagined that the man before her could unveil such an impressive array of high-tier gear. Her conviction grew stronger. This individual must be the Ling Yi she had been seeking all along. As she listened to the awe and admiration expressed by those around her, Zhuge Ni's spirits soared, and the corners of her rosy lips curled in a subtle smile. The attention he garnered brought her far greater joy than if she were the one in the limelight. After a prolonged moment of daze, the enchanting lady in black stockings from the Class Change Guild finally regained her composure. A brilliant glimmer ignited in her eyes as she gazed at Ye Lin, akin to beholding a living deity of wealth. She led the class changers in transactions, and with a commission structure in place, the multitude of equipment Ye Lin presented could yield her an astonishingly high commission from this single deal. It is no exaggeration to say that if Ye Lin expressed ire, she would willingly transform into an extinguisher. Swiftly, the lady unbuttoned her shirt, revealing a profound and alluring cleavage, and she slightly bent forward, respectfully addressing Ye Lin. Greetings, esteemed class changer. May I inquire if you wish to exchange these items for currency? No, I prefer a barter exchange. The Class Change Guild offers two types of transactions. One is the exchange of goods for money, and the other is barter. For instance, a fire mage who acquires an item enhancing water skills can bring it to the guild in exchange for an equivalent item suited for a fire mage. Very well. Please select the type of equipment you wish to trade, she said, her voice sweet and melodious, maintaining a courteous posture as she presented a tablet to Ye Lin. Ye Lin, in turn, extended her the respect she deserved. Whether he admired her beauty or not was irrelevant. He simply recognized the exquisite scenery before him and felt that overlooking it would be a disservice to his appreciation of aesthetics. Men, after all, tend to share similar preferences. However, this scene infuriated Zhuge and I, who stood behind. In terms of physique and beauty, she far surpassed the lady from the Class Change Guild, rendering the latter's allure trivial in comparison. Yet, the man she admired, Ling Yi, remained cold towards her while fixating on the black-stockinged beauty. Zhuge and I was perplexed. Casting a glance at her attire, she noted her snug combat suit, which left little exposed save for her head, neck, and hands. Could it be that her clothing was too covering? Did Ling Yi not favor this style? Biting her crimson lip, she contemplated that a woman adorns herself for the gaze of her beloved, although she had never donned particularly revealing garments throughout her life. She pondered if it would be worth it for Ling Yi's approval. Meanwhile, Ye Lin had already selected the equipment he desired on the tablet. Luminous necklace rarity, rare attribute, 50 enhancement to mental power, can be refined, skill, None though the luminous necklace bore no skill enhancement. Its mental power boost was an impressive 50. It is noteworthy that Ye Lin's Crimson Flame Staff is an epic grade item, also granting a 50 enhancement to mental power. Setting skills aside, the luminous necklace could easily rival epic grade equipment. As a forbidden spellcaster, Ye Lin lacked for skills, which made the luminous necklace particularly appealing to him. I'll exchange for this, Ye Lin confirmed. Very well, I shall calculate the total for you. The lady smiled at Ye Lin before instructing her colleagues to begin tallying the array of equipment he had presented. Once the tally was complete, a hint of embarrassment crossed her face, and she cautiously began to speak. Sir, should you wish to exchange for this piece of equipment, an additional payment of 3 million is required. Not an issue. Ye Lin nodded, unfazed by the announcement. It was evident that what Wu Shaoqi and the others had reluctantly surrendered would be far from exceptional, with the rewards for the top achiever already encompassing monetary gain. Ye Lin promptly settled the 3 million and successfully acquired the radiant necklace. The transaction is complete, sir. We look forward to your next visit. The enchanting lady in black gracefully inclined her body at a 45-degree angle, a position that conveniently allowed Ye Lin to admire her beauty. I have something to sell. Ye Lin retrieved a stone from his great shumi ring. The stone shimmered with a golden luster and bore the intricate patterns of dragon scales, harboring a peculiar magical essence. The moment the stone appeared, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure that sent shivers down the spine. What is this? The lady in black approached with uncertainty, producing a magnifying glass for closer inspection. After weighing the stone in her hand, her expression shifted dramatically, and she exclaimed, "This is dragon scale gold." Her cry captured the attention of everyone nearby. What? Dragon scale gold has surfaced? That is a material capable of forging epic-level equipment. Incredibly precious. Dragon scale gold, manifesting dragon patterns, contains the might of dragons, unyielding and penetrative. For forging blades and swords, dragon scale gold is the prime choice. This piece of dragon scale gold is as large as a fist. If a master craftsman could be found, it would likely yield a true divine weapon. Shock adorned the faces of the onlookers, far surpassing their earlier astonishment at Ye Lin presenting numerous high-level items. In the presence of dragon scale gold, those high-level items were utterly insignificant. Zhuge and I gazed at Ye Lin, her eyes sparkling with admiration, nearly filled with hearts. This was the type of man she adored. What is the commotion about? Just as the crowd buzzed with chatter and awe, a calm, yet authoritative voice emerged from within the throng. What is transpiring that warrants such uproar? Have I not taught you all to remain composed in the face of events? The crowd turned to see a distinguished middle-aged man, clad in an opulent robe, striding forth with an impressive demeanor. It's him, Vice President of the Chi-Ching Class Transition Association, Chen Kai. Someone exclaimed. It is said that his level is nearing 60. Chen Kai approached with measured steps, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before finally resting on the dragon scale gold in Ye Lin's hand, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. Dragon scale gold? Indeed. A remarkable treasure. What would you like in exchange? Such a valuable item would not be offered for mere currency. It was certain to be a trade. I seek refinement stones, Ye Lin declared. Refinement stones could enhance the star rating of equipment, rendering it more formidable. A rare item refined to 7 stars could rival the attributes of an unrefined epic-level piece. Very well, for dragon scale gold, how about 800 stones? Chen Kai proposed. 1,000 stones, Ye Lin replied decisively. Chen Kai cast a deep glance at Ye Lin before breaking into a smile. Very well, let it be 1,000 pieces. As a gesture of friendship, should you come across more dragon pattern or in the future, do not forget the Qingqing Transmigrators Guild. Agreed, Ye Lin nodded. Before long, a staff member delivered the 1,000 refining stones, which Ye Lin promptly stored in his great summerer ring. Witnessing this, Chen Kai's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It appeared that this individual was far from ordinary, possessing equipment with storage capabilities. May our collaboration be fruitful, he thought, extending his hand to shake Ye Lin's with a beaming smile. Then, turning to the previously admonished young lady in black stockings, he chided, Did you see that? One must remain composed in the face of adversity, avoid shouting, as it tarnishes the reputation of our Qingqing Transmigrators Guild. Understood, the young lady replied, her tone laced with grievance. Actually, I have something else to trade. Ye Lin scratched his head. Well, simply present it, Chen Kai replied nonchalantly. Right here? Indeed. Very well. Ye Lin retrieved a bundle of skill scrolls from his great summerer ring. Upon glancing at them, Chen Kai stood frozen in astonishment. before unleashing a roar powerful enough to rattle the very roof of the Transmigrators Guild. What the? Legendary skill scrolls. President. President, come quickly.